12 of the best teams that we could find. 3 competitions and 5 whole days, but it all boils down to this. Ladies and gentlemen, for one final time, welcome to the CONUS Esports Championships of 2025. I'm Enigma. I'll be one of your casters for today, but alongside me, as have been all week, the incredible, the unstoppable Seymour and Infinity. Gentlemen, welcoming you in, of course. It's been a pleasure doing this alongside you all week, but I'm going to start with a man who's been around this whole space for a very long time, knows it from inside and out. Seymour, my friend, how are you feeling look ahead of today?
Feeling good. I was a little inspired by Charms and my little opening dance that I was doing there because they are vibing over there. Shout out to everybody who puts together those. Shout out to everybody who puts the VT together because we got to see the bowling alley. The players look like they're having a blast with it.
Look like they're having a fantastic time indeed. And yeah, don't worry, Charms. I want to go and watch that one back. I want to learn a couple of things. Seymour, though, well, he was obviously never going to miss the opportunity to emulate one of his heroes. And one of mine, of course, is going to be Infinity, my friend. How are you feeling? Don't give me that. I've tried being nice to you up on this desk all week long, and every time it is met with disapproval. Anyway, my friend, how are you feeling ahead of the finals?
I just don't know where that came from, honestly. I'm feeling pretty good right now. You saying Seymour knows this inside and out right now? He's losing to me in the prediction, so I don't think he knows that much. I'm feeling pretty good in the final day. It's been great up until this point. You know, I said when we get down to the final 6 teams, that's where all the action is going to heat up. We're going to have the most competitive matches, and that was proved true in the last couple of matches yesterday. So excited to see today, and yeah, at the end of the day, we will have a winner.
We will indeed, and it's already warring words up here, but it has been 4 days of warring on the main stage for our competitors here. We started off, of course, with the Western and Eastern Regional Championships. Eglin won the Eastern, while Peterson walked away with the Western. And what that gave us was, of course, a gorgeous bracket that we have taken you on through the last 2 days and leads us into our 5th and final. And we're going to take a look here at everything that's gone on. It's been a bit of a gauntlet, but rather than break down absolutely everything on screen, I'm going to start with you, Seymour. Pick me out a team or a story that's really caught your eye over the past couple of days.
I think really it's the Offit story that we see in the lower bracket. You drop down from Nellis 3-0. You play up against Robbins. You 3-1 them. And a team that we didn't really expect to qualify for Worlds then takes out a team we did expect in Malmstrom in a Game 5 victory to now play Peterson to see how deep they can run through this bracket. And I say that because, you know, you have a substitute you play who hasn't played the game in 3 months. He hops on. This guy is popping off for the team. Then you have Flux really stepping up in those search and destroys, making those big plays with the SMG in hand. He looks fantastic alongside Waz. I can only imagine when it comes down to Worlds and you put 9M on this squad as well in place of Yapli for the real powerhouse that is Offit. This team can hit new strides.
Now, I'm really looking forward to seeing just how far they can go. I love what you're talking about when it comes to this lineup. Showed so much resilience yesterday, and that is a trait that we've talked so much about as being one of the things that's getting these squads through tight games and expecting their journey to continue to be something of a battle. But they're not the only squad, of course, that have been impressing us, Brody, because, I mean, we've currently got 6 squads still left in this tournament. Is there one that's catching your eye heading into day 5?
It kind of has to be Langley Eustace, right? I mean, this is a roster that's been through some ups and downs over the last 4 days. Even back in the regional competition, they looked like the strongest team until they ended up losing the grand finals of the Eastern bracket 3-2 to Eglin. So they had a point to prove coming into the championship bracket, and they most certainly did prove it versus Canon, of course. They had to fight through that matchup. That was a 3-0, but they decimated them for the most part outside of maybe the hard point, I think was super close. But it was the matchup versus Peterson that we saw yesterday. That was the most interesting of them all because it really did feel like Peterson were hot favorites going into that series, and they came out like it as well. But Langley Eustace fought back. They took a search and destroy off a team that we thought were going to be search and destroy kings in this tournament. And then, of course, we got to those final 2 maps in the series. Every other map had been super close. We went around 5 in control. It was, 40-point hard point or something like that. Map number 1, last 2 maps, not even close. Langley Eustace are on top of the world right now, and it's one of those situations where it's not just the star players in Wolf and Reaper performing anymore. Tantalize and Da Vinci are getting involved, and they've really started to heat up towards the back end of the competition.
No, absolutely love that you are bringing up Langley. They have been phenomenal. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're only just tuning in, if you thought, you know what, I'll save watching CONUS until the final day, let me tell you, you should definitely go into the Twitch VODs and scan back a bit because you have missed absolute cinema. It has been a joy to be up here. But of course, that then leaves us with 6 teams to play for what is left. We've settled the regionals. We've settled who's going to Worlds, one of which was just a Game 5 round 11 to book that final ticket. So it has indeed been a wonderful time. But of course, there's still a couple of things that we need to settle here in CONUS, not namely just a champion. And by the way, boys, I'm going to come back to you in a second on that. But let's talk about the top 3 prizing that we are handing out here at CONUS, because it's now all about checking that final box. All the squads here will go to Worlds. They get an eye on their opposition that is here, but we are handing out a championship medal for 3rd place, 2nd place, and of course 1st place. But what you get there is that trophy that everybody wants to etch their name onto, that everyone is going to be looking forward to. And gentlemen, while we're here, you know what, we're talking about prizing, we're talking about 1st places. I'm going to put it on each of you, starting with you, Seymour. Give me who you think's winning the whole damn thing.
Langley Eustace. They got the trophy. They got the trophy coming their way. If they want it, they could DM me after they win it. But at the same time, I don't know how much you want this thing. It's been sitting in my garage for years.
All right, Dusty Trophy being handed out by Seymour if anyone wants it. Brody, give me your champion by the end of CONUS.
I just want to know what Seymour's trophy is for. Like, what did he win to get that trophy? It's going to be some really weird thing. Yeah, for me, I'm actually going to go ahead and do something I never do, which is agree with Seymour. I'm going to say it's going to be Langley Eustace. I think after that last match last night, you took down a Titan and Peterson. You did it in dominant fashion in the last couple of maps as well. You took every single box. They, look so incredible. They managed to clutch up time and time again. Yeah, I think those boys have it lock.
Okay, all right, so we've got 2 votes for Langley. I'm going to change things up and say that actually I think Peterson are going to do yet another loser's run here, make it back into the grand and take everything. But either way, we've got so much ahead of us. And speaking of which, let's show you exactly what is ahead of us when it comes to the final day here. This is our schedule. Across Saturday, we'll be starting with Eglin Air Force Base against Cannon, moving on to Peterson against Offit, and then it is Nellis against Joint Base Langley Eustace. I mean, of course, I know we're both looking forward, all 3 of us, sorry, are looking forward to that big winners finals between Nellis and Langley. But once we start talking about those bottom games, I personally feel that Eglin Cannon game is going to be extremely tight, finding it difficult to separate. Then again, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong here. Seymour, is there a game that you're looking at right now and thinking that's the best of our first 3?
I think every single time right now you're looking at this Cannon team, you have to look at Cannon in an upset potential. I think when everybody clicks on this team, they look like one of the sharpest in every game mode that we have. And if they didn't let off the gas versus Buckley yesterday, it would have been a 3-0. So I think anybody who goes up against this team has to be worried that you could lose.
I love the shout, to be honest. I mean, Cannon are one of those squads for sure that we kind of put in the bracket of we're going through to Worlds, but then how deep do you go? How deep do your map and mode sets look? Well, we're going to find out today as they go up against some very tough opposition. Brody, I'm going to throw it to you here. Have you got a game that you're really eyeing up as, from our first 3 at the very least, that you're really wishing that you were casting or very much looking forward to casting?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think it kind of low-hanging fruit, right, would to be saying Nellis and Langley Eustace. That's the team to get somebody into the grand finals. That's going to be a banger matchup. But I am going to say, I think Peterson versus Offit is actually going to be more competitive than some might think at first. Offit, obviously, you guys saw them clutch up yesterday at the very final post. And Peterson, you already said it there, Enigma. They have a point to prove. They want to make another lower bracket run. So I think you're looking at 2 squads that are very determined to continue their tournament lives. And I think that clash is going to be epic between those 2 teams.
And that's interesting because I can tell you that you are going to be casting Eglin Cannon and then Nellis Joint Base Langley Eustace, but the Peterson game there unfortunately, at least according to the caster rotation, which, yeah, well, that's a good point. You get to watch it, maybe tuck into some lunch. There you go, exactly. We'll do our best to do it justice. But for now, it will be, of course, Seymour and Infinity taking on over for this first series. Guys, have a wonderful one. I know it's going to be setting us up for an incredible final day, and I can't wait to talk to you both on the other side.
Right, cheers, mate. Yeah, this is going to be cinema. I just know it for a fact. We got 6 matches, and you know what? There are also 6 Star Wars movies, and they're all epic. That's what we're getting today. Yeah, it's true. There aren't any more. Don't worry about it. Yeah, this is going to be a great day of action here at Call of Duty. I think every single match we have ahead of us is going to be a banger, Seymour.
You think Attack of the Clones and Phantom Menace are bangers?
Yeah. I do. You don't like the budding romance between
I was going to
Anakin
say
Skywalker
that's
and
a
Padme
very
Amidala?
base take. That was a very base take coming out from you, Brody. Honestly,
Thank you.
No, this is a fun one too, and I agree with you because wholeheartedly, this is one of the very few matches that we have where these two teams have yet to meet in CONUS and yet to play each other across this whole tournament. So getting to see Eglin play CONUS for the Canon for the first time here in CONUS, it's going to be good because it's kind of like every single story. Canon has been running through the lower bracket, looking to right their mistakes, and I think that this is a team that you have to be worried about.
Yeah, you do. Well, let's start talking about the match then. Canon versus Eglin. A reminder, folks, that the loser of this matchup, their tournament lives end. Their Air Force Gaming lives do not, though. Of course, every single team that's made its championship Saturday, I don't even know what day it is anymore, just Saturday, has already booked a place at Worlds. But both of these two teams are incredibly awesome. Just looking towards them, I think, again, you look at Canon, you look at Eglin, and they're just both incredible rosters. Let's start by talking about Canon, then let's dive a little bit deeper into these teams, because Canon has got so impressive over the last few days. Again, I said it off the back of regionals. I really did think their regional placement was deceptive because of who they lost to, and that was definitely true.
And the players even said in Twitch chat that it was 3-0s, but they were very close, very competitive 3-0s. And over the course of this tournament, we talk about growth. Well, this team has found it. I said it to Enigma that when this team clicks, they look like they are the strongest in every single mode, but at the same time, their highs and their lows are very few and far apart from each other, and I think that you really look towards some of these players to be consistent a little bit more. I think Hayton already have been fantastic, but Crusade, Argo, they're the X factors for this team. When they turn up, I feel like nobody can shut down Canon.
Yeah, the Canon are on one right now. Everybody on this roster is super impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're able to do in this series. But they are going up against a strong opposition on the other side, because Eglin have also gone from strength to strength. But it is worth saying they had a bit of a struggle bus yesterday in their series versus Nellis. I was watching it, and it did feel like there were times in that series, Seymour, where not everybody was performing as well as we expected them to.
Yeah, Shaky told me, he said, I let you down, Seymour. It just wasn't the game that we were really expecting to play for ourselves. And really, it looked like it wasn't the Eglin that we were expecting in a matchup versus Nellis. This is a team that has made strides to being a better squad. You have Coach Mott in the background who is teaching them the ins and out of each objective mode, and they've gotten better, but I feel like maybe they were a little ahead of themselves. They lose the footing below them, and that Nellis game was not an example of the skill that this team can bring. So you look to them to go into today, wipe that from their memories, and restart this bracket in a chance to make a lower bracket run.
All right, well, that's what they want to do. They do want a shot at vengeance. Both of these rosters, I think, looking at to a certain extent. It's going to be a great matchup between these two teams. Again, I've got this kind of idea in my head that every single match from this point on in the tournament is going to be a banger. I'm hoping that every single match, at the very least, will go to 4. And I believe it. I believe it. That's what we're going to get. Let's start talking about the maps then for this best of 5. Obviously, we've seen a lot of maps from both of these two teams over the last 5 days. So we've pretty much seen them on every single map imaginable, outside of dealership maybe, because that evidently never comes up. We are kicking off this series on a rewind hardpoint, though, Seymour. We're going to have to do a Hacienda search and destroy, a vault control, Hacienda hardpoint, and a rewind search and destroy if we need it. Just immediately kind of jumping out at Canon here, we do have that vault control from yesterday that they were able to win over against Buckley. They look so good in that. We saw what they can do when they're kind of firing on all cylinders. Is there anything that jumps out to you in this series?
Hey, you get the Hacienda and Rewind Search and Destroy that I think Eglin have looked very strong on since they have made those changes towards their S&D and really buffed it up. But I think it comes down to the respawns for Eglin. You need Trip and Burrito to play very well, Shaky as well inside of those respawns if they want to take one from Cannon. It's not going to be easy to shut down Hate or Artie, so you got to look towards everybody to pick up the mantle and try to take a respawn here in the modes.
Yeah, I am curious to see who starts this series stronger, right? Because I do think that's going to offer a lot of momentum to the team that does. But that is the battleground then for this best of 5. Obviously, a couple of returning maps that we've seen from these guys over the last few days. Looking over towards Nellis versus Eglin, actually. I'm looking for kind of repeat maps from that best of 5. I don't think there are any in this one. So kind of curious to see that they've pretty much avoided everything that they played versus Nellis. And I wonder whether we still, if they do get another matchup between Nellis and Eglin, if we do see any of those maps back. With that said, though, we're going to talk about the hard point here. If you don't know what it is, let's talk about it.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
All right, that's how you play Hardpoint, and these teams are going to want to know how to play Hardpoint as they get into the first map of the day. As we said, every match is important from this moment on, and this is the lower bracket, so you lose this series, your tournament lives are over. But we've talked about these teams, we've talked about the maps. What we haven't talked about is how we think this series is going to go. And I understand, Seymour, that we're on opposite sides of the fence here as to who we think is going to win this series. You are sticking with Eglin. You want that extra prediction point.
Yeah, I think that chat would be very upset with me if I didn't go for Eglin at this point. I've kind of been riding the Eglin hype train for a couple days now. At first, I was a hater, I was a doubter, but they changed my mind, and I'm not going to give up just yet on this team. I have full trust in Shaky and Trip and Burrito to play a lot better today than they did versus Nellis. And one thing that teams have been talking to us about is how from day to day they've been watching VOD, they've been making improvements, and Eglin surely are going to do that.
Yeah, no, I definitely think Eglin are going to come heavy in this matchup, right? I think they're going to come at Canon with all they've got. I just think Canon have proven themselves to get better. Every single matchup we've seen them, they've got a clutch factor I think a lot of our teams in the competition maybe don't have. Look, we saw how competitive they were versus Langley Eustace, of all teams, in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy in that series. Yeah, they got 3-0'd, but it was close 3-0s, right? And then, of course, we talk about their matchup versus Buckley and how good they looked when they're firing on all cylinders. We don't need to talk about the Search and Destroy. Don't worry about that. But the hard point and the control, they look phenomenal. I think this goes to 5, though. I think it's going to be a banger matchup. I just happen to think that Canon are the team that's going to take it all home. So with that said, folks, it's Championship Saturday here. We have 6 teams remaining in the competition. I think it's time we whittle that down to 4.
I think it's time, Brody, and for Rewind Hardpoint coming into this mix, it's going to be a very tight-knit first set of rotations, and if you can come out to a good lead at the start of this Rewind, you're going to be feeling good going into the rest of the rotations for the remainder of this game. Number 1 for Eglin. Again, you put some focus onto Shaky and Trip and Burrito. They have been the ones to turn up when the team is winning, but when they're losing, it just doesn't look like it's competitive.
Well, let's hope for a competitive game here, Seymour. Eglin off the start of this one. We know that, P1 on this hard point can always be a hill where you get a lot of time away from it. And that feels like it might be the case at the start of this one. Eglin already starting to come through here with a fair amount of time. Canon trying to get in through all different points of ingress towards this hard point. Nice coverage from Constraid to make sure RT doesn't get taken out. But numbers here for Eglin. They're still trying to get back towards the hill. And as that kill comes through, that's not going to happen. That's a big 20 for Canon.
You can see the expectations for Canon to possibly flood through. Eglin have to be aware that this rotation is important for them over towards P2, and you look at them to try to win these rotational battles. You can already see the communication to try to shut down these flanking players, and, you just have to focus on winning these battles now. Artie, he's got to get traded out. He does. You're in, but Crusade, he's going to try to fight this one from the front side, and this is not what you want if you're Eglin.
Yeah, Eglin, I mean, they've still got those back spawns, right? But they're just being pushed back at this moment in time. Canon are doing such a stellar job at picking up all the gunfights here, but one player has just spawned out towards the other side of the map. Flanking play now coming through from Artie as well. So this is going to turn their attention somewhat, but Artie wins that second fight. Beautifully done. He's offering a chance here, a lifeline for his teammates inside, and Artie now continuing on this spree as well. He is single-handedly keeping Cannon in control of this hill, but as he falls, Trip and Burrito will be able to double up, and finally Eglin gets some peace and quiet on this hill.
Well, it looks like a couple players are going to send themselves. Crusade tries one more time, but this is going to be an Eglin lead heading into the third hills. This is a big battle for Charms, and he doesn't actually see Artie behind the doorway. And on this P3 hill, Artie is again just going to be the issue for this team. Cannon continuing to go big inside the objective. Stun as well. Artie has help, and they're in.
All right. Cannon, they're in for this time. You need this. You can win this hard point. You can win the rotation over by New, and you won't just be back in this game. You'll be in commanding control. You have to make sure that somebody is watching the cross from Chicken side. Floki weakens the defense here. Will isolate Crusade towards the hard point. Floki trying to get some kills in towards the hill, and Crusade the only one to do anything on Cannon. It's now going to be Eglin in for the time.
This back and forth is exactly needed, but you haven't flipped those spawns. I'd like to see somebody from Eglin start to put some pressure towards the south side of the map. You can see Trip and Burrito attempting to do that with Shaky, and in behind this, Shaky just has to forget about everything, try to win this fight versus Argo, and if you can win it, which you do, suddenly the pressure is on, and Artie has some big work to do.
He's got a lot to do in the back line, and he will almost immediately get shut out there. So I talked about the prospect, right, of winning this hard point and then rotating over towards the next one. It's a big swing that you can have here in Rewind hard point. That has not happened. Eglin have fought back well enough. Now Cannon will have to put a hit together here. Do it together as a squad, crucially. Sometimes it does feel like they are a loose cannon. No pun intended. Artie now looking towards the back line, though, trying to play his life. It's not going to happen. No. Team Bomb from Hate will take Artie out of the play. Crusade, therefore, the only one to find any value in that passage of play, and it's just not enough as Eglin hold.
Yeah, Floki got the Dwayne Wade layup right there. Off of the car bomb. Still some kills coming through from Cannon, but with 20 seconds, you have to really question whether or not this is affordable to hit. You're trying to get the exit kills, keep these spawns pinned back, rotate over towards P5 safely, and make sure that Eglin, even with their lead, won't be able to transition to this hill safely. It is going to be a mixy one, but if you can hold this space, it is where we generally see teams still get a good amount of time, and only down by 40 points, Brody. This is still possible for Cannon to go into the next rotation with a tie game.
Yeah, problem is, though, you've got Eglin players approaching from all sides of the hard point, and Burrito has also found value already. Shaky taking RT out of the play, so a couple of players now left up here for Cannon. You have to hold this hard point. Argo not able to. There goes Crusade as well. It takes 20 seconds, but Eglin are in.
That's a break you just don't want. Cannon still fighting for it, and looks like Artie is going to continue his tirade of trying to keep his team on the front of the hill. Another team nade coming out, this time from Eglin. It's going to stop the attempt onto P5. Last 20 seconds, looking to go the way of Cannon. You can see a split spawn from Charms. He's going to find his way in for a few seconds. And another team nade. Eglin lead heading into the second rotations.
It is a tentative advantage, though. I think Cannon did enough here on that last hard point where they do manage to close the deficit ever so slightly. But I need to see them have a solid hold here as we get in towards P1. Eglin now starting to prep themselves for potential flank. Floki spots out the foot of RT and will give him an amputation. Down RT goes, but he has help from teammates coming off the respawn. Hate and Crusade over here. Hate with the initial shots. Crusade, he will tap him for the finish, but there's just not enough pressure. Chance for the slide out for the double, and Eglin win the first wave.
This is important too. We talked about at the start that Rewind is something where if you're leading at the end of the first rotation, you're going to be feeling comfortable at growing it as soon as that second rotation does start. It gets a lot easier for rotating hill to hill, a lot less chaotic. And this is a good call from Cannon to flip it out, go behind, see if he can put some pressure on the P2 spawns, and Argo's going to try to stay alive back there.
Has to draw these players out, or just wait patiently, right? Just wait for the rest of your players to make your way over before jumping, before pouncing on these guys, but he's activated. Is it distraction play? Turns the heads of these guys, and yep, Trip and Burrito's not ready for it. Chance will take him out, but is it too little too late here for the last couple of defending players? And Eglin, spawn out now being made. from Trippin' Burrito and Shaky. It won't be long before they get involved. Cannon need to pick up the pace if they want to try and take these guys out, but they're being overwhelmed. All just down to Hate in the backline. He is swiftly removed, and for all that Argo did, it's all for naught.
All for just a break, and Eglin still has 40 seconds to get off of this one. Cannon are here, Brody, and they're going to try to break this one more time. You got Artie in the back, though. He goes down, and Crusade, does he swing it?
You kind of need to push this, right? 25 seconds. You can't really afford to give this time away at this point. So, need to see some heroics from Crusade. I don't even know if he's going to get a chance. Trippin' Burrito will go for the chow, but Crusade will have to hit the reset off the back of this, and it's not going to happen. So, what was once a tentative advantage at the end of the first set here, Seymour, has fully fallen away from Cannon now. We look towards the rotation, and they should be the first team to touch, but I'm going to say what I said before again. You need a full hold on this hill, and you need to go to new.
Floki's looking to hold those spawns in the back. It's the early understanding that Eglin, an 80-point lead, Brody. This is perfect. You play for P4, you get towards this Money Hill setup, and you can look to put this game away. There's no way Cannon can flip the lead off of this hill alone. So as long as you're contesting it and holding the right side of the map, you're setting yourself up for victory on map 1. This is so big brain from Eglin.
Yeah, well, that Hellstorm missile is going to come down from the heavens for Floki. That's the go button being pushed by Eglin. Now they have to win the follow-on gunfights. Crusade good for the initial defense. Hate is also there. The cross is being watched from Argo and Artie here. So despite the usage of the Hellstorm missile, it amounts to nothing for Eglin. They're going to have to go again if they want to take this time away from Cannon. This is beautiful play from Cannon. The deficit has now shrunk, but you do have that backstop that we talked about. Eglin, you might not get anything, but Argo comes through for 3, and now all of a sudden you don't have control of the rotation.
This is disaster because you use the Hellstorm. You didn't need to contest that hill. What you needed to do is hold this rotation, and Floki, he is on a solo mission. Focus set on him. You need the break early for Eglin, or this could be so bad for you.
Argo needs to go huge here. He's surrounded by players. He will get help, but he also needs to try and play some gunfights inside the hard point. Argo's going to lose the initial here. Trades now. Shaky, not able to double up. Trippin' Burrito with a last-minute nade, and now it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Backspawn still good for Cannon here. They'll be able to push through. Argo looking good for the first, and now it's going to be Cannon in for the time.
Cannon doing a good job at keeping this one at least majority time to themselves. Crusade's double kill should get the back half now for the team. 20 seconds. Can flip the lead in favor of Cannon. And Burrito, he gets caught looking to make one last touch. It's a race over towards P5. And you can see a lot of focus from Cannon to move through. And they're going to try to flip over to P2 spawns. I'm not sure if Shaky has spotted it.
Yeah, well, they didn't know about it whatsoever. Charms most certainly was caught surprise there, but now they will. RT will have his position called out. Nice double from Floki, but again, close spawns are still good here for Cannon. This hill does not offer you any time to breathe whatsoever. Cannon will get a shot at redemption.
Argo again for a triple kill, Brody. It's an aid to take him down, but the damage has been done, and Cannon continue to push the limits of this map number 1. Charms is fighting back for this team. It is neck and neck. Either team can win on this hill. Eglin still can fight for this one and take it on P5, so Cannon have to shoot one more time.
Have to try it. Can they do it? Crusade in. The contest is good. Crusade not able to double shot for the second. Still one more player outside. Floki doesn't get enough shots in for the kill, so Hate will survive. 16 seconds, still worth fighting for. Neither team can get it done here anymore. One last little hit, but you start to think a little bit about the P1 rotation here.
16 seconds for Eglin, and at the end of it, Cannon should be in and around just 20 or less. Argo going big towards that last hill. He's found 2 triple kills to break the last 2 hills. Can he do it again for his team? Eglin, they're in first, but it's already to try to keep it in Cannon's hands.
Crusade finds 2. Charms the only one Nelly value, and he gets overwhelmed inside. Cannon, they're in. One more hold. Do Eglin have what it takes to break through? Crusade just laying there. Hate, Argo, all of them finding gunfights. The other side, Trippin' Burrito gets cut down. Cannon are holding.
The subs are going big. 9 seconds, Brody. Eglin are going to have another chance at this, but look at this play from Artie. He's outside. He's locking it down. The kills come through, and that's going to be it. No contest on P1, and Cannon steal it away.
And that is without a doubt one of those hard points that you stand up afterwards and you get hyped, because why wouldn't you? Eglin had a solid advantage in that game. halfway through, what was it, like a 40 to 50 point lead? Something ridiculous like that. Like, they had a comfortable lead. They had map control. And I think the point that game turns, you guys will see it here in just a second when we hit the replay package, was that rotation from P3 to P4. It was a hold that CONUS, frankly, shouldn't have gotten. Eglin, I think it was Floki, right, had a Hellstorm missile in the back pocket. The call was made from Eglin. Get that Hellstorm missile down from the heavens and break the hard point. It's a get out of jail free card. Unfortunately, it did nothing to break them out of any sort of prison. Eglin could not get it done in the end. That is a huge comeback towards the back half of the game, and you talked about it a little bit as well. You've got to give a lot of love to Argo, of course, the new but also the old addition to this roster, the re-addition, if you will, because he went so massive on so many hard points.
Yeah, double, triple kills on P4 and P5 to keep CONUS alive in this game. You talk about that P3, P4 rotation. Yeah, that is the difference maker for this CONUS team going big. The Hellstorm was a smart call. You try to keep CONUS outside of that hill long enough for you to hold a lead heading into a money hill. But that all depends on if you hold those spawns. And Argo finding that triple kill completely puts a wrench in that disaster of a plan. You're playing for perfection, Eglin, but you don't account for what is the unknowns, and the unknowns are just those pop-off plays that you can get from CONUS at any point in time during this game, and you try to play too cute there on the P4 rotation, and I think it breaks you in this game.
Yeah, I honestly, I think it's like the right call. If I'm honest, if I'm perfectly honest, like, yeah, you've got a Hellstorm missile. All right, cool, you can play around that. It's the fact that they didn't clear the middle of the street before crossing. I think that was the big problem, because you had a couple of players coming off the spawn, and the fact that you kind of just run across thinking that the coverage of the Hellstorm missile is going to be enough. It wasn't necessarily the call. I think it was the execution that they messed up, and in the end that cost them dearly, because you saw how much time they lost on P4, and then how much time they ended up giving away on P5 as well. P5, don't get me wrong, was a lot more mixy, but still definitely wouldn't even been in a situation where they'd had to fight for that if they'd have managed to hold on to P3 and P4. So I think Eglin will feel hard done by there after that game, as they lose game number 1. Seymour, CONUS starting very, very strong. What I still believe is going to be a very long series. I don't think this is going to be done anytime soon. Let's take a look at the map veto for you folks at home to show you what the rest of the series does look like, because we've got a search and destroy coming up next, and it's a Hacienda. This one's going to be fun.
It is, and I think you got to give Eglin some, I'd say, props for what they did in game number 1. You could visibly see the communication. You could see that they were trying to play ahead, putting strategy into hardpoint in terms of those rotational focuses that we get into the money hills and then heading into a search and destroy. I expect that communication to continue. Everybody's been looking good. You saw that Shaky was playing a lot more of a heads-up, proactive playmaker role on that AR, and you had alongside him Trip and Burrito just to support in those close scenarios. For a Hacienda S&D, where First Bloods are so important, we look towards it. How are you going to bounce back if you lose those First Bloods? And seeing how proactive you were, if you were Eglin back in that map 1, gives me a lot of hope for them to try to bounce back in this as a search and destroy.
All right, well, Search and Destroy is up next, but you might not know how to play Search and Destroy, and if you don't, we've got just the vid for you.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin, where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
All right, folks, well, that's how to play Search and Destroy. We've got that coming up next in this series. I'm going to go ahead and call this right now. Round 11. Bring us this round 11. I cannot wait for a close Search and Destroy between these two teams.
No, I know. It's one that feels like it's destined for both teams. Eglin have been loving their round 11s, and, you know, we've seen at times that Cannon can break in the search to destroy, so who knows what team we're going to be getting in that respective, but I think it's going to be a tough one no matter which way we kind of spin things up. I think for search and destroy, especially for a Hacienda, your subs can have a lot of impact, and I just think back to that P5 and P1 that we saw from Cannon to close out that game. Artie is a killer right now, and he is on one.
Cannon have their star players into this search and destroy. Is it going to be good enough to take a 2-0 series advantage? We're in this S&D now. Cannon want to get players down over the B-bomb site. RT does get involved early on here for a Cannon, so they're going to try and stop this, but they will not be able to. Now they're looking for a retake.
Yeah, 3v4, you still have Artie on the flank, so if I'm the rest of Cannon, I am just waiting for this flank to come into play and hit this one together. You have numbers, so realistically, you just need to trade, but it's going to be 3 players to the key door.
Good read on the walls. The first Argo kind of ran out a little bit earlier there. Hate is not ready for that play, and now he's stuck on an island, waiting for Crusade to make the long flank. He gets a freebie, though. Immediate trade not there from Charms. Crusade needs to hurry up. There's 15 seconds left. Hate will make the comm. The Trippin' Burritos out and towards the open. Now it's just one player left to try and take out of the equation. You have to do it quickly, and you do! Lovely team play there from Crusade and Hate. There's a couple of freebies given away, but that's one you get hyped for.
That's a little scary, though, because you mistimed the retake through mid, and you didn't have a lot of angles to assist on that flank that you were getting from Artie, and he jumps the gun, gets caught from the player in checkers, and you lose a second kill through that slide out. If it wasn't for Eglin throwing away a life by turning your back to that mid door, that is surely a retake that does not come into play, but fortunately enough for Cannon, their players go massive. Hate gets the 2 kills. Crusade's flank does pay off. And you get a very close round 1, Brody.
That's a big retake coming out from Cannon. They're going to be so happy with that one, and that's the kind of thing that gives you momentum early on in Search and Destroy. All right, well, Cannon now looking to get that bomb over by A this time. First blood pretty good here for Hay, and now that's a free plant.
Or just so you think. They're going to rewrap this all the way around. Charms has a chance to put something together, but he's only good for the 1 kill. You have a player in lobby, a player on B. Floki, he doesn't know what's about to hit him.
He's back to wait. He's not going to have to deal with anything just yet. He will not stop the bomb from going down. Post-plant kill potentially on the card. Somebody else might have to deal with it. Surely Floki isn't long for this world, and he won't be. All just down a Trippin' Burrito. It was a 1v3. Now he's brought it down to a 1v2.
I'm not sure how you're going to win this one. Trippin' Burrito, this is going to be a tough one to slide into. Artie's going to get the initial tags, plays his life, toying around with Trippin' Burritos. You know that that objective time is something that you can play with. And as soon as Argo gets into it, they're going to take that one away for Cannon to win an offense. And it was clean, Brody. I love the call to draw that first blood through top mid, rotate around dark. And as soon as you think that this team is going towards A, no, they're wrapping you through office. And they're behind your play. They go all the way through your spawn, basically, to continue to keep life advantage on their side. Floki gets bait and switched by Artie. It is so pure from Cannon in this game. They're making little to no mistakes.
Just Cannon is throwing pure chaos Eglin's way. That's all I could say, right? I mean, like, a retake in round number 1, a hell of a play on the transition from round number 2. Round number 3, Eglin wants something, I think, a little bit more standard of an approach. It was going to be an A hit once again. One player over up top in top plat would be Hate, but they probably anticipate a flanking play, and they absolutely do. RT will be tagged up. He's not going to get away with any freebies this time.
Yeah, Hate and Artie both get tagged down, but neither one of them falls, so you know the information on Eglin. You know they're stuck in this situation, and as long as you play your life, that's going to make some pressure here, and it does. Trippin' Burrito goes down. That's bombing you.
Numbers here for Cannon. Charms will take shots in towards Crusade. Crucially, though, that player does get away. Remember, Cannon are on the defense here, so Eglin, the team that have to make the move forward. And now Floki's lost his teammate as well. Did get information onto where one is. He's trying to play around 3 different players here. This is such a difficult ask.
I feel like you can look towards the stats of any one of these players right now for Eglin, and it's 500, 600, 700 damage in 3 rounds for 0 kills, it seems, and Cannon, they're the kings at throwing shoulders right now. You throw a shoulder, you get the information, you play your life, and you move. That stops Eglin, deer in the headlights. They don't know what to do from there on out, and you trap them in a situation where they have no value going your way. You saw Trippin' Burrito. He felt the pressure. He drops down towards you, and the rewrap from Artie kills him in a situation where the bomb is down in the worst spot for your attack. And Cannon are dissecting you at this point. They know, I feel, that they are the better slaying team in this matchup, and they're just playing to that strength.
All right, Cannon, 3-0 in S&D. I was hoping for around 11 S&D. It doesn't like we're on par for that right now. Cannon have been so good at these first bloods as well. And looking for it once again. Trippin' Burrito trying to approach through the top side. He's going to be backed away elsewhere. Charms has managed to filter through and will catch Crusade off guard. So Cannon are now kind of stuck between all of these different players. Trippin' Burrito on the other side. Oh, that shot's not great whatsoever. But Charms might be in a position to still decimate them unless he gets caught off guard. And he does. Charms is not ready for that fight.
It's just shaky shots. Nerves getting to the best of them. And Eglin are faltering in so many of these 1v1s. Cannon are running it down right now. Artie's on 4 in a row. Hate's on 2 in a row. He's going to get the objective score as well towards those streaks. And in a 2 versus 3, you would have loved to get that kill, tie things up for the retake, but it is going to be down to Floki to most likely strike first towards this outer fence.
Somebody has to. From Eglin. You got to hurry up right about now here. Got to get that bomb as well, and just don't think it's going to happen. Shaky already down for the count. They know where Floki is. It is a process of elimination, and that, to me, Seymour, is the round we've seen Cannon, or if Eglin, excuse me, get closest to winning thus far. And they threw it away. They had Trippin' Burrito in an advanced position where he could have caught those players on the wrap off guard. We had Charms, who drew first blood in that round. He was in a perfect position to catch the players again on the wrap off guard, and Eglin just not capitalizing on those opportunities whatsoever.
It feels like they're just breaking in these moments, Brody. And Artie looks like the mechanical god that we expected him to be in this game. Never stopped running, Artie. He is just rushing everything, winning his fights, and turning on so many different Eglin players. It's going to be a split defense, A and B. Attackers from Eglin, they need a first blood. They need to work off of it. They need a round now.
Once again, Cannon looking to deal with some weird positioning from Eglin, and that's one way to deal with it. Floki taken out by a 2v1. Charms now on the hunt for a potential trade. No Charms. No Charms. Okay, he does finish his food this time. Artie down for the count. Trade now down to a 3 versus 3, but Eglin still haven't made much progress in the way of map control to get this bomb down, and it's about to get worse because Hate gets your bomb planter down and out.
Look how scared they are. As soon as they get a first blood or a trade, they turtle, knowing that Cannon are going to look to respond. And in that, they have no idea where that response is going to come from. And Cannon are happy to keep that doubt in your minds. They just continue to be an issue on these kills. 3 versus 2. Shaky has the bomb. 30 seconds. Charms should have a kill. Should open up a route over towards B. Shaky needs to go and lay that rock as quick as possible.
Should be able to get the bomb down unless the shots from Hate. Actually, yeah, he's not going to win that gunfight. Crusade might stop this. He's going to stop it. Good for the first. 10 seconds left now. All Crusade needs to do in this situation is just run the heck away. Charms will go for the jump up. Crusade will get the finish. And the wrap was the right call for Charms. Unfortunately for Kim, Crusade was in a better position.
I think every single time, Brody, I've seen them win a round, which is every round of this search, somebody has stood up because they just got away with murder. Crusade gets the timing. You don't plant that bomb. You have the kill to bring it into a 1 versus 2, but I don't understand the call to just leave your player alone on that site the way that you did. You leave Shaky on an island. You have no support towards him. You try to play for the rewrap through mid, which, to be honest, almost got the right timing, Brody, but it's just not substantial in terms of trying to play S&D properly. Cannon are running away with this.
And every single positive advantage we can talk about for Eglin is just falls away from them every single time. Cannon on the offense now. One more round. 6-0. Definitely not how we expected this to go. Immediate trades now over by A. Floki able to double up. That's good news for him. But look at how aggressive Cannon are being on trying to even the odds here. Crusade, well, he's living up to his name. He's on one.
It looks like Crusade's actually spotted Trip and Burrito too, so timing should pay off to bring this into a 1 versus 2, but Trip and Burrito is able to play his life, and this point in time where you understand that the bomb should be down at this A site, they're going to double up together.
These guys are so damn fast at reacting to unfavorable situations. They are wrapping all the way around here. They might be able to get some good timing straight through towards these players, but they've slowed up just ever so slightly here. 25 seconds on the clock. Maybe they got an audio cue or something. Either way, Crusader's about to get found out here. Chip and Burrito takes him down, and now this is a problem because you got to get that bomb. It's slapped down on a site. Hate doesn't really have much of a position to work with. We'll take down Chip and Burrito down to a 1 versus 1. Surely, Floki doesn't put himself in a bad position because all he has to do is just wait and check this bomb with a few seconds to go. Hate has chosen to wait for that check to come through. Floki will hold his nerve, and finally, Eglin have a round on the board.
Such a bold call from Floki, but at that point, why not play for the plant? You don't feel confident in the gunfight, Brody, so you just play the objective time, and it is the gamble that pays off to give you a round here for Eglin. Not without some doubts, though. You look at the response every single time from Cannon. When they're a life down, everybody's always searching for that kill and most likely going to find it. It's Trip and Burrito who is the big player there to shut down Crusade from getting towards top patio, and now they need to go back-to-back here. It's going to be a 4-hit to B.
Cannon holding back here for a second. You can shoot under the wall. Trip and Burrito gets stunned up, but actually I think survives, but not before the bomb goes down. It's because there's an RC car coming their way. No, this isn't Toy Story 4. Cannon dealing with a real threat here. Eglin backing away, and one player has gotten through.
Already reaggresses right onto the rock. That's bomb down. You have to trade this, but Shaky falls as well. 2 versus 4, 1 versus 4. Charms has to do the most charming thing ever right now for Eglin if they want a chance at the search. And you have a player back hedges.
I've seen him. Charms now backing away. He really wanted that fight cleanly. That would have made this plausible. About 30 seconds on the clock now. He would need them to quite literally line up. And that's a really difficult ask. As soon as he goes through this point of entry, they should have him dead to rights. Charms feels like there's not much he can do here. Slide out, looking for one, checks the wrong corner, and he is donezo, as are Eglin. 6-1 in the search and destroy. Talk about a close hard point. That was anything but close to the S&D.
Yeah, that was a masterclass from Cannon. And this is what I'm telling you, Brody. When these guys click in a mode, they look unstoppable. You had Artie doing everything right in terms of finding his timings as the sub. Hate winning so many gunfights at range with that AR. Every time you found yourself a life down, you had someone looking to cut that distance, make the big play, win it, and get away with their life. And you looked back to the 3 rounds that we saw right at the beginning. I mean, watch the POVs that we're getting from Cannon every single time. Somebody just throws a shoulder back down. You play your life off the information, and you force Eglin in a situation where they have to make a response. And usually that response is a mistake. You saw gunfights lost. You saw chokes from the side of Eglin. You can see that the nerves are definitely riding high in this game for the team. And for Cannon, they're cool, calm, collected in their lane, playing the game that they love to play.
Just so many situations there. I actually think there are multiple rounds where Eglin had a player or two in a position to do something advantageous, right? I think kind of what comes to mind is Charms even, right, in that final round, before he gets in a 1 versus 4, where he's in a position to potentially flank those players that are approaching the B-bomb site right on defense. You know, do something about Cannon's aggression, do something about the RC car, and instead I think he just kind of floats around the top lobby side, not really doing anything until he has to, right? Until, oh, okay, now I'm in a 1 versus 4. And there are multiple instances of that, and I think, again, they'll be watching that back and thinking, oh god, we really could have played those individual situations a lot better. So, you know, I'm leaving that search and destroy left wanting a lot more from Eglin. We've seen those guys look so good in S&D. We saw it yesterday when they I think took one away from Nellis, right? That was the map they won versus Nellis. And yeah, just not the greatest search and destroy performance. And that leads us to a series we thought was going to be, well, I thought was going to be a Game 5 finisher. Cannon now just 1 map away from 3-0 and matching their record, of course, last year, top 4 in CONUS. they are one map away from doing it again. We're going to make you wait a little bit for that map, though. Of course, we've got Control coming up. Before we get there, go get yourself a biscuit and a cup of tea, because we're going to back with map number 3 after this.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the CONUS Esports Championships 2025. This is the final day of action, and things are kicking off explosively thus far. We're currently 2 maps deep into the series between Canon and Eglin, and we predicted this to go very different ways to how it's gone thus far. Of course, you said this would be an Eglin 3-1 victory. That ain't happening anymore. And I said this was a game number 5. I don't think that's going to happen anymore either, because Canon are running through. Yeah, one day you'll get another point, Nate. One day. Canon are running through Eglin at the moment.
Well, it's even still, you look at this series and the way that it went, Brody, it could have been like, it could have been 1-1 right now. And then I'd still be feeling good about my prediction. You'd still be feeling good about your prediction. But the hard point was just a little bit of a chuckle. And I think that when you really boil it down from what we've seen so far, Canon look like mechanically the better team. And that's what wins them those close situations.
Yeah, I totally agree. Cannon right now just cut above Eglin. We'll show you guys what the map set looks like then as it currently stands, because as I said, 2-0 up now are Cannon, and you can see, it's worth saying that Hardpoint probably shouldn't have gone Cannon's way. We probably should be looking down the barrel of a 1-1 scoreline at this moment in time, because it was 40-50 point advantage for Eglin that I don't want to say they threw away, but they certainly had the opportunity to shut down Cannon, and they didn't. So, gotta give Cannon props for that comeback. We have to give a major props for that 6-1 search and destroy. Next up is going to be Vault Control in this best of 5. And again, if you guys know how best of 5s work, it means that if Cannon win this map, they 3-0 sweep this series and they march on to top 4, a placement matching what we saw last year. With that said then, folks, you might be wondering how Control is played. Well, don't worry about that, because here, well, is how it's played.
For Control, teams compete in a round-based respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the two objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
Goddamn, I wish I could have got that many kills in Control, Seymour. I can barely get 6 when I play these games. Sometimes can't even get that. It's crazy, isn't it? It's a difficult rank that I play rank play in. That's not true. That's a lie. Anyway, we've got more action coming your way. You know how Control is played now, so you should understand all the wonderful action that's about to happen in this Vault Control. I'm really hoping, biased caster, don't even care. I really, really want to see this series go the distance. Even if it goes to 4, I don't need my prediction to be right. I just don't want to see a 3-0, Seymour.
No, I think that for the majority of what we've seen from Eglin, they don't deserve a 3-0 at the end of it, but at the same time, you can argue if you don't deserve it, then you can't let it happen. And this team just isn't really there, at least in the Search and Destroy, was very abysmal showcasing on that hard point, or that Search and Destroy. In the hard point, you let your foot off the gas at a moment where you really needed it to be pivotal. And you look at what has been instilled in this team, Brody, I think that it's just perfection in terms of the way that they're playing. And they're trying to play it too perfect, where Cannon have the flexibility to work around that, be creative, and that creativity is what wins them a lot of the rounds.
All right, well, Cannon have a lot of creativity. I think Eglin needs to be more creative to answer that. And off the start of this one, things looking pretty good for Eglin. They've already got 3 kills here. Cannon have 1 remaining player in the play. That's Artie, who is hoping that nobody is keeping an eye on top. And they are. This is a beautiful start from Eglin. Every single kill possible has gone their way. Finally, Crusade will put a stop to the madness. Hate also getting involved with that. So the third tick isn't all the way through, but I love the reaction from Shaky here. He's going to turn their attention elsewhere.
Yeah, that's a good thing, to pull the players from Cannon away from your respawning base and allow for the rest of your teammates to focus on maybe winning a couple of these 1v1s. Back over towards A through the double doors. Charms is going to jump in there, looking to work alongside Trip and Burrito. See if you can shake the attention, and you do. 4 go down. The stack should pick this up immediately, and now you can transition over towards B as immediate as you can. And you can see the response from Cannon is a flank through Vault from Crusade.
Yep, he could go off here. Crusade able to find 1. They turn their attention away from him. Height's able to take advantage of that for the second. And there goes Argo for 3 and 4. That is a perfect play from Cannon on the retake. I was concerned for a sec that the stack might be too much for Cannon to bet, but they do manage to do so. Of course, it's Argo as well that comes out with a double. We've been talking about him clutching up all series long. So, massive double from Argo. Good team play from Cannon. That gives them map control. And now Eglin practically do have to fight back from square one.
Yeah, right out of your base. 3 dead. And this is where B gets really difficult, because your ARs now, if your Cannon, can just move towards those power positions of outer palms, top art, situations where it's just hard to take those fights if you're Eglin. And while that happens, you know, Crusade and Artie are going to let themselves run rampant wherever they want. Keep flanking, keep drawing lives away, and you have a minute 12, but you have to be slow on this.
Yeah, you've got to get a player behind enemy lines as well. I think that generally speaking, that's how this works, right? You need somebody in towards Art to be a distraction play. Just fighting this one from the front rarely works, and it doesn't look like it is right now. Shaky's taking shots on a couple of players, and he will fall for it. Trippin' Burrito now the closest player towards Vault side, and while he does find a little bit of value here, might be a good distraction for the rest of the players coming off the rip, you still don't have any support in the immediate vicinity.
No, and you have to worry about Hate in the position that he's in, because sitting over towards Lobby, the flank continues from Cannon. Already now in behind. Burrito's not going to react in time. 3 down again with 6 versus 9. 40 seconds left, Brody. Cannon look like they've bounced back and they're ready to put this defense behind them.
They just haven't changed their strategy whatsoever here. It's been pretty much constant fudge through the front of this hard point, or maybe Vault. Nobody's even attempted to go behind enemy lines, and that's not going to work. A couple of 2 kills do come through, though. Last one down low in Vault. Arte going to win one of those gunfights. There is also Crusade towards a point.
Okay.
He goes down. Hold on for a second here, folks. There is an opportunity for this flanking play. I think Arte on the flank might get caught out by Trippin' Burrito off the spawn. That won't happen. So now you've got to deal with players on both sides of the point, and Arte surviving makes this an untenable situation for those Eglin players.
It is impossible to take this one down, especially in a 1v6 with 8 seconds left. Trippin' Burrito's going to get shot in the back, and that all comes down just to relentless pressure out of Cannon on that B-zone defense. The constant flanks being an issue for Eglin, and lots of times where you just had that 4th player in line watching the wrong angle. In that last attempt, you have 3 players on zone. Stack the zone. You don't need a player inside of the vault. You just need him to be watching the vault doors to stop that pressure. And with it, you don't even get the second segment. Eglin lose out on a round that they really could have won. And it reflects in the slaying that we're getting between Hate, Artie, and Argo. 9 and 7, 11 and 6, 7 and 6. Just lots and lots of kills coming from their side.
I'm kind of surprised in a way that Eglin weren't changing their strategy ever, like, whatsoever in that round, right? I mean, like, they did well early on, but just not doing anything, I think, was a bit of a struggle there as far as the B push was concerned. Cannon also, though, I will say, not having that much success in this round. Hate, you can see him starting to push forward a little bit, trying to split the defense's forces somewhat. He's only going to find 1 kill in that endeavor, though, and now the players off the respawn being pushed back. Argo having to wait to hit the regen here, looking for a second gunfight. He's going to find one right in front of him. Charms pushes out at the wrong time. Bit of a miscom there that there was a player towards the top side because they were not ready for Argo whatsoever.
So on towards A. Time is stopped. Backs down Trippin' Burrito as well. You're going to have to get these kills sooner or later. You could be saying goodbye to this A zone a lot earlier than intended. Well, Artie still looking to be an issue. Back and forth. Crusade on the hunt. He drops down. And that's a big one from Trippin' Burrito. 3 in a row. Puts a halt towards this offensive attempt, at least for the moment. And allows for the rest of your team to start getting aggressive. And it looks like Trippin' Burrito is going to try to get some spawn kills.
Yeah, it does feel like Cannon are flapping somewhat here a little bit, right? You know, you've got a couple of players push forward, but those initial pushes just feel so, well, individual at this point in time. 30 seconds on the clock now. It really does just have to feel like you need to get players pushed forward as a team. Whatever you're going to do it as a squad. And this is the play call now. 3 players straight towards B. The one player not in that play is Crusade, who is in the middle of the map. But I love this play. This is what you love to see. Hate is watching this cross, and this is what Cannon need.
Hate's going to be up top. This is a tough situation to be in because you have to either go for B or take the player out of Art, and you don't want to do either of them because both seem like a losing situation, but Floki wins the fight towards the zone. Second segment is stopped. Now over towards A, and you've taken Hate out of the top. This is a great recovery from Eglin.
Yeah, it is. I was going to say it's also equally a great recovery from Cannon, though, right? To make the decision to transition straight towards A off the back of losing that push towards B. We'll park that for a second and have that conversation here in just a moment because there's 10 seconds left on the clock. Cannon, they've made a decision. It's going to be the A hit to try and extend this by 60 seconds. Couple of players up top left to contend with. The comm should be made. Hey, they might be coming on the flank here, but it doesn't matter because the extra 60 seconds has been booked. And Cannon now, 9 versus 12s. They just need 1.5 ticks over by B.
When they get the 5th one. Charms on the flank. Nobody's going to be watching it. Slides out. Good kill. And follow-up as well is going to stop the attempt for now. No flanks. Everybody forward. 7v11, Brody. 60 seconds. Lots of time for Cannon to take this one still.
could still do it. It's the lives that I would be stressed out at the moment, though. 4 lives are the difference between these two teams. Crusade will double up. Also has Artie close by. Hold on for a second here, folks. As Artie gets another one. The 3 stack is through. I don't think anybody from Eglin can even touch for a contest. It's such a tentative defense, and Canon break it apart in one fell swoop.
It's really off of Artie there. You get towards that lion, players have to respawn from Eglin. You have to cross no man's land to get back towards B, and if you have a player in a position where you can disrupt that, even find 1 kill alone, that allows for that triple stack to be more solid. Without somebody on the flank, there's nothing to disrupt it on the defensive side, and you know, that's where Canon found their advantages on defense, is always having somebody on the side of Aglin's offense. And you couldn't say the same in the other end. Aglin just constantly fighting from the front of these zones, trading lives, staying behind. Canon are a step above, and they're showing it.
Canon looking so good at the moment. Just a small couple of decisions that saved them in that round. Now in the round of this time around, though, Eglin look like they're doing exactly what they did back in round number 1. The initial wave of gunfights is good. It does feel like history repeating itself to a certain extent here, although this time they have pushed themselves out of the hard point instead of going for the stack, so that will isolate Shaky here as the rest of the teammates go down. Shaky trying to find more of these gunfights. Hate will back off for now. A little bit of help has arrived from the rest of the Eglin forces as well. Shaky still trying to get this one done. Shaky will get traded out and Canon clear it, but Shaky goes big there for some early contention.
You're seeing a way better game between Shaky and Trip and Burrito, and that's what's been making this a lot more contested. You can see Floki, in this time around, he makes the play over towards Zart. They know he's there, but you look at the difference from Canon is they don't really have to put focus on Floki right now unless Eglin start making their way over towards B, which seems impossible with the spread that Canon has.
Canon have players everywhere at the moment, being proper nuisances to Eglin, and they can't finish either of their points because of it. Crusade, though, is surely taking out position here, and he finally will be, so maybe now the double stack will be good enough. Still, players from Canon right around this area. Argo and Hate, that is a gunfight for both of them, effectively. Don't worry about the fact that it says Argo in the kill feed, because Hate got some shots in. Hate will find yet another kill as well, and Canon now have cleared pretty much everybody out from the middle of the map, besides Floki, who will single-handedly keep Eglin in the combo here.
Eglin, they'll be chuffed to see this chance. So, stack over towards this A zone. You have some help as well. Trippy should hit the help from Charms, and he will. So, double stack in, kills traded, and it takes a little bit longer. It gives Argo another chance, which isn't going to work out. You finally get it captured, Brody. 15 lives versus 13, and Crusade has the timing.
Uh-oh. They don't know, but Crusade gets shot in the back. Didn't expect Shaky through the middle of the point, and this is what we wanted to see different from Eglin. Now you've got a player push forward. Canon still trying to get past him, though. Charms is useless. He goes down, and now the contest comes through from Hate. It's a 2 versus 2 on the point. Now you're at the top from Crusade to take Floki down. The trophy, if there is one, doesn't do anything. I don't think there was. And so for the moment, Canon will hold.
And all that, they don't even get the second segment at B. So Canon, if they slow things down, put some more focus on the reservations of their lives. This is something where Eglin, job's not done right now, and we've seen them throw these away countless times already through this series. They have to lock in at this moment, and you don't need just senseless deaths like that happening from Shaky.
The thing is, I think they're trying to set themselves up for the positioning. I just don't think they even get past square one, right? Canon are wise to it. They're wise to the fact that now Eglin are trying to get players behind them. It's not happening, though. Canon, look at all 3 players on the map, keeping an eye on that area. It is only Hate watching the front of the point right now, and he has to go big. He's actually going to go down. So now those players that were watching the flank now need to get involved. Flank potentially coming through from Crusade here. Is anybody from Eglin watching it? No is the answer. Crusade going to find a couple of kills. That is all 4 down, and Canon stop the capture.
How do you not watch the flank in that situation? Somebody has to pick it up. The communication is shattered from this Eglin team. Brody, 30 seconds. Now the lives are even, 5 versus 5, and Canon are feeling good about getting the brooms out. This is the last chance for Eglin. They need it to be flawless 4 down.
Player flanking as well. One player towards the point was Floki. They are down for the count now. You just got to go for it. You just got to full send it. 10 seconds left here. There's no chance for a flank anymore, and Party's going to double up. It's a party for Artie. Trippin' Burrito now looking to pull off a 1 versus 4. It's not going to happen on the point. All down to Floki, and down they go as well. Cannon start today in emphatic fashion. It's a 3-0 for them.
It's a massacre in game 1 in our first series of the day. You thought this was going to go 5, Brody. I thought it was going to be 4. Cannon, they have words for our predictions, and we are dead wrong. 3-0 sweep, and to be honest, it did not look close at the end of these games across every single one that we did see. And I think that this Eglin team, albeit they are good, they just fall short of the finish line sometimes, and the ice is non-existent, where, funny enough, that's something that we were saying about Cannon just a few days ago. This team has stepped up. They're connecting, they're linking together, and they look like they are on point in a lot of these modes, but I said it, that, you know, at the end of these games, it did not look close. Even if the scoreline was a 10-point game or a 15-point game back in map 1, the last 3 hills from Cannon on that hard point, it was not a contest at all. They stepped up, they won their fights, they make it look good, mechanically sound on the controllers. Search and Destroy was flawless, Control was flawless. It got a little bit tested, but it never looked like Eglin had a chance.
And you know what? I'm going to say what I think I've said a lot in this tournament thus far. It really does feel like the smallest of differences in the gameplay can make massive differences in the scoreline, right? And I think that's never been more true than when we go back to that Vault control that we saw there in that game number 3, because multiple instances, all 3 rounds we saw, it was literally just 1 or 2 things that A team was doing that B team wasn't doing that made the difference. I think, you know, I go back to the first round of play in that Vault control from Eglin, right? And they were just kind of brute forcing the point over and over again. They never once attempted to try and get a player behind enemy lines, and had they done that, they likely would have had a capture on B. They likely would have won a round, and we likely would have seen a very different outcome to that control. We go to round number 2, and Cannon do that. They send players forward, they make sure that they have somebody watching those players coming off the spawn, and then we go to round number 3. Eglin make the adaptation, so fair play to them. They do try to flank. Cannon are wise to it, right? They've got players constantly watching the flank, and I think you called it as well. The one thing I wish that Eglin did different there in that final round was just keep an eye on the flank. Like, make sure you're having somebody watching your behinds, because you've seen RC all series doing it. He was doing it in the hard point. He was doing it in the search and destroy. This guy loves a flank. A Crusade as well. Like, you got to make sure you're watching these guys, and I just don't think they were ever ready for that.
That's just standard fundamental Call of Duty too. It's something that you're taught very early on, is that when you are off the respawn and there's 4 of you walking in a line towards an objective, the 4th person off the respawn has to be the one to sit there and watch the flank. It's your job, it's your duty, and you have a triple stack on. Whoever was the last player to stack that is the one to watch behind the team. And obviously that's something that these players haven't really talked about, learned, or have become accustomed to in this game. But surely enough, you look back to this one, you watch the VOD, and that's something that you're never going to forget ever again, Brody.
All right, well, we have an interview ready here for the post-match discussion. Let's bring Argo in from Cannon. This is the old but the new kid on the block. Of course, Argo returning to the roster for this year, and he's made quite the splash. First and foremost, congratulations on the dub, Argo. You boys absolutely crushed it in that series. It's wonderful to see you cruise through Eglin like that. I want to talk about you first and foremost, right? Because you've rejoined this roster this year. You've played for Cannon previously, but you're joining a team that had played together, basically the other 3 players, all 3 of them together last year. What was it like kind of reintegrating yourself into the roster for this season?
Yes, sir. I think it was a little bit it had to take some adjusting to get used to, just because of when I played in the original MW2 team, I was a sub. So, and Crusade, he was an AR, so we kind of just like swapped. And I'm learning a lot of things from him. And so I would say that's like probably the big difference in change and adjusting. But other than that, I think we all like kind of get along and, you know, make jokes and stuff. So.
Well, it's good too. I see you guys standing up, getting loud. I think one thing that I was curious about across like the first couple of days, it didn't look like it was too good for your team. And obviously you talked about the adjustments, but especially going into this day, the championship day, where you've qualified for Worlds, that pressure's off your shoulder. And You want to be one of the top teams here at CONUS, so you have a little bit more of a push in you, and we see it here. What was the conversation overnight going into today that you guys had to maybe fix a few of those mistakes that we saw from day 4?
Oh, we actually didn't have a conversation. Like, we were just happy that we qualified for top 6, and we just went on there and said, hey, whatever happens, happens. So, I think what did help us was before each round, before each game, we're all just like having fun and just laughing the entire time. I think keeping the vibes up, never getting checked and taking anything too serious. I think that's what helps us.
This is why I like you guys. It's the vibes team. It's so good to watching you guys play, and so fun watching you guys play. But I do want to dissect your brain a little bit about that hard point back in map 1 for the rewind. You guys trailed for so long. Going into the P3, the streak gets called in. You guys are looking to flip that lead. You have the back spawns in control of Eglin. What were you guys? What was it like going through you? How do you make that happen for the comeback in that moment?
I don't really remember like that specific moment. I do remember me getting a key 3-piece going into P4.
Oh yeah.
And I think that really saved, kind of flipped the morale. But we never lost hope the entire time, because we know we're a good rewind team, and I think making sure we're keeping our level headed into the match, throughout the match, and just knowing hey, there's a guy on the back, we got to kill the guy on the back, and not looking to dump things. I think that helps us a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you guys have a match coming up next. Obviously, that'll be the losers bracket semi-final. Congratulations again. You guys have matched up the record you had last year, which is a top 4 finish. So you'll at the very least be matching that. That matchup will either be Peterson or Offit. Of those two teams, who do you guys want to face the most?
I would say Peterson. We really like to play Peterson.
Well, if you guys do play Peterson, I think that'll be a banger of a matchup. Even if you played off it, to be fair, it'll be a banger of a matchup. We can't wait for that one. Whichever one it comes to pass. You guys have been epic to watch. So again, congratulations. Before we let you go and prep for the next match, anything you want to say to anyone back home?
I just want to say thank you for everybody that's been watching us back home. I know the Power Pro shop has been watching us at their work. I know the Electric shop has been watching. Me and Artie were both CE. So yeah, I want to say big shout out to all the fans, and thank you for my teammates, and thank you for everybody that I've met along this land.
Well, thank you, mate, for being an awesome player. It's been awesome to watch you. Go enjoy the rest of your day, mate, until your next match.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Well, that was Argo, the 3-piece maker himself. That guy has been insane in the matches we've seen him in.
I love it because it's like shout out to the fans, and it's just your boys back home in the shop, your coworkers as well, cheering you on across the way. I love that so much. It's so fun. It just seems like exactly what I expected from this Canon team going into this tournament. We know in the past what Hate and Artie are like in tournament settings. They're fun, they're loud. Trash talk is always going to be a thing. And as you get that picked up between Argo and Crusade, it just seems like this team is so fun to be around. The vibes are always what keeps them lifted, and if they can keep those vibes going through the series, then like you said, they match their placing, but they could always try to break into something more.
I think he said he wasn't good at rewind, that they're not a good rewind team. Absolutely.
They said they are a good rewind team.
Oh, okay, they are. Okay. I was going to say, dude, I was like, that's definitely not true. Regardless, that is going to be Cannon through 3-0. Competitive matchup to start the day, shall we say. They go through to top 4, but we need to get another team in that top 4. Next up, we have that other lower bracket matchup we mentioned. It's Peterson, it's Offit. Stay tuned after this break, guys, because we'll have that and all more.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CONUS. I've subbed in for my British brother, and I'm Enigma, but alongside me, of course, the Canadian lad himself, Seymour, my friend. We just got to witness a first series that, let's face it, I don't think any of us saw coming.
No, I mean, well, I thought Cannon was going to win, albeit I did predict it was going to be Eglin. That's just because I couldn't stray away from where my Preds have been. I had to stay par for the course for what I've been going for.
Okay.
But somewhere in my mind, I was thinking that this Cannon team, yes, they faltered in the first couple of days, but they are too damn good to stay down for too long. And we got that in the game. I mean, the Cannon that we all expected has arrived to CONUS.
Yeah, no, it does feel like we've kind of been waiting for this squad to come online a little bit. They've been solid. They've gotten themselves through to Worlds, but it always felt there was a bit more to come from them, and I think that is a bit of a statement to come on through the rest of today. Did indeed come online. Looked fantastic there, and that sets up our bracket on through the rest of the day, because, of course, they will punch their ticket on through to fight for, well, getting beyond 4th currently, as that's the slot that they are currently in. They will wait for the winner of Peterson Space Force Base and Offutt Air Force Base. Of course, up the top there, Nellis are still waiting to play Langley in winners finals to see who guarantees top 2 moves through to grands. So a couple of stories still to settle here. I guess straight away, I mean, I don't know if it's a shock result, because we ask everybody to kind of make a prediction. You're laying your hat on both sides of the fence there, as you do. But like, we're looking now at this Peterson against Offutt lineup. If I was to ask you, my friend, to kind of speak up on whether you're expecting any surprises through this one, that would be a tough question, I feel, because I don't know if there is a definite winner in this.
Look, I might say that, like, I thought Cannon was going to win this one, but like, I was angling through and through. I didn't stray away from this.
You've just sat there and said I fully expected this team to win, but I'm not. Rewind it, clip it, ship it. I promise you.
I'm surprised that they won that game. But I was rooting for Eglin to take it. I think it would have been more fun if Eglin did win this one. It would have shaken up a lot of our predictions going into it. So I was rooting for them, like I rooted for them the past 3 times I commentated them, Andy. But aside from all of that, I'm surprised that Peterson are in the lower bracket to begin with. I think that period, if Peterson lose this, that is a major surprise in our books. But at the same time, Peterson last night did not rise to the occasion that we would have expected them to show. The Search and Destroys did not look good, and that is what has separated the good teams from moving forward and the teams from being eliminated has been those objective game modes like the Search and Destroy and the Control. People are good at Hardpoint, but we haven't really seen the deep strats coming out from the other side.
No, we haven't. It is a fair point to make. And of course, the 8 gentlemen that we're playing in this series need to focus not just on the slaying, but also on the ability to lock in on those objective modes. Important fundamentals that we love up here on the desk. And the players that are going to be trying to showcase all of that is going to be Kimura, JR, Loyal, and Sota from Peterson Space Force Base. Of course, on the opposite side of it, it is WASD, Aeroappa, Flux, and Yupley. If I was to point to you and look at these 8-man, is there a certain player expecting to stand up and take over this series?
Yeah, Loyal, 100%. I think that if Peterson needs somebody to be that spotlight player, it is going to be him.
We are going to take a quick and closer look then at that lineup, including Loyal, of course. And I agree with you, my friend. I think that he has been phenomenal. We talked a little bit into an interview with him about how the system sets up for this team. And a lot of it is to kind of let him off the leash and do the things that he wants to do. He has an incredible supporting cast, of course, with JR, Kimura, and Soda. And I think that one of the questions comes from me is Kimura, because we know how high his ceiling is, but we also know that when he's not firing on all cylinders, that this team sometimes struggle to keep up against better opposition. So I think for me, that's my X factor for this team in this series, just making sure he continues to deliver on those big performances.
Yeah, I think that goes to say for, Loyal, JR, and Kimura, all 3 of them, because when they're playing well, we've seen this team be Western champions, but when they're not, now they're in the lower bracket and they're struggling to get something going. And for JR, I want to give a big shout out to him because he's been able to really learn this game in depth over the past couple of days, and he has really excelled for this squad. But right now, when your life is on the line, you got a little bit further to push now.
You do indeed, and it doesn't get much easier as you've got to push back against this off-it lineup that is going to be, of course, WASD, Aeroappa, Yupley, and I'm forgetting the 4th name for a second there. It's actually going to be Flux, who I don't know how I'm forgetting that guy's name because he's been phenomenal through so much of this series, for so much of this competition, an entire tournament. He, in fact, was a huge part of making sure that they got to this point after being in that Game 5 series yesterday. The 4 men here, this is a team that we said would fall into that bracket of do you scrape on through to Worlds. They get there, and I guess now that lifts the pressure a little bit, and as such, do we start to see some of their star players really shine?
Yeah, I think we do. And Flux said it the best, is that, this is a team that doesn't even have, their standout player, his duo in 9. And with Yupley joining it, they've been so impressed with the way that Yupley's playing after not playing this game for 3 months leading up to this game. So when Flux has trust in this team, I have trust in this team. And he says that they don't really have expectations going in towards today. They'd like to get better seeding, but it's going to be one series taken at a time. They're going to do their VOD review, and hopefully that's enough to prepare themselves for a really powerhouse team.
I think after talking to Cannon in that previous interview, after sitting down and hearing about how they came into today, no VOD review, purely keeping the vibes up, I think there is an element of sometimes teams can overanalyze and overthink things. I know that we certainly can as casters, and sometimes it's just about relaxing, enjoying the moment, and it certainly looks like that's what's helped Cannon thrive, and I'm hoping that that's going to be the exact same there with Offit, with them saying that there's actually no expectations coming into today. So basically a win-win for them as they have indeed stepped on through 2 Worlds and of course the final day of CONUS. But if they are going to manage to put up here, it's going to be across a set of maps and modes. As always, my friend, we get them as always in this series. We're starting with the Skyline hardpoint, then it's red card S&D, Vault Control, back to red card for the hardpoint, and then the rewind S&D, and all your picks and bans are listed below, ladies and gentlemen. Well, actually just the bans, not the picks, but you will see, of course, 5 series lined up ahead of you there, my friend. Anything that stands out here?
Yeah, I've been loving the red card search and destroys. I'll say it again and reiterate that. However, the past couple times that we've got red card search, teams have been selling, to say the least.
Yes.
So hopefully that they have done their duty to look over this map mode combo and fix where they've made those mistakes in yesterday's matches. That's Offit that I'm going to be talking about. But realistically, I think the search and destroys are going to be big for this Offit team. If they're going to want to win against Peterson, it is going to be in those game modes and stealing away a respawn. And the player I look to make that happen is going to be Flux.
There's been a lot of games over the last couple of days, but do correct me if I'm wrong. Was it not a rewind in the Game 5 yesterday that they managed to pull through if you're off it? So, yeah, so they've been here before and taking a look at this series, then they'll be eyeing that up as their potential ticket to send them even further into this tournament. I mean, this already, of course, sets up a banger of a series ahead of us. Brody, right at the top of the show, said that this is the one that he would have liked to have cast the most. He's actually going to get to sit down and watch this from a comfy seat. While you and me up here, we get to do the talking over the top of it. But we do have to make some predictions and say who we think is coming out on top. Now, I don't actually know what yours is, my friend, but we're going with the same team. We're both going with Peterson Space Force Base. I've gone with the 3-0. You, my friend, you've gone with the 3-1.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Offit just in general, especially after yesterday's game versus Malmstrom. This team, when put all on the same page, they can topple empires, it seems. I think that this Peterson team is the next step up, and that's where you're going to start to struggle having a player who is a last-minute substitute like Yapli. But we know that they can do it, and there is a world where they even win this series. I just think that that's more so a topic of conversation when you're playing as a full 4 squad with 9 back in this roster.
Yes.
Then I'm going to put them up against this Peterson team to take it down. If they show up and win, cinema. I mean, that's all I'm going to say. But I just don't expect it to happen.
No, my 3-0 as well probably seems harsh, but I will clarify that this stinks of one of the series, or several of the series that we had earlier on in the tournament, where it's 3 very close maps, but still all end up being edged out by the same team. That's what I'm expecting here when it comes to, especially Skyline to start us off. I'm expecting that to be a bloodbath back and forth. At some point, Peterson to grab a hold of the situation. We've seen several of these kind of come through, so that's where I'm leaning on this one. Plenty of respect for this Offit lineup, but I agree with you. I think that once you, despite, and don't get me wrong, Yopli's been brilliant. He has been really, really good, having to come into a system last second and get his team into Worlds. He can be very proud of that. But I do think that if you sub in your normal 4th in this situation, you then have an Offit team that I think goes very much so toe-to-toe with the Western champions.
We didn't really get to see the map pick bans before getting into those predictions either. I think that, in my mind, does change things around a little bit. I think I look at the Skyline as a map that definitely can be sold by teams. And if you're seeing Offit come out, slay like we know Wast and Flux can do, certainly they can steal away this hard point. And when I'm overall talking about this series, it is down to the S&Ds, I think, for Offit to really steal them away if they want to win this in 5 games. Whichever respawn that is that you're going to take, that's the question. But having a Skyline as map 1, that's the respawn in my mind where it looks towards Offit to kick this game off by winning the respawn and setting themselves up for an upset here. I think that Skyline plays perfect towards that narrative.
No, I fully agree. I think it makes me a little bit nervy about my predictions, actually, because I've gone with the 3-0. I am still expecting it to be 3 close maps. But again, I hadn't seen that we were going to be on Skyline, of which we will get a gorgeous fly through here from our incredible production team who have stuck with us all the way through the week. And ladies and gentlemen, if you can share some love towards them, of course, at every opportunity you get, because I mean, we are up here on the desk all the way through with everybody and every single storyline, but production, well, they keep the lights on and keep us going on through Real Warriors. But yes, with this Skyline being here, I suddenly think, this 3-1 that you've come in with suddenly feels a lot more comfortable in my gut than 3-0. That being said, we're currently tied on predictions, so I'm saying to hell with it. I'm going to get it right. It's going to be a Peterson's clean sweep, but do Offit upset the odds? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to find out because we're underway. Skyline getting us started with Flux.
Yeah, let's see if they can do what not a lot of teams have been able to do so far and add themselves to the book of teams that can. So Wast out for a double kill. Yapli looking to get some time off of these kills with 3 down. You can see that the margin starting to get pushed forward, and now Offit want to start fighting towards these respawning players, shake up the spawn system that we're seeing on Skyline, and kick off this map 1 to a heater.
Expecting this to be extremely high pace, as it so often is at Skyline, but every now and again we do get a little bit of a heater. And speaking of which, Loyal will snap for 3, falls in his first fight, but makes no such mistake in the following, as he then starts to try and hit a bit of a rotation on over to 2. That'll be shut down. That's a wise play from Wast here, just making sure that you are trying to lock in your backline. That being said, you'll have threats from Kimura and Soto, who's playing white as well. Gotta make sure you find these kills.
It looks like they have. So early time now on Offit. A couple kills as well to boot. You have a player towards the back, Kimura. It actually draws the spawns back, so you hold your respawn camera. If you're Peterson and it plays off, all 3 spawn up, they break right away, and The narrative now flicks for this hard point. Smart plays from Peterson there to shake up what could have been a lead. Run away for Offit.
That being said, Yopley getting into the point for free because Peterson players go on the hunt, actually spawns one of yours out, and so you have numbers here if you're off it to try and contest, or at least you did. The kills don't go your way, however. Flux going to make it as interesting as possible as he finds 2, stays alive, and it's the fact that he's staying alive turns into a very elusive individual that gives his teammates the opportunity to then counter break, and when you needed him to step up, Flux already showing that he will in this series.
So going in, still off it, holding a little bit of a lead towards this rotation, but it could have been way worse. That's what we're thinking off of that P2 masterclass that was Peterson holding their cameras for that moment. But for off it, trying to do it, you see this chase in the back for Aeroappa, flips the spawns for a few. Pistol's going to take care of Soda in the back, spawns up the rest of the team. A pinch with Yapli. JR a little bit turned around, and off it do a good job at breaking this one immediately.
Yeah, that lack of control over towards bedside. Just had JR spinning. He's worried about his front, back, and all over the place. And trying to watch too many angles just means you're going to fall eventually. As he is picked up, Flux tries to push forward with the pistol. You do have numbers here if you're Peterson, but you're worried about where to hit next. As Offit take control of mid. Starts to set up some plays as well for that P4 rotation that's got to come afterwards. It's pinstripe feed for a half second, and it's just looking for someone to take control of the situation. Nobody does. It's down to a 2v1 on the point.
And he's just going to give this one up, rotates, and off it, Andy. They have the early setup here for P4. Players trying to get into a position, but it doesn't look like those kills are going to come through right away. Good flank from Aeroappa, 3 down. That's going to set them up.
Yeah, beautiful work here from Offit. Rotation's clean. You get the kill at Hedges, and then just squeezing Peterson back. So we talked about upsetting the odds. It's been a great start to keep up with Peterson at this point and even gain yourself around a 20-point lead here. Kimura's slipping in through the back lines with an opportunity to break, but has he seen that Yopley's on the back? Well, he will know now as he's getting shot at.
Good kills from Flux. Team kill from Appa. Is that going to put a wrench in this plan? So far, no. Another shot at Loyal, trying to break this one with JR together. They get through, and Peterson keeping Offit on their toes, looking to equalize going into the second rotations. If not for Flux, it would be so. Offit going to keep their lead.
Feels a little bit like, though, Peterson finding this very easy to break. Offit getting a little bit of a lead every now and again, but then Peterson smash straight through and claw it back. You do get that Flux 3-piece towards the end. That means you see a 25-point lead or so built up as we look towards our second rotation. But Peterson, I think if this is reminiscent of earlier maps in the tournament where it feels if they suddenly get that clean break, that sudden flow that comes to their gameplay, they might be very difficult to keep up with. And Loyal, well, he's showing off, flies in from the top rope, finds a kill to break P1 open.
It was a little fancier than it really should have been.
Needed to be, yeah.
30-point lead for Offit now into the second rotation. JR on the slide and will break, so trying to keep this one close. Now Peterson have a stance to work with. Looking towards the new hill. Loyal up top, 3 in a row. Pushing through into the P2 setup. And they actually do flip these spawns. So if Offit are fast, they could set up a pinch. But at the same time, Peterson could flip this one out. Kills come through, favoring the yellow side. And it looks like Offit are doing what they need to get into P2 first.
Yeah, but the positioning of Soda is going to just cause your teammates to spawn so far out. And Yopley, you're going to be overwhelmed in a second. You're doing a great job of staying in the fight. You find JR at least, but you will be picked up from white by Kimura. So Loyal and Kimura finding those two will now give you an opportunity to set up a little bit. But you've delayed enough time if you're Yopley, that Appa can get here. And so can Waz, and instantly put that pressure on the back line. So it's all on Kimura inside the hill.
Double shell in. Kimura pistols takes down Yopley. I would have liked to see that, but I just know he smoked him. 4 in a row, looking for 5. Pistol's going to collect it. Snaps around, looking for his teammates, and it works out. Peterson have the setup to get this one back. Could be a tie game into the Hill 3.
Kimura goes absolutely nuclear here to make sure that his team claw this lead back. Because it felt like Offit was starting to see a little bit of a lead grow. And so you activate one of your superstars at the right time. I spoke about how much of an impact this Kimura makes on his lineup. 22 and 11 to start things off here. So he might be behind, but it's certainly not on his shoulders at the current moment. In for 3 will be off it. Kimura's considering threatening on that P4 rotation. And that's going to force Waz to play in through the Jacuzzi. Just hold the line, but also then start to push for that back line himself. But Loyal, well, he's got to pay attention to Furnace as Flux starts to arrive. Swatted away, and Peterson looking great all of a sudden.
Tie game. Peterson, for the first time in forever, flip it into their side for the moment. Up on the slide towards the bar. Not enough damage to put it away, but the nade's going to finish the job. Still, you're surrounded, and nobody's in the hard points, so it stays white in this 9-point game. And you can see that on the flank is going to be Loyal. Unfortunately for him, Yupply was ready for it. The kills are in, and it's off it with 4 dead.
Yeah, great call here from off it. I mean, a lot of it comes back from that 2-piece from Waz with that very well-placed grenade in behind the bar, but you also make a very early call here. You don't want to be fighting for rotation, pushing through all the time at 3. We just want to make sure we got a clean setup for 4. And so they go very early. That gap will be just 11 points coming into this, but another 4 dead will allow off it to yet again extend a bit of a lead on Waz. He's looking to control the middle of the map.
And all that work just getting peeled away from Peterson, where it was a 9-point lead. You're now seeing a 30-point swing back towards Offit, and it could be more. So grouping together to see if you can delay and shut that down. Spawns in the back as well will reinforce this site. Flux slides, but it's Loyal on the crossfire. 2 kills for Peterson. They're in. They're locking it down. They're bringing it back. And this is exactly what we want on a Skyline. A foot race, a tight race, a fun one to watch.
And it feels like, honestly, it was Waz's mistake. That push out through mid that was honestly probably a bit reckless. That ends up with Peterson being given the numbers advance and the opportunity to break. So he then answers that by picking up a ridiculous 2-piece to counter break and push his team back in. That 35-point gap reestablished. Feels like that's been the kind of field goal boundary marker, the driving line all the way through this. Peterson trying to find their way back in. And despite looking threatening through that second set of rotations, they never really took that lead. So now it's into our third. You're finding Appa on the low ground, looking for this P2 rotation, but he is red. Perfect stuff. Do you then find Flux, who's also making the same route? The answer is no. He gets in.
And now he's behind. No comms over to JR. Flux a second 1-2 into the hill. Soder trying to play his life. He's got help. And that's 4 dead. So on the hunt for you, plea. Loyal, what a shot. 5 in a row. Damn. That could swing things now. He wants more, and he is ready to feast to the bodies of Offit. Waz goes down, and it looks like Peterson will have the good chance to set up now in P2.
They do, but it's not going to be super clean. They're going to have to make this work on the fly because as they rotate over, there will be Offit players here to contest it. Soda drops down, finds one. Did you see the player rotate up the stairwell? Doesn't matter. Yupply will get to the doorway. Slides out. Charles Kimura finds one, finds 2, and Wast finds a kill elsewhere as well. All on JR. 4 dead. Clean break for Offit, and you can win it here. So Peterson must find the break. Otherwise, we're done.
Offit with the lead. 40 seconds still. You have to contest for 6-7 seconds in order for this to be pushed to another hard point. And so Peterson, clean. They're going to do one better. They break it, they get in, and now they're looking to use this time to keep this one tied, going into some more hills on the Skyline. Off it, grouping up for one more shot at it. The contest is in, the trades are about, and Peterson come out on top.
Waz continuing to just threaten this P2, won't let players rotate away freely, and that's what Peterson want to do. They want to get away from this point. They know that no one can win here, so they want to go and fight something else.
A team kill.
And it will be 3 in the feed for Offit because Soda actually picks up Kimura. So you got to break again here at 3. Very possible, of course, but just 3 points between the two teams. Both can steal it away here.
Do you read Flux? On the left, you don't. JR, first of all, snaps over. 3 dead again. And this is looking bad for Peterson, Andy. I'm getting worried.
Wast with a big position in the back line finds Kimura, who does clean him up, but it does give out intel. The problem is you've set up a pinch situation, and you find 3, and if Arappa goes down, that's all 4. So Peterson bully their way back in. Beautiful setup. The execution looks great, but now how's the setup for your defense? How do you counter this Offit pressure?
Soder's got to go big, and he needs some assistance here. JR's going to get tagged early. Nice, though, from Soder. Unfortunately, they line up for you, plea. And with 15 seconds, you can still win it here. Kimura's going to go big, contesting it, and we're going to another hill.
We will, and the rotation can come in. You don't need to stick if you're Kimura, so it'd be interesting to see what decision his make. Solar backs all the way up towards the umbrella. I love the push from Loyal to clean your top plat. Make sure you're not stressed about it. And Waz, well, he tries to make the drop in from the back line, and that'll be 3 dead. Off it. You do have Flux in near proximity, but he's going to need to support. If he's going to break this, he won't. 10 seconds for Peterson.
Flux, you gotta be careful. Body shots not warranted at this point in time. And we've seen players throw it away. You play looking to go big again. But unfortunately, Peterson, they flipped the lead. They flipped the spawns. They flipped the script. And they flipped the map. Peterson take the skyline 250 to 238. What a game. And there ain't no way you're yawning on main stage.
Not yawning, no, but I think I need to lie down already. Jesus, what were we just delivered? We looked at that skyline at the start of the map, Vito, and said, okay, this should be a banger to kick us off. We weren't wrong. We were well and truly delivered on there. And it was one of those maps that feels like a classic Peterson map. Yes, it was close. This is what I was saying when I made that 3-0 predictions. We got to look at this lead lobby scoreboard, by the way. Kimura, 41 and 22. Brother drops an MVP performance to push his team into the lead in this series. But it feels exactly like a Peterson hardpoint. They start out a little bit slow. They suddenly then start to figure themselves out through that second set of rotations. And once they come online, once there's a flow to the game, once Kimura is looking like the most viable player at CONUS, they are unstoppable, and they do enough just in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous what you get towards the back half of that skyline, too, because you were moments away from losing it. Kimura's getting double kills. He's getting sprees. He's keeping the team in a chance. And then you look at the support that you get, especially in the moment where you needed the contest. Soter sitting on the fireplace, JR on the bar. They get the kills necessary to force that rotation over towards P4, and you saw the break immediately from Peterson flooding from cobble steps. They got towards a place where they can set up on one of the only muddy hills that we tend to see on Skyline, and it pays off in that moment. And you said that this was going to be a close game. You gave Peterson the 3-0. You noted that it's going to be close, but towards those big moments where they can clutch up, the players will make the plays. And we see that in real time for the Skyline from the players that need to. Kimura, you see it from Loyal, you see it from JR. Everybody that Soter brought to CONUS are doing what they were brought to do.
No, absolutely. And the thing is, like, there's so many great plays from both teams that I think we can talk about. But there's a situation towards the end there for Peterson. There's 2 plays that they make that are really, really important. First one is we go into that P3 and they set up that pinch. They set up that opportunity to just kind of swing it wide and collapse on that hill and retake it in a moment where they really need to. Of course, it's Kimura who finds the final kills and sits himself in the site, but it's a great execution under an immense amount of pressure. A moment where if they get it wrong, their map is over, and there's still that calm, collected voice, that game plan, that sync that they have as a team. But it's also then when they back off to P4 and Loyal decides to get aggressive, as you said, through top cobble and clear it out. I love that you bring it up, because if they don't do that, you get Waz dropping in over towards the, I forget what we call it, the drop down on that left-hand side. And then you also get a pressure arriving in through cobble. That becomes a very different situation to handle. So they took control of it, put Destiny into their own hands, and it is a beautiful bit of work. And that's only one map. We've still got 4 more to come, my friend, if we get the distance, which you and me are saying we won't in the predictions, but we're expecting it to be really damn close, so we most certainly could. And we've had some beauties already through CONUS, but we move into Search and Destroy. It's to the red card. We've got quite a few looks at different teams on this map mode combo through CONUS. What are we looking for, and who does that lean towards?
I think that this has to lean towards the side of Offit, because if it's not going to be the Search and Destroys, the question is, when will it be a map 1 for your team? In the modes, Offit have looked fantastic for it. Peterson have slightly fallen off in my graces for these Search and Destroys that we've been seeing. A lot of Game 5s that just don't go their way. Map 2s that are kind of scrappy. And when you look towards a map like Red Card, especially talking in favor of Offits, this is a scenario where you can use that speed that we've been seeing, where Waz tends to get a little bit over aggressive and maybe overheat at times. That sometimes works on this map, where you can get a timing to get behind the play, and I'm hoping we can see those moments work out in their favor. Other than that, A few notes for this one, definitely to bring up for red cards that we've seen from teams, Andy, is this is a map where time is everything, and you have to be efficient on your play calls. Recognize when you're being stalled out on the attack, when you need to rotate, where you have an advantage, and where you've pulled those defensive round. Make sure the communication's on point, and red card gets a whole lot easier.
And well, off it, they want to make a statement nice and early here. This is an aggressive hit towards B, and I think Soda has sniffed it out because he's a little bit nervous and will get stunned as he exits the room. So he's going to back off. And well, Loyal tries to sob in for him, but he'll be picked off. So numbers advantage, and the bomb going down incredibly quickly if you're off it. But Soda finds the angle and finds the kill.
He's in. Bomb planted, but it doesn't matter because Soder's there. Beats the timing onto both members. Not able to get your gun up, and Peterson keep the success off the respawn. Following into the search.
I mean, blinking, you missed it, ladies and gentlemen. That's a round one for us. Bloody hell. Off it, just decide, let's full send. Peterson went, fine, we'll full send back. I think Soder makes the big play there, breaking back in as he shuffles out the room. He just recognizes there's a timing for him, gets in behind Waz, finds that one to open up the back side of the room, and then that sets up essentially a collapse inside the bar onto the bomb site. So beautiful retake from Peterson. Analysis, I'm not sure, other than, well, don't let Soder find routes for free.
Exactly. Make sure that you're actually setting up a post plant before the post plant is needing to scramble to get there. And Peterson are given so much on that retake, but the attack has been a lot slower. I like this from your plea. It was fantastic in the map 1. To try to gain some space through the middle of the map. You have player 4 there. The rest going to be stacked up top. It's going to be Arawapa, damage on towards Kamira, but you've let the players in behind. Soter's got towards the bomb, and he could look to plant this.
Oh, and well, maybe that's one of those moments where if you get the kill, it looks great and you've gained some serious map presence, but if you've got a hold of the bomb and you die, unfortunately, that's going to leave the bomb in a very awkward position. Flux, do you see it? Yes, you do. So if you're off it, you can literally stand still now. And, well, JR, welcome to the big leagues, buddy. This one is going to be a real toughie to break down. You put a nade out. I'm not sure if that's going to tag anything. No. So you won't know Flux is close. And Flux, while he slips, slides, and with a jackal in hand, tears you to shreds. Yeah, for all the great work that I think Soda does in round 1, maybe a bit of an overextension there in round 2 that hands so much of the then defensive presence to off it, and you're just never going to see that split apart.
No, not one bit. So good for Offit to bounce back, and I think that in that scenario, Peterson have to put some more focus on the objective rather than the kills. Soder, in fact, makes the play. You get to forklift, and you have the player such over you. No reason to get over aggressive and get greedy onto another kill. It's a big missed call there from Peterson, who had the chance to go back-to-back. Now we're sitting tied on the red card, and you can see for the attackers, this time instead of B, it is going to be Offit going over towards A outside. You have Wast on the stage. You have Flux sitting towards the hedges, and a whole lot of space for you. If you want to go, Flux, you can go now, though a little bit too late, and Soder puts the bomb in a terrible spot.
There was a couple of questions that I had yesterday about Peterson's defenses all of a sudden, but I like that they've gone back to these slower, deeper defensive lines where they're just happy to allow their teammates to, their opposition, sorry, to think that they've gained some map presence, and then all of a sudden just spring up. Soda here might wrap that back window, and that's going to set up a pinch if he can get there for free.
All the doors are closed, so he is completely behind, and they have no idea that he's here. No process. Nade's actually going to land, so now that's going to be a bomb down for free. Retake with numbers. And Peterson with a lot to do now and the time against them. Position for Waz through the top mid. He has the first focus. Now that Kamira's going to be spotting him, but you please going to tie us up into a 3v3. Waz trying to delay. They spot him. It's tough, and Waz steals it. 2 versus 2. 22 seconds. You still have your play playing towards the stage, and Yoil's going to have to cut that down. He does that. 2 versus 1 for Was to clutch up with 12 seconds. He just needs to kill Loyal, but no. Loyal finds the kill, and Peterson with another retake.
A catalog of errors, really, that work out if you're Peterson. Like, if you're Soda, you're probably wanting that one back because you're thinking, wasn't a great flanking position. I could have done something there. If you're Kimura, you definitely want that one back because Was just absolutely slammed you. But it all works out in the end. I think I got to give JR credit, even though he does... Sorry, Loyal credit here, because JR, for me, was the player who's supposed to cover over Loyal as he defuses this bomb. JR misses Was coming back in entirely. So as such, that could have been a kill there for Was. That then means there's no time left to defuse the bomb. But he recognizes that actually there might be a timing, there might be a gap, stands true, and baits Was into the fight. And that's not an easy one to win either, by the way. So beautiful stuff to give his team the lead.
So we swap sides once more. Soder and Loyal playing absolutely out of their minds, and I think that's what we expected out of Loyal, but we love to see from a player like Soter. Hit over towards B. Quick flank coming out from Arrow Appa. You have Flux inside Ticket as well, and it doesn't look like they're going to be spotting any of these players. Soter is turned around, and Appa does get traded, but it looks like the damage is looking to be done. Unfortunately for Offit, though, JR goes big. He wins his fights inside the B site, and Peterson take an attacking round. That splits the difference.
Does indeed. I feel harshly done for Appa here because I think his flank is brilliant. He's very proactive on it. He gets himself into a great position. Finds the first, but he's just on that little wall that leads to the seating to your left. That means he doesn't get to spot Flux. As such, he dies. And that then means that all the hard work that he's kind of picked up in that first opening blood is just watching it disappear as his teammates fall in the front line. Tough stuff. But that will hand Peterson a little bit of an advantage in this one.
Well, here we go. In a must-win round for Offit. It is dead silent there. Was going to take some shots. Backs down to Mira, and that's actually going to draw Soder and the rest of the team over towards this point. I mean, with the delay, this is where communication would come in handy, but unfortunately for Offit, not only do you lose the fight to Appa, that's first blood to Peterson, and no information off of this A take, no info that you can wrap it to B.
I want to see players drop back here a little bit. I love what Soda's doing for Peterson because they were making mistakes yesterday where too many bodies were rotating over to A very quickly, left B open, let teams transition over. They're not making that mistake this time, watching that mid-cross. And it might get even better here if Soda can find a route to actually set up a flank and do something with it this time. Flux, though, might get in for free here, but you're just running out of time.
27 seconds, and Soda are still just waiting for a chance to pounce. You lose out on another teammate, and now you have to activate 3 versus 2. Was is making the full wrap over towards B. Soda gets the bad timing, but he still turns on him. I can't believe this guy is going nuclear for his squad. 10 seconds for Was. He has to get the kills. There's no chance to plant. And realistically, there's no chance to win.
I mean, Soda shows... He was in an interview with us the other day, and he was talking about how his teammates are the hot gunnies. Sir, may we remind you to watch the mainstream of this week when you get the opportunity, because you've had plenty of beautiful moments. Even gets the final kill. Puts himself 6-3, and Peterson sailing off into the distance with this one. And the thing is, I don't even think Offit are playing badly. I think that Peterson have just done some work here to tighten up on some of the S&D issues we were seeing yesterday. Again, that moment where they decide, actually, what we're going to do is just drop back, make sure we're controlling mid as well, because all 4 of us are sitting in this line. And that's, again, a Soda play where he's recognized the situation and makes that heads-up call. Absolutely love everything he's bringing to the table right now.
How do you come back from this? I mean, I feel like you've been stomped into the ground, lit on fire, and the grave is dug. You're that just one foot in, 1 foot out at this point, if you're off it for the search and destroy. So hopefully they have shovels of their own, and maybe they could dig their way out. Just a little bit of dirt to stand on goes a long way. And first blood, that's going to help.
I will say, for all the credit that I just gave Soda, I don't know if it's a curse or whether or not it was an ego moment, but he gives his life away far too easily in that first engagement. And that will stall this push. What you need here is to I mean, you're still technically 3v3 at this A site, but you see JR rotating away here, and I think that's the play call that's coming through. If you've got any nades left, you got to drop them on A right now. Bait players in. Otherwise, well, Waz, he might get here first. Big fight, and you lose it. Loyal's got the knife out.
You have to go. At this moment, you just have to stop the B attempt. Your play's going to get aggressive. Slow take. Misses the timing. Sees him, though, and that should be a free B. In fact, it should be both. Luckily, teammates are there to trade, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I like the call that comes in from Peterson. That mid-round adjustment is probably just a little bit slow. You probably end up in a situation where, unfortunately, you're having to sprint. And it's so late in the round as well, you're going to have a lack of nades to pretend that you're still making those moves over towards A, bait that situation out. And as such, Offit are there in numbers to take advantage. And probably the first misstep we've seen out of Soda too. Again, that first blood engagement, just far too easy to then lock down the middle of the map and know where your opposition is going to be coming from for Offit. But that's what Offit needed. Stem the bleeding. Close that gap to 2. Another one suddenly makes it a lot more manageable. So what's your offense look like? So far, we've seen a mix of aggressive and slow. And it looks like as they stack up as a 4-man, it's another one of those big swings towards B.
If you're going to win this game, Peterson, have already told you, you have to win an offense. So out to the races. And I like this angle from Loyal. Should be in a spot to punish anybody overextending. And now he will. Loyal in behind. Yapli not able to turn and burn in time. Appa in a 1 versus 2. And he's just going to run away. 58 seconds. He's got time to unravel this.
We're going to come back and talk about something here that just has me salivating over Peterson's adjustments. But Offit, of course, Vero Appa in a 1v2, it's definitely winnable. I will say you can see the bomb. Teams are definitely getting better at spotting this as we move on through the week, and maybe it's just because we're only left with the better teams. But they will have complete control.
OG over the read, too.
Yeah, Appa's going to chow.
Guns down. Whoa, he looks away. 1 versus 1. 24 seconds, Kimura. On the other end. The time is going to go. He's going to wrap all the way through. Appa's not watching this. Bomb's going to get planted, but as soon as it does, Kimura's going to fly. Shots in, Appa turns around, flips it, doesn't matter. The shot's on the exit, and Kimura clutches up again for Peterson.
Beautiful work to ice up. I was a little bit nervous when he steps up and that door bangs open. We've all been there in those moments. No, I wanted to move quietly in that moment. It's a push, not a pull. And you end up just slamming things open and giving away exactly where you are. But, well, Kimura doesn't lose many 1v1s and make sure not to here. But yeah, what Peterson are doing here, so I think that they recognize that actually we haven't seen a big aggressive Offit hit for a couple of rounds. There's one potentially coming. So instead of putting either a really deep line in place or deciding to have like that typical 1 in the bar, 3 setting up for that A push kind of situation, they go 1 in the bar, 1 towards A, but 2 in the middle, ready to immediately drop in through the connector if they need to. And then when you get that big B hit, they can just rotate over so quickly and apply instant pressure.
And it works.
Great adjustment from Peterson.
5-2. 1 round from going up 2-0 and making your predictions look very good, Andy, which I'm sure you are happy for, but, well, at least for, you know, would be the 4th time, not just the first time. So,
what's Brody on for?
4. So you'd be catching up to him, and we both want that to happen. So here we go. For Peterson over towards B. Loyal flying through. He's going to get into a situation where Waz actually spots him, but you need Yapli to be the difference maker, and he gets shut down, and it's all falling apart. Peterson with the bomb now, looking to get planted, and a 1 versus 4 to win it out. You know Flux is on the inside. Everybody's now collapsing. Soda and Ticket wins it, and Peterson take the lead further.
Clinical stuff from Peterson. I said I expected it to be a 3-0. I expected all 3 maps to be very tight. Could I have seen this being something like a 6-4, where 1 offensive round has come through? Absolutely. Do I suddenly put Peterson back in that bracket of a very, very strong S&D team after all the questions that were raised yesterday? Absolutely. The adjustments that are coming on through. We're going to get a quick look at the scoreboard. Soda leading the line for his team, but Kimura with a 7 and 3, and Loyal looking pretty out there as well. Those 2 really popping off and looking damn good out there on the map. Again, I don't think Offit are making many misplays. It's just that Peterson are so good at recognizing moments, and I go back to that adjustment that they make. There's not been a big B hit for a moment out of Offit. We know that they love that play. Let's drop bodies close to B so that we can rotate over quickly if it comes through. it is a blind read in many situations because you're not able to see that initial cross come in because of the way the map is. But they do such a good job of then rotating over. Fearless game plan clearly at play to shut that down. And if you're off it, you're thinking, well, we had all sorts of different offensive strategies. We had right ideas. We're normally good at execution, and this team just smothered us and give us a very long road to look at for the rest of this series.
Yeah, you got to be worried now if you're off it because you wanted to take the search. You got a chance to take the hard point. Neither of them work out in the ways that you hoped, and you're looking at this vault control to maybe swing the narrative back in your favor. But Andy, I don't think they've really shown us anything to make that happen. So many moments where they just look like they're doing 4 different things all at the same time.
Yeah, it's tough right now to look at this from an off-it perspective. A very talented team that came in today, into today even, with no expectations. Maybe the best thing for them right now. Hopefully they can get themselves together, figure out exactly what their strategy is, and what they will welcome, ladies and gentlemen, is a break. And that's exactly what we're going to. We'll see you on the other side.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CONUS Esports Championships. I'm Enigma. This is Seymour alongside me, and we have been taking you through a series that currently stands at 2-2 Peterson and 0 to Offit. And while I'm not surprised by that score, I think that the second map of those two games has indeed shone a bit of a different light on this series than I'd expected us to be looking at it from.
Yeah, we wanted to look at this in a situation where you're sitting 1-1 here. If you're off it, you give that chance to take it to 4. You have that opportunity to maybe push Peterson a little bit further. But one thing that's been said for a lot of teams today, and it's starting to show in repetition, is that the players who have been exceeding expectations are, maybe running a gas going into Game 5. And I want to spin that narrative because we saw it with Eglin, and now for this Offit team, it's happening again.
Yeah, I mean, running out of gas is very fair. Stamina is certainly the name of the game right now. It has been 4 days of competition. We're into our 5th. A wonderful thing, of course. But it is a case of, okay, well, what do you have left in the tank? And for Offit, well, it needs to be something through these remaining 3 maps. Otherwise, your tournament is done. Peterson have, as we've said, taken the first 2 here, 250 to 238. That was a banger, bloodbath, back and forth, and delivered one of those Skyline classics that we all love to see. But the red card, 6-2, and if you missed it, it fairly quickly became a matchup that Peterson were running away with. We look ahead to this vault control. This is a case for Peterson where they've looked comfortable most of the times I've seen them here. If we're trying to build a case for Offit to get back into things, is there certain strategies or maybe even certain players that we've got to see suddenly come online?
I think it's the whole team. I don't know if you remember it versus Malmstrom last night, but this was a bad map for Offit. You go up 2-0 in the series, and you had that opportunity to, you go up 1-1 in the series. You take that map number 2, you go into the control thinking that it's going to be something you can start to build off of, and you lose it 0-3 against Malmstrom on this map mode combo, and you got manhandled the whole time. So for Offit, I don't think I'm going to point to anybody, but I'm going to point at the team itself. And just being a little bit better in terms of that communication. Just like we talked about Eglin, it needs to have that player on the offense who is always heads up about that flank. 4th in line has to pick it up, and on those executions, you cannot jump the gun. You have to make sure that you're covering all your bases before you get there.
No, I love that you're bringing up the matchup from yesterday. I think that we had an interview with Flux, and he kind of came out and said, look, we just didn't expect Malmstrom to come out so damn good there. They don't get an excuse this time. You were 2-0 up in that series. There's an understandable reason where you take your foot off the gas a little bit. You think you're cruising into the world ticket, and suddenly a squad that needed to do everything to fight back did. Here, you should be recognizing by now that Peterson are pretty damn good. So, yeah, I think that this is going to be a case for Offit coming out swinging. But there are alarm bells because of the way that they've played this, the most recent evidence that we've got. And Peterson as well, they have got a foursome, a group of players there that can definitely just start to turn this map into an offensive blender, and that has suited so many teams since the most recent update to spawns.
Yeah, it has. I think that, you go to Vault in general, and one of the things that we always say is the SMGs have to be the difference for this map, and mostly because of, you think of what we got from Artie and Crusade in that last map. Whenever there is a moment where the offense does overextend over towards B and gets into top bar, it's the only real damage and safe damage that you do have are the players that have overextended from your team and are able to make those flanking plays. And it's like that safety net that you need to be kind of in a flow state as doing your job for the team. And that could be supporting the team. It could be making that big pop-off play. It could be stopping the objective. It just has to be something where we see these players on, well, both sides for sure, but mostly for Offit here in this game, who's looking to start this reverse sweep, really take it into effect on a map like Vault. It could get out of your hands, like you said, with those spawns if you don't have somebody trying to bail you out.
Yeah, I just think that so often if I'm looking for a quick even 3 or 4 dead, I'm looking at someone like Peterson. It feels like all 4 of those players can suddenly light up. We've seen the teamwork coming through from them in the S&D. We've seen moments where they've suddenly felt the pressure, but they've been able to control that in the Skyline already. Offit said that they came into today with 0 expectations, and I think that sometimes that gives you an element of freedom. But right now, I think that the pressure Peterson put themselves under to kind of repeat the run that they did in the Western bracket and get on through to Grand Finals is giving them that extra edge, because again, I call it back to map 1. When you're the favorite in a series and there's a target on your back and you suddenly find yourself trailing in a big game to kick off a series like this, to stand up and be counted, that shows insane amounts of resilience and composure.
It does, and I think we've seen that a lot of times today, just in general, in the clutch factors. From Offit, it was not that in the hard point, just in general. In those moments where it does get a little bit hectic and you do need somebody to step up and be that person, it boils down to what I've been saying again and again, Andy, and it's been communication that lacks the most in those scenarios. For somebody off spawn to say, this is where we're spawning, so expect somebody to be pushed up in this area of the map, or the person who is working off spawn to kind of guide them, say, hey, we're spawning up P4, I've pushed through catwalk, let's try to flood through the pool side to see if we can flip this map together. Somebody get towards art, somebody fight for lobby control, just forget about the person in art, and get to that zone without having to take those gunfights on the way. It needs to have that sudden speaker, that IGL to take control in those hectic moments to cool and calm the mind. Because I can't remember which team we heard it from yesterday, but somebody was even saying that like there were moments in the games that they felt like they started getting a little ahead of themselves, and one person just speaks up, says, hey guys, we're over-challing, we're missing our timings, let's slow it down, be patient, and it makes the world of a difference when you hear that.
No, yeah, I mean, I fully agree. I love the way that you broke it down. As the COD has evolved, as the competitive space has picked up, and we've started to solidify what these roles are, we really start to understand the importance of an IGL. And I'm not sure who it is that you're referring to, but it's definitely an important point to note. There has to be that voice in the squad that kind of recognizes everything that's going on, and calling it back to Soda in that S&D. He went, okay, we're doing that same mistake that we made last time on Red Card S&D. Let me drop back and pull a body with me and rotate over and set us up. And just little things like that can make huge differences, and great communication is certainly an important thing. And well, speaking of which, if I was going to communicate honestly and openly with you guys, we're just taking a minute to fix a little bit of a tech thing. So what we are going to do is give you guys a lovely little video instead of listening to us waffle. We've got some tier lists for you. Enjoy. We'll see you on the other side.
All right, so I can't see anything because I'm wearing glasses, so you guys are gonna have to help me out with this.
My first one was Call of Duty 3 on the PS2, so I have no idea where to put the first two.
So I started playing COD, I was a freshman in high school. It was mouse and keyboard only. It wasn't on PlayStation, it was mouse and keyboard only.
Doesn't seem like you know what's going on.
That's why I still play mouse and keyboard. So for me, that kicked everything off. It was 22 years ago.
I just think it like set the benchmark for all the future CODs, because it was like the first one that was like massively played, one game of the year, only one to do that.
MW2.
Oh,
also
S,
the go.
S, no questions asked. That is 100%. Amazing.
It's why we're all playing probably here right now.
COD 4, I heard good things about COD 4. COD 4 had crazy, like, if you were like a sniper, like quickscope and whatnot, COD 4 was like your game.
World at War, first one. I actually skipped this title, I think.
Wasn't this the first game that had zombies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're introducing zombies, you're kind of going back to the roots of World War II. Yeah. Good game.
All right, personally, AW for me was at least an A-tier game. That was the first game I got pro points on. I was like, dude, that game's got such a... I'm a jetpack kid though, so like that game's got a special place in my heart.
Is that Advanced Warfare? Yeah,
That's
AW. I didn't really play this one. I kind of...
Like, it's a lot I hate. It's either you loved it or you hated it. There's not a lot of in between, so I put it a B tier.
Yeah, I would say B too.
I think it was definitely a skill gap. Like you needed to know how to fly around and kind of pack around.
I mean, you also need to know how to spend money.
That's true. That's true. That does kind of degrade the game a little bit too.
Cold War. I didn't play much of Cold War. Yeah. I was still on 2019 Warzone.
Yeah, okay.
I was
That's what I was playing.
I was so infatuated with Warzone. Yeah. I mean, I was grinding everything. I didn't even buy Cold War as a game.
Cold War Ranked was probably one of the best ones.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Do let us know in the chat if you agree with the tier list. We've had a couple of opinions up here on main stage. Quite frankly, I think Seymour's comment on Ghost being a top 5 Call of Duty is absolutely awful. But we've had also a couple of conversations around maps and guns and, well, the players as well getting involved there. So, yeah, of course, always do give your opinion. And Seymour, I see that you didn't like my comment for a second. I'm going to give you the opportunity to bite back, though I don't think there's much you can really say to change my mind. I will say,
and I will die on this hill, there isn't a single Modern Warfare title that is an S-tier game. Not one single title. Period.
The original, like, MW,
No.
like COD 4?
No.
Brother, you're not putting that... All right,
Rose
okay.
tinted glasses. It's all in your imagination. You're just reminiscing on something that was not a good game.
This conversation is done. But I tell you what is also done. Us waffling absolute rubbish, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be very glad to hear because we are moving into a vault control, highly anticipated, of course, but for very different reasons. For Peterson Space Force Base, this is an opportunity to get yourself into top 4 position and also set up another game against Cannon. For Offit Air Force Base, this is to begin the reverse sweep. And I will sit here and you are going to go, there's never a reverse sweep coming through. We thought this several times through the tournament. It has happened. There's no reason it can't happen again right here.
Well, for Offit, you're starting off on the less preferred side, at least in terms of the past history of control. Offense usually tends to be the hardest time, but so far they get over towards A. They're winning a couple of these battles, a lot of trades. The unfortunate part is it hasn't gotten that first take. Finally, you get that first take. You've lost cat control, and Peterson fight back.
They do indeed. And I think that the way that this first round goes will kind of set us up for exactly where the rest of this match goes, because Offit really needs some wind in their sails, and you've got to hope that you've taken that break and put it to great effect. And what that requires is your leaders to step up and say, okay, this is our game plan. For Peterson, I think it's recognizing not to take your foot off the gas. Don't give reason for someone like Waz to feel really good about themselves. And currently, with him being at 1 and 4, I'd say you're doing a great job of shutting him down. But you do get Offit on the point, and Peterson must retake again.
A lot of focus over towards this A zone. Third segment getting worked on. Nobody watches the flank, and that's the undoing. Third tick not going to come into play, and it looks like off the respawns, it is going to be a shot over on B. Maybe they cut it early, but it doesn't matter because you're just losing these fights. Finally, there's a break. 3 go down. Do you go to A? Do you go to B? It looks like it's going to be a dash over towards the A zone.
Honestly, I think I'd have preferred bodies to go both places, and that's what they do get in the end as Flux hits out towards A and then close up on the water tunnel. So you end up then with Loyal trying to burst in, finds 1, finds 2 with a hip fire, will be traded by Yopley. You've got a little bit of support here as well, but Soda, Kimura, they arrive in numbers. Soda with 1 and Kimura with 2, so you clear, but the point does come through. So minute 20 on the clock, but 4 lives down if you're off it.
Sometimes silly things just... this game, I feel, is chock full of things that just make me laugh. But right now, for Offit, only thing they are trying to laugh about is getting a stack over towards this B zone. Good shots from JR, holding onto this top art position. You have a player through mid, and we saw this from Artie in games past, that if Flux can cut off some of these rotating players, it's going to make it a little bit easier for B to be stacked. Unfortunately, though, you lose your players on B. Flux does get the kill to no avail.
Yopley cooking a nade, trying to get it on out. Trophy, though, will stop it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the importance of well-placed utility. But you do spot JR underneath as Yopley removes his face, but then Soda does return the favor. So, set up here for Peterson. The one thing to pay attention to is Waz is on a big hunt through the back. He could be huge.
And it is for Appa. 2 dead, 28 seconds, no lives left for Offit. Peterson on 6, and they're just going to try to hold this life lead, but here's the triple stack over towards B. You have to get there to stop it. Nobody's in a position to touch it. It might be a little too late. Somebody gets there for the contest. The kills follow. They get it. They almost chuckle it, but they don't, Andy.
Honestly, though, I think that Offit will walk away here quite happy. They started slow. I mentioned about how Waz was struggling 1 and 4. His impact in the back line there was huge. Yes, you don't end up winning the offensive round, but considering how slowly you started, I was a little bit concerned about whether or not A was coming. So 5 ticks, that's healthy as long as you can return the favor against Peterson on your defense. And again, I think pointing out just how impactful Waz was there. Getting in through the back. Was the flank coming a little bit too late to make sure you took away the round? Sure, but still giving you every opportunity to put Peterson under pressure, and you need that here in map 3.
Shots there from Soter. And that's 3 down immediately. Peterson going to stack this zone. They get in towards the pillars. Loyal's looking for a little bit more, but immediately he backs up, stacks it, and they want to get it done fast.
Jump on. Kimura's actually going to check out here towards P4. Will be cut down. That's stopping that early rotation coming through. At least the setup on the early flank through the back line. A has gone already, so you've got 2 minutes 20 if you're Peterson. This has gone as smoothly as you would have hoped for. You do get a couple of deaths come through, so you will be pushed deeper into the map. And Wasden Trophy as well is going to be a nightmare. And JR, well, he won't know what hit him. Will be traded. And then you also get a kill pushed on all the way out from Loyal. So Flox in a big fight, and Loyal wins that. That keeps him up, and that will start to have off it scrambling.
They're going to be on to B now. Appa, this is important. He's got help, and you need a little bit more. Appa's going to fly forward. 4 dead. Appa goes big. And this is where that line of scrimmage just player corners in the middle of the map and see if you can deny some space back from Peterson's respawns.
What's your next hit look like if you're Peterson? You've still got 90 seconds, so you don't need to panic at all. And they're usually so good at understanding that in these moments. And what you're actually going to find here is 2 kills, but Soda and Kimura are going to get through into the back. So it's what can your teammates do? Well, you're going to be outnumbered, and that's not going to help the situation as Flux finds 2 kills. So when do you activate? Well, Soda decides now. What you can do, of course, is keep Kimura out of the picture and allow him to be elusive. But you've got to hope that he takes advantage of it somehow. Waz is actually going to drop back. He's very nervous about how this looks. And you find the kill onto Loyal, and you set up then onto Soda. Beautiful transfer.
That's so hot. Double kill from Waz when you need it most. And it's like a turret in the rafters, watching everything. Another flank. This time it's Appa through lobby. He goes down, but he is delaying so much time. Lives on Peterson down to 9. And if you keep this pressure up, you keep this patience and lives, you don't bite off more than you could chew. Now it's Flux's turn to see if he can find somebody and catch them in behind.
Bit of a back and forth. First hit comes through at B. Soda. Step over. Waz finds 2. And of course, every time we tune into him, it's like a highlight reel. That being said, Peterson will still have bodies on the point. You're going to get that contest come through. Loyal barrels his way out of the water doorway, but Loyal for 2, Kimura with 1. So it turns into a 6v4 with 30 seconds on the clock, and Kimura will be able to dive the point and have that defensive team scrambling.
Everybody's off the respawn, and this is what I was talking about before. You have to have somebody to communicate where to break from this position, because you have Soda through Lion, and that's the killer. He watches the players off the respawn. All you need is 2 kills. The triple stack does the rest for the round, and nobody from Offit can get there in time, Andy. It was a good round from Offit for the most part, but so many times when they had to make those big plays, it was just too scrappy, and you see it from Waz here. In a situation where all you need to do is throw a shoulder to kill the person on B, you fully slide out, you expose yourself to the rest, and you're giving up kills for free in moments where you need to play your life.
I think the big concern for me is the way in which that collapses for Offit, because I think Waz goes huge in P4 to clear out your backline, you're pushed all the way out into their opposing spawn, and Peterson still walked through you at a critical moment, and it reminds me so much of map 1. Important moment to stand when your back's against the wall, only one team comes out swinging, and that's got to be deflating. You do get 2 kills, at least if you're off it here, but it's got to be pretty, it's got to be tidy. There's the 3rd, so opportunity to get this A point moving.
So reverse sweep in the control to reverse sweep the game. Break off of towards A so far good. Flux pushes deeper into the setup and backs up to get the triple cap going, and you play for a big fight win on the zone itself. Instant cap at A, 2 minutes and 18 seconds.
Waz then finds his timing to transition. Soda from the top rope. Appa tries to stay up, and well, 3 more in the feed. So I said I wanted it to be clean from off it. I wanted them to figure it out, and they're making it happen. Peterson, for the first time then, having to dive the point. Loyal will do his best, but not for very long. And it's moving, Seymour.
Just stack it. It's done.
And it's gone.
Oh my goodness. What a sensational round from Offit. And why couldn't they do that the first time? That is literally so perfect. Everybody wins their fights. Everybody stacks the zone. Nobody gets greedy. The team coordination in that round alone is the best I've ever seen Offit play.
I can't agree with you anymore. Like, that is the best offensive round I think we've seen the entirety of CONUS. That's the best offensive round I've seen in a very, very long time from anybody. Super smooth. Peterson will feel like a truck's just hit them. And off it, well, after the deflation of the end of round 2, suddenly hand themselves an opportunity here. 11 ticks on the board as well. Peterson, so they need 5 at least to then guarantee defense. I don't even know if you want defense, though, considering how much you just got ran through. So Peterson want to end it here, and they'll have to do it in the same way they won the last round.
Flux, he's gonna fly with Oppa. Flux goes big, and Yapli helps out. 3 dead. Loyal now. Stop shooting Flux. Gonna be able to finish the kill, but Flux stays alive long enough that Loyal's gonna get taken care of, and there's no progress so far towards A. Until JR, it's his turn now. See if he could draw things away. Heads up from Oppa to pay attention to the players trying to flood this zone with JR. Allows for the rest of your team to have the layup to clear it. This back and forth. It's scrappy, but Offit are doing a good job to deny these segments.
They're holding on. It feels like a bit of a steal and resilience that we haven't gotten to witness for a little bit, and that's a perfectly placed nade from Flux. Kimura tries to abandon ship, but the reload actually slowed him down from getting away, so a frustrating moment. Flux, by the way, has a Hellstorm in pocket. And what that could do later on if you're trying to defend this B site when you decide to bring that in. You're trusting Waz to be able to clear this, but as he goes down and Yopley, well, he lands on his own grenade. B is moving, and well, if you were going to use the Hellstorm, you've lost your opportunity.
B-Zone's done, and that is arguably the harder of the two, so certainly Peterson feeling good to put this one away. Gonna need some big plays from some big players in some big moments out of Offit. As with 2 minutes on the clock, realistically, I think Peterson are thinking you could turn this into some TDM and start to bleed these lives away.
It's half a tick needed from Peterson to tie this up, by the way. If they start to become concerned about that, because a couple of kills go off it, bring it nearer again. 90 seconds still, though, and we see that Peterson so often in these moments recognize how to play around the time. That being said, with every single one of these kills that threaten their respawns, you sense a little bit more panic potentially coming through, but 2 players will spawn on top of each other in dirt and clean out Yopley. And it's Loyal really making a lot of noise here that's going to force Offit to back off, try and find him. And so you should escape if you're Peterson. That has burnt, though, through 20 seconds and given us a tied life situation. So Offit handling the pressure very well.
It warrants a response, and one thing I will give Offit, and it was the same on their defense last time around, is that Oppa is doing a great job at continuing to put on pressure through the sub-rule on the flanking side of Peterson. It's allowing players on your team to have a little bit of an easier job in terms of breaking out of your spawn and getting back towards these control zones. But when the going gets tough, this is when Peterson plays their best. And with no lives remaining on both sides, you need Offit to clutch up in this moment, breaking out of their spawns over towards A. Flux finds JR, Loyal for the trade, 3-on-3. Flux a little turned around, and the stack now, the kills now, and Peterson put it away. Just like that. 3-1 in the control, 3-0 in the series. And a valiant effort from Offit, just never enough.
I mean, you said it yourself, my friend. When it gets tough, Peterson suddenly stand up, stand tall, and yet again clutch up in what seemed like a very difficult moment. Just really hard here to talk about a 3-0 series and really reflect just how good Offit were throughout it. I think the S&D certainly needs work still if you're Offit, but the hard point, you could argue that they should have walked away with it considering how good they were through so much. And in the control, there are plenty of reason. I think just 2 big clutches from Peterson are the reason why we're seeing it not go to that decisive round 5, or even better, for Offit land in their hands. So a squad that we lose here, very much so a part of the conversation here for competition, not only at CONUS, but another team that I'm really looking forward to seeing at Worlds. For Peterson, the celebrations, of course, mean that you move on through to that matchup against Cannon Air Force Base. Will be for pushing through into potential top 3 and beyond situations. And Peterson, well, in the Western bracket, they made the dream run through to get all the way to grand finals. I've started here and said at the top of the show, I'm expecting this to happen again. And that is a hell of a way to get it going.
Yeah, twice now, too. We're sitting here, hands in our face at predictions where we expect these games to be a little bit closer, but maybe the lights are too bright. I said this back at day one. When you get to the championship Saturday, you have that opportunity to get a little bit of a better seed, and you are all over the place, unprepared, and a little bit nervous in those times. We look back to that control, and you can see it. Lots of trading from the Offa team. You don't need to trade on the defense. You needed it to be a little bit more clean in those gunfights. And Peterson, where the difference was shown was into those big moments when it mattered. It would be 3-4 dead. You'd be reeling off the respawn and grasping for air. It felt like at times the best chance that they had was in the hard point. And I never thought I would think or say that the best chance that they had would be a hard point. But it is Skyline at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the start of that map, Vito. The way that we settled into it was a bit like, oh, that makes me nervous, personally, for my 3-0 prediction, because Offa could certainly upset the odds there. And, well, they very nearly did. Peterson had to, again, stand tall, show that resilience, that spine, that steel that won them the Western Regionals. We had a couple of questions about where they stood after they get knocked down into the lower portion of the bracket, but answering those now. And in order to answer all of those questions, they needed a superstar in particular to step up in map 1, and it'll be Kimura who's joining us for this interview. My friend, looking absolutely fantastic out there. Quite frankly, ridiculous stuff. We're going to go all the way back. We're going to take your memory down to map 1. You guys started slow, needed you to step up, and you deliver a performance. I think it was like a 47-22 performance or something ridiculous. Talk me through exactly how you suddenly took over that map.
At the end of the day, it's a team game. You know what I mean? Somebody on my team, I'm expecting to step up. And in most cases, it's Loyal. In some cases, it's Soder. JR's been stepping up big. But I was like, you know what? I'm looking at the score. I know we're down. I was like, all right, it's time to lock in.
That gamer moment where everybody just knows, feet down, lean forward, eyes up, and it's time to lock in for that game. We've all been there for sure. The Search and Destroy 2 looks a lot better for your team. What kind of steps did you guys take going into today to make sure that it was as clean as it was on the red card?
It's playing together is the main thing about Search. We're all taking ones. We knew what we did wrong. We're chowing things we're not supposed to chow. It's like I said, it's a team game. So when we play together, we play well.
And now that you're understanding that it's a team game, obviously that's going to have you thinking that there's teams that you want to take revenge on going through the rest of CONUS to maybe get back from whether it's regionals or whether it's going to be the reason that you're down in the lower brackets. Where are you guys setting your sights on for the remainder? Where are your expectations going in towards day 5 for the championship Saturday?
Our eyes are set on our next match. We're not looking into the future. We're ready for our next match.
I mean, I love the focus personally because I stood here at the top of the show and made the prediction that you guys will make the dream run and win everything again. You've mentioned multiple times there, my friend, that it's a team game. And you're right. We do like to celebrate our superstar individuals, but you're right. It's a team game indeed. And one thing about your team for sure is that you guys have a hell of a lot of something that can't be bought, can rarely be trained. It's resiliency. Where the hell do you guys keep managing to find it within yourselves to clutch up in difficult situations again and again?
We just, like I said, we just, back to the basics, communication, teamwork, making sure we know where we're at on the map, making sure we know where everyone is holding, where everyone's looking so we don't get, flanked. We took that L yesterday. We took it to heart. We just got blindsided. We weren't playing together, weren't calming well. So we just last night we were like, all right, tomorrow we know what to do. We got our eyes focused on what we want, and we're just here, take it game by game.
Well, certainly are, and you will walk away convincing victors after your first game. That will set you up next for a game against Cannon Air Force Base. That will be settling who finishes 4th and who moves on to fight for top 3 and beyond. it's been fantastic to watch your team. Every single time we get the opportunity to cast over you guys, we set up a cast rotation in the back, and every time we get Peterson, all three of us go, all right, looking forward to casting that one, because you guys are a joy to watch, have been all the way through CONUS, and have much more to come yet, I'm sure. But before we send you on your way, my friend, anything that you want to say to those sharing love to you and your team here on the main stage?
Yeah, man. Shout out Coach Plex. Coach Plex is getting us through it.
Coach Plex getting that shout out indeed. And your squad looks fantastic. So yeah, Kimura, my friend, congratulations again. We'll see plenty more of you guys. Until then, take care. Have a great afternoon.
All right, you as well. Thank you, guys.
I mean, so calm. Considering that you've just like 3-0'd a big squad, and I guess that this just shows exactly why Peterson are so good in those resilient moments. It's the ability to kind of take so much of the pressure out of it and just stick to the basics, as he says, stick to the facts of the matter, and that is, if we play in this way and we do these things, we will come out on top. So wonderful getting to tune in with Kimura there. Anything that you take away from that interview that kind of gleans as to why this team is so damn good?
Yeah, I think it's a learning moment to a lot of people who are watching, trying to learn Call of Duty themselves, is that you look at Skyline, and when you play it in a ranked match, or Red Card, when you play it on a Search and Destroy, and you think, wow, like this is very overwhelming. It's chaotic. I don't know what's going on. When you go to those fundamentals, you really take a step back and you go ahead, you read the situation, and you stay ahead of yourself and trying to plan out your next course of action. And you hear it from him. It's just how much simpler it is to read those plays coming in from your opponent. You play towards the communication as well, listening to one another. You could build off of that. And again, you're going to feel that ease is off your shoulders. Things get a lot less chaotic, a lot more controlled for your team. And you can see in those big moments, it really pays off for Peterson. And I'm hoping a lot of people take note of that and learn from it, because it's important in Call of Duty at the end of the day to make sure you're doing that. I also do want to give a big shout out to Offit as well. I mean, what a run from those guys. They qualify for Worlds. When we get 9 into this roster, no shade to Yupli as well. I'm excited to see what they can do. Yupli, you played awesome. Put some respect on his name, guys.
Oh, no, absolutely. It's so difficult to walk into any system. It doesn't matter the game. It does not matter the map, the mode. It is so hard to do. He comes in, gets the team on through to Worlds, and no doubt an incredible memory and moment for him and for that whole team, as they do it in Game 5 round 11 fashion as well, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely ridiculous. But that will be all we see of Offit for CONUS. We will be marching on forward with Peterson and with much more in terms of stories to tell, stakes to settle, and of course prizing to hand out, ladies and gentlemen, because we are now down to our top 4. But we're going to take a minute here. We're going to take a hot break, and we'll see you guys on the other side to settle everything else that's still to come.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CONUS Esports Championships of 2025. I'm Enigma. I'll be going with you through this next series. But of course, not alone. We've cycled out Seymour. We've brought in Infinity, my friend. What do you think after watching that last series? Surprised, or did you see that 3-0 coming the whole way?
Yeah, I'll be honest. If I was to put a prediction into that series, I would have said it would have been a 3-0. I think, Offit are a great team, and I really enjoyed seeing them clutch up and make it to the top 6, but I never saw Peterson letting get past that.
I mean, fair enough. Look, if you had the chance to put a prediction, you'd have put a 3-0, but you know who did? Yeah. This guy.
You did,
so
yeah.
I've tied you all up here, and I can't wait to find out exactly how this series goes, because of course we've made some predictions. But before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, we got a big game to settle. This is going to be winners finals here between Langley Eustace and Nellis. Now, both of these teams have lit up our screens. Langley Eustace, in particular, really shining out, beating out the Western team yesterday 3-2 in Peterson, the Western champion, sorry. And since then, I think have risen a lot in our estimations.
Yeah, definitely. I think Nellis have gotten a lot better over the course of the week, if you will, right? Langley Eustace, though, I think this is a roster that has just looked so damn good the entire tournament thus far. We can take a look at our bracket first and foremost to show you guys. Langley getting that Game 5 victory over Peterson. I think that's just insane. Like, that Game 5 victory over Peterson, I think the back couple of games were just, like, two of the most dominant maps I think we've seen from anybody. To have that, like, it's just insane. Just an insane couple of maps from them, and I think that on the whole does set the tone for a very competitive series here.
Yeah, it's a weird one because, to remind you guys, I mean, Eastern champions, that went to Eglin, who beat out Langley Eustace in the finals. Western bracket, that was Peterson, who beat out Nellis. But you will see that both Peterson and Eglin fall into the lower bracket here, and Eglin actually end up placing top 6 after losing to Cannon earlier on today. So champions not having it all their way. It's actually the teams that came second that are looking much hotter here for the CONUS overall championship, sitting up there in winners finals. Top 3 guaranteed, so they'll be seeing some of the prizing. But all 8 gentlemen across these two teams making themselves stand out as superstars for sure. Because for Nellis and Langley, you've had a couple of players who I think have grown through the competition. They've just gotten better and better and better every time we've had the opportunity to tune in with all of these players. We have just had further looks in at exactly how players should be stepping up and making those adjustments through a LAN.
Yeah, definitely. I think, because we have seen these improvements over the course of the week, right? And we've been kind of seeing them from pretty much every single team. I think it goes back to a conversation we had at the beginning of the week, right? Where it's just a case of, I think a lot of this maybe setting that a lot of these players haven't been in before has really gotten to them. It's very difficult to adjust, right? It's not like, us sitting at home here in our bedrooms playing Call of Duty. You're in a competitive setting where you are literally seeing your opponents on the other side of the stage. And that can get to you. I think everyone is used to it now, and we've seen improvements because of that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It definitely a little leg up there. I know I would be. Get involved a little bit too much in the yelling and bellowing at each other, but, well, the players who are going to be taking part, of course, for Langley Eustace, this is going to be Wolf, Reaper, Tantalize, and Da Vinci. But for Nellis Air Force Base, it's going to be Smack, Smoke, Tones, and Kuzo. 8 fellas up here that I feel like we could call any of them superstars, but is there anyone in particular that you're looking at here to say, okay, this is your time to shine and prove why you're the MVP?
Oh boy, I'm so glad you asked this question. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and throw a curveball your way.
Okay.
I'm going to say it's going to be Tantalize for Langley Eustace. I've seen a lot of love for Wolf. I've seen a lot of love for Reaper, but my whole storyline with Langley Eustace is it's not just those two players over the last couple of days. It's because of the fact you've got the likes of Tantalize and Da Vinci stepping up in key moments throughout those games yesterday versus Peterson. That's why this roster is as good as they are. We are going to jump to Langley Eustace first then in the conversation. I do want to dive deeper here. I am absolutely astounded by how good this roster has been. They have gone from strength to strength. I know we said that about a lot of teams, but it's never been more true, I think, for any team apart from this one. And yeah, it's because of the fact that, I think prior to really the last series we saw these guys, and even the series before that, it's always been Wolf and Reaper, right? Creating a lot of space for this team Enigma. But Tantalize and Da Vinci, when they stepped up to the plate, Langley Eustace found another level. And I'll go ahead and say, I don't think anybody has matched that apart from, well, I mean, I don't even think anyone has. Straight up, I'm just trying to think, has any other team done that? I don't think so. I think Langley Eustace, when all 4 players on fire on all cylinders, unbeatable.
I agree in the sense of a lot of what you're saying about the growth that has come from this team, because we were trying to do our power rankings when it was just like the Eastern and Western brackets, and I feel like I put this team kind of like 4th, whereas right now I'm looking at them as final boss, basically. They have been so good. They've grown so much. Wolf has been their slaying superstar for sure, but I love what you're saying about these other players. We love fundamental COD. We love folks who understand the importance of when to have impact. And although Tantalize doesn't open his eyes here for the photo shoot, we do get him popping up in the right moments for so often that his team needs, basically. But if they are going to continue that vein of form that we see them in right now, they've got a very tough task ahead of them, because there is, of course, this Nellis squad on the other side of things. Smack, Smoke, Tones, and Kuzo. And for every conversation that we've got right now going on about Langley Eustace and how damn good they look, I think you can make some of the same arguments here for this Nellis Air Force-based team.
Yeah, you can, right? I mean, this is the thing. This roster is so impressive, right? Everyone was focusing on Tones, obviously, being that returning player from last year. And for good reason, because Tones is an absolute beast. But everybody else in this roster has had their moments as well. I'm a huge fan, I think, of Smack in particular. I think he has this massive go-off potential. He can just show up at the most unexpected of times. And that has been the case for Nellis. And albeit, I think, you know, going back to their last matchup when they did play Eglin in the upper bracket semi-final, I do think there was a certain element of mismatch there where maybe Eglin were not all showing up to the matchup, and I think that gave Nellis a lot of room to breathe. We didn't see, therefore, Nellis on full form. I think going against Langley Eustace, we're about to see that.
We are, indeed. I mean, this squad, for me, Smack, Smoke, that's the duo that have been so damn imperative, but I love what you're saying about the whole lineup. But this then sets us up. 8 top tier players ready to step out, of course, across a set of maps and a set of modes for our winners finals. And my friend, we are going to be handed a Vault hardpoint to get things going. Then it's into the Hacienda for the S&D, the Vault Control, Skyline hardpoint, Red Card S&D, and of course some bans in below. Anything here that stands out early to you, considering what we've just been saying about these 8 fellas?
Yeah, if anything, I think it's the fact that there's a couple of maps absent from this best of 5, right? We're missing a Hacienda hardpoint, and we're missing a Rewind, Search, and Destroy. And look at the bans coming through from Nellis. You know what I love more than anything else in the world? I absolutely love it when teams use their vetoes to ban against their opposition. And that is exactly what Nellis has done here, because those were the 2 maps where Langley ran through Peterson in maps number 4 and 5 yesterday. So they've got them out of the map set. I will say, though, they did leave the Vault Control, and that's good for them, because that's a map that Langley lost 3-2 to Peterson yesterday. Had to go all the way to round 5, but they lost it anyway. So I'm actually feeling pretty positively if I'm Nellis in this best of 5.
No, I absolutely love that you're calling that out, because we are fans of fundamental, intelligent Call of Duty, and that part of that warfare, ladies and gentlemen, part of that mental game that comes alongside the ability to turn and snap onto an opponent is playing around the map vetoes correctly. And I think you're right. Nellis here are going to be feeling pretty good about what they've walked away with. That being said, we, of course, don't get to see those beforehand, and I wondered if that would have changed a couple of our predictions, because, my friend, we have both gone with Langley Eustace for this one. I'm expecting to be a game 5. I think maybe we're hopeful that it goes to a game 5. A winner's final, game 5 after a 5-day LAN. Good lord, I'm looking to bless us a little bit. But you're going with that 3-1. Tell me, do you feel still comfortable in that, considering the map set that we've just seen?
It's difficult, right? Because I don't want to go ahead and say, like, oh, you know, Langley Eustace are only good at 2 maps here, right? Like, they're not only good at Hacienda Hardpoint, they're not only good at Rewind, Search, and Destroy. They have a very deep map pool. So I still think this is going to be an uphill battle for Nellis, and that's not to take anything away from Nellis. They're a very talented squad, and I'm sure we will see this in this one. With that said, though, I do think Langley Eustace have found another level. As I said, I think when all 4 players are firing on all cylinders, they are a difficult roster to stop, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. I will say, though, I think Nellis are going to come out and win one of the first couple of maps. I think if I had to give them one, it would probably be the Search and Destroy. But that's just kind of a hunch, if anything. Obviously, Langley Eustace did end up losing the S&D yesterday to Peterson, and it was the most convincing loss they took in that series. So I think that's probably where they're going to get into this series. But honestly, who knows at this point? I want your predictions to be right. I want a game 5.
Yeah, game 5 would be glorious in the winners finals. Also, if we do get that prediction right, either of us, we take the lead in this. And considering how late we are in this tournament, it's a little bit concerning that 4 is the lead, by the way. We've been really bad at this. So that means we're probably not going to get a 3-2 or 3-1. We've maybe cursed Langley Eustace a little bit here. I know what you're going to say. We're getting the team right quite often.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not necessarily.
We know what we're talking about. It's so difficult to predict an exact score. Like, come on.
Look, production came in my ear on day one, and we're like, no bonus points. So I'm not raising that again. Feel free to if you want to. All right, we get it again. No bonus points. So yeah, all right, nothing being handed out. So fair play to the production squad in the back. Ruthless in their application of the rule set. And you know who will need to be ruthless, my friend? Nellis and Langley Eustace, as we set ourselves up for a vault hard point. Winners finals. We've talked so much about it. The way in which this LAN is put together, so rare that we get a 5-day LAN. With everything that's been going on down there at Patrick Space Force Base, this has been an incredible event. But, well, this is by far the biggest game of it to this point. Who books their ticket through to Grands guarantees themselves a top 2 finish, and who will have to make a run or stop some other teams on a run down in that lower portion of the bracket. Got 8 superstars, but what we don't have is a very stable lobby. So we're going to set ourselves up to go again here. Just the way it is sometimes with Call of Duty. You and me have been around the block long enough. And I guess what I was trying to build up there towards the start to get us into map 1. Pressure. That's what a lot of these players will be facing right now. Some of them, though, they came here with the goal of just doing well in the region. They came in with the goal of just making it to Worlds. Do you think that there's more or less pressure riding on the gents here, considering that we're in winners finals for CONUS?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the pressure's definitely off right now because you've already gotten yourselves 2 Worlds, right? So, like, that ticket is already booked. You don't need to stress too much, no matter what happens here, right? If you walk away with a medal, because, again, these guys have already got a medal for themselves. Not
True.
one. I mean, I assume they've got 4 medals. Actually, I don't know. If there's 1 medal between them, I apologize.
If there's one going spare, I'll take it, so...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll actually have those medals. But yeah, I mean, they've already got themselves a medal, right? At this point, it is just a difference between going in with a medal or going in with a trophy, right? And obviously, you do want that trophy. There's also the matter of seeding on the line as well. That's another discussion point we haven't really touched upon. Obviously, you do want a high seed against the teams from PACAF and USAFE because there are going to be a lot of teams in that competition and those competitions, excuse me, that are also very proficient at Call of Duty. So... yeah, I do think there is, still an element of wanting to come out on top here, but also I think more than anything, you want to be able to call yourself the CONUS champions this year. We know for a fact we're getting a new one because Buckley are no longer in the competition. That is a huge title to walk into Worlds with.
No, I absolutely love some of the points that you raised here. They're great points to be made. Of course, this is, to get yourself some seeds that will then set you up for Worlds. We're waiting on the PACAF squads of Masawa, Hickam, and Anderson. You and me got a good look at them alongside Seymour. For you, Safi, it's Lakenheath, Ramstein, and Spangdahlem. And those 6 squads come in here. Everyone who's playing in CONUS might not have got a look at those other teams, but they're certainly getting a good look at each other. And the more time you spend playing, the more of an opportunity you get to test each other out, whether it be depth, map pool, strategies within those maps, so on and so forth. And as such, I think it just breeds more and more confidence the deeper you go as to when you get to Worlds. Because, I mean, it's a very regional thing, whether you're from PACAF, whether you're from USAFE, or whether you're from CONUS here. You're going to think that this is the best competition in the world. So if you're winning this one, you're likely going to do well at Worlds. So, I mean, everybody right now looking to set themselves up with the best possible run into Worlds, whether that be seeding, whether that be confidence. And that, of course, continues right here. But I've got to say, here, it's been, again, just a very long tournament for some of these players. We mentioned in the last series, me and Seymour, it's about stamina. It's about the gas left in the tank.
Yeah.
Some of these squads have brought in last-second subs. They're rotating team players in and out. When you come into winners finals, if you've got a couple of tricks left up your sleeve, do you tend to use them here, or do you maybe save them for if you get into grand final situation?
I think you just use them now. Honestly, I will say there is less of advantage coming from the winners bracket. I don't believe we have a bracket reset here, right? So it is just a straight best of 7 for the grand finals. And so, just use it. Just get into the grand finals. It'll be much easier for you guys at home. So, yeah, we're looking forward to seeing this matchup. I think we're just getting that lobby remade right now.
Yeah, we are indeed. And actually, we get confirmation that we're going to fix a couple of things tech-wise up there on the main stage. And it's going to take a hot minute. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is ask you to grab a drink. But also, we've got a little VT for you here where the players themselves had to take on some mystery drinks. Do enjoy.
PACAF teams will face off, tasting a series of mystery drinks. No intel, no hints. Let's put their taste buds to the test.
I think it's Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper. It's
I
for
think
sure Dr. Pepper.
It's Dr. Pepper.
For sure.
Nah, I did taste that cherry, but there was no cherry.
Bro, you said you just tasted it, but there was no cherry?
Ain't nobody gonna put, like, bro.
You heard him, right? Yeah, that's Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, Dr. Pepper. Yeah.
There is cherry Dr. Pepper.
I ain't seen
It's definitely Dr. Pepper. That's all.
I think it's
Am I
just Dr.
tripping?
Pepper.
Bro, I'm getting gaslit.
It's like a watered down, flat Dr. Pepper.
I'll say Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper. 100%. What is it, cherry?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh.
You were close. You did say it, so you're right.
Whoa, I didn't even sip it. Whoa.
What is that, bro?
Oh, wait.
What the hell's wrong with y'all?
Is that oolong tea?
They give me the wrong cup.
Yeah, that's tea.
Unsweetened tea.
That's unsweet
Yeah,
tea
that's
for
like
sure.
some type of tea. I want to say it's like green tea or something.
It's like somebody trying to make alcohol and then took all the alcohol out and left you with beer. Like that beer without the alcohol, you know what I mean? It tastes like flat dog water.
I don't know if it's green tea because I drink a lot of green tea.
That's not green tea. That's
It tastes like Lipton. It tastes like
It's-
Lipton tea.
Lipton. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Lipton unsweetened tea.
Lipton unsweetened tea.
Yeah, but tea's dark colored. That wasn't
it's
dark.
not. No, it's not unsweet.
Lipton unsweet tea.
Yeah, y'all don't want to fucking listen.
That's disgusting. I'd fake sip if we have to do it again.
It's tea, but it tastes like liquid dog water, so green tea.
Is that green tea?
It's not green tea, but I don't know any other tea.
I'm gonna go oolong because I don't.
I'm gonna go oolong because I don't even know what oolong tea is.
Oh, now you want to believe me. My fault.
Hey, that's what this guy, brother.
Oolong tea, oolong tea. I don't know what it is. What is that?
Oh, unsweet green.
I got gaslit. I got gaslit.
Bro, I was right the other time.
Yeah, I got gaslit.
We're throwing.
Smelled it. I think it is grape Fanta.
I think it is. Can we agree this time before we just send it?
You think it's grape Fanta?
Yeah.
Before you just send it? It's grape something. I know
Yeah.
that. It's like wine, you know what I mean? Dude, that smells familiar.
What do you guys think?
Bro, I don't know.
I don't think I've ever had this.
I
in my
seriously don't know. I want to just say grape Fanta because
I don't know if it's Fanta. It's grape. It's grape.
It's grape.
It's not grape Fanta.
It's grape.
It's grape something.
Grape, yeah. Say grape.
Bro, you didn't know it was grape?
No, I don't know.
I don't know. That grape tastes
Grape
a little weird.
Sunkiss.
Grape sun. That's what I was thinking. Grape Sunkiss.
I'm going grape Fago. I don't think they have Fago here though. What's that off-brand
I
Fago?
seriously don't know.
It's grape soda, so.
We can go with that.
I'm
They don't
gonna
really
be the
have
one up.
Sunkist
I'm
in
gonna
a
go grape
bottle.
Fanta.
Unless it's like Fanta, like flat, but like
They don't have it in a bottle though.
I'm gonna say grape Sunkiss for me.
It's grape soda.
I used to pull that up with too many things not to know what that is.
It's not grape Fanta.
I'm gonna go grape Fanta.
Grape Fanta. Oh, let's go.
Good job.
nah. That's
This is all y'all. It's banana something.
Yeah.
This is white soda. This is white. This is the white thing. I didn't taste it yet. You see, I didn't taste it. It's the white soda. I forgot what it's called.
I suck at this.
Calpis.
Milkis.
Yeah.
Calpis.
Calpis.
Milkis. Calpis. Yeah.
Calpis. Yeah.
I didn't even drink it yet.
Something Japanese, I feel like.
Banana like.
I feel like it's a Japanese drink.
For sure.
Is there a green Fanta?
It's not a green Fanta. It could be pineapple. It could be, actually. It could be pineapple Fanta.
I don't think that, bro. It smelled like banana.
It did smell like banana, but it kind of tasted like pineapple.
It's like milk soda, right?
Yeah, it's like milk soda. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never had that. I'm going pineapple.
That's fire.
Pineapple.
Let him go pineapple.
Calpis.
He's going pineapple.
He's
I'm going
going
Calpis.
pineapple.
Oh no, we're not going pineapple. We're going Calpis.
No shot. Calpis.
Calpis, Milkis. I don't know.
It has to be.
What? It tastes the exact same.
It literally does taste the same.
Damn it.
It's coconut?
Am I tripping? That tastes
No, it tastes the exact same. No, I believe you.
Pineapple Fanta.
Oh yeah. A melon cream.
Melon cream?
How am I supposed to know? I've been in Korea. They got that out there?
I only drink Dr. Pepper, dude.
Nah, this is cheating.
I knew it was
If I knew we was gonna do Japanese drinks, I would have studied up before today.
Orange Fanta. Orange Fanta. Orange Fanta.
That has to be.
Orange Fanta.
That's Fanta.
Orange Fanta.
So you try to throw us off with this one. You're like, we'll do Fanta now.
He called it white people soda.
I said white soda.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, we have 2 winners.
Great.
Cooked.
Orange fan.
You got caught at 5K.
fan,
4 cameras deep.
I swear to God, pay it
You
back.
been mic'd up, gang. and you
Pay
still
it back.
talking. We gonna run it back.
I feel like Japanese sodas have more carbonation. Yeah. So American drinks like that, they lose carbonation. Orange Fanta.
You killed. My whole career is ended just because of this. Watch, it's not.
Orange
They
Fanta.
trolled us. 100%.
No way.
They're trolling.
Nice soda for real.
Yeah.
It's in a bottle. You gotta go with
It's in a
Fanta.
bottle. I think it's Fanta.
They don't got
Orange
Sunkist
Fanta.
bottles?
Oh, yeah.
And well, there we have it, Brody. Players taking on mystery drinks before they get into things. A pretty good effort from some folks. Of course, being from this side of the pond, a couple of those drinks I was unsure. But Dr. Pepper making an appearance. Huge fan personally.
Yeah.
You got any up there that you're a huge fan of?
Fanta. The Fanta, dude, American Fanta, I don't know what it is. I had one earlier this year when I was in San Francisco on the way back. It was like, all right, I need to get to the I don't care whatever else is in this airport. I do not care. I just need to get to the closest store. Let's see, I even did it in American references. Closest store, get myself a Fanta. That is exactly what I did. And I don't think I've ever had a happier fly home because I had a Fanta. It was great. I don't know what it is. America doesn't clear a lot against Britain. I'm really sorry. I know I'm offending a lot of people.
Was it
right
a
now.
nice, hot, sunny day as well?
It was a really hot day. I
glorious.
was in San Fran, so West Coast heat back then was really hot. But there's one thing that America clears the Brits on, and it is sugary drinks. Mountain Dew, Dr. I hope we don't have any drink sponsors here. Mountain Dew, Dr. Pepper, Fanta Orange. You guys clear with that. I will have one every time I go to the US.
Yeah, this is a really weird conversation for us because quite often brands are a no-no. We're not allowed to talk about them. So, but if they were being put up there on the VT, I'm like, oh, to hell with it. Let's talk about it. But yeah, we get away with it. I will give you the whole clearing on the sugary drinks thing. Again, I like my teeth, so I try my best to not drink many sugary drinks. So I'll let you be the judge there. But we do, of course, have ourselves a series, and this is going to be Nellis and Langley Eustace that we are talking about. Now, this is winners finals, arguably the biggest stakes so far through the tournament, and I don't think that's a hot take personally, purely because it's a case of you've got regionals, yes, important. Checking that box of getting yourself into Worlds, very important for everybody. Now, surely coming into today, it was right, we want to win CONUS, and that's what we actually came here for.
Yeah, at this point, you've got this far, right? You've got through so many teams. What has it been, 5 days of competition? So if you include all the matches that have occurred in the regional stages of the competition, these guys have played about a dozen matches by this point. That's probably an overestimation, but they've played a lot of goddamn Call of Duty. And, I think you get to this point, it's like, well, if we're getting a top 3, we might as well go all the way. I hope so. I mean, I hope this is going to be a good match. I hope these guys are going to kind of fight to the death to try and get the victory.
Well, let's pull up the bracket if we can and take a look here, because it's a situation for us where, of course, we've done a lot of talking about how we're trying to weigh up these various teams and the kind of things that they've had to get through. But I think when we're looking at Nellis Air Force Base and Langley, and then Cannon Air Force Base and Peterson Space Force Base down there at the bottom, obviously confirmation from that last series about how that sets up our lower semis. It's a case of, I think all 4 teams would have had it down as well, we are making Worlds. Unless we get upset here, that's going to be quite easy for us. Yeah. So I think continuing our conversation of this now is their big target, their big goal, and adds on all that pressure.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if we look at this bracket, right, I'm looking at, is this the top 4 I necessarily expected to get to this, right? Because top 6, I think, the only thing I would have said I expected to be different was, I think, and we all had this, I think I would have said Malmstrom would have gotten over Offit. I think that would be the only thing I'd be like, okay, Malmstrom
I can see where you're coming from
more than Offit have. But beyond that, the top 6 I pretty much expected. The top 4, I will say it is a shock to me, and maybe not such a massive shock. Obviously, after all, I did predict Cannon to win the series. I think a lot of people would have said that Eglin would have gotten over Cannon, right, to the top 4, right? That Eglin would be the team playing Peterson in that lower bracket semi-final. The fact that that's not the case, I think, is a big shout out to Cannon, because those guys have worked their bums off, getting better and better throughout every single match. But it is a really competitive top 4, and albeit I think both you are on the same page now that we think Langley Eustace is going to win the entire tournament. Shout out to Evan, because he told us that, and we didn't believe him at first, and now we do. yeah, I think now we're kind of on the same page as to who we're going to win. I still do think, though, there is a very high chance that we could be wrong. Like, anybody could take this right now. I wouldn't be surprised even if Nellis came out and they actually destroyed Langley in this series. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I don't think there's a high chance of that happening. I'm saying there is a chance that it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, I predicted Peterson to win it all, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was Langley considering how damn good they've looked. I agree with you on the Eglin take, by the way. I'm surprised that they're not making top 4, and I'm sure they will be as well. I think you just come into day 5 slow. I think that's a tough one to take as well if you're Eglin, because you've looked so good to the rest of the competition. And sometimes it's just hard to shake those cobwebs off in the morning. You've not had your coffee. You've not really gotten everything firing. And Canon do impress with the fact that they managed to take an S&D in particular, because I think that when we talk about them as being a really good respawn team, that slay-heavy squad that they can be, there's been elements of their teamwork that's been missing, but clearly looking a different beast today. But I mean, that only speaks more to how good Nellis and Langley Eustace have been, the fact that they've managed to be consistent through this CONUS bracket. Of course, these two teams were runners up in the regional, so they had plenty of pedigree coming into today, and now managing to see off even better than that, because at least one of them will be back into grand finals. So yeah, very much so. A set of players here that are looking good in front of us, and a reminder of who that is, of course. For Nellis, is Smack Smoke, that dynamic duo that has just been so good. And again, that Smack Smoke branding, I gotta see it trademarked at some point. That feels like we're missing a beat somewhere if that doesn't come through. And then Tones and Kuzo.
Wait, hang on. Smack Smoke, not Smoke Smack, like Smokestack?
I mean, if you want, I guess. I don't know what that is.
Isn't that like that's a thing, right? Hang on, let me just check this. You keep on talking about things.
Right, I don't know, but then you're backed up by Tones, who's of course like the veteran in this. Calls himself old. He's quite close to my age, so that was an insult when he said it up on main. But it's all right. He looks great and he's playing great out there, representing for those of us who are in the north of 30 bracket. And then Kuzo, who it feels like steps up with important moments in series quite often and delivers very much so in that difficult role of being not the IGL, not necessarily the slaying duo, but helping everything glue and work together. I can see that you've paused to look at the screen. Did you do your research?
I have edged it, and I have found out that Smokestack is like, you know, those like tunnels that are like, you know, like factories. They have like the plumes coming out. That's what a Smokestack is. Yeah, like that should be their branding.
Okay, all right, feel free. Well, you heard it here first. If they do decide to come on out with some branding and it looks exactly like that, me and Brody will be due royalties, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Anyway, Langley Eustace.
Give me money.
Of course, you have got Wolf, Reaper, Tantalize, Da Vinci. Wolf has been looked at as the slaying prowess on this lineup so much through the tournament, but he has got an incredible supporting cast. I feel like Reaper has really shone the further we've gone here on LAN, clearly stepping up through so many different trials and tribulations. But it's Tantalized that you're standing there and saying is actually the potential MVP for this team. And well, what a time it would be to show your case for it. Vault Hardpoint, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. And again, a massive thank you to production for all the work that they do to try and get everything running as smoothly as possible. It's not easy to put on a LAN anywhere, but 5 whole days of competition for these two squads will narrow down to a winners finals, and we are off and underway with Vault Hardpoint.
Oh boy, I'm so glad to see the start of this map, Enigma. We've been waiting with bated breath for the longest time to see who is going to start this series strong. Both of us are saying Langley Eustace is going to walk over the victory, but I just don't want to be counting Nellis out, dude. This roster is so damn good at the game, but they do want to have to stop, I think, Langley Eustace getting her hot early on, because if that happens, they might find themselves in danger.
Yeah, and a pinstripe feed is exactly what you probably want to see if you are an Ellis, because again, Langley Eustace do have this potential, and it reminds me of Peterson in many ways, where suddenly they just turn on a different gear. They just hit a different form, and you end up in a situation where no one can keep up in this tournament. And Wolf, he will find 2 to start to try and lock in this rotation over towards P2, and he will find 3, and that is exactly the kind of stuff Wolf does. Big pickups on rotation, helping his squad in. But that being said, Langley Eustace, they're in through the back.
Trying to get the kills here. Trades out. So still a lot of presence from both squads over by this hard point. Now just down to Tantalize. The guy I said he will need to step up for the squad, and he's done exactly that with those opening 2 gunfights. TK from Wolf was unfortunate, and now Nellis have got those back spawns in effect. Still towards the hard point. Da Vinci trying to play his life, and that's not going to happen. So for the moment here, Nellis back spawns. They've got hard point control.
Great work, really, to wrap themselves in through the back of Trophy, which completely catches Wolf off guard, who'd pushed up through the middle to set up a aggressive defensive line, and they didn't get the opportunity to do any such thing. You'll get a kill. Smoke trying to stay alive on the point. Finds one, finds two. More company here in Da Vinci. What do you have in you with the aims? Well, it's a pre-fire, and it's a great bit of work. You get the help in the end, but it's a force spree already for Smoke. And if he's going to start to put that branding into effect that we were talking about, well, moments like that are going to help him only solidify it.
All right, well, Nellis, a solid hold from them. We said they wanted to have a solid start to this game. That is exactly what's happened. Smoke now on 5 in a row. Start to look towards the new hard point. Nellis are getting all the pieces in position for an early break here. Smack will be the first point of ingress towards this hard point and doesn't even wait. Immediately activates, but in not waiting, Wolf is immediately there for the trade. Also, Reaper and Tantalize find the frags. And yeah, these spawns will flip, but Langley Eustace in early control.
And Nellis are going to be in great position here if they can break for 3 to potentially then chain it into 4. Makes sense. You need to find kills to make that happen, and, well, a lot of them will light up green. So Tone trying to hold on to Art for now. Big fight here. And Reaper, well, it's a couple of shots that hit the brickwork, but otherwise you manage to slip the bullets through. Find the kill that will set you up. And once you pinch on this point as well, that should hand you an extra couple of seconds. You got to be wary of Smack coming through the back.
Yeah, I was going to say, Smack is the guy to be wary of. Again, I just don't think he holds his trigger long enough there, right? I mean, we didn't get to see it from his POV, but we could see on the minimap, he had 3 players around him, and he almost just immediately fires off on the very first one he sees. Would love to have seen that from his POV, but alas, he goes down. Now the next player trying to contest in towards the scrap time will be Kuzo, looking for that rotation. Has a lot to do over here. He's just going to wait patiently. Do they know that he is over here? Kuzo has to be ready for it. Here comes that initial chow. Good for the first against Wolf. We'll get the call out. The Reaper's around the side as well. Shots out will give Kuzo an advantage in towards this one. Semtex does stick on towards Da Vinci and will take that player down. So Kuzo is single-handedly keeping this hill in control for Nellis. The help is about as far away from possible, and Kuzo will not receive it in time. He finally falls.
I love the work, though, from Langley Eustace to counter that situation. Recognize that Kuso's on a heater and holding things down. So what they do is they turn and stop those Nellis reinforcements from actually getting close to the point. But then when you do try and hit in towards the point, you also get Nellis close enough. So Kuzo can hold his head high. He's 9-12 right now, but talk about having an impact with the kills that you are finding, helping his squad set up what could be a 50-point gap going into our second set of rotations.
Yeah, this is huge from Nellis. And you got to think about how much of this came from P1 and P2, right? Nellis, they looked so good off the back of P1, and then they had that convincing hold over by P2 as well. So imagine what would have happened, by the way, if Kuzo would have been able to do even a little bit more. If he had a couple more players, this game would look very much out of control for Langley Eustace. But now we go in towards the second set here. Langley Eustace trying to fight a way to stop Nellis from getting ahead by a large margin in this game. And they are going to find 3 kills. Smoke, the last one left to deal with, and they are on the hunt for that last remaining player. Smoke is surviving well past his expiry date, though, and is now going to be a nuisance towards the hard point as well. On the other side, you've got help from Smack. The duo is here. Are they here for more kills, though? No. They get shut down, and Langley Eustace hold.
Smoke is on a tear, to be honest. Langley Eustace will have felt that they had control of that situation multiple times, only for Smoke to tear them apart. Now Tone's trying to hold down the stairs. It starts to become a consideration for rotation. And he's got a big job on hand. Manages to find Wolf, who's trying to drop in through light. Smoke will then find one in the middle. Do you punch out? Well, Tantalize trying to hold that back line. You spoke about him as a potential MVP for this lineup, and he goes big with 2 that sets up Reaper for a trade as well. Those spawns come close. You get trophy, but you also get close if you're JB Langley Eustace. So suddenly it turns into a foot race to new.
Who's going to win it? Who's faster in this situation? Well, it looks like Nellis have already won it. They're winning the gunfights as well. Reaper just jumping out the hill. Is he going to hit the reset? No, he won't. Nice kill from Smack. Reaper was desperately trying to hit the regen, and now he won't be able to. Langley Eustace might have closed the deficit, but they really want to fight for this time. One player spawning out on the other side here is Tantalize, and Reaper look to aggress around the back, and both of those players are shut out by Kuzo. Reaper off the respawn goes down, and Langley Eustace might have close spawns, but Nellis are holding.
Well, actually, the Langley end up with that very close point. I think that's just from Wolf sticking around, surviving the Kuzo onslaught. Smack tucks into Jacuzzi's side, which will keep him alive for only a moment. Da Vinci, unfortunately, going to nade your teammate. And you will get the scrap time here, but it feels like that's a little bit of the repetition of the story coming through. Nellis get themselves a bit of a lead. Langley will close it a little bit of scrap time. It feels like they're constantly chasing. And that won't help you win this hard point. If you're going to get there, you've got to find a big break. And, well, none sooner than P3, because Nellis should have a defensive setup in place.
They should do. Whether or not they actually will do, though, is a different story. Langley Eustace seem to already be poking holes in it. They're trying to fight through the middle of the map here, but they're actually going in individually, and one by one, they're losing all of these fights as well. Da Vinci thinks he's got the drop on Kuzo and will almost immediately get taken out of play. So Langley Eustace now need to battle through this hard point. Maybe they can send a couple of players through the middle of the map. If that was the plan, Smack is the one denying said plan. Doesn't hit a single shot against Da Vinci, though. And now you've got players towards the hard point as Tantalize and Wolf are starting to find value here. 25 seconds, this becomes awkward to hit if you're Nellis.
I just don't know what Nellis were doing setting up for this. I said should because I took a look at the minimap, assumed that they would have had it, and they were nowhere near a defensive hold, really. They're going to spare a couple of blushes here just for virtue of gun skill and kills. Smack sniffs a rat, and Reaper's going to be the player. I like the idea here. It's whether you get the timing through the back and you don't. As you slide out, you will lose that fight. But still within 30 points for Langley Eustace. You're getting players in the back line. You're also trying to hit the front, but that's an important fight for Tones to win.
It is, but Tones' job is far from over. He's having to deal with threat towards outside, and also Reaper now crouching in the back. So Reaper? That guy's dead, mate. You really do not need to put bullets in the bodies at this stage of the game. What they do need to be doing is putting bullets towards the hill, and that is happening. Tantalize, Da Vinci, and Wolf, they clean house. Langley Eustace now cleanly fight for this back 35.
Yeah, I mean, you do well if you're Nellis to hold off the pressure for as long as you did, but Langley Eustace refused to be denied for long. So it becomes a question for Nellis. Do you hit this again, or do you just try and draw an aggressive line here to pin this team into P4? Because you're sliding on out, you're not finding the majority of the kills. Reaper for 2, Wolf for 2, and it wouldn't surprise me if Wolf does push out here to try and gain some positioning, and he will have support in doing so too, and finds more. So you're pushing over to P1 already, and this is when they start to look terrifying.
And I really love this call from Langley Eustace. You've still got a couple of players on the old hard point. Now you're starting to send those players as well over towards the rotation. Smack has taken one of those guys down. You can see the reposition there from Tantalize to ensure that those spawns are locked in, and they are. So now they can approach P1. You don't want to give this time away. You're bleeding a lot right now to Nellis. Here we go, finally to activate. Wolf looking for the kill. Reaper also going to find one at the same time. Tantalize going to take down Smoke. Smoke the only one with any value whatsoever, and Smack is desperately trying to keep these guys away from the rotation. His teammates have spawned out in Narnia though, so they're going to have to hit P1, and with that kill, that is exactly what they do. But as far as rotation is concerned, Langley Eustace are locked.
Not many people keep up with Wolf, by the way, in terms of slaying prowess. When we get to witness Langley Eustace in a series, Smack's on 30 with the SMG, having himself a field day, a constant nightmare for this Langley Eustace squad. Speaking of which, continues to haunt them with one more. Will hopefully set them up for the rotation. You find a second as well. And that gap has closed to just 6 points, but it is still the case of Langley Eustace being forced to break. Nellis have rotated in for this P2 every single time so well, and look to hold again.
And the good news is nobody is actually actively watching that backline. Unfortunately, as I say, that Smoke spawns right up there. Da Vinci tries to run straight through the front door, and it's slammed in his face. So Nellis looking pretty good here for the hold. Wolf, only one towards the backline. Now around the side door. Reaper's managed to penetrate the defense's line. Can he penetrate anything else? Nope. Kuzo will deny, but Da Vinci and Reaper are here. Now it is just the former of those two players trying to play his life, trying to keep his head down in the pool. That's not going to happen to Da Vinci, but those close spawns for Langley Eustace, they just keep regenerating their forces. Now they've got a player in the back line as well. At this stage of the game, this 15 seconds is worth fighting for.
It is. It really is, especially with how poorly Nellis set up for P3 last time. I think Langley Eustace can bank on that happening again, but you don't do a damn thing about the players that are still here. Kuzo pops for 3, and he's 19 and 25 somehow, but has 2 minutes in the hill. Outrageously impactful for his squad, being that glue player, that really hard role, and sending Langley Eustace on the rotation early. He's now here to threaten the back line as well. Finds Wolf, and a great passage that stops all the Langley momentum and hands Nellis the hill.
Kills coming through though for Langley Eustace. So despite those heroics, that flank from Kuzo, now they're going to have to fight back from this. What is the spawns doing? What on earth is this? Kuzo has just been gifted the spawn of the gods, and he is about to shock Tantalize's life off with it. He's not finishing that gunfight. He's not finishing that gunfight. Kuzo has to back away now. So Langley Eustace can get this time pretty much unchallenged. Back now towards defending this rotation. And you can see Langley Eustace starting to try and get players across. Nellis, one last throw at the hard point here to stop this on this hill. And they could technically do it. Now, surely no longer the case with this contest. No. But they've got that rotation.
They do. So for me, Langley Eustace, they have to give this up. Yeah, you see the players dive off, start to find a route over. But where does the hit come from? Tantalize will be found up north. Wolf trying to pressure from the south. He's in through the back. If he can time this up with Da Vinci, who's also arriving in through Art, you can set up a pinch coming through. But you got to hit. You got to go.
Gotta go. Gotta have these gunfights. Wolf will open up with the first tier. There goes Kuzo. And Langley Eustace have broken. Just one more player on the front. And Tantalize doubles up. They win the first wave of gunfights.
They do. They're in. They need 25. And Nellis, you can see them gathering up in the middle, trying to weigh up their hit. But I love the position from Wolf because he's going to set up that crossfire from Art. He's worried about beneath him. And as he damn well should be. But actually, if he gets found here, and you will get that kill, Smoke, Smack, they team up. They find it. They need 8 seconds. A big break would also do it.
Dude, they've got to win the gunfights. Reaper goes down. Da Vinci goes down. Now Reaper looking for a second kill. Can he find a third? No, Kuzo comes through. He gets it done. And now looking for the fight from the side door. Tantalize and Wolf. You've got to touch the hard point. Just 3 seconds away. It's Carnage inside. Reaper and Da Vinci. They win the fights. And Langley Eustace can't finish it here. They have to hit for the rotation. Nellis in there already. We look over towards Reaper. They go down. Tantalize goes down. And Langley Eustace going to look to win the fights. And now let's get it done in the closing moments. A couple of players hit that rotation, and Nellis are the ones to find the 250th point.
Well, we wanted a beauty to start us off in winners finals. We were made to wait for it, but by God, it delivered. 250 to 249, and I'm gonna say 249 and a half, by the way. That tick just about doesn't come through for Langley Eustace. So Nellis, they can stand up and celebrate if they wish, but it was by the seat of their pants. A quick look at the scoreboard. Wolf drops 38 and 26, but not to be outdone. Smack with 42 and 29. Both players mentioned they're dropping over 4,000 damage. A phenomenal map from the pairing. But by God, what a treat. Nellis will feel like they were consistently in the lead and holding their opponents at arm's length just enough. But that break towards the end from Langley Eustace felt textbook. You set up that pinch, you smash in at the right times, then hold that wave. And Reaper does something to a couple of players that he had no right to do. And we can't repeat here for the age restriction on the stream. But it is absolutely heartbreaking to watch that tick not happen if you're Langley Eustace. I feel like they invested in that. I don't know if they did the math quick enough to realize that they were going to have to hit the rotation. And by the time someone figures it out, you've just not got enough time.
And the thing is, they did. They hit that rotation. Like, Reaper and Tantalize were there. They split their forces correctly, right? They did the right thing in that situation. You send Da Vinci and Wolf towards the old hard point. They win their gunfights. They do what they needed to do. But come the rotation, Tantalize and Reaper just could not get it done. Here is that closing moment again, by the way. Langley Eustace just not able to get it done on the rotation. It's so unfortunate, man. Wow. What a closing moment to that game.
I don't know if they did do the math, though, because if personally, like, it doesn't matter at the old hill anymore. You've just got to send all 4 bodies and hope to get there. And the fact that you leave a player stuck around, because it doesn't matter if it's 1 second that you need, half a second, or if it's 5. You get 4 dead, you're getting those seconds through. So I don't know if they were kind of like, oh, hang on a second, let's kind of edge our bets here. Either way, very tough under the pressure at the moment. And either way, it still served us up a fantastic game to really get things going, which we've got to break down somehow. We've got to kind of recap. And I feel like there's a lot of moments. So I like do my notes and I try and underline important things as I'm going. My page is a mess. I'm going to tell you right now. Like, this is ridiculous. But I feel like someone who's going to go under the radar yet again because the scoreboard doesn't look great, but was a huge part of the victory, Kuzo. The things he was doing out there every single time it came to an important 2-piece, big rotation, he was a massive part of that, especially for locking down P2.
Yeah, and the thing is, that game probably would have had a lot earlier had Kuzo. I think it was a rotation towards P3, I want to say it was, when Langley Eustace was there in that final set. Kuzo gets a flank through the middle of the map, and again, we don't see it from his POV, so we don't know exactly what was happening, but we know that he did not win the gunfight versus Tantalize, right? He had to back off. So, yeah, Kuzo could have done a lot more there, but I think what he did in that game was huge. That means they're 1-0 up now, Enigma. I can't believe it. Just, what an insane game. That really could have gone to anybody.
Yeah, 1-0 up, but we've still got 4 maps potentially in this series. And considering how close that one was, it wouldn't surprise me if we get all the way down to that red card on the far right-hand side of the screen. But it will next be the Hacienda Search and Destroy. And yeah, I don't know how we go from the breakneck pace that we just played at and try and slow it down for this Hassi. I feel like we've got plenty of evidence of both teams in Search and Destroy so far. We've got players that we might stand up and say, okay, well, you're potentially the difference maker here. But if I was to try and pick out, I think I'm going fine hairs. Is there anyone that catches your eye?
Oh man, this is such a difficult question. Between these two teams, are we saying just like exclusively here for the team that's currently down in this year? Are we saying just for Langley Eustace? Is that what we're looking for? Person to step up?
I mean, I was offering the question out towards both teams, so it doesn't need to be that difficult a question. Okay. You know, is there anyone that means to you at least that Nellis get through? Because the last experience I remember of Nellis in an S&D was a very convincing one over Eglin, where they were. Yeah. I mean, they absolutely smoked him, took all the first blood. So this starts to lean towards them for me, which makes me incredibly nervous for my predictions.
You know what? I am going to pick out Wolf for Langley Eustace. I know it's like the low-hanging fruit right now. I've been trying to avoid doing it because I do think that, you know, everybody else on the roster has had some incredible moments. But I think on Hacienda Search and Destroy, there's so many different routes on this map for you to just kind of run around, get in flanks. If anybody's going to be doing that and unsettling Nellis on Langley Eustace, it's going to be Wolf. I want him to get in the positions to do that here on this map mid combination. I'll go as far to say I think they need to tie this series up at 1-1 right now. You can't let Nellis get a lot of momentum on their side. How about this for route taken off the start of this game? Enigma immediately flying straight towards the A site. They haven't fully cleared out, but Da Vinci does not stop the bomb from going down. All of that to say now you're fighting from the back foot.
Oh, Smack, well, suddenly he makes the situation much more manageable as he finds 2 Ps. And you set up here for top control, and Wolf wants to fight for that back, but Smack, who has a quite frankly ridiculous map 1, looking to still be the impactful player in 2, and he's just dipping, dodging, ducking, dancing, and Tantalize does enough to snap on. But Smack, I mean, if he wins that gunfight, probably pulls off a ridiculous 2v4 there.
Yeah, they knew where to look, though. Right, it's a pretty bog-standard approach there for the post-plant. You know, where does anybody go on post-plant there on that A site? It's pretty much always going to be top secret, and that was the correct play call there for Tantalize. Recognize, hey, we got bombed out. Where's this guy going to come from? It is pretty much always going to be top side. I'll tell you what, that is some hell of a timing, though. He was looking away momentarily. I will say, if he doesn't get that, Wolf probably does get killed directly afterwards. Still, on the whole, I think, you know, Nellis coming out there, trying to get the bomb down as fast as they did with pretty much no coverage was a bit of an error for them. Like, yeah, they bring it back down to a 2 versus 2, but at the same time, they probably could have been in a lot stronger position had they had somebody watching you. So, unfortunate there. Langley Eustace, though, 1-0 up. And now they are the team playing on the offense here. Let's see where they choose to go with this bomb. It's going to be all players butting heads straight over towards B. Tantalize and Wolf opens up with the first few gunfights. Do they stick on this? Does this bomb carrier stick it on towards B? I certainly would not be in this situation.
Yeah, considering how much you just won through the middle of the map. Felt like you had options, but you do force those nose players to back off at least. But look at Kuzo. He's on the wrap. You're hoping for Smack to do something at the front, and so often he has delivered. Finds one. So Langley Eustace, well, all your heads turn. You're actually going to turtle up, and you're going to walk straight in front of Kuzo, but you read he's here.
These players need to hit this at the same time. Smack can only find one. Kuzo, unfortunately, not times well with his teammate. Is going to get some good shots in towards Tantalize, but good team play, Tantalize just going to keep his head down, and Da Vinci will finish things off there. And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of bewildered somewhat by the Nellis play there for a second, right? Because you're in a 2 versus 4, and despite the fact that the bomb is being planted right in front of you, you kind of just transfer away. You don't even keep eyes on the bomb site.
I agree. It felt risky, but it comes through at least. I think sometimes you're just wondering whether or not that information is getting pushed across to your teammates. You maybe just see 2 kills in the feed, not 100% sure whether or not that actually benefits you moving across the map. But after 2 rounds, Nellis only have 1 player with any kills. It is 4 for Smack, so he's putting on, but you probably need a couple of these other folks to step up. Very different strat this time, though. They're off to B.
Well, trade's looking crazy here. Smoke will find a couple of kills, and for the first time in this search and destroy, I feel confident about Nellis' chances because you've just removed the only couple of players that were anywhere close to this site. What do the last couple of players on Langley Eustace do here? Reaper waiting for an over-aggression, perhaps waiting for his teammate to get control of that window side. Either way, you are burning time off the clock here on this retake. Smoke looks away, switches to the other side now. Reaper was hoping that they turn their attention towards Da Vinci. That's not happened. Both players have been found out, so now you got to be a little bit more honest with it. Da Vinci gets caught out. You know where Reaper is, and I can't imagine that Reaper is long for this world. 17 seconds. There's no way. There's no way. There is no way. You cannot let this happen. Reaper is flying, and he might be flying as well. The last remaining player barely gets away. Reaper! He's on the defuse. He's on the defuse. Oh my god, what a wild 3v1.
Hey, look, Tones came up here and said that He's quite old. He's got to let a couple of these younger guns show their ability to zip around the map. He was grooving right there. He's dancing. He's slipping and sliding against Reaper, who knows how to hang up there with the very best and just about keeps his life. Otherwise, that's a ridiculous passage of play from Reaper himself to clutch up. But that will put Nellis on the board then. So can you build from that? And when your leader, your captain, is stepping up and clutching up, avoiding what was a bit of an onslaught from Reaper, you do get a bit of wind in your sails. So you break off. What does it look like? So we're going back to A here with the bomb. And it's 2v2 up here in this top corridor.
These opening gunfights have dictated a lot these S&D rounds thus far. JB Langley trying to find opening blood here, not going to. Da Vinci's positioning has been somewhat muted by the fact that none of the action has taken place up there. Because of that, Langley Eustace cannot get site control. A lot of utility going over the top, but look at Smoke. He just seems totally unfazed by it. He is not moving from this position whatsoever. And so now Langley Eustace are going to reposition to try and deal with this one. You can see Wolf getting aggressive. He gets caught out by Kuzo, though. And now this is a 2 versus 3 where Langley Eustace do not have the control to get this rock down.
It's tough here for Langley Eustace. That kill onto Wolf leaves you with such little map presence. You're nervous about pushing through courtyard because you're expecting top corridor control. I like this idea to flush out the back line, but Reaper gets his timings all wrong. And well, Da Vinci, 1v2. Would it surprise me? No. Do you have time on your side? Absolutely not.
Now he's taking shots. 15 seconds. It's just not enough time. But Da Vinci finds a first. Like, there's been some silly things that have happened in this search and destroy. There's no way Tones isn't just going to run. There's no way. Tones, what are you doing? Tones, what are you doing?
I'm going to tab for Twitch chat somewhere. I don't know if anyone's already reacting to that. And yeah, they are. Welcome to main stage, ladies and gentlemen. We just got to witness that. It's probably harsh on Tones because he thinks he's getting the time in to go and catch the bomb planter. But, well, for everything good that I said about him in round 3, he makes up for it in round 4 with a weird one where he gets caught trying to drop back. And Langley Eustace, at a moment where Nellis were gaining momentum, should have tied the series up. It will instead be that 2-gap buffer. And, yeah, Langley Eustace handed one for free.
Oh, mate. Just all you got to do is sit in a corner and shed. I don't have to do anything else. Oh, jeez. That's tough. There's no way he's part of a jar. Whatever. We'll let it go. We'll let it go. Nellis, unfortunately, dropping around there that they definitely shouldn't have done. That's one for the history books in AFG. Langley Eustace now taking this round a lot more calmly. They don't even have any eyes on this B site right now, by the way.
No, Langley Eustace have played this to very... Oh, I wonder if it's because of this RCXD that's coming out from Wolf. And, well, it will have minimal impact, so it's just burnt through. Can we just take RCXDs out of the game? They are...
Nah, they're fun.
Rubbish.
They're fun.
Rubbish.
Anyway, looking for the retake here of Langley Eustace. Again, they don't have any close control. Tantalize being taken out of the docks is going to make things more difficult as well. Now 3 versus 4. You need Da Vinci to get active right now, and that's one way to do it. Q's out of the play, turns some heads, enables the players to get onto the site, and now it's just one more player. That is a perfect play from Da Vinci. He picks up that first kill, gets the hell out of dodge. Nellis all turn their heads like some supercharged owls, and the last couple of players take them out.
Well, I mean, Reaper and Da Vinci there just showing some serious SMG prowess, how to break a site. And for Nellis, it's a difficult one because you put yourself that plant on for Rock's side, which means you got to play close. And that means you're giving Reaper an opportunity to do things like this. And he wasn't going to miss that opportunity. Feel like if you're Langley Eustace as well, you're probably looking at that as a round that you started very poorly. You give up that bomb site for free. You have literally no intel there. Trying to use the RCXD for it. That does literally nothing. So you burn through time. The fact that you still walk away with that round, you're feeling very confident from this point about closing out the whole thing.
Oh boy. All right. Langley Eustace feeling themselves now in this search and destroy. They're not happy with the outcome of that hard point. Now looking to fight back here. This round, though, what beautiful play from Nellis. They're starting very, very strong. It's a double stack on towards the player in the mid. That's now bombed down. Langley Eustace now going to have to take a fast reposition to get this one. Reaper hits the reload right in front of somebody, and this round has totally fallen apart.
If anyone can, it's most certainly Wolf. He finds smoke. But look at those arrows swarm, and I like this from Nellis. Do not give an inch. You've already chuckled 1, arguably 2 rounds. Don't hand a player like Wolf the opportunity to do something special. And time just being burnt through, and I like this. I think that this is the correct call from Nellis here. You're just going to hunker down. You recognize you got the bomb. Wolf's going to have to come and play for it. And frustratingly for him, just being nothing for free.
I want to say there's no way, but we just need some crazy things in this search and destroy. Oh no, Wolf. He's going to hit the full regen as well. He's going to hit the full regen, and he's going to hit Smack as well. Fortunately, doesn't get the third. I knew I was right to entertain it. I knew it.
Terrifying moment there, but it's all in hand. Kuzo knew what he was doing here, and this was a much better setup than what Tones had, where he's just staring straight down an alleyway by himself. Now let's take advantage then of a first blood situation for what feels like the first time in a long time. An interesting play from both teams there, to be honest. I think they all just basically send 8 through mid. You end up with just a blind hit that benefits Nellis in the end, but it could have gone horribly wrong for Nellis, considering the fact that you're on the defensive and you handed up both bomb sites for free. But you'll count that as a win. Notch 1 in your belt and put that gap back to 2.
Well, they're on the board for a couple of rounds, and they are going to get that aggression towards A. This time around different, because they do not have to deal with anybody immediately inside you. Unlike last time, they planted on towards this A site and failed to resolve it. Now they're having to deal with players on both sides of the site, though. Langley Eustace hitting this one. Who's going to draw first blood in this situation? I've got to imagine it's probably going to be player up top. If anybody, Wolf's though now from behind, catches a couple of players off guard. You will take that trade, because now you've isolated them down to a couple of players. And Nellis are panicking. Smack comes through for 3 though. He's looking for Ace. 1 versus 1, and Smack gets the hell out of dodge. He's played this absolutely perfectly. All he needs to do is wait for 7.5 seconds, and he's chosen to do so. Smack has just pulled that out of nowhere, and even gets the Ace as the cherry on the cake.
And that's a way to build some momentum into the series then. Feels like they've been watching Langley Eustace disappear off for a moment, but Smack reminds everybody of the talent he possesses. It's 2 rounds on the bounce. And suddenly, Langley Eustace has gone from comfortable to looking over their shoulder and recognizing that they're well up against it. The thing is, well, Nellis there, the play call is immediate. It is direct to A. Shows that despite the possible deflation that you'd be feeling, considering the chuckling from earlier on, they're well locked in. They've got their playbook, and they're ready to flex it on their opponents.
All right, Langley Eustace. I've already gotten a player down in this round. One flanking play, though, potentially coming through from Nellis. Might blow this entire thing wide open. Kuzo loves his flanks. I'm not sure JB Langley Eustace love him, though. Finally, Kuzo will activate for the first kill. At the same time, Tones finds it, and Kuzo will pick up another one as well. Just one more player, and Reaper will not die. It's now 1 versus 1.
The impact that Kuzo has had here, again, such an understated player just because of the scoreboard. Reaper has nothing. And I like Kuzo's play. You can flip the map sometimes simply by standing still, as Reaper has to go on the hunt. He's got to retrieve this bomb. Is this door closed to his right? I think it is. And as such, he will be protected. And Kuzo here just basically saying, look, go plant the bomb, and I will come and fight you there. I do not want to be caught on rotation and hand you an easy timing. And I like that play for multiple reasons, but one of them, it just shows an element of composure and belief in yourself. And Reaper here, he's the exact opposite. He does not know what he wants, and oh no.
1v1. Hughes. Oh! Reaper absolutely rips him. You could see that 1 versus 1 coming from a mile off, and Reaper might have been challenged to try and get that bomb down, but the minute he does, Kuzo loses his nerve, goes for the chow, and Reaper has him for breakfast.
For everything good I was saying about Kuzo and how much I like that play, is one thing that doesn't give you, and that is gun skill. And Reaper possesses that in spades. Gets there, slams his opponent home, and, well, for Kuzo, that's heartbreaking because you were the impactful player in that round so much. And Nellis will yet again have to look at Langley Eustace 2 rounds clear. What's important about this one, though, is it leaves them on match points, so it's got to be perfect from here.
All right. Langley Eustace now trading off the start of this round. Bomb going down by way of Nellis. And this is a setup we're familiar with here from Langley Eustace. They do not have anybody close by.
Last time, Reaper and Da Vinci used their SMGs to break this wide open. Reaper this time will not have his duo for that. What you do have is Wolf trying to hit from the boathouse and Tantalize trying to collapse in from Lambo. What you're hoping to do here, and you do check it, and Kuzo's caught unawares. Great work. Heads up play, 20 seconds.
No, Smoke, though, takes Reaper down. And that's coverage through the middle of the map. I don't know why Tones is still looking at an teammate has got. He will turn around, though, in time for the next fight. Is he going to win it, though? Yes, he is. Now the 1 versus 1. You have to gamble as to where the reposition is from Smoke. I don't know if they're going to have it. Smoke shot's not that great. He has to jump on the defuse. Not enough time. And so the shots will not matter in the end. Smoke wins that round by way of the 1 versus 1 he has in the middle of the map.
I mean, that turn and burn in the middle of the map, basically the difference maker. Have a moment there where if Smoke dies, that's the end of the round. That's the end of the map. And, well, how much we'll talk about that if we do end up with an Ellis victory. But for now, Langley Eustace will stay on match point. They will get to dictate where the bomb goes. They've mixed this up so much through this match that Nellis are probably going to have to split their defensive efforts. Although it's just going to be bang out mid again for so many of these players.
This is fast. Da Vinci. Oh, he gets called. They call him on it. They just sit there and wait for that aggression. Da Vinci's the player to do it, and he is punished for it. Langley Eustace now looking for it, though. They've caught players off guard. Reaper is on one, and that could be it here for this one. Smoke 1 versus 3. Oh, no way. No way. No way. That's ridiculous. That is utterly ridiculous. At what point do you think a player is amphibious? He smelled them in the water.
I mean, I don't know about the play, to be honest with you, but it's going to be a great read by Reaper, who has himself a fantastic map. 11-7, and so often the difference maker in important moments. Rounds 8, rounds 10, has huge clutches on those offenses that will see his team across the line. It wasn't pretty at points through this matchup. We saw some interesting plays, some quite frankly baffling moments, but also some works of art from Langley Eustace that will see them tie up the series. And I mean, after our first 2 maps here, Brody, the S&D going the way of Langley Eustace, before the series, would you have said that this is how we sit after 2 maps?
Oh, man. I mean, I would have said that maybe this would be a 1-1. I totally agree with you, though. I don't necessarily think it would have been this way around, right? I really thought that Nellis were going to steal away the search and destroy, and Langley Eustace, I'll be honest, I thought they were going to dominate the hard point. Like, straight out, I thought it was going to be like a 60, 70 point advantage for them in that hard. I'm kind of just throwing numbers into the ether, to be honest with you. But yeah, I definitely didn't think it was going to go like this. And you're right to point out that this search and destroy was a particularly weird one. And I don't mean to take anything away from Langley Eustace, because there were so many rounds there where they clutched the hell up. We talk about this despicable 1 versus 1 from Reaper. And there were so many moments like that in this search and destroy. But I do have to say, a couple of moments in that search and destroy early, and one in particular that we will not talk about, I think Nellis will look back on and say, yeah, that shouldn't have happened, and that won't happen again.
No, it's yeah, baffling, I think is the word that I used in the post, and I think I'll just stick with that for now. I mean, it's been a series that is delivering as a winner's final should. I think in both maps so far, it's been a case of one team started a little slower, and while they've stayed within reaching distance of their opponent, it's felt like they've constantly been in that position, and therefore just unable to close that gap. So we're looking so much at the starts of maps throughout the rest of this series, and I think that what we do have, of course, is a couple of players that are bringing everything to the table. Feels like we've called out a lot of names, but off the back of that map too, Reaper is putting on.
Man, Reaper is an insane force to reckon with. I love watching Reaper right now. This guy is on a tear. He's doing that in search and destroy. Get him in the respawn. I don't care. I don't want to see a break. Get him in the respawn. I want to see Reaper tear through the opposition.
Well, you know what? I know you want to get him into the respawn, but actually we're going to throw it to a very quick break because, to be quite honest, I could do with filling up my water. Not sure how you're feeling over there. It's a hot, humid day here in the UK, but yo, there you go then. So let's get you rehydrated. We're going to need it because this is serving us up a beauty, and we're expecting that to look even better after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CONUS Esports Championships. This is Winners Finals. I'm Enigma, that's Brody. You already know all this. And what you should also know is that it is 1-1 coming into our third map here following the break. And we've been served up something of a treat, my friend. Both of these teams desperate to put themselves on through, of course, 2 grand finals. But, I mean, right now you are looking at 4 players on each side, of course, that are ready to show that they have the star potential to put them on through. Taking a look at the map veto and exactly where we sit, but what is, of course, still to come. It was 250 to 249. I'm going to say it again, 249.5 in map 1. It was 6-4, therefore, in Hacienda Search and Destroy. We come to this Vault Control. I'm going to ask you here, I mean, a couple of things to settle Vault Control. We've got to watch it a lot of times, of course, but a nice early prediction, considering how the first 2 maps have gone. Are we expecting round 5?
Oh, man. It's so difficult. I'm going to say so. I think so. I think if, look, we go back towards it, this was the map we saw, right, in the series versus Peterson, and that one went all the way to a round number 5 as well. So I do think this one has potential to go to round 5. I think Nellis are an epic squad. Yeah, I think, looking at this one, I think round 5, yeah, I'm going to go for it. I think round number 5, I want to see it. I think that's what we're going to get.
Alrighty then. Well, nice early prediction. Probably a wish. Like I said, I said a game 5 Langley Eustace victory coming into this, and that is a wish. That is indeed that we just get to that game 5 because winners finals. That's how we want to settle everything here. But yeah, we have seen 2 maps so far. It's been an impressive showing from certain players, and we mentioned him just before the break. I think coming into this 3rd map, Reaper is a player that I've got a very close eye on because it seems like, especially when I think back to the moment where they had to retake that B bomb site. He just showed the kind of SMG work that has carried his team to this point in the match. And I'm looking at vault control. We know how dangerous SMGs can be here, especially when you start to set up sprees, back-to-back kills, get 3 dead, get 4 dead, and transition on over to that B site. That's where he can really come alive.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at individual players here. If I'm on Nellis right now, for me, it's got to be, Smack, right? 42 kills to his name. He is flying across the map back in map number 1. So I'm looking at him. That's the guy for me, for Nellis to come out and perform well. But who knows? Honestly, I think Nellis just need a hero at this point to come out and show Langley Eustace what is what. Whether or not they'll get that, though, I don't know. Right now, it feels like that is the case. Smoke and Smack combining the 3 off the rip here. One more player towards the point. Tantalize, who will save 2, and that might be the stoppage they needed.
Yeah, huge moment from Tantalize. You called him out nice and early as the guy to watch, and well, for good reason. But Smack and Smoke, you asked for heroes for Nellis. They start to really double up there, and it will be Wolf shut down on 3 dead in the feed. So Da Vinci, what do you have? Well, you're also a part of that big B bomb site retake with your SMG fancy footwork. But you're only going to find 1 over at A. It's B that's moving, and the first tick's in.
This is very fast from Nellis. I really love this play call. Just try and really phase Langley Eustace at this point. Tantalize to take down Tones, though. All the gunfights being won here on the defense. The last remaining player is dealt with. And before that, second tick is in crucially. So big kills being made here by Langley Eustace on the defense. But Nellis, of course, now able to get right back on towards the A zone. One long flank from Wolf could disrupt this, but he's been caught by Kuzo. The call should surely be made to the rest of the squad. Wolf is able to hit a full regen here, but will finally go down. This does feel a little bit wayward on the offense right now for Nellis. They aren't able to get everybody in towards the zone.
Yeah, I like the call, as you said, to move over to B, to just kind of shift the Langley players around. But then you've got to be more impactful in that moment. You don't really get much purchase. And then because of all the kills, you're actually pushed back towards your spawn. And it is chaos and trying to set up this line going forward. Da Vinci being a part of that, of course. Finds Smack dropping in towards the bottom vault. And for Nellis, well, you've lost everything at A, so you're going to have to hit B again. And Kuzo will get onto the point. Tones, I like his setup to try and control those mid doors and not allow a pinch to come through. But if you are shuffling across here, you've got to win the gunfights. And Wolf, well, he makes it a little bit more difficult for you.
Yeah, this is still looking pretty good, though, if you're a Nellis. One flanking player, you got to make sure you get Reaper down. And Reaper doesn't actually finish the first fight, isn't able to finish the second as well. You've got to hope now Da Vinci can pick up where you left off, and you can't. Smack Goodno. Does he have enough bullets left in his primary weapon? I think he was still reloading it. That's why he had to switch to the pistol. And so that's not good enough. But Nellis, they have a backup plan. It's going straight towards A. They could still get the 460 here. Da Vinci trying to hold on towards a point. Not going to happen. Reaper now having to jump down from up top. But he can only find 1. And now he's got help from his teammate. Smack isn't long for this world. With 27 seconds left. I don't know, these guys keep on pulling rabbits out of the hat. But you look towards now. The baby is gone. And there's only 3 lives on Nellis.
Yeah, you overinvest a little bit if you're Langley Eustace. Thankfully, the life situation has burnt down to a 10v2, so you're fine. But giving up 5 ticks, I mean, that's still a very good offensive round. So Langley Eustace will be frustrated to lose that last one over at B. Kuzo and Smack, I've got a lot of faith in you boys. You're very talented individuals, but I'm expecting this to be a situation of Langley Eustace get the intel, set up the noose, and pick you off. But, well, 9v1. Makes that look even worse.
Yeah, this is really tough. For all that Nellis have thrown at Langley Eustace, for it to come down to this, come down to lives, is really difficult. I will say, he has kind of like worked his way in towards A pretty stealthily, but there isn't much that he can do in that situation. 1 versus 9 ain't happening, but at least they got the ticks.
True. I think it goes back to Langley used to standing firm at B on that first attempt from Nellis, to be honest. They have that moment where it's like, okay, we can hit out B, and Langley used to just push back with a big 3-wave, then start to find a couple of kills coming back across the map as Nellis try and draw a little bit of a line. They're given no opportunity to do so. That's where they end up with that big life advantage that will help them see out the round. If not for that moment, I think that Nellis actually ended up taking away the offense here, so... Great stuff from Langley Eustace showing that spine. It's something we talked about in several teams themselves. Nellis, Peterson, they're all these kind of squads that can really stand firm when they must. But now it's on Langley for their own offensive round. And again, there was 5 ticks for Nellis. You've got to tie that up at least to feel good about how you're looking on these offenses. It's obviously going to be a full send to A, but it's all about these opening engagements to see who profits.
I got a feeling that Langley Eustace are going to be somewhat more focused here on the offense on one of these zones. 3 players down. Kuzo, the last one left alive, and he almost lines a couple of players off. He does force the team kill out from Reaper, so that's going to significantly slow things up here on this offensive capture. So much so that Da Vinci recognizes, hey, it's time to move forward, create some space so we can get this capture through. It's not about getting it fast, it's about getting it done. Da Vinci doubles up. 2 players down off the rip. Every single kill possible going your way, and even that is not enough to jump on these points.
I like Tones' decision to slow it down, though, for a second, get my boys in to reinforce. There's, of course, the instinct in many of those moments is to just run forward, but you will give up A, and I think that's the right call. For me, the players here spawning off don't need to chow this. They need to just rotate, set up in arc, get themselves a defensive position in lock. Otherwise, you can see potential trouble. Smoke will find Catwalk. Oh, Kuzo, by the way, in Trophy. Yeah, that's a huge pickup. Oh, my lord. They get support in from Tones as well, so this is going to push you way out. The only person able to put up a resistance elsewhere is Reaper. For Langley Eustace, otherwise, it's just getting out of your spawn.
Yeah, this is the problem here for Langley Eustace. For all the kind of effort they built up early on this round, right now you're being spawn trapped by the likes of Nellis. Smack being a nuisance here. Might not have had a great game thus far, but this is an opportunity for him to shine. And he is really bullying these players in at this moment. Langley Eustace just going to wait ever so patiently. They're not even getting a chance to. Tones from down long range will take Da Vinci out of the play. These guys are being bullied right now in towards the spawn. And finally, Reaper will escape. And that's the problem, because I don't necessarily know if Nellis have recognized that.
They were being bullied indeed, but they have pushed back. Come out swinging a brick, and well, they find more kills as well on that rotation. So Nellis are trailing by 4 lives at this point, and it starts to become an eerily similar situation to the first round, except this time Langley are on attack, and all of that's going to hand them the B site. And Smoke, where you find 1, you find 2. Another big kill from the man who's 15 and 10. Da Vinci might get through the back line, but otherwise, it's pretty clean to hold for Nellis.
Yeah, Da Vinci is here around the back line, so it could still be an issue, and you can see the way that Tones is playing in this situation, that he's aware of the fact that somebody might have slipped in there at the very least, making sure that nobody else gets through this right side, runs out of bullets, the shot's not the tastiest against Tantalize, and elsewhere, gunfights are going in favor of Langley Eustace here. Those players as well from Nellis that are out of their spawn are very far out. Kuzo now looking to flip the script. He's doing what Kuzo does best, but again, he has to hold his trigger for long enough that he's got all these players lined up. Good for the first, good for the second, has to go to the pistol for the third. It's not going to happen, and now they're watching the cross.
The problem I have with Nellis, Da Vinci, is just being a problem for you in art, and he's actually going to shuffle his positions to become even more of a nightmare. There's one, Tones crosses beneath you, you deal with... No, you don't. You get the support in, and you clear off the point as well. So Nellis, if we're talking about Langley used this resolve last time round to hold on to that B portion of the map, well, Nellis show it as well in spades. 20 seconds, Langley looking to set up one last big hit, but they got to go, really. 6v9 in the lives, and you want to burn through them quickly. And I don't know if you're going to make this happen, to be honest.
Da Vinci needed to get that kill against Tones, because now that's another player up top that you're going to have to deal with towards the point. Tantalize, though, going to find one. Big gunfight inside the vault, and Reaper will remove smoke from it. Smack's going to go down. The double stack will be good. You at least get a second tick here, and Kuzo is the guy to try and stop this. He gets caught out. It's a beautiful read from Reaper. Tones, the last one left alive on the defense here. He slides out. He is removed, and he will stop them winning by ticks, but he won't stop them winning full stop.
I mean, for all the talk there about resiliency shown from Nellis, simply crumble in the final fights. Langley Eustace do enough. I've got to go back to the very start of the round. That instant 4 dead on the point for A. They move A so quickly, it gives them the opportunity to continue to hit B. So despite the fact that Nellis do stand strong for so long, it's an onslaught. It's a siege of the point that eventually whittles them down, starves them to death. and sees them off with the kill tally. But 2 rounds in a row, and Langley Eustace as well won the S&D. Momentum building well and truly towards the gentleman from Virginia. Oh, God.
Langley
That name hit
Eustace.
everybody.
Yeah, dude. Nades off the top at the start of this game are insane. They do so much here. And if you know them, I think it can make such a difference to the starts. Langley Eustace feeling pretty confident off the back of it, though. They are in control of the map. And Nellis really starting to spin their wheels a little bit here. Kuzo will take Wolf out from the swimming pool. Good reaction from Langley Eustace to immediately send Reaper to plug that hole in the defensive line, but he's not going to be plugging anything anymore. He's down for the count. Couple of players now on the other side, and Da Vinci and Tantalize will combine for 3. Langley Eustace clearing all the pressure.
Oh, Smack, I mean, makes it interesting at least. But he is 9-20, and to be fair, when a player of that caliber is struggling, it shows just how good Langley Eustace have been. A rare misstep for a man who is part of that dynamic duo we've spoken so much about. You back off here. You find one. Do very well against Da Vinci. Do you read Tantalize coming out of R? I don't think so. And no, you'll be shot in the back. But, well, Smoke tries to activate. Will fall to Reaper. 1 tick is in on B. You are going to contest and find the kill if you're Reaper. But it just felt like a bit of a desperation effort, and doesn't give your boys enough time to set up an A. Not really, especially when Da Vinci's doing things like this. As you get to, you read the third hitting your flank. Surely not. No, cut down. But you've done so much of the work that you end up with your boys reinforcing the point.
It just feels like the life's a biggest issue here for Nellis. I mean, never mind the fact there's 20 seconds left for Nellis to do something here. They're in 11 versus 18, so even if they do capture this point, they've got another thing to be concerned about. And Langley Eustace setting themselves up to make sure the latter doesn't happen, and the former never even gets a chance. Wolf now jumping down to the point. He gets that coded out. Smack, Tones, and Smoke. All of them get kills now. The second tick through, and they're not just getting this kill, they're setting themselves up for the rotation towards B.
Surely not, right? Surely Langley Eustace hold on to this. And while they're making a meal of it, you got to get to this point, gentlemen. Wolf will find 1. 2 ticks are in. You must move.
There's no way.
Well, Wolf finds 2. The collapse comes in through the back. You clear it off. But it becomes a little more interesting considering you just need 1 tick. So Nellis, with their 7 lives and a minute of time, just need a clean couple of kills, and your opportunity presents itself.
6 life differential. That's the biggest issue here. It's the biggest obstacle. And you haven't fully cleared out the presence through the middle of the map. Reaper, good team shots. Good trades, though. Smack, Smoke, and Nellis, 3 down. Da Vinci, the close player, though. He's the issue, and he continues to be the issue. Da Vinci almost lines all of them up. And now it has to be perfect for Nellis. They've got players pushed forward. You've got players across the map. Smack is going to be the one to put a timer on Langley Eustace. They're going to have to go locate him. Reaper unable to do so. Double stack comes through. Flanking play from Wolf amounts to nothing. Close to the point, though. Tantalize and Reaper, they are here. The final kill is here. And Langley Eustace, they got to fight in the closing moments. They were so close to having to play another round, but they won't. It's a 3-0.
Made it interesting indeed towards the end. Probably more than you wanted to if you're Langley Eustace. One of those moments where I think you feel the foot come off the gas just a little bit. You release the pressure on the neck. Gets Mare back into those Nellis lungs, and they, well, gave it their best effort. But it comes down to a bit of magic from Da Vinci here at the end. And that third one, well, that was a lot of headshots too, so you almost came out with it. Quick look at the scoreboard, of course. For Smokey, 23 and 21, I think it's rough reading otherwise if you're Nellis. For Langley Eustace, a couple of players all putting on, but it's that man that you called out at the top of the show, my friend. Tantalize, 25 and 17. I will say he's 3rd on his team for damage, so I think largely playing off the back of what his teammates are setting up. Other than that, clinical and ruthless stuff from a team that has now won 2 maps in a row and building up real momentum.
Yeah, and the thing is, looking over towards that scoreboard as well, right? I don't even look at one particular player. I look at the fact that everyone is pretty even across the board in terms of, kick KD, right? I mean, everyone, nobody's particularly going off. Everyone is having a pretty good game. And even, I think it was Reaper, right, that was probably having the worst game of the 3. And I don't mean that negatively at all. He just wasn't going off in any fashion. He had 12 assists. Like, he was doing a lot of damage. And, I think it's just the fact that Langley Eustace are playing so well as a team right now. Everything that Nellis tried in that game that they did fail off. The one thing I will say, if I had to criticize anything in that game, was the round number 1 for Nellis. Well, yeah, right, you know, I think it was 5 ticks they ended out that round with. They were not focused whatsoever. Everything felt so wayward, and they were getting kills, they were clutching up on the zones. But at no point in that game did I feel like Nellis were actually, as a team, focusing on one capture, or even just like a multi-capture, right? Of doing it as a squad, making sure that you're trying to throw Langley Eustace off. At no point in the round did I see that from Nellis, and I think that was the thing that bit them. They would have extended that control.
Yeah, no, I love the breakdown. I think it's absolutely spot on. For Langley Eustace, though, again, like, this is now 2 maps in a row. You're starting to see a lot of those star players come online. You said it yourself, feels like all 4 players are in sync, and it just ends up a picture here for a squad that, I mean, again, these guys finished second in the regional bracket. We kind of put them probably towards the bottom end of our top team power rankings. It was like, we got this 4 kind of appearing, where do we put them? And then ever since they've seen off Peterson, shone a different light on them, and they are not slowing down. This would be another huge scalp to take to move on to grand finals. I guess the answer then for Nellis has got to come back through one of these 4. I think that that's the worst I've seen Smack play literally the entire tournament. It's an off moment. I hate to pin things on one player, but if you are going to punch through a Langley Eustace squad that seem relatively unstoppable, the final boss right now, I got to see that Smack Smoke duo come online in this hard point that's coming up.
Yeah, it's so difficult because I do think that everybody on Nellis has their strengths, right? You know, we already talk about the fact that we go back to God's game number 1. It was Smack that was 42 and 29, I think was his final KD, is what I've written down. I don't know if it's a 4 or 9. My handwriting's abysmal. But he got 42 kills, is the point, right? And he had a phenomenal game. And you're right, you know, he can go off all he likes, but if his teammate, his duo, isn't there also doing not the same things, I don't expect anybody to drop double 40 bombs. That would be ridiculous. But, you know, to have a solid game, it is going to make things more difficult versus Langley Eustace. But I actually go a little bit further than that and say, I think everybody in this roster needs to play towards their strengths. I need to see a lot more aggression from Tones inside these hard points. You know, making sure that, you know, they do have control. Making sure that, you know, you've got him inside that hill as a little bit of extra gunfire. And then, you know, beyond that as well, Kuzo's got to be running routes, man. This guy, if he's around the map, being a nuisance to Langley Eustace, that is how you win this game. Of course, it is important to note, Nellis, they took map number 1 away, so it's not out of the question for them to force a game 5.
I'm glad you mentioned map 1, because let's take a look at the series in general then, because as we cast our eye back, it was a 250 to 249, so it wasn't exactly convincing, but you mentioned that they win the hard point. Of course, we're now going back to a hard point in Skyline, a very different hard point map, but we'll get to that. But there's a play that you point out there, and that is Kuzo. We both talked about it, even though sometimes his scoreboard looks a little bit lackluster, hugely impactful in terms of making sure that his team were set up into those big rotations for places like P2 and P4. So I'm a big fan of the call to kind of pay attention to where he's going here, because I think that his routes can really offset an opposing team's setup. Very much there'll be a constant thorn on the side, an annoyance, if anything, on the map, but also setting his squad up for success. And boy, do they need that here in map 4. As we stare down the barrel for Joint Base Langley Eustace booking their ticket to grand finals, or Nellis extending this onto the game 5 that I'm hoping for, because I have a prediction, but also because that would be cinema for our winners finals. We're loading into the fly through. We've talked up the 8 players, set the stage very much so. When we talk about the fact that the Vault Hardpoint was won by Nellis, how much of that does transfer though into a Skyline?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? I do think there's an element of Langley Eustace. I've said this a lot, right? When these guys are firing on all cylinders, they are a threat that I don't think Nellis can deal with. I don't think anybody can deal with them, right? And I don't think they were doing that in game number 1. I don't think we were seeing a full force Langley Eustace by any stretch of the imagination. I think a lot of what got them to a very close scoreline was individual plays, and they've really resolved that over the last couple of maps. So yeah, I don't know if we're going to see a game 5. I really want to see a game 5, but I'm not entirely convinced. That being said, it is Nellis that are going to start strong here. They have P1 control.
You do indeed, and of course keep your eye on that P2 rotation to come through. It's a case for Langley. When you always start on that P2 side, it's a case of how much do we invest in actually finding the P1, how much we just focus on that rotation. And for Langley, you can see a lot of those bodies stack up south side. Smack's going to find one. Smack's going to run into a second. It's close and it's personal, and Smack delivers the killing blow. Reaper then, what do you have? Can you hold this for now as your teammates scuttle to get across the map towards you? And on Nellis, you'll be 20 points up here, and that rotation's not exactly clean for Langley, so an opportunity to get off to a great start indeed.
Yeah, this is the hard point, though. While Nellis might walk away with 20 seconds off P1, you can get a full 60. That's what Nellis will be trying for here. We're seeing Da Vinci on the outside, making sure that nobody rotates from Kitching. They've let the players through. Is it a false sense of security, though? It does feel a little bit like it, as now the trade's starting to come through. One player filters around the backline. Smoke now, trying to get him through the cut as well. He's going to get cut down. Smack, though, towards the point, will not. And Spack now needs to go big. Does exactly that for a couple of kills, but again, those back spawns still locked in for Langley Eustace. Despite Nellis' attempt, they can't break it.
Smack does well here to just delay for so much time that allows Smoke to punch in through the elevator shaft. A lot of bodies here. Da Vinci's going to hit the backside, and while 3 arrows just collapse on Smoke. He's going to see that one later in the kill feed, and that's going to look ridiculous. Kuzo, again, hitting one of those routes. He's off to a slow start at 0-5. Can you be that Thorn? No. And, well, Langley Eustace, they will get that clean hold on to the hill, but look at that spawn. The influence from Tantalize pushing across the map, playing in for those P4 spawns early, will actually kind of set a bit of a scramble up here, but that kill will tell Nellis now where the pressure's coming from.
Eustace now looking to approach this hill from multiple sides, and yeah, you're right, Nellis have read this one pretty well. They are going to win the vast majority of the gunfight. Reaper tries to take a bit of an outrageous fight there, and will get punished for it. Now Langley Eustace all spawning up grass side. Wolf trying to line them up. Doing it by his lonesome. We'll have help now from the middle of the map as Da Vinci takes some shots, but he goes down. Wolf unable to do anything in that situation. Nellis are winning the vast majority of the fights here. Enigma, Langley Eustace, though, they're putting on the pressure, and Tantalize is heating up 5 in a row for Kim now. Da Vinci towards the point will play his life for long enough, and Tantalize does get shut down. So, in the end, despite that spree from Tantalize, Nellis are holding.
Langley Eustace then will start to invest likely into this P4 setup, which, well, it isn't really there because you've invested so much into trying to hit out P3. Tantalize is going to do well from Cobble. Da Vinci finds an important one on Smoke in the back line. So you do hold for a sec, but again, it's not exactly clean. You've got to push away yet another wave, and that then will give you the opportunity. And Tantalize, well, you are having a great start. However, it's a bit early. You're losing. The body shot's perhaps a little bit preemptive.
I think there's just an element of that, right? Just trying to get in the heads of your opponents, considering this is the game mode where Nellis are always going to play you the closest on. Langley looking to get the mental edge over Nellis. It's not working, though. Right now, Nellis, once again, breaking for the next hardpoint setup. Opportunity to garner a huge advantage here. Langley Eustace trying to break in through the front. Da Vinci goes solo, and this is what's missing right now. Langley Eustace, every single time on a hardpoint, they do feel a lot more individual than they do in other game modes, and these hits just are not working. Enigma
not finding a way in through the front door. I mean, Smack is 15-9, so feels like every time you see him, you're taking on 2 players in the moment. And speaking of which, he finds 2 and Smoke. Well, he does what we've seen him do so many times in this tournament, and pulls out the knife to shut that down then. So it will be around about a 40-point lead for Nellis off the first set of rotations. Langley Eustace, they're going to have to pick the pace up. Feels like that they're just not able to mix it right now with these Nellis superstars. And that is something that we saw them able to step up to in map 1. It's going to have to come again if we're going to get down to the wire.
All right, Langley Eustace, they do want a P2 hold. They really focused on it last time around, but you don't want to focus on it so much that you give away time on P1. It looks like that's about to happen here. Smoke in the middle of the map, picks up Da Vinci. One player does filter through, and that's Reaper, but he's going to have to play his life just for a little bit longer here while the rest of Langley Eustace come off the spawn for the help. But I even think past spawn, they're not getting there. Net Reaper left alone inside the hardpoint, and the only hope here for Langley Eustace is there's a team nade over the hardpoint. And you can't get past either. Look at Da Vinci. He's desperately trying to play his life. Nice couple of kills come through from Wolf. Reaper will get through. And that is scrap time for Langley Eustace, but P2 has not been broken.
Now, and here comes the hit. Our body in piano is going to be Wolf. You find Smoke. Important fight, but there's Smack to find Tantalize. So he's going to stick around, be an annoyance. There's 2 on the board, and it's just about flushing him out as quickly as you can, and Smack will actually witness Tantalize bypass him up the stairwell. What's your hit look like? You find 1. Da Vinci, what do you have? Well, a nade's going to pick up absolutely everybody. Wolf and Kuzo, who's found himself on a slow start here, picks up a big kill to give his teammates the opportunity to break.
Kuzo just about makes up for it there with the immediate kill to follow, the team nade, and of course the kill that he got alongside it. So this will reset Langley Eustace now across the map. Again, 30 seconds remaining on this hard point. Langley Eustace cannot afford to give this away. They will vie for this time. Wolf gets shut down around the front now. A couple of players around the side door. Da Vinci surely flying up that elevator shaft. It is just Tones in towards the time. Approach from all angles. Tones can do naught. So back 15 seconds locked down for Langley Eustace, but you got to think they need a quick break towards the next hill.
Yeah, the one thing you really need as well if you're Langley Eustace is a hold. Like, you're getting a couple of breaks in, but it feels like you're instantly broken back to fight for P2 as much as you did, then get broken with 40 seconds still left on the time. You've got a huge gap here to surmount, and, well, you need these sprees where you lock it in. Tantalize with 2. Smoke's going to be weakened up at Wood. And, well, Smack, Smoke, they are a duo indeed, but if you stand on top of each other, it's just going to weaken you, and Kuzo will join you in the grave as well. Tones then trying to create a bit of a pincer here for his teammates to hit from the other side, or maybe even make it a clean rotation on over, and that is what you will do. His teammates hit, find a couple of kills, but what's the break hit look like? It's good, you get in.
Teammate again, though. That's unfortunate, so it gives Langley Eustace another opportunity to hit this hard point. They will go for it. Wolf now for another double here. Kuzo trying to hold on towards the hard point, gets denied. And this is a big 15 seconds here for Langley Eustace. They win this time, they're back in the game.
Honestly, I think I prefer them on breaks rather than just hitting early rotations. We saw last time that they tried to set that up, didn't work at all. So I actually kind of prefer the fact that they're in for 3, and then what they're going to do is punch through Nellis for 4. It seems to suit them. That being said, it's not easy to break Bedroom. It is some small little chokeholds, and you've got to make it work regardless. Tantalize puts the nade out. Trophy will not pick it up. When do you slide? Well, now, as Wolf arrives, but you both die. So, for the remaining players here, for Reaper and Da Vinci, you can only soften up this target. You do a great job, though.
And now they're trying to get their way through. Smack, big gunfight to win. But he needs to hold. As does his teammates. Their teammates have spawned out in Narnia towards the bathtub. Tantalize will take the player down, and Tones will hit the reposition. All 3 players through the front now. Do they have it? Yes, they do. The pinstripe feed. Kuzo trying to hold on. He's going to get shut down as well. Now those back spawns are locked in for Langley Eustace as Da Vinci doubles up. The 15 seconds, you have effectively got this locked in, so you are starting to close that deficit now between yourselves and Nellis.
And this feels like that wave of momentum that Langley Eustace can just build at times. That being said, P1 hasn't been great for them. If anything, at best, you can say that they've had maybe a share of the points. They're a little bit too invested into that P2 rotation early sometimes. Tantalize, well, he's going to try and find a way to get in through the back here. There's now a step on the point. Can you clear out top steps? Yes, you do. And you also find Smoke. Great work. A route that pays off. And it's not easy to find routes on Skyline, but he certainly delivers there.
Yeah, and now we've got P2 hold. Langley Eustace, now all they need to do is keep Nellis out of no man's land and keep control of those spawns. Player number 1 is going on the long wrap under the map pit. You need to count out for Kuzo. They're trying to keep an eye out for him, but Kuzo's now causing chaos. That's the shutdown from Tantalize, but now you lose the player towards the hard point.
It becomes a case for final 20 seconds here. What do you invest into? Because it's still an important 20 seconds. Langley Eustace have built their way back into this. They don't want to watch Nellis sail off into the distance, and Tantalize, well, he'll land in the lap of Tones, who will send him back in. Kuzo with yet another. But it's 3 in the feed if you're Langley. So what do? Invest into 2. And the setup will be here. And this is the best look we have seen for an early rotation so far.
Yeah, talk about earlier on, Langley Eustace got a ton of time off the first set rotation towards P2. It's what got them basically even seasons of Nellis. Now we're looking towards new. Tantalize shut down. It is a full train of Nellis players, and they're looking to get run over, but no. Kuzo denies Wolf. Now a couple more players to take down here. If you're Nellis, you're on the hunt for them, but Tones doesn't know where to look. You're losing your teammates around you as well, and that's a good first hold from Langley Eustace.
Yeah, it's a wonderful counter wrap from Tantalize. He recognizes the pressure coming in, sees his teammates losing the fight, so he just spins back up through stairs and finds himself through the backside of this Nellis hit. Reaper, though, with 2 more. Then it's 2 in the feed for Nellis. Make that 3 as Smoke will pick up 3. And suddenly, you find a very important 20 seconds in your hands. Langley Eustace, you decide to hit this again, but I don't know if that's the right call because no one can win it at 2. It's going to be over at 3.
And Langley Eustace know it. They're already here. It's already taken Smoke down. Kuzo, the last one left alive, and it's a slide out from Reaper, plus the team shots from Wolf that removes him from the play. So Langley Eustace, they have control of the next hard point. But Nellis, they're on their way. Smoke, confident enough that he can win this fight, but he gets outplayed by Tantalize. So the first fight is good. Play a mid-map player down for the count as well. Now down to a flanking play from Smack. Can he catch these guys off guard? He can for the first, but he's surely going to be traded out here. Somebody take him down, and they will. Langley Eustace looking pretty good for the hold here, but Kuzo trying to be an annoyance. He goes down.
You can still win it technically, but it has to be perfect, so it's likely going to be pushed to a P4. And you can see that rotation coming in from Nellis over the top side. Looking to influence those spawns very early, but Da Vinci's going to fight the top rope. Keep an eye on that in your kill feed as Reaper and Wolf dance on the point. Smoke's going to be here. Wolf will trade it. and you've still got the P4 rotation in hand if you want it, but technically you can still win it here. Does get contested, so now we will definitely see bedroom. But who holds? And Nelly's get a couple of clean kills. They'll let them push through hedges.
They're in. Langley Eustace are in, though, for the rotation. It is just 2 players versus 3. Do they hit this at the right time? Here comes the push from the players. They both get doubled up on. They aren't able to go in at the same time. And that might be the fight. Smack goes down. Langley Eustace, core series in 4. They will clutch up here on Skyline.
Watch the players rise to their feet to thunderous applause and, well, likely semi-aggressive insults to their opponents here as the Joint Base Langley Eustace booked the first ticket to Grand Finals. And it felt like even though Nellis consistently held the lead, there was just an element of like, you're never pushing Langley Eustace away from you here. You're not in a spot where it feels like there's breathing room. And if Langley Eustace can turn on the afterburners, then they will deliver that comeback. And a quick look at the scoreboard. 37 and 28 from Wolf. Huge. But 32 and 26 at the top of the series, my friend. You spoke about Tantalize and what he could bring to this team. And, well, it feels like we've said his name a lot in this matchup. And I go back to that P2 where he hits the route under the map. It's midway through P1, wraps the backside, clears out 2, and that was a moment where it felt like all of that momentum that you built as Joint Base Langley Eustace suddenly just hit fever pitch.
Yeah, I mean, there is just so many moments in that where Langley Eustace are able to clutch up, right? And that was just one of them. I just think like, there's just so much clutch potential in Langley Eustace. I will say, on the whole, in Hardpoint, it does feel like Langley Eustace have to fight a lot scrappier than in the other game modes. I think that bears out in the results as well. We talk about how close map number 1 was, and yeah, they probably could have finished things out there in map number 1. We talk about that Skyline Hardpoint, and yeah, they had to go to a 23-point game, albeit, you know, to be fair, that's just the way Skyline plays sometimes. But yeah, towards the back half of that game, I think just a couple of decisions that Langley Eustace make to ensure that they do win that one. I think the big one is we very often talk about how integral P2 rotations are to Skyline Hardpoint. Like, it's the hardpoint that you're going to get the biggest amount of time on by far on that map. And they recognize that towards the end. They're like, look, we kind of need to hit that P2 rotation. We need to lock it in. It's exactly what they did.
They did, indeed. And they look better and better. We've spoken about it so many times. It feels like Joint Base Langley Eustace have kind of hit a new level every single time we get to watch them. This was now supposed to be the other best team. Meeting in winners finals is often that mental dagger of, okay, well, we're currently both the best squads up here. There's no more of this, oh, we've beaten out a weaker side. Nellis was supposed to be the great force that they had to fight against, and they've walked away 3-1 victors. I mean, that being said, let's give some props, of course, to Nellis. This was a fantastic series out of them. Feels like there's a couple of moments where, I mean, maybe not in the surge, but otherwise it feels like there were moments, especially in that control, where you could probably have been sitting here. We could have been talking very much about a Nellis 3-1 off of the response that we had. And as such, you know, all 4 players go down into that lower bracket. But I fully expect to not only see them up once more, but the team to punch their ticket on through to Grands.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think Nellis are a phenomenal squad. You talk about the fact this could have been a 3-1 in the respawns. I think that's totally correct, right? You look at even at the control, which was a 3-0. A couple of different decisions in rounds number 1 and round number 3, and, you know, they're 2-1 up in that control, and who knows what happens for the remainder of that vault. We go back to map number 1, which they're able to take away, and then, of course, that map number 4, they managed to hold out towards the end. They win the rotation. Even if those last 2 players that hit P4 so aggressively, even if they do it a little bit more in sync with one another, have another player through the middle of the map, things are totally different. It's a lot of if and buts there, I think, towards that series for Nellis. But yeah, I don't think there's this massive skill gap between Langley and Nellis. Maybe the search and destroy will be the only time I could say, yeah, Nellis, you got to kind of work on that a little bit. Maybe just hold your nerve in a lot of 1v1s. Yeah. But really, yeah, outside of that, Nellis are a phenomenal team, and I can't wait to see more of them in the lower bracket.
Yeah, no, a great team to watch, and they will, of course, be dropping down into that lower bracket to wait on the winner of Peterson Space Force Base and Cannon Air Force Base. So a lot of stories on the line there as well about potential redemption arcs and whatnot. But for now, a storyline that we have definitely continued is the journey of Joint Base Langley Eustace. They will march on to Grand Finals, and we've talked so often about the superstars across this team, and one of them, for absolute damn sure, is Wolf. My friend, we have got you in for an interview. Welcome in. Congratulations on getting through. How are you doing, my man? And yeah, I mean, I guess I've got to sit and say that this was an incredibly close back and forth series. You do see it off 3-1, but talk to me about the things that really saw you up through a very tough team.
Honestly, the thing that got us through was that the Nellis boys, we actually wanted to play them really bad. It's just a friendly game, no crazy talking. We just wanted to get it done, and we were having fun.
Yeah, dude. I mean, there's a lot of like fun, and I think a lot of fun atmosphere in the venue over there for sure. You know, you guys are all friends with one another, and so that makes the matches even more fun for us to sit here and cast. But they are tense, I'll tell you that much. Skyline Hardpoint Story is tense, right? And we go to the final moments of that Skyline Hardpoint that you just won. Talk me through your guys' mindset with the final couple of hills, because you guys were neck and neck.
Yeah, we knew we had to win it off of that bathroom hill. I spawned out. I told my team, make sure we get the spawns in the back and just play your life back there. I have a pinch coming through piano. They won their gunfights in the back, which were huge, and then I was able to clean up the people coming in from Ode, from kitchen, while I was piano. It was just perfect plays. Everyone's winning their gunfights.
Yeah, for sure. And you guys do look like you've got your search and destroying control down to a T right now. Is there anything in those game modes you guys think, all right, cool, we need to kind of maybe polish this up, or are you guys 100% good on those game modes now?
I mean, every game mode needs work. There's always time for improvement, and our search and destroy has gotten a lot better. We've been communicating more and slowing things down, and really talking to each other and where the enemy's at.
I mean, you guys do look great, and you mentioned there about improvements in certain modes and everything that you're doing right now. We up here on the casting desk, we like to try and figure out people's roles and the system that is in play, but talk to me a little bit about your team, your teammates, and how everyone slots in to make you guys, quite frankly, the final boss of the CONUS bracket.
We've been practicing and getting our spread and filling in where the person off spawn needs to go, looking at their mini-maps. I'm the AR, trying to hold down the lanes for my subs, Da Vinci and Reaper, to get through and hope they win their gunfights. Tommy is good at reading the mini-map as well and reading the pressure. He'll call out where they're coming from, and we just work together as a team.
I mean, you certainly do. Quite frankly, you guys are a joy to watch up here. There's a lot of teams that we've been blessed to cast over, but you guys always put on a show, and quite often delivering as well. You will march on to grand finals. As a result of all of that, there's 3 teams waiting down there now. There's going to be Nellis, there's going to be Cannon, there's going to be Peterson. You, of course, won't get that redemption game against Eglin for finals, but is there then a squad that you want to play to settle everything?
It's a good question. They're all pretty good teams. Cannon, I will say, their run through the bracket, they seem like the easier team for us to go against. They didn't do that well in the Western bracket, but maybe we go against Cannon and get a free, 3-0 grand finals.
Damn, a free 3-0 would be insane. That one is a hell of a call out. Cannon Air Force Base, that should be motivating you if you are tuning into this. Anyway, as I said, wonderful to watch. Not just you, but your teammates out there. You've been fantastic. Anyone that you want to shout out, send some love to, share a couple of words.
I mean, of course, I'll shout out my wife again. Love her. She's been really supportive. And also shout out, JB Langley Eustace, the greatest team of all time. Shout out my base and my team. I guess I'll just shout out my team because they're all goats. Let's go.
Yeah, no, you guys are indeed looking to book that up as greatest of all time, but you are looking brilliant, and it's wonderful to see you doing that. Fantastic to talk to you again, my friend. Have a great rest of the afternoon. We'll be seeing you in grand finals.
Thank you, guys.
Well, Brody, that is the man leading the line for this joint base Langley Eustace squad. We got to listen into their system there and kind of hear how they're talking about, we fill in off of each other when it comes to the respawn and kind of where each other needs to be. Not a surprise then to see that when it needs teamwork, when they need to kind of get through those final moments, they figure it out because they all seem to have that understanding of exactly where each other needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, I talk about that teamwork. We go back to the search and destroy. So many moments in that search and destroy. They wait for one another to get in a position before acting. That is the hallmark of a championship-winning team, and it might be the thing that gets them to the championship at the end of all of this.
It might indeed, but that means then that we've got to start to find a worthy opponent for joint base Langley Eustace in those grand finals. So, of course, we turn our attention to the lower portion of the bracket. But before then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very quick break. So we'll see you on the other side.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, all you beautiful people, to the CONUS Esports Championships as we are moving in deeper to our top 4 teams, Brody. We get to see who pushes to play Nellis. This is going to be a fun one. Obviously, it's never fun in particular to say goodbye and eliminate any teams, but we're to a point where this is literally separating the greats from teams who we expect to come back in the world, make those changes, and be great once more. But we're at that point where teams have to lose and some people have to win, and that's just the way she goes.
Yep, it's elimination time, and these guys are on the verge of getting themselves some shiny medals, right? The loser of this one, I don't think gets them, right? It's just top 3. So you want the medals. You want to get through the top 3. You've already got yourselves through the world, but you want to get as far as you can in the competition.
I got a little too excited and all my stuff flew out of my general vicinity. It kind of threw me off for a second. Yeah. But we got our bracket coming up to go look at, Brody, as we can look past all that nonsense that just happened to me and look into our top 4. Like you said, winner of this goes into at least a top 3 finish. Loser of this falls short of prizings. For Canon, this is as far as you made it last year in CONUS, so you're looking to supersede that with a little bit of a better placing going into the World Championships. For Peterson, you fell to a Game 5 versus Langley. You move up versus Offit, and this team, from what I've heard from them, from what I've seen from them, they look a little bit upset about it. They look like they're on a revenge tour.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually just going to give a... Oh, actually, never mind. No, I'm not. Yeah, I totally agree. I think there is kind of an element of looking down to that lower bracket run. I think for both of the squads, if I'm honest, I think, there is an element of, like, wanting vengeance, right? I think for Canon, you look at that lower bracket run and it's like 3-0, 3-1, 3-0. Like, you can tell that they're determined. And for Peterson, being in the lower bracket, it almost feels like an affront to their domination in the Western bracket. You talk about how good they looked in that side, and then to end up losing to Langley in a Game 5. I think that Peterson are hungry for a shot at redemption. It is worth saying, though, they wouldn't have to just win this match. They'd also have to win the next one to get it. So both of these squads hungry to take this win away.
And I will say, to be fair, as we take a look at our rosters for this series, this Canon team, every single time they take the stage, they look better. So you have to be worried about playing against them. Like I said, no matter who plays up against them today, I would be worried playing versus this Canon squad. You do not want to overlook them. But here they are, Peterson versus Canon in this head-to-head. And Brody, as we look towards this Peterson Space Force Space team, a team that we have always been so delighted to cast over this week, kind of draw me in. What stands out to them every time you see them?
You know what? I love every single one of these players. Again, I go back to that interview that we had, I think it was Loyal the other day, and it's the fact they've got this system. They work so well, not just individually, but as a team. They've all got that go-off potential, and we've seen that multiple times over the last few days. They're also a very scrappy team, I'll say that much, right? I think, we go back to the match that we saw earlier on today versus Offer, and, they barely managed to take the victory away on Skyline Hardpoint versus Offit, but they managed to do it. In Vault Control, yeah, they gave a round away, but they managed to close out that game as well. Peterson have massive clutch potential, and that makes this roster so exciting to watch. They could be down, and they can still come out on top at the end of the game.
Well, let's talk about a team that doesn't necessarily have the clutch potential, but today really looked a cut above from their competitors. Canon Air Force Base, this team that fell in day 1 and day 2, but has risen through this championship bracket. Every single day they've made improvements. Every single day they look stronger and stronger. And versus Aglin today, Brody, they looked unstoppable.
Yeah, they did. We talked to Argo after the matchup, and he was talking about the vibes of this squad. They are immaculate. They had little to no prep, apparently, coming into these matchups. They were just like, yeah, we're just going to come in with the vibes and we're going to get it done. And that's exactly what they did. They clutched up in that rewind hardpoint, and they decimated on Hacienda Search and Destroy and Vault Control. This is a Canon squad. They're going up against a team that has already made a loser's bracket run in their regional bracket. Canon, they are in the midst of making a legacy of their own. They're on fire right now.
I think that's what we're looking forward to with this Cannon Air Force base, but still a long way to go before we can talk about said legacy. Brody, what a story it would be. And honestly, I'm so pumped because this team in Cannon is like the power of friendship versus the power of sheer will and determination against each other.
Yeah.
And that's always a fun thing to go about. And we wonder if, friendship can take you a long way. But we want to know how far it really can take you. Let's look at the maps for this series as those friends get ready to jump into another best of 5. Vault Hardpoint to kick things off. Hacienda Search and Destroy, Vault Control, Skyline Hardpoint for the map 4, and a Rewind Search and Destroy for map 5, Brody.
Yeah, looking towards that Skyline hardpoint. I just mentioned it, right? That was the map where Peterson managed to clutch up and take the final hill against Offit. So it's good for them to see that in this best of 5. We also see the Vault Control, which Cannon convincingly 3-0'd Eglin on. Yeah, interesting map set. I think probably the biggest pull of them all, though, is going to be that Hacienda Search and Destroy. We look back to that for Cannon earlier on today. And yeah, I know there were a couple of throws maybe for Eglin where maybe Cannon were able to take them away, but a 6-1 victory was a statement for them.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to be looking forward to playing that map come map number 2.
There's no way that you spin it. A 6-1 is a dominant win. Even if you're clutching, you're making it happen. And I think that's something to talk about for players like Argo and players like Artie. I have a lot of focus in on the control for this series because although it was a Vault Control for Peterson that puts them in this position to 3-0 off it, it wasn't the best showing for them. And it was very shaky, very down to the wire for each round. Peterson, they're standing on thin ice, and honestly, I think that they need to be very cautious going up against this Cannon team. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be very close, and Brody, I'm loving this because I feel like for the first time this week, we're on the same page. So let's look at our predictions, see what we're going. Both of us think that the power of friendship takes you through it all.
Yeah, we do. We're on the same page here. I think I'm not too sure if we're on the same page as to what map is going to Peterson. We'll have that discussion, but we both think that Cannon is going to continue their lower bracket run and make it all the way through. Honestly, I want to see it. I am manifesting Cannon to go all the way through the grand final solely so that they can play Nellis in that grand final. That's all. That's all I want to say. Or Langley, excuse me, in that grand final. I had Nellis in my notes for some reason. They won that series. I don't know why I did that. Solely so that they can play Langley in that grand final. We talked about Wolf, saying, yeah, Cannon are a free win. I want to see Cannon get there now, just so that can be proved wrong.
Hey, I mean, like, people talk the talk, but can they walk the walk? Well, hopefully we get to see them walk the walk later on. Brody, my predictions on what I think it is, I think it's going to be Peterson, Cannon. I think that the first hard point for Peterson usually seems to be the best for them. As the series go on is when they look to have a little bit more weakness through it. And that Skyline map one that they stole away from Offit, yes, it's a clutch, but for majority of the game, they were trailing, and I'm not very confident in that Skyline hardpoint for them to have it in their arsenal for the remainder of it. But that's for map 4. We don't have to focus on that right now. What I am confident with this Peterson team is that they always come out the gates with some magic. And when we look towards this Vault hardpoint to kick things off, this has been one of those maps that I feel like always has led us to a photo finish.
Yeah, for sure. I think like hardpoint in this game just generally does tend to get teams to a photo finish. There's not a lot of hardpoint maps that are unbalanced in this game, I want to say. Like most of the rotations are pretty well designed. And, so kind of Vault does fall into that. But I think a lot of teams have gotten used to the idea that, hey, the most important rotation on this map is making sure that you rotate towards P3, P4 side, making sure you're on P4 side for the entirety of P3, so you can chain those hills back to back. And to me, I think that the thing that's going to split the difference between these two teams when we do get into this is actually getting a lot of time on P3, because so many teams don't do it. Like, so many teams just stay out of the hill and make sure that the opposition doesn't get in. You can actually steal a lot of time away on P3 and then, of course, follow it up with that P4. What I like to dub as the money rotation here between those tilts. That's something I've trademarked. No one else is using it. I'm telling you,
Did you just make that up?
It's a good term. No, I've had this for a while. This is what I call it, when you chain two hills back to back, we call it the money rotation.
Yeah, okay.
I think if you manage to pull those two hills together, it's going to give you a massive boost, and that's what I'm looking out for in this map.
And I think that's really smart to kind of point out, especially for the P3s, because what makes a great team great in a hardpoint is the teams that are able to find value in the downtime, the neutral aspect of the game. So many teams, especially on the rise, will look to focus on getting set up for those mini hills, getting set up for, you know, big things like the P4s on vaults, but they forget about what happens, you know, in the last one where you just expect it to be very contested. You have to remember, you have to contest it for it to be a contested hill, and a lot of people do forget about that on Vault P3. So I'm right there with you. It's where teams can steal away a good 20-30 seconds at times. But for the start of this series, we kick off with Artie, who has been polishing his set nades.
Yeah, that's a nade we've seen very often on this map, and almost immediately it will mean that the map will flip out here in favor of Cannon. So a hell of a set nade from Artie, not just for the 2 kills, but now also for the spawn control. And they're looking to follow that up with some mid-map control as well. Kills coming through, Soda and JR going to trade things out, and now it's going to be Peterson back in. Cannon, though, I think as long as they get control of this rotation, they'll be happy.
Well, 21 seconds still to recover off of this, and this is another one of those downtime moments that you just don't want to give up a good chunk of time to the other team on rotation, especially in case they break you. I mean, like, come on, man. We're 30 seconds in the map. Artie, you can't be just taking people hostage in 30 seconds. That's criminal.
I think Charms, even though he's not in the game right now, he just had like a shiver somewhere, you know, when someone walks over your grave, Charms like, oh my goodness. Anyway, Peterson in towards the time now, looking to take the lead in this game. That is what they'll do. A couple of players around the back line here for Cannon. They will wait patiently for Crusade and Artie to get involved, and while that patience will play off, a couple of kills come through. JR on the other side, only able to find one, and that's the break that Cannon needed here. They're looking for the back 35.
Yeah, it's a good snap there from Crusade. Kicks that whole thing off. Now you're breaking from the less preferred side. Still have Palms control. Soter, see if he can win this fight towards the back. He does. That's going to open up a flood through the front doors, but Hate wins his fight inside the hill, and Cannon prevail. What a moment for them.
That is huge for Cannon. They managed to take control. They win the majority of the gunfights off the back of the reset as well. And that is now going to be a large amount of time. It's not quite a full 60, but the fact that he managed to break a hill that Peterson had rotation for, they will be very, very happy with. So now we look over towards the next hard point, and you can already see here, Cannon starting to get themselves set up in that position that I was talking about, right? Making sure you have somebody behind enemy lines. Big gunfight coming through for Artie here. If he wins this one, this is going to be the split of the spawns. Excuse me, why can't I speak English? The spawn flip is what I'm trying to say, Seymour. They're going to get it.
Mm-hmm. And they have the art control, so they're able to do it. And Hate's still on 5 in a row, so he hasn't died. Stops in the hill, soaks up this time on P3. And you said it yourself, you have to be worried here if you're Pearson and trying to contest some of it. But Hate's still on his tirade. Loyal's finally going to break things up. Crusade keeps Peterson away from it. And things are feeling really bad if you're a Peterson fan watching everything unfold in this hill.
Yeah, this is what you wanted to see if you're a Cannon. Ideally, you don't want to be on the way the last 15 seconds here, right? This is still time. You shouldn't be letting go Peterson's way, but at the same time, you have control of the all-important rotation. You've got all your pieces set up, ready for this hold. Argo has been a 2-piece machine. We'll have to back off here. Not feeling fully confident that he can take this fight all by his lonesome. Hate also gets caught out in the middle of the map as well. Good call, but Argo going to win the fight, and now that's going to be a huge hold for Argo. They're holding on to these back spawns.
That could be the difference in a full 60 and maybe a split 30. As Soder finally going to take him away from that. That's going to pull some pressure towards the back line. Hate trying to replace where Argo left off, but instead it leaves you thin. You still win your fights. Argo goes big inside, and Hate wins the trade. So Cannon still stay in this hard point. A break attempt from Peterson falls flat on its face, and you could say that about the entirety of this first rotation.
Yeah, this has been a pretty much perfect first set of hills from Cannon. Obviously, you've given 46 point away, so I guess that goes against the perfect narrative. But still, I think just, talk about taking control of this game. Cannon's done everything right. You talk about breaking those early P2 rotations. I think it was 15 seconds into the hard point or something like that, and basically holding for the remainder of that time. Then, of course, flipping the map, wasting about 15 seconds on the scrap to make sure you flip the map and the spawns in your favor. You do not give much time away to Peterson on P3, and then you hold for a full 60 on P4. 4. I couldn't ask for much more out of Canon off that first set. Peterson need to step up.
Well, we can ask for more from Peterson, though, heading into the second rotation. You need to start getting some value in these hills, especially when you're the first ones to rotate through. You win your fights to shut down the flank from Cannon, but then everybody off the respawn just barrels through you, shuts you out, and breaks anyway, so it doesn't matter. Still, 70-point lead for Cannon in the second rotations. Hate up top. He is raining terror on your team and stopping you from getting much needed time.
Look at their lives right now. You know, we talk about kind of the KDs across the board here, and some key players from Peterson are not having a good time here. Soda at 8-14, 6-15 for JR. Only Loyal and Kimura are negative. Peterson just not outslaying Cannon when it is required right now. But look towards New. Gunfight's starting to go in Peterson's favor here. They want to break these spawns. Only one player left.
It's already... You have to trade him out. Crusade alongside him. Both subs ready to break this one yet again. Crusade trying to play his life, and the help arrives. Good shots from Argo, as the steam shots are going to keep Cannon in the hill control, at least from the front of this one. Hate's going to burn his Hellstorm as well. That's going to make things even worse now for JR in the backline. Argo finds his third in a row, and you flip it out again. It's 30 seconds that you break in for.
I love that call on the Hellstorm, by the way, right? I mean, it's probably going to be the hill that it's most useful on across the entirety of this game, because even P3 has a bit of coverage that prevents that Hellstorm missile from coming down. Hate, by the way, on 24-9, having a hell of a game. But yeah, you force these guys to make unforced errors. With 30 seconds left now, they have to hit for that time. They can't focus properly on the P4 to P3 rotation, and it's starting to make the game feel like an insurmountable advantage. Cannon are playing so damn perfectly here on this map right now, and they're looking to do it again as we move over towards P3. Loyal has to win this fight, and he can, but he can't get any more than just one.
I mean, you need more than fundamentals at this point. You need somebody to step up and be that successor. Kimura has tried his best, 19-6, but you haven't got the Loyal that we've expected from the past. JR and Soter both repping 8 kills each, 16 between the two of them. You are falling flat in this game in the loser's semifinal, been one away from a medal podium. You just need a better performance.
We're not seeing the superstar performances right now out of Peterson. We are out of RT. 6 spree for him. 11 deaths to his name, 18 frags, and Cannon will get the scrap time. And now if you're Peterson, you have to fight across the map. Yellow, stop RT on his spree, but I mean, that just feels like, what, not really doing that much at all right now. I don't think RT particularly cares as long as they're winning to this extent. But now you've killed a couple of players here. You're able to get your way forward. Late spawn out from RT will not help, but here they go.
Last time Argo went big. Hate's looking to be that one this time around. He jumps in. Argo drops. Hate drops. Crusade looking to be a distraction, at least inside the hard point, and he's doing a fantastic job at that. You need some players to shut this one down, but it's Argo's turn as he's off the respawn, and he's back into the hard point. Hipfire lands, goes for the back spawner, reads him to the tee, and Cannon keep it going. The train never stops.
It just feels like every single time Peterson get any modicum of control, they get battered away by some kind of super heroic play from Cannon. It was a 2-piece from Crusade there to keep Peterson out momentarily, and then followed up by that insane play from Argo to get, was it 3 kills, I think it was? Players like that is splitting the difference right now between Cannon and Peterson. It's why they have such a dominant lead in this game. Scrap time will give Peterson a moment to breathe as we hit the third and final set, and the kill feed, well, would you believe if I told you it's a green kill feed again, Seymour?
I would in fact believe you, because it's what we've been seeing all hardpoint long. As finally Peterson are going to have a moment to breathe inside the hill. You still have to worry about Hate, though, as he is flanking. Excellent space taking from Kimura up top. Cat, he's going to take down Hate as well with the help of Loyal. Inside the hard point, it's JR trying to soak up this time, and he's actually going to back up for a second, disengage, and allow for the rest of his team to see if he can assist. But Argo on the wraparound, he dances and finesses long enough to keep Peterson back out of it. Soter roars back in the hill, and could this be your moment with 2 down? Do they spawn out? No, yeah, they do. Crusade's going to spawn out, and you got to fly.
Yeah, for the most part, though, Cannon did spawn in there. So, technically speaking, numbers still good for Cannon. Artie having to dip away towards the fourth here. Try and keep your head down for the help, but you're not going to get it in time. Hate goes down. Artie goes down. Crusade has already produced one massive two-piece in the game. Can we ask for another one? No, he goes just a little bit too late. So now Peterson are fighting this one from the front. Loyal for 2 big kills here. Cannon starting to reel just a little bit. Artie will come through for a double. Effective 4 versus 2 on the point. JR has to go big, and he cannot do it. Nice team play from Cannon. They momentarily lose control, but they're right back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, the break in the back. And could this be where they break the back of Peterson? Well, for now, Peterson's going to be able to weather the storm for a little bit, persevere through this issues. Artie should get benched by Soder. There's still 20 seconds left. You're giving up a good chunk of time off this rotation. You need Soder to win these fights on the inside of this hard point. He's versus Argo, and he does the wrap around, and Crusade up top. Cat comes for the assistance. 5 seconds on that old hill. You've getted Cannon 233. They're only 17 away from a win.
Yeah, Loyal trying to hit this flank. He needs to not be seen by Hate. That doesn't happen. Hate now looking for the finish, and he will find it towards the point, though. Artie going to bring that Hailstorm missile down, takes JR out of the play, and all of this now feels like it's down to Sota. Has to go unnoted. Has to get some good timing on towards Hate here. Not going to happen. Hate takes him out of the play. Loyal also cut down for the middle of the map. But JR goes big for 2. It provides the space for Kimura towards the point. Cannon just 6 seconds shy of this victory here, Seymour. And Hate is starting to piece up.
Everybody's just sprinting right now. Getting caught in the iron sights of Kimura up top. Already through mid. He's going to hop on for a few seconds. 5 seconds left. Soder has to contest. He's going to jump up, but is it too late? The help is here. Already, all he needs is the kills through. The team is here. There it is. And Cannon take it in what is a very statement map 1.
Ooh, boy. That first set of rotations from Cannon is about everything we on the casting desk could ask for from any team on any map. Yeah, it wasn't totally perfect. Yeah, you gave away about 40 to 50 points, and I don't say gave away disparagingly. Peterson definitely earned it, but Cannon, I mean, just such perfect hardpoint play. Every single rotation they needed to hit, they did as a squad. Every single break they needed to hit, they did as a squad. The trust in one another, and above all else, the slaying power. Hate finishes that game 1 shy of a 40 bomb, but it wasn't just him. Everybody was piecing up in that game. Everybody was clutching up when they needed to.
I mean, you even look into the second rotation when you had a little bit of hesitation coming out from Cannon Air Force Base on trying to put this game away. You saw them tiptoeing around Peterson, trying to find ways to break this and contest for the time and deny Peterson of any real comeback. And they were doing that exceptionally, especially over towards your P2s and your P3s. You see the Hellstorms being invested on both of those hard points just to make sure Peterson could never set up and have a full 4 to defend what is that initial time they're looking to get in. Through that, through the tools that you're using and the routes that you're running, if you're already in Crusade, they just continue to layer so much pressure down that even when Peterson had the initial rotations, it didn't feel like those initial rotations were safe. They always felt like they were in some ways about to be broken, and it's hard to say because these are great players, Brody, but they just never had a semblance of control for this game. Anything that they got was basically given to them.
Crazy. Really crazy in that game number 1. How about that for a statement victory to kick off the series? I'm looking at the scoreboard, by the way. Shout out our producers for getting this one, because this is we don't often get to look at the scoreboard. We get like a little flash of it, but actually getting to see it, we can see 39 kills for Hate, right?
Boy.
32 of them were non-traded kills. He was running around the map like a bloody menace, and Peterson couldn't stop him. That is an insane stat line.
And just for some kind of way for you guys to compare performances between Hate and, let's say, Kimura, who is always involved in some sort of play from Peterson, 4,600 damage from hate across that game, Kimura had 3,400 damage. That is a 1,200 damage difference from your highest performing player on each team. And then you look beyond that, the only person not to break 3,000 damage was Argo, but every single time you saw Argo involved in the play, I feel like he was getting a clean double kill. He didn't need to put that damage down. He was doing an exceptional job when it came down to breaking those hills.
Can we call Argo like the two-piece machine now? Can we do that?
He is the multi-kill monster.
I actually love. If you had like a trading card, that would be like his subtitle, you know, like a Magic the Gathering card. He'd be like the multi-kill monster, and then like the flavor text would be something like, "My actual name is Argo." I don't know. Get it out there.
You know, I know nothing about Magic the Gathering, so it's funny that you did say that. But you know, Brody, they do have Magic the Gathering nights for AFG. So
They do. If you guys need a caster
sometime.
Hey,
I'm
loves
here. Magic the Gathering, guys.
I do love
You're getting him very, very excited on that one, Brody. But we look beyond this hard point as Canon, unbeknownst to our predictions, at least my predictions on how this map 1 would go, they take the hard point against Peterson. They make it look damn good. And that kind of sets us up for maybe our predictions were a little bit wrong, Brody. They have a chance to sweep this under the rug.
Man, all right, I'll back up a little bit here, right? Because I know we were both of the opinion that we thought map number 1 was going to be the way into the series for Peterson, and I still do think that was the most likely route. However, this option number 2, for me at least, would have been the search and destroy, right?
Really?
I feel like this is another opportunity. Yeah, because Peterson's search and destroy, right, has been pretty solid the entire week long. You got to remember, prior to the Langley-Eustace matchup, we were saying that Peterson were the strongest S&D team in the tournament. And that was for good reason, because every single time that we'd seen Peterson play Search and Destroy, their team play was pretty much on point. Now, do I think they're going to win the Search and Destroy? No. Do I think there is a chance they could win the Search and Destroy? Yeah, I'll give them one. I think there's an opportunity. I think, you know, I don't want to just, like, see Cannon, you know, steamroll him in map number 1 and go, yeah, there's no chance now, you know? Like, I want to give Peterson some loving.
Of course, you always do. It's the fact that it's Hacienda. I mean, every single time I feel like we see Peterson play well, it's on your red cards, your rewinds, maps that have a little bit more structure to them. For Hacienda, you have that pop-off potential for those initial first bloods. It's hard to really recover off of that when it does happen. And the defense, just as much as the offense, likes to get aggressive, especially in towards dark control. And, you know, for Cannon, we saw a whole hell of a lot of that. And when it comes down to the first bloods that, again, Peterson have been good for, but not great. You look at Artie, who is just a first blood monster on a map like this, and it's going to be tough for Peterson. I'm not saying it's impossible, just saying it's difficult.
All right. Well, this is an important map, I think, in this series for Peterson. Let's see if they can win it here. Opening blood coming out here from Loyal. Not going to happen. Crusade will win that one, and that means now free for Cannon on this defense. Well, or for Peterson on this defense, excuse me, they do need to try and retake it. They've got no players near, especially as they lose Loyal.
Yeah, first blood there for Cannon. Bomb down, 2v4 in the retake, and we saw a lot of those in our last match. I'm not sure if that's going to be on the table this time around. JR going to kick things off with a lovely shot onto Crusade. Looking at Kimura on what he can get done now. With that route, everybody's standing still on the inside for Cannon, and nobody is moving.
Well, Artie's not going to get challenged here, so he's going to be late towards this one. Kimura goes a little bit early. JR is there for one. Might even get a second here. Nope, switches to the pistol. He's not winning that gunfight. So, yeah, Cannon very strong off the start here. They take a couple of players down on their approach towards the bomb site, and there on out, a 2 versus 4 for Peterson just feels increasingly unlikely.
Great start to the round. Great start to the game for Cannon. First blood into a B hit. A lot of teams just like to go for dark in that first initial round, so a little curveball on the map. I don't think Peterson really were ready for that whatsoever, especially without those trophies. It is hard to defend that rock with stuns flying at you. So they take advantage of that, swap sides. Peterson now in the attack. They're looking to replicate this one, but with 2 people playing through mid.
Just feel a little bit split on the defense here. Peterson have an opportunity to break in. Crusade going to find one, but that's all they're going to find. Loyal will go through for 2. So, yeah, you work your numbers to get control of the site now. The problem is Kimura gets too aggressive there. And now you've got Argo on the other side of the site to contend with. He can stop this bomb from going down.
He can, but he didn't see anything. And I think he calmed that towards Hate, that this could potentially be a fast rotation over towards the A site. They've given it up. Loyal's going to get the plant down. And that's going to give us a 2v2 post plant where Peterson have a chance to clutch up even after losing the first blood. And it looks like the retake's happening through mid.
Yep. All through one area. So many times we see players go at this one by one and end up falling for it. Stun out. Coordination is good here from Cannon. They have to look at both sides. Shots out on towards Loyal. Is he going to survive? Yeah, he will. Good team coverage from JR to make sure that they do not get past go. Hate will hit the regen here. 20 seconds, but will not do any more than that. Good defense there, and really good team play from the last couple of players on Peterson.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way that you bounce back even after losing the first bloods. That's Cannon winning both those initial fights, but Peterson still persevere through the pain. And the timing, too, to throw a stun through mid. They back up from the B-bomb. They allow that small sliver of doubt from Cannon, who have been very eager to counter-rotate teams very fast. They get baited into a situation where you back off B. It lets Peterson get that post-plant together. And albeit, no matter what you look at it, retaking that B site is not easy, especially through a small door like mid.
Oh, Peterson, that is a good response from them. Defense. Peterson having to deal with some early aggression here. RT and Crusade looking like they want to take it behind. Cannon. Behind Peterson, excuse me. Now looking for the opening gunfight. RT and Crusade do it. That was a dirty jump down from Crusade. And it gives them full control over the B site. I think the wild card in this is definitely going to be Argo, though.
That's what you got to be wondering about. Soder has to be careful here. Argo has gone unseen this whole time, and you're right. The X Factor, he makes it known. He finds JR, and the information towards Soter surely puts this one out of contention.
Yeah, Soder's got nowhere to go. There's just no chance here. He has to split the difference between 3 different players, and escape, I think, primarily is the issue. He does manage to do that, to be fair. He does get through, but as... No. Okay. Oh, okay. Crusade looks away from the door at the wrong time, so Soda has a chance here, but not enough of a chance for the defuse. 9 seconds is not enough time, and that final kill will come through. So, yeah, all right, you catch Crusade unawares. Fair play. He played Minesweeper excellently, but as far as playing Call of Duty excellently, nada.
No, and what a round call, too, from Cannon that we saw on Hacienda last time. This is a team that's not just going to, oh, let's hit B, then, oh, let's hit A, and send somebody through wine, maybe set up some flanking angles. No, they take control of Dark. They do what they did earlier as well and push through Dark into Office side and fully wrap quick flank B, which blindsides the entirety of Peterson's defense. Nobody has been doing that all weekend long, and a small change in a setup like that from attack catches so many people unknowing.
Feels like these guys are adjusting to one another right now. Crusade getting aggressive. Kimura, oh, would have been nice for him to find that kill, but no. He is at the very least going to make the call off the back of that now. There's a couple of players that are pushing through. The reaction from Peterson is to try and get aggressive themselves. JR does exactly that, as does Loyal. They're all finding value here. Seymour and the last couple of players are split.
You're fighting away from the bomb. You're making sure that you have an ability to put this bomb plant in. Hate's not going to check it, but as it goes down, he might have a chance to catch Loyal in the back. He sees him, shots there, gets it still. 2v1 on the retake. They just don't know where JR is.
That's the big thing. JR doesn't have the trigger discipline, just goes for initial fun fight. Does he get away for the slide shell? Yes, he does! Hits the drop shot, and JR catches the 1 versus 2.
This is one of those moments that makes memories last forever on a player, especially on a main stage. What a clutch there from JR, a player that we have been so delighted to see play for this team. And he does not break in the moment. They both drop down. The aims is nasty in a situation like that. Yes, the Jackal has faster fire rates and, you know, might feel a little bit lighter, but the aims just breaks them right through. And it keeps us even, 2-on-2. Unfortunate part is that all 4 first bloods have been going towards Cannon. You'd like to see Peterson start to put one in the column. And there it is.
JR just continues right now on a tear. Will get traded out, though. And that's big. Cannon would have been in a world of trouble there had JR picked up a second frag because that bomb was out fences as well. And yet still, even with the bomb now, I kind of feel like the best option is to escape here, right? Like, you need to get out, because getting the bomb down doesn't feel like a feasible option, and you can really feel Cannon spinning their wheels.
Yeah, and Argo goes down, so that pretty much makes an impossibility. Kimura's going to have a chance to do the funniest thing ever, but already has the last laugh in that engagement. So 2 versus 2. It's going to create some doubt on these Peterson players who think this is going to be a beef rotation, but with that, they have over-rotated away from A and given up the site for a plant.
Yeah, this feels like an over-adjustment from Peterson. You could even left one player here, right? Played this as a 1 versus 2 for the info and played your life off the back of it, but no. Now you have to waste some time. Bomb now planted for a multitude of different angles here, so they need to clear the site once again. And they're going to have to burn about 10 to 15 seconds off the clock to do so. They're going to hope for some kind of over-aggression. Loyal will be the first player to check on you. Big gunfight here for the retake. RC will win it now. The immediate reaction from Soda. Hit this from a different angle. Is he going to get into a sight? Spots out one. Hate is going to take him down, though, and that over-adjustment will burn them.
Yeah, that is a good 2-2 play style from Cannon in the post plant. 1 towards the back fence. You have eyes on Office, Plat. You have eyes on Arches, and you leave the fight through you to your duo with the sub in hands. And I didn't mind Loyal going for that play down in you. I would have liked it more if you guys tried to pinch that at the same time, switch and trade it out, but it just doesn't happen, and you isolate 2 easy gunfights there for Cannon, keep them ahead in the lead, and throw away an opportunity off of a first blood to get around ahead.
I don't even think opening blood matter anymore, given how that last round went. Peterson might have a free plant over by B, though. They haven't got anybody to contest him around the front. Cannon now trying to get aggressive here. Crusade not going to get through, though. Soda's checked him out, so Soda has a lot to do.
He's just going to back up. I like this call. The post plant in the 4v4. You have Lambo on watch, a player for the post plant on both sides, and a lot of space to work with here. It is going to be a tough retake, but you have multiple different angles to fight it from.
Big gunfight for Soda there. Crusade out of the play. RT tries to trade out and will get cut down. Now the 2 players on the other side. That feels a little individual there. Argo goes down. Hate will trade out, but a 1 versus 3. 20 seconds on the clock, Seymour. It's a lot to ask.
It is, but it's Hate at the end of the day. 14 seconds. He's got to work fast for the 1v2. All you have to do is, if you're Peterson, is find the kill or play the time, and they are going to play the time because he is a tough nut to crack there. And Peterson, they do tie us up. It comes down to a 1v1, but at the end of the day, they have the time on their side, Brody. And you said it's very individual in the retake from Cannon. I agree. However, Peterson do a good job at setting up that post plan in an area that draws out those individual gunfights. You put a player towards Lambo that's going to call a gunfight a little earlier than you would have wanted to if you're Cannon, and then it almost forces the hand of the player through mid to try to react to it in that timing. And with it, it just sets you in shambles for your timings on the retake, and Peterson do a good job at taking advantage of that.
All right, Peterson. Looking now to try and take the lead in this one. This has been such a back and forth search and destroy thus far. In this round, Peterson seemed to have given full control of the A site to Cannon. The next question becomes, do they recognize it? They're looking to force the issue here. And overheat. JR will take that all day long. There is a trade from Artie, but now Peterson know what to do.
Last time they got first blood like this, it didn't pay off for Peterson. It is not going to happen again. Artie with a double kill through you. Bomb going down immediately. It's Kimura, your best performing player in the hard point, all alone, and he gets away.
Well, I suppose the fact that Kimura gets away here is pretty crucial. That Artie 2-piece is going to be the thing we look back on if this round does go Cannon's way. Kimura has a chance. This has been a somewhat slow search and destroy for him thus far at 2 and 6. He has to isolate these guys, but Argo's looking in that direction.
And does he look away? The slide out. Kimura didn't see him. Argo didn't see it on the other side. The shot's a little too early. Argo slides to safety. Hate turns around over the top. They're throwing shoulders, and this is what I said before when we saw them on Hacienda earlier today. This team loves to throw a good shoulder. They're never going to die.
Yeah, Kimura could have just waited a second longer. You don't need that kill with immediacy. Wait. And then go for the second. I know, again, it's easy for us here on the casting desk to say, obviously, in the heat of the moment, things would be very differently, but things could have been different.
That is a situation, though, that you have to hold your trigger.
No, I agree. I totally agree. I'm trying to give him a little bit of slack, but maybe he doesn't. I don't know. Regardless, I've got to give credit to Artie for that round, right? That two-piece inside you completely gives you sight control when I think inarguably they didn't really deserve to have it, right? Like Peterson kind of gave them full sight control. Artie coming through with that double basically solidified it and they got them to get that bomb down. So big kill from him, big double from him. Peterson now, again, fighting from the back foot.
First bloods, 4-3 in favor of Cannon, and Peterson have done a good job at bringing it back the past couple of rounds, but even after JR does find that first blood, both times has it amounted to a Cannon win at the end of it. So 3v4 for the retake. You have a long flank coming out from Argo. He is the catalyst to everything in this round.
Has to be the playmaker here. Eventually someone's going to look in that direction. Yep, Ardo will go off now. Needs help from his team. Sooner rather than later, Argo is being hunted down. Hate needs to get involved right now. Argo goes down for the count. Hate, is he going to get the trade-off? Yes, he does. Does he get the second? Kimura has already put shots in. Crusaders on the way for the help, and Crusade has arrived.
They don't know.
Now the 1 versus 2 for JR. They don't know where he is, but Crusade wins the fight regardless. It all comes down to a 1 versus 1. That's a 3v4, though, for Cannon.
That's another round that JR gets a first blood, and it doesn't amount to a Peterson round win. For the third time he's done it. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. Crusade doesn't falter, but it gets a little too wacky inside the site. Then you would have wanted a 3v4 retake as well from Cannon. And everything comes down to Argo and that flank happening. It opens up the doors for Hate to follow it up. He goes big, and you set the rest of your team up to put yourself in a spot to potentially go up 2-0 in this series, Brody. 5-3 up is Cannon, and they are looking so damn good on Hacienda today.
That was a turning point, really, wasn't it? This game has been so back and forth thus far. A 3 versus 4 like that is the kind of thing that breaks you. Peterson, will they bend? Will they break? On the defense here again, it feels like a passive one. Kimura able to line a couple of players up here. The third also towards Platt, but the call wasn't made to JR. That player's gotten away, and still Artie manages to dip and dive between the players. How on earth has Artie gotten away with that? And now it's Loyal looking for the trade.
It's Loyal looking to keep them alive in this, but they've spotted him out. They're chasing him down, and the kill from the right angle. What a game. What a Hacienda. What a team.
It does feel like those are 2 rounds on the bounce there that Peterson shouldn't lose. The 3 versus 4 from Cannon that they kind of let slip. The team play just wasn't that great. And then that is particularly egregious. Artie being able to waltz straight past JR because, I mean, quite clearly, Kimura didn't make the comm correctly, or if they did, JR wasn't listening. Because Artie should be dead to rights before he even hits the ground. We go back to this search and destroy, though, and as I said, every single round for the first 7 was a constant battle between Cannon and Peterson, constant adjustments between the roster, and yeah, you know, occasional clutches between them as well. But ultimately, it comes down to 3 rounds on the bounce towards the close of that search and destroy, and it is Cannon that take them all.
Yeah, and you kind of think back to, you had a 2v3 back in round 5, that you lost out because Kimura pushes a little bit too fast into the lobby. You have that 3 versus 4 at B that you definitely should have won, but Crusade comes out with the 1 versus 1 over JR in just a very tense situation back in round number 8. And the entire time, it felt like it was really down to who can catch Cannon's flank a little bit better on Peterson, and most of the time they just did not. And, you know, numerous times we saw Artie just sprint into a situation where he finds himself a double kill, and this one in particular really felt like the dagger to the game in round 9. You felt like, albeit it's Loyal, he's been good, they just haven't been good enough to win those clutch scenarios for the team. JR did give them a little bit of hope in the 1v2 clutch that he had back in round number 4, but aside from that, there wasn't anything really heroic from Peterson that we saw in that search and destroy. And Brody, on top of all that, I mean, when it boils down to, we've been saying how important first bloods are for a game like search and destroy. Peterson were winning in the first blood column 5-4 at the end of it, and they lost so many rounds where JR delivered that first blood over towards A, and they handed the B side over for relatively free. And that is definitely something that's going to frustrate you. Looking back at it, it's definitely something you need to work on if you do make it through Cannon in a reverse sweep.
Yep, for sure. We go back to that final scoreboard just real quick again. RT finishes with 11 kills, 9 of which are non-traded, and that includes both of those 2 pieces we saw, including that final one. So shout out to RT, real bomb right now for Cannon.
Yeah, and I mean, I was just taking a look too at that the same time. 6-3, already 1,200 damage. You look at first blood columns, Crusade finding a lot of them. He also got blooded quite a bit too. But in and amidst a lot of those fights where you see that like Argo and Crusade didn't have too great of a game, the support that they got and the kills that they did get were so crucial and so important to so many of those rounds. And I mean, Chimera, he started the game 0-5. Soder, 2-9 to finish it off. Those are performances on players that we've been hyping up all week long, Brody, and just are not good enough right now.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, game number 2 is done and dusted. We're now, 2-0 up to Cannon. It's been an incredible series so far, Seymour. We're going to go to a quick break, though. On the other side of this one, we have map number 3. Can Cannon 3-0? Find out after this.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Well, it's not the spot that we thought we'd be in, Brody, but it is the spot that I think is a pleasant surprise to see if you're a Canon fan who has been rooting for them all week long. I didn't think I would see a position after what we got off of day one where this team would look as dangerous as they do, but hey, you know, pressure makes diamonds, and these guys have been feeling the pressure all weekend. They turn up to the last day, and this is the day that you'll be remembered for, so better late than never.
Yep, of all the times to make that lower bracket run, we're seeing Canon do it right now. What is it, 3 matches already prior to this one? They started effectively in lower round 1, so to make it all the way to this point is a bloody miracle. To qualify in it even is a miracle. So shout out to Canon, man. These guys are on a roll right now.
They are on fire. And let's look at the maps and get a little bit of a recap of what we've seen so far. Both games, pretty one-sided, pretty steady for Canon so far. Peterson asleep at the wheel, missing right now, and we're wondering where they've gone, and we've hoped that they could come back in turn for this potential reverse sweep that we get heading into the Vault Control. But Brody, it is something that I did bring up for this Peterson team. Although they won a Vault Control today, it still wasn't the best showing from them. It was pretty shaky towards the end.
Yeah, for sure, right? You know, we go back to, it was a 3-1 victory, I think it was. And I'll be honest as well, I think, you know, going back to that matchup, a lot of it was down to Offit playing a little bit sloppily, I want to say, right? You know, we talk about the Hellstorm from WASD, and it wasn't that great, you know, going back to it. Like, there's a get out of jail free card, and you don't end up really using it that well. And, you know, I think we talk about kind of stacking as a team. Offit weren't doing it. So I think they kind of weren't playing as well as they could. And so Peterson winning that isn't necessarily an indication of them being an incredible control team, especially related to Volt. Who are an incredible control team is Canon, because they very cleanly 3-0'd Eglin on this map mode combination earlier on today as well. So honestly, as much as I want us to see another map in this series, Seymour, we know we've both predicted this to be a 3-1 Canon win. I think we're about to evade another point.
Yeah, and every single time we saw them in the Vault Control, it was just no strats from Eglin, already just controlling everything that you can ask for through the middle of the map and running rampant for this game. I think for our predictions, we'd like to see Peterson come out with this win, but at the same time, I think for Air Force Gaming, I also just in general would like to see Peterson step up, because I feel like this team has lost their confidence. We've seen them at their highs, and this is one of their lows. This is nowhere close to the potential that we know that this team can bring to the server, and I'm waiting to see them just ignite with passion now that they're on the brink of elimination from top 4. You lose this, you're out. No podium finish, no prizing. The only thing that you get is a trip to Patrick Space Force Base in August for Worlds, but the doubt will be there, and the confidence needs to come back. So Peterson, let's see the comeback here on Vault.
Just a casual trip, by the way. Just a casual, yeah, you're coming back to Patrick Space for Worlds.
Yeah.
We've already got that, of course, obviously, so a little bit of the pressure off, but the pressure's still on to try and stay alive in this tournament. How about this for pressure off the start of this one? Just one more player alive. It's JR, sit inside middle of the map, and Canon already have 4 players down, and oh my goodness me, I've never been happier they're full stacking the point.
Look how fast it's going. Second tick already. Kimura off the nade blowing up. He's going to try to get into a position to stop this one. Contest is in, but it doesn't matter. Hate and Crusade win their fights. A-Site gets capped. 2 minutes to get over towards B as well, Brody. They're going to look to snowball this, but you have to worry about Soder. He's in art.
What is going on? Canon are rolling through this control right now. Soda might be an art. He's taking time to reposition. And that time he's taken is meaning this 3-stack is going super fast. Second tick now going to be through. You've got Crusade watching the Vault. He will go down. There is trades now going through. Ardy comes through with another one. JR needs to go big and he cannot do it. Hate will be back on towards the point. But this is far from over. You could still stop this. You've got to go in for the contest. Hate lining up. Hate for 2. You've got the flanking player now. One more player. And that is a hell of a clean start to this control. Canon are on a roll.
I mean, for my notes in that round, what a break off from Canon. The 3-stack on site after the cat break does happen and you win all your fights. That is sublime. And then the snowball too. Hate standing on business with the aims in hand. That's absurd. And for Peterson, I just have one big question mark because you lose those initial fights. You go 3 down. Chimera had the opportunity to slide up top and try to win those gunfights from the safety net, but he jumps in after getting the first kill, tries to go for the contest battles, loses his footing, and intentionally gives up a free rotation over towards B for the rest of his team that just do not communicate off of that lost A zone. Now your attacking side, you have to answer back with one of your own, and hey, that's not too shabby. The double kill is going to get you into it.
It's not quite as clean, but it is clean enough to get yourself another point. The problem is, again, that Cannon's team play right now is on point. You can really feel the way that they're clearing the map, making a lot of comms to each other that, hey, like, X position needs to be cleared. Let's go for it. Let's do it as a team. And here we're going to see another one of those players. RT, potential flanking player, jumping down towards a point will be Crusade to find one. Loyal, now the last one left alive to take out. And Loyal will actually double up here. Surely not number 3, no. Argo will deny that much, but Loyal survives long enough that the first tick can be through. And another opportunity now for Peterson to come off the spawn and get right back on that point.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Looks like Hate with a big fight outside. He's going to go down, trade from Crusade, and looks like that back and forth is going to start kicking us off for a second 8 go. That's as Chimera splitting the odds, gives them a little bit of control in this one. Artie's going to jump up a little bit earlier, gives himself away, and here's the stack in. It's going fast. Third segment getting worked on. Hate on the flank, Argo the other side, but they don't get there in time. Hate now trying to find whatever he can to stall this rotation over towards B, and I think he's done a good enough job.
All right, this is good from Peterson. You'll love to see it, and I really love this play call as well from Loyal. There's no immediacy necessary to actually go on towards that B zone. Just get some good positioning for the rest of your team. The problem is you've lost a couple of those players towards the middle of the map. Now you're going to go straight back towards the point because Soda is probably better positioned to take some fights from long range, but now you've lost Loyal towards the zone itself. And I've got to say, Soda, if you're in this position, just do not move. Make sure you stay up here, provide some coverage, because you being here is everything.
And look at the patience that's coming out from Peterson. They're winning all their respective battles. JR slowly wins this fight to Vault. Artie gets shut down from the flank earlier on, and you had Soder for a second dominating from top art. Unfortunately, it all falls apart faster than you would have hoped to, but you saw that glimpse of genius for a second, Brody, and you know that this Peterson team can do it again.
Yeah, well, the good news, I suppose, here for Cannon on the defense is the fact that you have removed JR from the top power position, Soda as well. Peterson just going to stack this one. Are they watching the flank? This is what so many teams fail at. Hate is going to push through from Vault side, runs right out of the open, and gets a freebie. The nade over the top from Artie will at the very least give Peterson a lifeline. Tekken already threw on the point. Actually, no, it didn't go through on the point. So, yeah, Peterson here. Yeah, you've had a couple of good shots, but you still can't finish.
Yeah, 8v7 as well, so you have to be careful not to just give up lives for free. Trades happening on the map, and they're going to touch Chimera on the late flank. That is going to influence those spawns. Surely the information comes through, and, well, Loyal gets caught, but Chimera is going to find his. Jumps up towards P4. Now looking to take this battle versus Artie, and it's a game of hide and go seek right now for Cannon, but Artie gets caught by JR. The slide in, 3 down, the stack now. This could be an offensive round, and it's looking like it will be.
Yeah, if I'm Cannon, I'm on the last couple players, just throw yourself at the point. Just try to stop it, or at least go down by lives, not by ticks. They're going to get the ticks anyway. Actually, no, I think they do get the lives. The last remaining player does get shut down before that final tick can come through. So, great round from Peterson to try and tie things up here, and that is exactly what they do. But also, good call in the closing moments there from Cannon. They do just kind of throw themselves out in the open. Do not give that 6 tick away.
So that's 5v6 in segments, and you have to give some respect to the way that Peterson were approaching that round. So many times where you'd see them off spawn, just slow it down, wait for the players from Cannon to overextend like they have been, punish them, and then move towards the objectives. They do it twice towards B. The second time it fully works, and you know, on top of that, you had Chimera make the full wrap through pool, get into the back of statue, start to punish some of these players, pop up into P4, fight the player in art, and keep them an arm's reach away from Peterson at that B zone. Fantastic offensive response. Yes, you don't get the segment, but you needed an offensive win nonetheless.
All right. Well, all things even Stevens here outside of the lives, or outside of the ticks department, excuse me. Now Canon have to do it again. This time, it's not quite as convincing. They're having to play this just a little bit more strategically. A couple of players over by B. They're currently wrestling with Kimura. Everyone else dead for the count now. And I think that strategy might go out of the window. It's the 4-stack from Canon. It's everything we love to see and more. Because now B has fallen by the wayside. They're going to transition straight towards A.
Yeah, already looking to work is Artie as well. Trying to cut down these members off the respawning zone. So into Catwalk and beyond for Peterson. JR has a lot of work to do here alongside Soter. And so far, so good. I'll give them that. But they're giving up those segments. They need to take the presence out of the zone. They do. Second segment's going to get neutralized. 2 minutes to clutch up in this position. And Cannon, they have a lot of time to just play some TDM, open up the map, and work this flank.
Starting to get the kills as well. Cannon are doing it. First tick now going to be through. Kimura, can he stop this one? Get some shots in towards one. Will pick up the kill, but shots into the second will not equate to anything. Now kills starting to come through. Loyal, too much to handle on the point. You've got to go down as well. Nobody close, and there's going to be yet another capture. It's our third consecutive offensive round.
And everything comes down to just the call from Cannon. Hey guys, we have 2 minutes. Let's not just throw our bodies at the A zone. Let's overextend through B. They're not going to get the notification because the zone has already been captured. We can get the kills, we can flank, and then collapse on whoever is left inside of A, which is very hard to take in a 4 versus 4. So cutting it into a 2v4 makes it very easy for Cannon to unravel that entire round. And that is one of the fastest control rounds that we've seen this week so far. And Cannon are now putting themselves in a situation where they are not only on 12 segments and ready for a round 5 defense if it does come into effect, but ready to put this away in 3-0 sweep Peterson.
All right. Peterson have clutched up once before. They might do it again as well. They've already won the first gunfights here. Is anybody watching Volt? I look through the X-ray and I think Loyal is keeping an eye on it. Hate's also being watched on the flank. And both of those gunfights will be won by Peterson. So they are good for the stack. You've got JR all the way through and JR is winning every crucial gunfight. How is this happening? Every single offensive hit from both teams has been solid.
It has been, and I think that really sounds the alarms for if your defense is really worth talking about right now, as the snowball is now looking to start rolling down the hill over towards this A zone, a stack. At least one player is there. 3 down again. Everybody has to turn around to take care of Artie and start getting on towards this A zone. Artie's going to get tagged up and killed. Double stack on it. You can see number 8, JR. He is in a position for P4 to see if he can help out the rest of your team.
He's made the comm. I think he's made the comm. He will have seen Argo, but it's not going to matter because Argo takes down Law regardless. Still 2 more players to contend with, and that's too much for Argo. So Cannon, now after spawn, having to send players individually towards this point. Crusade trying to play his life. He's going to get shut down. Players on the point. RT goes through. Can Hate do anything in this situation? Hate gets shut down. And Peterson, they clutch up. They send us to a round number 5. But a crucial thing to remember here is the fact that Peterson might have done it on ticks then. They didn't do it on ticks back in round number 2, so they'll have to do another offense.
Yeah, so that's going to be, I'd say, really telling, Brody, after we get to see where everything lies. I mean, it was close back in round 1 or 2, and I'm sure it was down to kills. And yeah, it was. So Peterson get that round 5 defense or offense, and it's Cannon who have the defense, but at this point, I mean, is offense where you want to be right now? Because I think it is.
Dude. It does feel like though, doesn't it? Peterson have already done it twice, which is insane to say for any game of Control, and they might well do it a 3rd time. They're already starting to win the engagements off the start of this one. Kimura's kept his 9 spree going into this as well, so without a shadow of a doubt, he will have a streak unless this game is insane, and it hasn't given him one. Peterson are about to capture A.
Second segment, a lot of cat control. Argo through the double doors. He strikes first. Now everybody going to drop on in. Hate the nade lands, but Kimura the double kill. Can he find more? Up top, it's Hate 3 in a row. Stops the progress on the 3rd segment and keeps it going.
Second tick through. Things will calm down, perhaps for the first time in this Control. And things are split here on the defense as well. You can really tell they're making sure they don't lose control, but RT will fall.
They go back
and
to
now
A.
this is it for Peterson. They are going back to A. The Hellstorm missile is coming down to make sure the reinforcements do not get there. And even if they do, they'll know where they're coming from. It sends them in towards A. Hellstorm missile finds one, kills off the back of it as well. There's not just a potential for this capture, there's potential for the transition.
Yeah, double progress. You already have B being worked on. And the kills as well. Soder almost gets a second one. He's got help. And Kabiro through the middle of the map. He's going to cut the third player down. Artie has to dash. Double stack on. But he's going to be found. Loyal cuts the rotation. And everything's falling apart, Brody. What is happening?
Why aren't Peterson on the point? You've got kills. You had 3 down. They all push forward. JR, yeah, you're in a position to do something. But nobody is on the zone. So things will effectively reset here despite the 5 life advantage. JR, can he go big? No, he cannot. Massive kill for Argo. And if you're Cannon, you've been thrown the biggest bone of your life.
The biggest fumble ever. I mean, I am mind blown at what I just watched. You had it in the cusp of your hands. You still have a life lead of 2, but you've given Cannon a way back, and you better bet they're going to punish you here.
13v15. The advantage is starting to fall away from you. There's no get out of jail free card anymore. The Hellstorm has been utilized. And the kills are now starting to fall in favor of Cannon. Peterson, tournament lives on the line here. And they can't find anything. Every single hit that they're making right now is being watched. Crusade, by the way, still on a tear at 6 in a row. It's been a full yellow kill feed for the last 7 kills. This situation has totally flipped in Cannon's favor, and they're starting to extend forward as well.
This is where you got to take a page out of your book back in round number 2. And stop attacking single file, slow things down, catch these kills, and then push to the objective. But it is solo efforts across the map. Spawn up on towards that statue is going to give a reinforcement over towards B. You have a player here. It's Loyal. He has to stay alive and needs some assistance. It's not going to be there in time. 9v6, Brody, 33 seconds. Peterson are throwing this out the window.
I have no idea where Peterson's brains have just gone. They're just not here. You've got 4 lives left. It is time to play as a squad or you don't play at all. You need to remove everybody. Crusade has been in this position and that stun won't even connect. Soda tries to move forward, gets shut down. Players now hitting from all angles. JR good for 1. Argo will trade out. Kimura finds some value here. It's all down to him. You know exactly where he is as well. The wraparound good. The wraparound good. Potentially for a second kill. Has to go to the pistol. It's not happening. And Cannon get it done. They should never, ever win that round of control. And yet they do. And with that, they get the 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, I mean, 3-0 sweep in the series, but this is some trash talk that I know Cannon are happy to let them know. You fumbled the bag, Peterson. And that is something that might haunt you for days, for weeks, for months to come. And that is definitely something that is going to be on red alert come Worlds in August when we talk about this Peterson team on their way back to Patrick's Space Force base. But Brody, looking across this series just in general, what a ride it's been for Cannon. And for Cannon fans across, I mean, you started off this week with low expectations, low hope, with an early exit from your regional bracket. You know, day 2, you talked to us in the Twitch chat. You said, hey, we kind of threw it away. It was close games, just not our day. And you know, we want to prove ourselves. They showed up in day 4. They showed up in day 5 now. And this looks like a team that is out for blood. Back-to-back 3-0 sweeps. And realistically, Brody, I think it was pretty comfortable if you're a Cannon.
Apart from the control, yeah. I totally agree, right? Like, and maybe the hard point they played against Eglin, like, yeah, this has for the most part been a pretty comfortable double 3-0 sesh for Cannon today. They have been on a roll. I'll be honest with you. I'll be totally candid. I am fully still living in that final round of control. Like, my brain is still like,
yeah,
solid 2 minutes ago. That we should not be at a situation where Cannon are winning 3-0. Like, we should be in a map 4 right now. I will watch that back later. Like, I'm gonna cook food in here in just a second, and I'll be just like cooking. I'll be stirring the pot with one hand. I'll be watching it back because I want to see what the hell just happened.
And you're just gonna spill pasta all over the place when you just see it happen again. But yeah, that should never ever happen whatsoever. Period. Full stop. And that's the kicker right now for Peterson, is that their control just sometimes falls out the window. And, you know, for Cannon, yes, you could say the same. That's like their defenses were abysmal for the breakoffs. But after that fumble happened and they got any control on the map, you saw a totally different look from Cannon. I mean, you said it yourself, 7-8 kills in a row. All yellow in the kill feed. They didn't let up as soon as they were let back into it. And that's so strong there from Cannon to show off, is that even though you were down in that round, you never broke mentally. And when you were back into the rounds, you were in full control. So we are in awe of what we just saw for that 3-0 sweep to happen. And we can bring in one of these members from Cannon to let us know exactly what just went on. We got Artie ready to join us on the desk, my friend. Buddy, I see the smile right there. You know what you just did. You know what you just got away with. What happened?
I mean, this morning we woke up and we were like, we need to just play our game. We haven't been playing our game as a team. Let's come in, show people what we can actually do when we play together, and see how far it takes us. And so far, it's been taking us pretty far.
Yeah, that's nice. But what happened in the control, buddy? Like, what was that?
In what sense? Are you talking about the 3-2 win?
The last round there.
Or was I getting slammed?
No, dude. That you guys were about to lose that game, and then they fumbled it, and then you guys kicked it into, like, the 17th gear.
You're talking about how we got away with murder there at the end. Yeah, no, we locked in.
Yeah.
Dude, you guys have been locked in for a very long time. I just want to talk about this because I don't think people are realizing it. I'm going to get the bracket up on my end so I can actually talk you through this. You guys are on a hell of a run right now through the lower bracket. I don't think anyone's done anything like this. So you guys have taken out Charleston, Buckley, Eglin, and now Peterson. Where are you guys at right now of this? Because you guys must be feeling yourselves, just basically every single match you're going into, if you don't win it, you're done, and you've won every single one.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with us. I genuinely think it's the fact that we were just like, let's lock in and play our game, because the fact that we 3-0'd our first game against Charleston, 3-1 Buckley, and it was almost a repeat of last year's CONUS because they 3-1'd us last year, so it was kind of funny to see that. And then it was 3-0 Eglin and 3-0 Peterson, and now we're off to play Nellis, and that's going to be a fun game.
Yeah, that's going to be fun for us to watch as well. Just very quickly here as well. I think it was the post-match interview. You guys wanted to play Peterson. You did just play Peterson. Were you guys feeling confident going into that match? You were like, yeah, we're definitely going to beat them?
So when we scrimmed them, I think it was Hacienda. We were up like 200 to 85 and ended up losing 250 to like 240. And then after that, we just lost every hard point in scrims. And we were like, oh my goodness, this is not going well for us. And we were like, you know what? Screw it. Like, if we want to play anyone, let's play Peterson. We're all boys. One of them was at our base a few years back, so let's just play them. Like, that's our biggest rivalry here.
I don't know if you guys are going to be boys after what you just did there. There might be some bad blood after that game in particular. But no, jokes aside for sure. Heading into Nellis, I mean, obviously you guys are feeling good. 4 games in a row. You've only dropped 1 map. How are you guys approaching this one versus Nellis, especially considering this is a team that I don't think you guys have played yet? Have you played Nellis yet?
We have played Nellis, and we ended up getting 3-0, so be ready to see it flip.
Okay. I'm ready for that, buddy. I'm holding you to that in particular. You know, I'm going to ask for you to come back onto the interview when you guys win and give me your reaction to that. But before we let you go to get ready for that match, anybody you want to shout out who's been watching?
They haven't been watching, but I definitely want to shout out my teammates. They have been hard carrying me in times that I need it, and they've been like allowing me to do my thing on the map. I also want to shout out my family though, my mom, my grandma, my grandpa, all of my shop back at Cannon, and then my wife and my kid.
I love that, buddy. And I'm sure they're very proud of you for the run that you're making right now through the losers bracket. You got Nellis up soon, so I'm going to let you go prepare for that one. Hope to see you back very soon.
Awesome. I will.
Wow. I mean, I sound like a biased caster saying I hope to see him back very soon, Brody. But you know what? No matter what happens, it's going to be such a good time. And he wants to get his revenge versus Nellis. And they sound like so far, they're just here for the fun of the game. They're here for the love of the game. They're on a roller coaster.
Yeah, do you know what? Look, I'm going to be a biased caster. I want Canon to get through to that grand final. I know Nellis fans in the chat are like, what are you talking about? Don't be saying that. I want it for a couple of reasons. That lower bracket run, I want it to go as far as humanly possible. It would be one of the best stories ever. Those are the kind of stories we as casters live for. And secondarily, I'm going to keep bringing it up. Canon were the team that that they cited that they wanted to beat, right, in that grand final that Langley Eustace want to play. They want to play Canon.
Yep.
So I want to see it. I want that to be set up. All the storylines would coalesce if they do get into that grand final.
Well, Brody, they just have one more match to get your dreams to reality. So we're going to have to cut to a break and get things set up because not only is Cannon preparing for Nellis, but we are preparing for both of them to get on this stage and get ready for it. Only 2 more matches left in CONUS. We're into the top 3. We're looking for podium finishes. We'll see you soon with more COD.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
What's going on, gentlemen, and welcome back to the CONUS Esports Championship. My name is Seymour. With me, Enigma, as we jump into the lower finals. Top 3 now for CONUS.
Yes.
Andy, it has been 4 now, almost 5 days full of action-packed nonsense. I don't mean that. I don't mean nonsense, guys. I'm just joking around. But now we're into a point where we got prizes on the line, we got podium finishes that you're looking for, and seeding going into Worlds.
Yeah, we do indeed. Some of it has been nonsense. Like, it has been like, what the hell we're doing jumping off the point when we've got everyone dead, I don't know. But like, other than that, we have got still little bits to settle here, and by little bits I mean a whole hell of a lot of things, because of course a champion, and then also handing out who gets second, who gets third. That's seeding on through, as you said. And well, I know what color I want my medal to be if I'm in this current position. It sure as hell ain't bronze.
Bronze is pretty cool. Not that, it's not.
I mean, if I'm getting a medal, I want gold. Like, like, that's what I'm going for here. I ain't settling for no third, and I know that none of these players will be.
Yeah, no, I know you're trying to get that gold medal at the end of the road. It's being a long and arduous road, and let's take a look at it going into this top 3 placings of the bracket. We can hint back towards it and see exactly how we got here. Well, for Nellis and Cannon Air Force Base, it has been 2 separate runs, but the same area that you'll find yourself up in. For Canada, it has been a round 1 lower bracket, just gauntlet for them, losing to Langley 3-0. They move into Joint Base Charleston. They only lose a map to Buckley, and now they find themselves in the lower bracket with a chance to go to that grand final to have a rematch versus Langley again and try to get their revenge. For Nellis, it was the winner's bracket run. They lose a map to Eglin. They also lose to Langley, and now they want their revenge.
Yeah, I feel like this is the end of a very long road for one team in particular here, largely because there's just one squad that has given me more in terms of depth. That being said, like, Cannon are on a ridiculous run right now that is building up so much momentum. We came into this tournament and we were like, these are the Slayers. These are the guys that are going to step up and absolutely body bag everyone else in terms of respawns. First 2 days, it went terribly, and we suddenly had a lot of questions here about what has happened to the team. And then it turns out it was just a bit of an offset. They need to build up some sort of success as a foundation to push out from, and they've certainly done that. I mean, that run through the lower portion of the bracket, Joint Base Charleston, then through Buckley, then through Eglin, and through Peterson. I mean, do you make the generational run from lower round 1 all the way into grands? That really would be something, a story to tell. But my concern for them just becomes some of the errors that we're seeing in some of the modes that don't involve simply just shooting your gun.
Yeah, it's the control, I'm guessing, that you're kind of hinting towards right there. Yeah, me too, buddy. Don't worry, me too. Well, let's look at our head-to-head right now between both of these teams and who is going to be heading onto these rosters between Nellis and Cannon Air Force Base. Well, we get a look at it. It's been one that Nellis had their number. We heard it from Artie. It was an 0-3 last time they met up against each other. And Cannon, I'm sure they want their revenge and they're looking to get it. But let's talk a little bit about this Nellis Air Force Base team, because we've been putting a lot of focus onto Cannon and they deserve the love as well. This is a team that, my God, have they put in the works. Tones, he moves from Luke into Nellis. He gets the revenge against his team. Luke as well takes them down in the qualifiers, and he has brought one hell of a team with him.
Oh, he has indeed. I mean, he's going to be the leader. He's the veteran that's kind of giving a lot of those calls and setting his team up to play for success. Kuzo has been a player that I've enjoyed watching so much because he's doing a lot of the fundamental bits of COD that don't necessarily reflect beautifully on the scoreboard, but they're important flanks, big rotations, being a thorn in the side and a difficult kill at moments where he needs to be. So he is one hell of a player to be tuning into, and seems to be getting better with every single match I get to see him.
Yeah.
But for Smack and Smoke, this is the dynamic duo that are putting up big numbers. And when I look across the board, I look at that Cannon team, and we'll get there in a minute, but it's a case of who can stand against that level of firepower. These two have shown that very few can keep up once they're on each other's wavelength.
Yeah, and I saw somebody in chat, saying that this team has free mustache rides. I don't know what that means, but I imagine that he's just complimenting their mustaches, and they look gorgeous. I will tell you that. I agree. sir. Well, Nellis is a team that is looking fantastic and to try to punch their ticket back to the grand finals. Let's look at their competition for Canon. Because this team, quite like a cannon, has shot out from round one and is looking to make the lower bracket run, the unbelievable, seemingly impossible run back to finals.
Yeah, this squad is one that just needed a bit of a fire lit beneath it. And I wonder what the conversations were like after the regional brackets between them. In case of, guys, we really shouldn't be looking at everyone else sailing off into the distance to fight for grand finals while we're plummeting down the bracket and getting eliminated quite early. So it's definitely been a step up from them. And for this team, there's so much firepower. That's the scary thing about them. Like, sometimes I've got a couple of question marks still about little bits and pieces around S&D and control. But when it comes to hard points, I'm really... If they book their ticket into grands, then it starts to become a case of even if they don't win, it's got to be in a 3-2 fashion to someone, because I'm fully expecting them to take both hard points because of how well they're slaying out at the minute. Seemingly, as you said, unstoppable. And what a generational run it would be, and what a story it would be to see them go from that lower round one all the way to fight for it all.
Well, they've already outplaced themselves from last year's CONUS, so the sky's the limit for Cannon Air Force Base in 2025. Andy, it's a team that I think everybody, or a lot of people, I'm sure, well, I know Brody is rooting for them behind the scenes, but it would be great to see them do it. But, buddy, you think I can grow a mustache like they grow a mustache? I mean, like, I don't think I look good with a mustache personally, but what are your thoughts?
Give it a try. I mean, I get asked this question actually weirdly a lot about if do you think I could pull off a mustache? Kristan actually could, by the way. It turns out after the conversation we had. But it's also one of them where you get Movember to try that out for free. Like, just go like, oh yeah, I'm doing it for the cause, you know, and actually you're just trying to check out if you look good with a mustache. So there you go, free ride for you right there.
I'm sure the answer is going to be no when I do it, but let's look at the maps. Let's get away from this senseless conversation about mustaches and get into what we're looking at for the best of 5 in this series. Hacienda Protocol, Vault Skyline, Hacienda. Andy, anything jumping out to you? I know for me, the Vault Control is jumping right off the page.
Yeah, Vault Control becomes concerning for Canon in particular. I feel it's a weird one because are they doing well there? Yes. Do I feel like that's also from mistakes on the other parts? Yes. So it's a bizarre match that I can see Nellis just leaving kind of a little bit unstuck. But I come back to the hard points, in particular that Skyline, but Hacienda, I very much so expect Canon to look great here. Because, again, that slaying power that they have is so difficult to keep up with. And on Hacienda, it's a lot about those transitional rotations. You get yourself in for P2, sure, we know how important that is. But it's often when you then flip the map over to 3 and flip it back for 4, it's how are your coverage of kills when it comes to, like, getting through the middle of the map. And I just don't see many defensive lines being able to hold back this Canon team. So, yeah, very much so a squad that I can see starting really hot and picking up that map 4 in this.
It's going to be interesting when we do get to a protocol. We haven't really seen too much protocol search and destroy get played just in general. I actually think we've been seeing more dealership, and that is still a lot lower of a number than most of the other maps. Yeah, you're right. Thank God. But here we get it here, and we're guaranteed to see that protocol search and destroy this time around, and it's going to be cool to see how these teams do fare up inside of that map number 2. But Andy, this is the time, of course, everybody knows what time it is. Let's reveal what the predictions are between you and I. 2 separate ways that we're going here. I'm not getting off this cannon train. I'm right with Brody that I want this to be a full lower bracket run into the finals. Do I think it's going to be tough? Yeah, I gave Nellis a map, but I see that you're thinking it's going to go to the distance.
Yeah, I just, from what I've been saying, like, I've got to stick to my guns here, and that is that Nellis, I can see stealing away both the S&Ds and the control. I can see them doing this Neslo-wise. Don't get me wrong, I think the hard points are going to be very tight, and I think it's going to be close across the board, especially that control. That becomes a very real swing map here because of how I can see both of these teams winning this series. But for Nellis, I think that they'll ice it up. They'll clutch it up in a game 5.
Okay, you know what? I can see that happening. I think we both have very valid predictions, especially with the momentum that Canon is going through. Obviously, Nellis is just coming off of a loss, so hopefully they're not too down in the dumps off of this one. And, Canon are riding the power of friendship all the way through. Don't you just love the power of friendship?
I wouldn't know what that is, Seymour. We aren't friends, so we're... That's the look I wanted. We are friends, or at least we were friends until I said that. So, but yeah, tell you who we aren't friends with, Brody, because of course he's not here, and also I'm pretty sure he's still winning the predictions. So to hell with that guy.
Yeah, to hell with that guy indeed.
He is still leading, says the producer in our ears. I think I'm actually behind him by 1, and then you're behind me by 1. So with this being your last series, you can now no longer catch Brody.
That's okay. I think I've had the bolder takes out of this guy. He's gone for the easier takes.
That's a word for it. Sure. Also, that means that you should probably want this to be a 3-2, by the way. Yeah, we've got actually a tracker in the back. This is amazing. Yeah, we are indeed. It's 5 to Brody, 4 to me, 3 to you. So yeah, you want me to get this correct, because then I tie up Brody at the very least. Then there's no winner.
Yeah, and then Cannon doesn't get through, and I'm sad.
Well,
twice. I'm sad twice.
We all have to be sad at some point, Seymour. It's called being an adult. Anyway, that's me venting, but
that's based. I'll tell you that for sure. But enough with the predictions, and enough with the I don't want to call it like sadness. Yeah, it is, but it's just looming over at some point. So we're going to be seeing this Hacienda Hardpoint very, very soon, and we get a situation where Cannon Air Force Base coming into this. Let's talk a little bit about what we just saw from this Cannon team, because reminder, you got 2 hardpoints out of Nellis. Both of them were very, very close, might I add. Let's say 1 point difference back on that vault. You go to the Skyline map number 4. It is quite literally a comeback that gets Langley through it. You had the lead majority of the time, and then you fall short in the P3, P4. For Cannon, they go up against Peterson, and their hardpoint, especially the first rotation that we did see, it was picture perfect on vault.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the one thing with this Cannon team. If you're Nellis here, you've got to come out the gates strong if you're thinking you're taking this map 1, because Cannon are a very momentum-based squad, it seems. Like, if they get going, there's just nothing stopping that train that you're on right now. Like, it's very, very strong. And for Nellis, I'm looking at a couple of the plays, and for example, this is where someone like Kuzo really comes into effect. Because Smack and Smoke, you're going to be trying to deal with a lot of firepower on the other side. Do I think you're good enough to do that? Sure, but you're going to have to be on point. Tone's leading the way, is going to have to be setting his squad up for success. But Kuzo's that kind of guy. He hits a flank, he hits a route, he becomes a nightmare, like the kind of person where if you're kind of, you're not able to fight comfortably because you're constantly looking over your shoulder and checking that you're not getting shot in the back, you're letting one slip through for a rotation. So I think that everything that Kuzo has done to grow into this tournament and look as good as he has really starts to pay off if he can make it work here.
I agree. I agree for sure. I think Kuzo is the X factor for this team at times, and he does have the tendency to really turn up when the team needs him the most. For Cannon, I don't think there's really a player that I have to generally point out to say they need to step up. I think that everybody's been bringing a lot to the table for the most part. I think that just in general, one guy that we should talk about for Hardpoint especially is Argo. I said he's the multi-kill monster, and he is the guy for Cannon that at some point in the game, you're going to see a rotation to the money hill, and then bam, 3 kills from Argo for the break. He just turns up at just the right spots at the right times.
Yeah, it's an invaluable thing, and there's a couple of players that we've spoken about in this tournament who do exactly that. Like, the scoreboard at the end is probably going to be like 22 kills to 20 deaths or whatever. It's not going to be like super pretty, but the impact that you're having in those moments when it's like, okay, well, this is the moment where we have to break the hill, or we have to stop the momentum, or we really need to hold your last guy alive, and you're just ratting around in a corner instead of giving this team this. Say Cannon take the hill, for example. What I'm asking for out of Kuzo is, all right, well, in the back line, can you just find 2 kills so that Cannon never get that really comfortable setup? What you're talking about there is exactly the kind of thing that Argo can do, has often done, and will need to do yet again if you're going to book your ticket to Grand Finals. Rough underway, and these guys are actually saying it's a draw, so Langley Eustace, you win the tournament. We are gonna obviously remake that lobby, but you guys also got to look at my sitting position when I cast. I'm like,
yeah, me too. I'm like sitting here, I'm like laid back. I'm ready to just sit back, relax, and enjoy it. And now we both have to go back and lock in. Well, this tech reset is going to be happening, but you know what? We are big advocates for competitive integrity here on the desk, behind the scenes, and in the venue as well. So if we need a tech reset, we go for the tech reset. We want to make sure that both of these teams, especially when you're playing for top 2 in this tournament, everything is fair and square inside of the servers. So albeit I want to see this action happen, I want to make sure that both teams are okay, Andy. I don't want somebody to be upset.
No, you're right. It is worth like getting everything checked and making sure all of our, what was it I said the other day, our I's are crossed and our T's are dotted, and then you said that would actually make an I a T and a T an I, and it blew my mind. I don't know if that's true. I'll go and test that later.
Technically, yeah, it would be. As long as it's like a lowercase I or lowercase T that you're starting, you go to dot it, you just miss the top line, that's an I, and then a T or a lowercase I, you cross it, and that's a T. So like,
okay, confirmation for Evan here, who's calling us out for the ridiculously low scores in the predictions. That is only correct score. We do not get a point for picking the actual winner. Rude, also. He says that we are really bad. So yeah, that's a thing. But yeah, no, I mean, we make sure everything sets up here so that the players are all comfortable and good. At the end of the day, we want the best possible COD. And I'm sure you guys do, who are in chat as well. And everyone in the venue who's enjoyed an incredible 5 days at the CONUS Esports Championship, Patrick Space Force Base. You get down to this part of the tournament and you just want the best players to play some brilliant stuff. Sit back with a beer, with a coffee, whatever it is you're doing, and have a watch.
Yeah, can we start like a petition to advocate for Worlds that, on the desk, the casters actually get points for getting the series right, like the winner right? And then you get an extra point if it's the series as well?
Production kills me every time. Just comes up in the back and yeah, don't worry, we can talk about it. I'm open to that discussion, don't worry.
We're sitting here live. We have to have the conversation open and honest, because if it's behind the scenes, they're gonna be like, no, you're fine. Me up. But now we're bringing it up here. They're like, yeah, we could talk about it. Don't bring it up right now on stream. But it looks like right now we are going to have a little bit more of an extended break getting into this map number 1. So instead of us just waffling about, like Andy would say, we're going to sit and throw it to a video and see some content from the base.
For each topic, airmen use their whiteboards to show just where exactly their priorities lie, using their turn to reveal their answers and justify why it's correct.
Saw yours?
You did?
Yeah, I did.
This is a good pick, though. Huh?
Yeah, it's not bad.
I think that's the weapon. Shit, I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, honestly, I forgot all the guns.
Mine is the Speakeasy from Advanced Warfare. If you were there, you understand.
Look at that penmanship, for real. Yeah, so ACR Modern Warfare 2. It's the gun I dropped my first nuke with when I was in diapers. No, I'm kidding, I wasn't in diapers. And plus its sound. The sound is so sexy.
ACR from Modern Warfare 2. It was the first Call of Duty I played. It was my favorite gun at the time.
KSW BO6, it's so good that they abandoned it.
It's the Growl, Warzone, right here, no recoil, no nothing.
Yep.
You're disgusting.
Yep.
You're genuinely gross.
Yeah, that's actually
That is
crazy. That's a
wildest
crazy
shit I've
take,
ever
bro.
heard.
I'm not gonna lie.
Am I crazy for this?
Yeah.
He gonna say MW19?
No.
Oh, Black Ops though, crazy.
It was like the jetpack era of Call of Duty.
It was fun to watch pros play it, but
It's just everybody played that game back then.
I liked BO2.
I just got a lot of nostalgia with this game. Growing up as a kid, I would just head over to my buddy's place. We just play, split screen, just screwing around.
It's his first COD.
For real?
No, it's the movement. The movement got on BO6 is so much different from the other COD.
BO2.
BO2. I know it's basic. Everybody says it's the best COD. Me personally, I do think it's the best COD. But you gotta also understand it was the first DLC skins. DLC maps were great, maps were great. And then zombies, insane maps for zombies.
Black Ops 2 too overrated.
You sucked at
I'll
it.
die on that hill.
You had to be ass.
Nah, it was fun.
Oh,
Transit, I remember playing, but
You're talking
everyone
about
says Black Ops 2. Everyone does.
In my opinion, that's the golden era of trick shotting, was Black Ops 2. But I think competitively, the maps, the guns, the game modes, they were all perfect. I wouldn't change a thing.
It's just prime competitive COD, I think. I said BO3. This is my GOAT game, BO3. It's one of the most fun.
You talking about me?
I can get with that.
Play BO3?
Yeah, everybody and their mama play BO3.
I got some.
I hate this guy. I hate this guy.
I agree.
I didn't look. I didn't look.
Yeah.
He's just the best FPS player alive, I think. Call of Duty, Halo.
Big fan.
Formal's up there, but it's not formal.
Scum can't play Halo.
Maybe Crim 6, but
That's
Scum.
It's Scum. It's Scum, hands down.
Wow.
He's the undroppable.
I was gonna go Scump.
I thought about Scump.
I felt like I knew one of y'all was gonna go for it.
You had to, yeah.
I don't watch COD League. I had to go with Scump. Watching him is like so entertaining. Bro, why are you copying me, bro? What's going on?
I heard it before you.
No, you didn't.
SMG main. Shotzi. It's my twin right here.
Scump. Greatest of all time.
Yeah, true.
I think like content-wise, like
Oh, it's Scumpy for sure.
Scump for sure.
Content,
Like
Scump.
yeah, but like if you're talking about just like CDL or CWL, CDL, like tournament winnings, you can't deny Crim 6.
But Simp
You gotta
is
go
up there.
Simpy, bro.
Simp is up
You
there
gotta go
too.
Simpy.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yo.
I would say Sweet, but like he's humble too.
Oh, it's for sure me. I talk the most. I mean, like Effie and Toss, they both know me from like just playing ranked and stuff like that. I'm always talking trash.
First thing in the van, he started it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to gaslight my teammate. You know, he's talking his talk. He said, "Oh, I gotta humble myself," but man, you shoot him, you shooting bodies.
There's not a game that goes by where I'm not talking trash. And even here, everybody's so nice. Effie's been so nice the whole time. He's been one of the nicest people here, and I'm over here like, you suck.
I haven't said anything to this guy.
They think that we suck because the servers are smaller out here, but I honestly think it's harder.
Oh, I was even thinking about COD.
Like back in the States, you know, you play with your own rank because there's a bigger player base there. But here, it's a very small player base, so you run into the same sweats, getting the same top 250 team over and over.
We know their names. We know every single one of them.
Yeah. I swear if you choose this, bro, I just thought this from the top of my head. I said 7-Eleven. They ain't got all the 7-Elevens.
So it seems like I tried a little bit harder than other guys. I say cultural diversity. Because yeah, playing the game and winning's cool, but like for me personally, my best friends ever have mainly been from like playing games. And it's cool to talk to them, learn about their culture. And if I ever travel there, I know I have somebody there that I can meet up with and show me around and stuff like that.
I feel like they don't think Asia servers are good, have good players, Call of Duty wise. So they think we don't play.
Yeah, the player base on the Asia servers is not as large and as competitive as back in the CONUS and the NA servers. So if you're an Erie or a Crim over here in ranked play, you're probably a Crim or a Diamond back in CONUS servers, in my opinion.
Platinum players are like Diamond players in the States. Up to Iridescent, it's way harder out here because you have Platinums playing top 250s. Like it's not the same game. Every single person that plays COD in Japan knows how to play COD. There are no casuals out here.
Iridescent, the top 250 lobbies, all that kind of stuff. Once you get up into there, you're playing the same 5 or 6 teams. Back in CONUS, you could be a 4-stack Iridescents playing Diamonds all day, just doing nothing.
Space Force has all nice bases. Best defects too, just so y'all know.
I think we all put the same base.
I've heard good things about it though.
Me too, but they just...
No cap. We all put the same thing.
I was at Cannon for 3 years. Absolutely nothing to do.
I don't know anything about the base. I'm from Oklahoma, so I just would not want anybody to get sent there.
Altus, and there's nothing around Altus. Literally one Walmart for the entire city. I don't know about now, maybe it's built up by now, but all I see was cotton field everywhere I go.
So was my first base. I've never been to Minot, but I have a coworker, shout out Jones. She's going to Minot next, and she don't seem to like it, so probably Minot.
It's not right.
What? You're trolling. I thought you were gonna put like Osan, like Masala, like.
Yeah, I always hear good things about it, but like
it's the middle of nowhere, bro. Who actually wants to
middle of nowhere, snow upgrade your knees, bro.
We don't have so much fun going hiking.
We're gonna get stationed out there now.
Slap with orders.
They're gonna show us. They're gonna show the video of us all showed by now.
That's a hard question.
It's not a hard question. I tell you who runs it.
Y'all gonna hate me for this one, bro. I can feel it.
Bruh,
He's writing a lot.
I'll put emphasis. I just feel like anything I attend or anything that supports. I mean, it's in the name, but they have their hands in every single part of a moving thing on base. So I just feel like they do the most out of most squadrons or touch the most.
Oh, I just put an FGS with like for fighter wings. What are you gonna do if you're on the ground against a jet, brother?
I just put pilots because I work with pilots, so I feel like they got a lot of pull.
So it's kind of a hard question because without maintenance, pilots can't do their job. But then also, you know, without the pilots, you can't defend the country.
Electrical, you can't do nothing without power. No light, you can't do nothing. You can't play the game without it.
LRS for me, logistic, nothing moves without us. Like you said, if I said touch everybody, so is LRS.
Cyber.
You guys wake up at 9 and leave at 3.
Yeah, that's why we run the Air Force. We make our own rules.
The tankers be refueling the fighters, so they be like, you know what I mean?
Easy, security forces. These guys, hey, we work round the clock, any time of the day. Electrical? Yeah, no one cares.
Yeah, he don't know.
Cyber?
He don't know.
Cyber? Yeah, we work when the electric not working. You know what we do? Thug it out. Cyber? We don't need cyber. Guess what? Because we out there on foot.
I put AFE for just my job because that's all I know.
I think everything in a sense, especially in this era, all revolves around comm. But in all reality, everybody does their part. Without maintenance, those planes still aren't flying. Without comm, they're not flying. Without the pilots, we don't have an Air Force.
Well, obviously, if you want to learn more, go to airforcegaming.com and check all of that out. Everybody I've ever met in Air Force Gaming are just a blast to be around. And it's the one thing I love about AFG is it's all about the resilience, bringing people together. One answer I saw that was great was the cultural diversity. Like, there is. Everywhere you go, you meet somebody from somewhere in the world that you've never been. And I think that is just so awesome, Andy.
Yeah, it is. It's an incredible thing. And sorry, Thug in the throat. It's one of those situations where, CONUS is one of those, we bring together so many cultures. And then when we get to Worlds as well, like the opportunity to bring everybody over from PACAF, USAFE, and of course, CONUS as well. This is going to be an incredible thing. And for what you mentioned there, an answer that I actually really loved was the team out of Japan saying that it's really difficult over here. There's not many casuals, nowhere near as many as in the States. Because I, as a European, have been trying to tell you that for a very long time. It's sweaty when you don't play in the States. But anyway, rolling on forward because we have a series at hand.
Yeah, there's a couple too. The answers as well, like Nase Michi saying Simp is the best COD player. That's based. He fundamentally, like, he 100%. Actually is the best. He might not have impact like other people, but like you can't deny the guy's accolades. And also for worst Air Force base, my bad Tinker and Mina. I don't think they really deserve the hate that they are truly getting, but nope. At the end of the day, I have, and I don't know if you know this either, Andy, but have you ever seen the job of a jet refueler or a plane refueler in the military and seen how they do that?
I have not. I'm very lucky to say that my jobs have been things like physiotherapy, working in marketing, and now talking over esports. My jobs have all been very simple and easy. I can imagine that a lot of things to do with the armed forces are not.
Go watch a video on jet refueling, like in the military and the way that they do it, because they do it in midair while they're flying.
What?
Yeah, dude. Go watch it.
I'm pulling up a tablet right now.
Yeah,
that's insane.
It is actually crazy. Probably, in my opinion, one of the hardest jobs you can do. Because if you mess up, like what if you like just drop all the fuel out of the plane and you just can't fuel it up and you have to land the plane immediately? That would be kind of embarrassing, in my opinion. And also another incredibly based opinion was the fact that electrical is a very important job. Yeah, like we kind of need electrical, like.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a couple of family members in the armed forces over here in the UK, and they just, they went into service for a while, have come out, and there's so many skills, so many different things that they can do, and just a place where you see so many amazing things. And I've pulled up this aerial refueling thing, and this is actually crazy. This is nuts.
Really one of the coolest.
Feels like I'm literally watching something out of Call of Duty, like one of their cutscenes they set up for an attack or something. Like this is. Incredible.
It's probably like the next thing that Tom Cruise is going to try to do for one of his movies.
But the guy will walk along the refueling line for no reason whatsoever and parachute off of it.
And just you wait, here's the behind-the-scenes video of him actually doing it in real life. It's no CGI. He actually does it. It would be crazy stuff. No, I think that the content has been great. It's fun to see everybody just so eager to get in there and give their opinions. Lots of different answers too. It's never the same thing. Sometimes it is, and I think it's kind of funny when it is, when you're pointing out, especially like the best trash talker. Obviously, the best trash talker this year, or for CONUS, has to be from Cannon Air Force Base. From what I've heard, there's been some good trash talk going on at Patrick. so far at this event. But I wonder when we get to Worlds and all those trash talkers kind of come together, which region's going to have the best? Which region do you think trash talks the best, period, right now? Like in Call of Duty in general?
That's a tough one to answer because I feel like the Europeans that we actually have in the Call of Duty League are kind of polite mostly. And obviously you end up with like a couple of North American standouts in terms of like Scrap and Draza. But
what about Beans?
I think that Beans is good actually. Yeah, you're right about Beans. I think that actually I'm going to lean on the crowd thing. Europeans are so much better at this whole like, you know, creating chants that actually insult people. It's part of our culture though. It's a huge part of our football culture. So like, you know, you will drum up tunes to like really like rattle other people. Like it's kind of like go on research. I promise you'll be absolutely mind
trust me.
blown.
I get the TikToks. I know. I listen to all the football games. I hear the chants. They're amazing, and I wish we would do it here in North America. I think it would make it a lot more fun to go watch like even a baseball game, like Snooze Fest. To be fair, but you know who has us both beat is Australia. I have to say,
they're good. They're good.
Best trash talkers and watching some rugby. The crowd goes crazy over there.
They are wonderful. I've got a friend actually who plays football out in Australia, and some of the videos that I've seen from when he's playing out there, and some of the rugby stuff, like fantastic, like wonderful. Great sense of humor over that side of things as well. So.
Oh, yeah. That's where the trash talk then comes in when you go to a COD event and the Australians are playing and you hear them get loud. And I do the things that you hear. It'll make you laugh for days to come.
Yeah, one of the things as well, I don't know if this is like it's something that you have to have in order to be pass your Australian civiliancy test, but it's one of like they all have fantastic facial hair. The mustaches that we've got going on through this.
Yeah.
Once we get PACAF folks over, like they've all got amazing stashes. So
it's a prerequisite.
Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah, even if you can't grow one, they give you one. Like it's just one of those. They just hand it to you. You got to stick it on. Speaking of sticking it on, Hacienda Hardpoint. I love this map. It's gorgeous, but that thing that sits in the gardens there, that purple pink structure that's going on, that blows my mind every single time. There's a couple of moments where I've stopped and gone, what is that supposed to even be? So
it's
otherwise,
like
this is a gorgeous map.
Or like, you know, it is Italy, and you know a lot of things. Or sorry, Spain. My bad. Even still, I think that solidifies it more because when it comes down to like that area of Europe, a lot of original like. This is me reaching right now. What like astronomy and sciences came from like that portion of the world, and you look at a structure like that, which is like a globe spinning around, and like what is this kind of like some fancy dancy like sundial that's coming up? And I see Brody. He's probably gonna humble us and let us know exactly what's going on.
No, you are right. There is a lot of stuff that's come out of like the Mediterranean that like reinforces a lot of our kind of modern day mathematics and science. So you're right, it's an incredible place. Brody is actually giving us abuse, which is nothing new, and that's why we both hate you. So hope you're enjoying your pasta, buddy, and I'll see you up here for the next series. Anyway, we are of course looking forward to this series and settling who is the best between Nellis and Cannon. You're still cooking your pasta, like, brother. Hey, it should take you like 10 minutes.
Give him some time. It's been quite a bit, but you know what? We're here. We're ready to go. Hacienda is kicking off, and it doesn't look like we're going to be out to a draw just yet. So tech issues resolved, players ready and locked in, and you and I, we're done rambling.
We are indeed. Very sorry that we rambled to a point where eventually we were talking about statues on Hacienda, but sometimes
astronomy.
That's earning our wage right there. That's like the bit of the job that actually we're not trained to do. That's the bit that we just make up on the fly. So apologies. Anyway, was wondering if this was going to slow any of the Nellis and Cannon aggression being sat around for so long, sorting out a couple of issues, but the answer was a no. Both teams absolutely duking out here, going down. Bit of a bloodbath over P1 as you'd expect, but it's all about this rotation to 2 as we look at 10 seconds left, and it's going to be Nellis, his colors have changed, who get themselves on over. And the big fight in the back line, Tones will find one, but instantly traded by Argo, and that could give Cannon a bit of a foundation to contest this.
Cannon looking to uproot all of these spawns. Argo a second win, and suddenly that's pressure towards the front. Artie's going to get the break early on within the first 10 seconds of this hill. You have the back spawns and time, and if you get this kill towards smoke, that's going to solidify everything. Now to the front. Nellis are going to be reeling off of this lead, switching back over for Cannon. They're flooding from the front over through checkers. It's going to take a while for a flank, so they have to be careful and wait for Smack to make a play.
It's a great nade by Hate, by the way, who pushes Smoke into the water, and I wonder if he actually sees him hit the water. The stun will connect. Does anyone see that Smoke is coming up from their side? And the answer is no. Finds one, finds two. Great work by Smoke. Honestly, I think that he just dives out of the way of the grenade, but a huge adaptation to get you on that flanking route that allows you to break. Kuzo will clean things up. So 10 seconds left here. Hate will find the final kill, but that'll just set everyone off on the rotation. And you have the numbers if you are Nellis to win this, and it will be clean so a setup can come through.
Yeah, it's an early rotation again for Nellis Air Force Base. Cannon were able to break that P2 within the first 8 seconds. This time, it'll take you a little bit longer, but the timing's going to work off for a couple of those kills. 2-2 in the trades, and a 2-2 for the site right now. Spawn to the back for Cannon. Going to look to aggress and reinforce, but a teammate's going to slow things down. Hate now into it, but the contest right around the corner, so he has to get his gun up and ready. Unfortunately, Smack is there. He's not ready, and Nellis now fighting for the front to see if they can flip this lead.
Yeah, Crusade's just going to stick around in tin here, and RTE is looking to set up a pinch from Dark, and you do a great job. I think Crusade just staying alive in tin keeps the heads turned if you are Nellis, and so RTE can actually activate and be impactful. Beautiful stuff from Cannon to break. It's going to be the majority of the time, or at least more of the time, over towards Nellis, but Cannon give themselves that lead back over to P4. The Rock then. Hate will be here, but he's got a hell of a lot of pressure coming his way.
He does. Nice shots from Smack, though. Still a couple more. Flank out from Crusade, and that's go time for Artie to clinically take it away. Team nades have been the bane of the existence for some of these Cannon players, but here they are off the initial break, shutting down once again another early rotation from Nellis. Now to see if they can hold 3, go down. They get it, and it looks good so far from Cannon.
This looks like the hard point we expected coming into this series. Happily breaking before the hill really even pops open, and continuing to slay out on the point. Using a lot of stuns here that I like the way they're playing it out. They're kind of using stuns to drop into this little crevice in front of them, and so as Nellis players slide forward, it's just catching them and slowing them down, giving them basically nowhere to go. So if Cannon do not win the first fight, there's an easy instant trade. And this has been clinical. Cannon will cross 100 points here and double up on Nellis's work in the first set of rotations. So we scramble then in towards P2, and well, a lot of kills go RT's way, and Cannon looking fantastic, building that momentum.
Hate's on 5 in a row, playing for that Hellstorm. What a tool it would have. What is going on, guys? Somebody's got to say, hey, I threw my nade. Don't challenge. It is as easy as that, but that's what? The 4th team nade that we've seen across both these teams, and 3 of them are from Cannon.
Which is incredible, really, because you're leading considerably at this point. Cannon making it interesting, at the very least. For Nellis, it's got to see a couple of these players come online. For Kuzo, it's difficult. You're that routing player, that player that sits on the hill. It's not often going to look pretty in the scoreboard, but 5 and 14, you're certainly not doing enough right now to carry your weight. Smack at 8 and 14 as well, big surprise. A player who, he has dropped 1 or 2 maps today that just haven't been his typical standard, but his typical standard is really high, so he will look to start to come online at some point. But it's not going to be right now because Cannon winning everything. Kuzo is going to stick around to clean up the final bit of fights, but he's going to die, so it's a clean rotation yet again for Cannon Air Force Base.
And here is the biggest puzzle enigma, is where we see the rotation for P2 being Cannon there first. So far, it's been Nellis mostly getting the early initial setups, and Nellis now have to look towards a break into this hard point. It looks like they're looking to stamp it through that side door, and it works out. 3 kills go their way. They get it done within the first 25 seconds, and now they need to soak up all this time because they are in desperation mode in terms of the scoreline. So trying to work from the inside out. Hate's going to put a double kill in. Artie for the first slide. It's Kuzo at least able to put some kills on the board, and Smack gets there just in time to save the day.
Yeah, this is what you needed as well. If you're Nellis, you actually need to send one of the bodies away, and you do. Smack sets off on a run. Kuzo will finally lose, but does a great job. Much better from him to help hold P3. But your rotation on now, sorry, 2, now you're on to 3. Tones finds a big 2-piece to shut down the contest from Cannon. There will be a bit of pressure through the middle from Crusade, but that's also going to be swatted away. Then again, a spawn's going to come in on the backside, and it's up to Nellis, and if they read this.
Well, looks like they did already shut down Kuzo on 3 in a row. Has the read of the second, just not able to get the reload in time. Smoke's got the knife back out, and he is slashing. So the spawn's in the back for Kuzo. He's looking to activate back over towards the office. See if he can come to the aid of the rest of your teammates inside of the hard point. Argo finds a break for a second, but with those close spawns, now let's just continue to layer down the pressure.
Yeah, this is the resurgence that we wanted to see from Nellis. Starting to see a couple of players pick it up a bit. Kuzo, in particular, Smoke finds 3. And moments like that show the talent that he possesses. Also negative right now, but between him and Smack, he'll clear the point. And that duo that has been a huge part of Nellis getting to this level of the competition. Now just starting to feel the momentum shift their way. But that rotation, again, going to be in Cannon hands. They had to very quickly break last time. This time, they got the opportunities to set up before Nellis can arrive.
Well, fortunately for Nellis, I mean, that is a 20-second hill met by a 40-second hill. And now going into this, you have a chance to break this one and bring it down to even. Look at the slaying, and that's the big turn up as Smoke and Kuzo have come alive in this map, and they are looking to lead them to the promised land. That could be a hacienda map 1, 35 seconds, enough to flip this lead, at least momentarily. So Cannon gonna have to throw their bodies back at this hard point, and they do it enough for the kills. The contestant for one more. Smack hides away, but he goes down. Already gets the break, and Cannon looking to hold their lead.
Smoke will fly in for some reason with the pistol. Does great work, but then Crusade's there to answer. Kuzo backing him up with the Jackal. Finds one. There's a team kill, and Kuzo will clear. So Nellis, they break back in after being broke. But now you've got to worry about your mid pressure. How's that looking? Is the rotation for one, you want it to be clean? Feels a little bit like deja vu of the last set of rotations. Cannon had to instantly break, but they did a better job of holding, and that's why we're still seeing that 21-point gap. For now, for Nellis, I've got to see them contest this P1 better. Last time they handed far too much of it over to Cannon, worrying about that P2, which they never even then set up.
And that was a conversation point from Brody back on the Vault P3s. Is you don't want to give too much time on these usually contested hills, and for Cannon, they got away with a lot last time around. Nellis this time getting a good chunk of time, and you can see their early rotation focus over towards that lobby is getting ripped apart. Artie gets the double kill towards Spiral Staircases that pulls the P2 spawns, and they're contesting this P1, holding a 20-point margin, and there's still 20 seconds left.
They're kind of so good with this P1, just understand how to fight around it so well. It's one of the things about their slaying power sometimes, like they're very happy to do it when everything gets mixy, and it just gives them that extra edge in these moments. They'll help them build a little bit of a buffer, but it's going to be a 30-point gap. Looking towards P2, fights in the back line. Smoke's trying to get out there to contest Argo and finds that kill, so that'll give you fences control, but also lobby being held as well. So an opportunity to set up. Crusade, though, is going to slip the net for a moment. You've also got to keep an eye on Hate hitting doubles.
And they're looking to pick up the pace. Tones in a great position to stop the early flank presence, but he's going to be found out, and here come the kills from Cannon. Flank play from Crusade. Nobody's going to be turned around. Easy shots into the first one, and there's the break away with Nellis. As the 10-point lead starts to grow yet again. Kill feed lighting up green for Cannon. And you can't win off of this one, but I don't think Nellis is going to be feeling very confident to just give all this time up. A water route from Smoke. It's going to be red. Artie wins the fight, and now all you have to worry about is Smack behind you.
Yeah, there's a bit of a misplay there, a bit of lack of teamwork coming through. I think that Tones is supposed to challenge from Rock, which would have allowed Smoke to make that route through the water to break again like they did the first time round. It doesn't happen. Tones is a little bit worried about his mid-pressure, so he checks over. It means Smoke is isolated in the water, and I think that Cannon recognizes it's been quiet for too long. Turn, look down, find their kill. Now the rotation's on. 2 kills in the hand. Kuzo will answer with one. Smack's there as well, but can you withstand this pressure? You really need to if you're Nellis, or Cannon get close.
We're giving a lot of praise over towards this Cannon team, but Nellis have been able to keep this a 20-point game. One good break, one good setup could bring them back in for contention on a map 1 win. You just have to get the kills, and that's been the issue. Hate is leading the charge back in. Crusade on the perfectly timed flank. It's going to crack the pressure open, and now they can win here.
Can Nellis counter this hit? Nade goes out from the top row from Hate, and that's going to land into the feet of so many players in the impact. Well, it's certainly there with a double kill. Kuzo goes down. 10 seconds left on the hill, so you've got to rotate. The problem you have here for Nellis, you get into P4, and you've not been great here thus far, and it's got to be perfect. And with Hate finding 2, you don't even have the numbers.
Smoke is caught. On the other side, there's just one. It's Kuzo. He dies too early, and nobody's going to get there to touch, so you lose the fights. Cannon with a simple rotation, and that secures game 1 for Cannon Air Force Base.
It's just all about the breaks. Like, there's a P4 in there the second time round where I think that sums up so much about the way this map went down. First time on P4, Cannon have to instantly break Nellis. They do, and then they manage to hold on to about 40 seconds. The second time around, we go to P4. Nellis instantly break Cannon. So it's a case of, okay, you can answer back what happened in the previous hill this time around. So it's a 40 to 40. Instead, Cannon get an easy break back. And because of that, if you're Nellis, you only walk away with like 10 points more than Cannon did. And it's just those little moments there that suddenly give you that 40-point gap if you're Cannon, and feels like you're constantly leading the way if you are that Air Force Base. For Nellis, always on the hunt, always on the chase. A couple of players started slowly. I don't think that helps because once Cannon get going, they're pretty much unstoppable. But it's the same old story as we've seen so many times with this tournament. Gotta learn how to hold a hill, gentlemen. Otherwise, you're just asking for trouble coming up against a squad that can outslay pretty much anybody.
And I think that's the difference, is the slow start that we got out of Nellis. I mean, you were looking at, what was it, an 82 to 156 game heading into the second rotation, P3. And that's where you start to see Nellis start to climb their way back. It was around this point in time in particular. And you could start to see them getting good chunks of hill time, bringing it back, getting, 30 seconds and then 40 seconds. And then we're looking towards a tie game and a very close one heading into the third set. But after they catch up, it becomes that trade for Cannon where they have the small marginal lead. They get 20 seconds, then Nellis gets 20 seconds, but you're still trailing by that 20 points that Cannon was able to get first. And and you never really were able to catch up. You go into those last hills, you're staggering to get to that last one just to make sure it goes another hill to P4. But because of that, you're split completely. And Cannon are able to win the fights necessary. They just stay a leg ahead, even during the comebacks that we did see.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of those, like, Cannon, the thing is they have this just raw ability to outslay people that it's so hard. You got to play perfectly if you're going to keep up with a team like that. And for Nellis, there's going to be a couple of things that they will want back. I don't think that they're going to be very happy with, as I said, their defensive holds, but also there was a rotation from 2 to 3 that I think you're going to want back and make a better setup there, that you find a couple of cleaner kills. There's so many times where I'm looking at Nellis and I'm thinking, okay, you've rotated, great, you've given up that scrap time, which is often still like 10-15 seconds. Like, that's not a small amount of time in many cases. When we come down to these close hard points, they can be settled by this. They have been multiple times. It's like, okay, you've done that because you believe in your team to go and set up cleanly for the next hill. And then it never really comes through. It feels like one player might dive the hill, you get this kind of half-ass setup, and then, well, you're just asking for trouble. So, yeah, Nellis, unfortunately, just not coming out there. Tones will go 15 and 30, unfortunately. So that's a tough start to the series. That being said, my friend, again, not too stressed about my predictions because I kind of called this coming into the series.
Yeah, you have it going to a game 5, so no matter what, it means that Cannon have to win games for you. For me, I'm feeling very happy for this Cannon team. Obviously, Nellis, they started to bring things back, but every single time we said the name Crusade, this guy was flanking in some capacity, and that is a guy who has been doing it all day long for 2 days in a row now. Crusade is unleashed for this team, and that has me worried going into our next map for Protocol Search and Destroy, because this is where a sub can really let loose.
It's kind of wild as well. The Crusade went 32 and 21. He put up 2,900 damage. Only 6 more kills is Hate with 4,400 damage. So Crusade not letting anyone live when he did fight them. That's insane. That's an insane amount of efficiency. But yes, this is a map where an SMG that's feeling themselves can really be a nightmare. You talk about, sometimes there's a lack of flanking routes available to you here because you can basically see the entirety of the map from the top windows. So it starts to become a case of, well, you can't really route on the outsides of the map alongside that kind of plane there because... And that's something that traditionally you always like to do, right? But here it's about top to bottom. What can you do vertically? And so often you're looking at someone like a Crusade, drop down your spiral, drop down your elevator shaft, be impactful around that bomb site. And again, if you're feeling good, if you give the other team that plant at A, you're like, okay, well, no worries. I'll fly in here and fight all of you.
And, sometimes that's really all it takes. It's just that one player to take matters into his own hands and win it all. I think we saw it yesterday from Buckley when he went 20-4 in a Search and Destroy to just solo everybody on the opposite side. And, hey, maybe that could be something that happens here for Nellis as well. Certainly wouldn't need to happen because I think everybody on Nellis is pretty capable of finding kills in their own respective rights, but would be crazy to see somebody maybe break the kill record that we've seen so far from CONUS, which is in fact 20-4 from Hale.
Oh, the kills. I was about to say 20 kills. There's definitely been more than 20 kills. But like, yeah, just for S&D. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, 20 is actually... Who did he put that up against?
That was yesterday, last night. Hold on. And I'm kind of upset that I'm drawing a blank here, but it was against Cannon.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, I knew he'd put on a performance, but I didn't. That 20-4 is actually like nuts. That's a ridiculous stat line. So fair play. Yeah, Hale isn't bad, by the way, just in case you didn't already know that, which you certainly should if you know anything about CONUS. But yeah, coming back to our match, I don't think that. I think the thing is here for Cannon is you're almost never going to end up with that Hale situation. A couple of your players are going to have big games, of course, but I think because all four of you are so good, it's never going to end up in a situation where you need one of you to just carry. I think we've got a couple of teams here where you are looking to like one player, maybe two, to really lead the slaying and let the others fit the system a bit. All four of these guys on Cannon are gross.
Oh, yeah. I think that for Cannon, they were gross. Now they're even more gross across what we've seen today. It's like that's the scariest thing for this team. And I think it's true to say that every single time they've taken the stage, Andy, this team has improved. And they just look better. And from us interviewing now a couple times with this team, they certainly seem like they have no pressure at all. It is straight vibes, which is pretty awesome because, a team with nothing to lose and no pressure is a team that is very, very dangerous because we've seen teams this weekend really crumble under that pressure.
It's got to be a weird one for Canada. It's got to have been a weird week, right? Like, you came fourth last year, so you're expecting to come in and be one of the big guns. Even though the level continues to move up every single year, you're still expecting to come in and be pretty damn strong considering the foursome that you have. You come in, you get bounced out of regionals really easy, very simply. I don't even think they win a map, which is insane to think. And so you're kind of like, all right, well, what's the expectation here? Do we go in and we're expecting to get fourth, or are we trying to do better than last year? Or are we just happy if we make worlds because regionals went so bad? And yeah, I guess like it was interesting talking to them, as you said in that interview, and they went, actually, we don't bother VOD reviewing. We just kind of play on vibes, and what we were trying to do is reset ourselves a little bit. And we talked about it during that interview, or like at least straight after it. We talked about how sometimes you can overanalyze, you can overthink, especially when things haven't gone well. Sometimes the immediate reaction is to dive into the VOD and kind of like get really into the mind of what went wrong. And sometimes it might just be the right thing to go, you know what, boys, just put your feet up for a moment, relax, just an off day, simply go again and play your game next time you turn up. And clearly, that works because Cannon not far away from putting themselves into the grand finals.
And I will say for Nellis, you look at this team who has been outstanding this week as well. You come in with Tones, who's put together a team of 3 players who are exceptionally new towards this game. And, you wouldn't guess that in the performances that they're putting on here at CONUS, but they have also been improving day to day. They've also been doing the VOD reviews and going through and talking amongst each other where the mistakes are happening and giving their raw feedback to each other, which is very important in teams to have that trust to be able to speak up when things are going wrong and everybody else listen to you. That's a special environment that I think that Nellis is able to really nurture throughout this tournament. And you see them lose towards Langley. I expect them to have a little bit of a slow start towards this series, considering it's not easy to bounce back off of a loss, especially a loss that you're 1 win away from being in top 2 in that grand final position. So Nellis, they come into this game. I mean, you look at the way that Smoke and Smack were playing. Smoke was doing good. Kuzo was doing good. Smack had, a couple good plays throughout that hard point, but it was improving as the game went on. For those two in particular, Smoke and Smack, you expect them to go into the Search and Destroy with a lot more impact coming out from the sub-duo that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I'm very glad you bring it up because it's where I wanted to go to next, actually, that Nellis built their way into that matchup. Like, it's definitely not the best we've seen Nellis play. As you said, a couple of players got off to very slow starts, and yet it's not far away. Like, it's 250 to 211. Again, one or two of the moments that we've mentioned previously, if they flip the other direction, they get those right, well, they win. So there's clearly a lot more to come from this Nellis lineup. And yeah, I do think that you come into this map 2 being like a little bit like, okay, yeah, map 1 didn't go our way. Also, these guys are largely, we're expecting them to be a hardpoint team. If we're the kind of squad that does VOD review, does have systems in place, S&D becomes a hell of a lot easier, much simpler Call of Duty when you just have a great break-off, know your preset nades, and know exactly what the game plan is, and you're all on the same wavelength. If that is happening here, and Canon are suddenly finding themselves after a couple of rounds a bit unstuck, then I can see Nellis very easily walking away with this, and this becomes the exact series that I said it was going to be at the top of the show. So, but also at the same time, we can't let Canon continue to ride that vibe train, because if they do start to pick up the first couple of rounds, well, it's looking over pretty fast.
Well, it looks like we're getting a pretty rough, or no, it doesn't look like it so far. It looks like we're just getting a tech block going for the short amount of time, trying to get these players back in to go for. I think one thing, just to kind of push the narrative further, and I don't want to come off and chat. I know you're going to say, this guy's just glazing Cannon Air Force Base. Yeah, I predicted them. Of course I am. But at the same time, I think that, hear me out, Andy. Hacienda, search and destroy. You look at what Artie was doing, flying, double kills, getting in behind, flanking, nonstop, Crusade, doing the same thing on that Hacienda hardpoint. Switch over towards a protocol. How much of that really changes in having that submachine gun player trying to hit those timings and get those flanks going?
It becomes a lot more difficult. It does, because, again, you don't really have the routes that you'd like. It becomes a case of, okay, well, can you find the timing in through the A-bomb site? Well, so often we end up at the A-bomb site anyway, because that's just where everyone wants to fight. So then what's your route, really? You guess you got to set up a collapse with your teammates. It's just, yeah, it becomes a very difficult situation to be that impactful player that in many traditional S&D maps, for example, Hacienda and so on, yes, you can find wraps, you can find places to kind of surprise the opponents, leave them always nervous and on the back foot. This is not necessarily a one-dimensional map, because you do get some plays over towards B, but it's not got much to it in terms of flexibility here. It's just about making sure that those fundamentals, those really good breakoffs are on point. It's really hard to counter if you are finding yourself a man down and you're trying to retake a bomb site. The one thing I guess I am looking for here for both of these teams, on an offensive round, nice and early, get to B. Don't keep hitting A over and over and over again. Make your moves very readable, because that then starts to become an adjusted team on the other side of things, and they'll counter you, shut you down, and suddenly start to claim some of those offenses and defenses back to back. So yeah, I think that's what I want. Then you, like, let's say Cannon push out here, immediately get to B. You get to a spot where Nellis like, okay, well, what I need to do then is constantly have players over there just in case, and that gives them less numbers a day, makes that job far easier.
It does make it easier. And for our job, I feel like I've run out of things to talk about. So for this tech break, while we wait for these guys, I'm going to throw to a break, and we'll be back when the Search and Destroy is ready, guys. Well, here we go. Back into the game. Teams are out the gates for round number 1. And it does look like so far Canon haven't stopped with their winning ways.
No, definitely not. Canon coming out hot here in map 2. I spoke it up at the top of the series, sorry. It was one of those where I feel like Canon taking the hard point, not a surprise. Now, at least I'm expecting to be able to do this in 2-3-5 fashion because Canon typically aren't as clean when it comes to their S&D, but a map that kind of resets a lot of that talk around fundamentals, around good S&D play. Protocol is a very odd map and can often be difficult for even the best S&D teams to figure out. So if you are Nellis, you very quickly need to make sure Canon don't feel the momentum that they're trying to build here and answer back with your own.
Well, looks like I like this attack from Nellis. Angle onto Hate for Smack, up and over for the first blood. Over to Nellis Air Force Base. And Artie's going to be able to answer back on the flank, and he's putting some pressure on Kuzo towards the back here, who has to be careful. Smack alongside him as soon as they make that known. Crusade's going to get caught. That's bomb down Big Door, and some issues for Cannon, who are very separated.
Well, Tones is going to be, coming down that spiral staircase in a minute and isn't even going to be needed in the end. Great SMG work for Nellis. Made sure to swarm this A site. So, I mean, we don't see the full break off from Nellis, but both offenses sending into A and being swatted away. And that kind of how Protocol goes sometimes. But again, I talk about like kind of throwing in different strategies. Can we hit a B? Can we slow play an A? Can we do something here that offsets the defenders? That's going to be the big telling point. Whoever manages to figure that out successfully, especially if you figure it out first, have the other team chasing you, puts you in a fantastic position. So very interested to watch this Nellis break off.
So 3 in a row for Kuzo. Out through the middle of the map. Hit over towards B. Hate outside. What a shot there. Angle from the helicopter. That's going to be first and second blood to Cannon. And Nella's stuck off of this one. Trapped bomb's going to get recovered. I don't think Argo has actually spotted him. Tones, though, has so much to do right now. And now he has everything to do.
Well, 1v4, let's face it. Difficult situation for Tones. Talented player, but I don't know what your chances really are as you find one, and yeah, that's why. I mean, difficult one for Nellis. You try and make that play happen, and I'm a fan of it. You try and do something different, because now Cannon are consistently going to be thinking, okay, we've got to make sure we keep a body around just in case. It's just not successful because you basically get a blind counter. I think that Cannon recognize that Nellis are going to try and drop this out of their playbook quite quickly, so they set themselves up to counter that, and it works out perfectly. One of those for Nellis is it's a frustrating one because you're like, I've done the right thing. I've tried to find the other site. If we'd have just hit A, I might have been fine because no one from Cannon arrived. But it's one that might pay off later, so you've just got to trust the process and stick to the game plan.
So we swap sides and see if they can stick to the game plan to keep things even on the defensive go-aheads. It's a quick rush over towards B, though, for the bomb, and I think Nellis should react to this right away, and they are going to be late to the rotation.
Yeah, and this is how this looks when you do this right. Well, I was about to say that. Smoke will find RT, so it gives you the numbers at least, and if Smoke can get back to that SAM turret, which he's nervous about, actually. If he can get round and collapsing through the back while his teammates hit the front, they might pinch this, and that's going to help.
Kuzo goes down. Argo gets caught towards the helicopter, and it should be an easy defuse. Hate's going to have an angle, but it doesn't matter with numbers. It just takes one trade. Tone's already defusing it, and Nellis managed to keep this even in round count. That is a very, very good round. Lots of important gunfights.
Yeah, both teams counter each other here towards B. What I will say, I think that it's more convincing from Nellis because with Cannon, you blind countered. So you ended up in a situation where actually it put you in a great spot. A little bit through luck. It is definitely a read, but it's still a little bit lucky. Whereas Nellis, they still sent bodies towards A and then had to rotate and retake. Smoke does a great job to open up that back SAM site. I think if that doesn't happen, I become very concerned about your positioning. But because he's cleared out that backside, Cannon are very worried. They're pushed towards P1, and that's where the remainder of the Nellis players are hitting from. So great clear out, great retake. And well, you will get less bodies at A here if Nellis move quickly.
If they're fast enough, Argo's going to spot it, though. First blood to Cannon. Drop down into the A site. Chance to get this post plant in, albeit 3v4, now 3v3. This is still very winnable for Nellis.
Yeah, I never like that position. Argo is just not going to get away. Dies. Smoke with 1, smoke with 2. And it's all on Crusade, who, while he has been brilliant, is about to land in front of the man that can't really miss right now and continues not to. Smoke, huge part of that defensive round previously, now giving Nellis the first attack round of the game. 6 and 4 to start. If you are going to answer back, if you are going to take the map that we're saying will build you into the series and even help you see out a series, well, him coming online is a great thing to see.
I'm fairly certain that is a smoke ace.
I think it was,
in
yeah.
that round. So all 4 kills going his way on the break attempt. Already the first one to get caught inside the A-bomb site. That's going to put some pressure here on the Cannon's attack.
Now they must figure it out.
It's going to be dropped. Stuns, nades. Smack, another one. First blood going to Nellis. That's number 4 for the game. Immediately it is escape route trying to be there. Smoke's going to break the window, but he spots him. He gets away, and that life lead is so important to keep intact.
Yeah, you do very well there if you're Smoke. Especially with how good you've been in terms of like the gunfights. You can easily overheat and start to chow anything. He's recognizing there that this is S&D. And I need to make sure I value myself. For Cannon, you're trapped between a rock and a hard place a little bit here because 2 players are about to hit your backside that are flanked all the way around. This bomb will go down, but if they quickly set up this pinch here, Cannon are going to have nowhere to go.
Well, trying to fight from the inside out. Similar situation to Nellis the round previous. Obviously, that first kill came a lot sooner than Cannon would have anticipated, but Argo hate Crusade. 29 seconds, everybody set up to win this one, and Argo outside. Would have been a big fight to win. Unfortunately, Crusade drops as well. Hate, couple shots in. No kill onto the first. Pistols out. Doesn't matter. Smoke on 5 in a row is taking Nellis through this one.
So far, Nellis, with that attack round, will cling on to the lead. But it's also a case of every round so far, it's in the first blood win. So, I mean, we know how important they are in protocol. Again, there's not many opportunities to really come with some creativity. And so, it's all about playing on those fundamentals. Nellis doing a great job of it so far. But again, Smoke, 5 in a row. I'm very curious about how close he is to Hellstorm, considering the objective points that you get here. And if you do get that Hellstorm in pocket, if you end up pushing your opponents out towards B, you've won the round.
This is another one. It looks like they're going to go for the rush A outside yet again. Originally, they back the bomb up. Back into Grandma's. Oh, and that's a lot of nades coming through. Smoke's going to wait for it to blow up. Backs up into Lighthouse. A lot of map control for Cannon. Least at the A site.
Interesting to see that RT and Crusade have took themselves into what I believe is the elevator shaft.
Well, they go down. And Smack gets away with the bomb. Mission impossible, and he recovers it.
2v3, very difficult situation here, especially considering that you've played this slow, so you've burned through so much of the time. Igo looks over. He will be back down, but should know that he can just catch Tones trying to rotate if he does. Hate and Crusade. I mean, Crusade's repositioning right now, which might give him some awful timing. And, well, Hate will also get awful timing. That stun will give you away.
They might get through this one. Hate's going to play his life, so they've made it to the bomb site. Plant going down immediately. Tones has a big job to do, and Smack one even bigger. Nade's going to land. Argo traded 1 versus 1. Crusade, the timing, the shots, but Smack, he gets away. 35 seconds. And yeah, this is what I would do. Except he doesn't hop it just yet. Staying on the bomb. Smack has to go check it in the sideline. They pass each other, and nobody sees him until Smack spots it out. And Nellis get away with another one.
I mean, the first time that we're going to see a First Blood also not pick up a win. And of course, it's Nellis looking great on the retake here on the whole. Tones goes big in order to keep the numbers in the fight that you needed for that moment. But Smack, there's something that he does that's so subtle that you might just miss. He starts to rotate up spiral, and you end up with him just pausing for a half second, then continuing his run. And what that is to delay the timing, because he knows his opponent's seen him and will be already pre-aimed on that specific cross location. But because he delays, his teammate, the opponent actually thinks, actually, he's not rotating. I can go and check for this. And as he moves out of his ADS, he then gets away, gives him the opportunity to come back for the fight. Beautiful work. So small, such a subtle thing to do, but gives him the advantage in the fight.
Yeah, I thought that Kaden had that one dead to rights, but it slips out from under them. And you're starting to see some search and destroy woes now for this team. Argo up the rope. Timing couldn't have been better. Almost a double kill, but it is a first blood, Andy, and hopefully this time it can be around one. Artie, how does he get into this position unseen? I have no idea how Kuzo doesn't know he's there, but it's a second kill now. Artie through the door, see if he can bait out another one, checks it, but Smack wins it. 2v3.
Mom's down, so timer ticks and hate. What the hell's going on with this round? I feel like every time we tune into a POV, someone's behind somebody. That one with Artie, I feel like I need to watch that on a replay from somewhere. Yeah,
I just gotta watch the minimap and see how he got in that position in particular without Kuzo knowing he's there. Because that's the absurd part for me, is that, like, how do you get there with Kuzo being on helipad and he has no idea?
Yeah, it's just bizarre. We just tune into Artie and he's like on his back on top of a barrel watching an opponent run around in front of him. Sure. Yep, totally normal. I will say that's an offense finally figured out by Canon. So you go back to that incredible play by Smack earlier. And that's the difference maker. So if Canon can pull something out of the fire here, it makes it very interesting. Nellis, though, on match point and on the offense. And in the last couple of rounds, their offenses have looked really good. So for Canon, you've almost got to hope that this is something that you get a bit of a blind counter on. And well, we're all scoring up at A.
First blood already gets out of there. A site has fallen, but not without a little bit of damage. Argo's going to get traded, but Crusade's going to reaggress back in with hate, and that is a unfortunate circumstance to find yourself in Nellis in a very heavy hand. Tones, if you clutch this up, you might be the best.
I have faith. I don't, but I'd love to see it. Oh, and he fakes the window crack. Suggest he's playing through mid. I don't think anyone's falling for it because the bomb is smack bang in the middle of that room. You get into the room, you find hate, but yeah, instantly traded. It's the best you can really do there. Otherwise, with an AR, maybe you can play big door and try and rip someone off a heady, but it's just such a difficult fight. Not much that you can really do looking at a 1v3 in that situation. So, well, Canon now back-to-back rounds. They have dragged themselves close. The problem is, for Canon, you've got to figure out another offense. And it's not been their strong suit. However, last time round, you pushed to B, you got that bomb down. I will say with a very unorthodox round, but it worked, and so Nellis will have question marks in their mind.
Oh, that sucks for Artie. But this is a chance where Nellis can maybe put this game away before things go to around 11. 3 versus 2 now. Smack it behind. The timing works, and that's it. Before you know it, it goes the distance, but it is one nade to kick things off. One nade to rule the protocol. And a 6-4 from Nellis ties us up in this series.
So often we talk about it up here on the desk, and it's for very good reason. We don't like to repeat ourselves, but preset nades, they are very, very impactful, and you find out just how much, because that round 10 suddenly becomes much easier to handle when you find yourself a man up on defense. For Canon, it felt like a great comeback. The beginnings of one, anyway. It just feels like they just found their footing a little bit too late, especially with the fact that their offensive rounds. I mean, they managed one. You've got to say as well, the only round that went against the first blood was a Nellis win. And that was that clutch up from Smack. So, small margins separating the two teams, but it will tie us all up in our series.
It does tie us up, and I mean, looking through it, I mean, there's a couple rounds, too, that Cannon kind of let slip underneath them, and I think back to the one where it's the late rotation away from elevators back up towards P1, and You fake it with the information that Argo gets. You pull the players off of A. Then in the 3v4, the bomb plant already goes down. And it is just a round that I think Canon lets slip away from them. And so be it the map as well. It's really valiant effort, I'd say, from the rest of them, too. I'd say you really saw that Canon put in some work for the game in general for slaying. But Nellis had the deeper strat book for this map alone. And I got to give him some respect for that.
Yeah, I think one of the things is there was a round, I forget which one it was. It was round 4 where we saw Nellis be incredibly aggressive towards B. And they get shut down very quickly. And there was something that I said, which was trust the process. And part of that is just understanding that the short-term losses now can lead to long-term gains in the future. And clearly Nellis believed in that because they didn't really sway. It would be easy to bend and buckle when you've just had what is supposed to be a trick up your sleeve kind of breakdown in front of you. But I think they understand that actually what that gives us is the opportunity to shift this Cannon defensive line around later on. And there was a couple of moments where Cannon went for other plays. They put more bodies into trips or into mid, trying to counter that play that was coming through. And that's all blind because that's the way this protocol map works. Can be a lot of blind hits. Nellis, they utilized that boat drop very well off the back of it, but then also profited in having those numbers that were available to them in those fights. So yeah, lovely stuff from that Nellis team. Again, why I think in this series, Nellis will steal it away Neslo style, because they just have that playbook and that trust in their own system, that belief in the process that can sometimes grind you out of series against a very straight shooting squad.
Yeah, we got Vault Control coming up next, and if you're calling for a Neslo, this is going to be a big map mode combo for both of these two teams. The split map mode, now that we're tied 1-1, momentum is going to be a big thing going into that Skyline hardpoint. And for sure, I mean, we think back to obviously Canon in the match previous to this one. They had no defensive answers. You know, the only time that they did have a defensive answers is when they were literally handed the defensive retake by their opponent. It was really bad from Peterson and Cannon in that vault. And I think that, you know, I could get behind that whole Neslo style for this series because of what we just saw on vault from this team.
Yeah, it's a weird one because Cannon technically have, like, if you look at just the record, they've done well the last couple of times they've played this vault control. But again, I just think that that's a couple of misslips from their opponent, a couple of misplays that's come through. So yeah, looking at Cannon here, this is, and to be fair, they're probably eyeing this up as like, okay, we have a little bit of weakness when it comes to this vault control that's just not been exploited yet. Nellis definitely have the quality to exploit that, but having the quality and potential and all those things and actually executing it, two very different things. And we're going to roll off underway here. That nade sticks, by the way, and might take a couple of bodies with it.
Oh, it was a frag grenade, so it bounces off him, still finds the kill, but I thought it was a Semtex too. Still gets the kill though, Andy, and you can still see that for Nellis, it is going to lead to a strong presence at this A zone. Hayden behind, he's going to find nothing, and neither teams find anything. Just kidding. It's a prank, guys. We weren't ready. We weren't ready to start it whatsoever.
Yeah, I wish that was a Semtex. I think that's like a 3-piece right there.
I probably would have been.
Conk someone on the head. I don't know. I wonder what the fix is that we need here. We waited until the lobby reset. I wonder if we had the teams the wrong way around or something. But maybe. We will figure that out as we go. But yeah, I guess what topic of conversation do we bring up here? Do we continue to talk about the series? Or do we come back to like some of the wild things that we've already run through?
Is there anything that you want to talk about in particular?
Just want to apologize for earlier when I said that you weren't my friend. That was very mean of me. I didn't mean that.
You know, it means a lot. I forgive you. There's never a doubt in my mind that you are my friend.
And, that's good, because that was very rude. That was mean.
It's okay. You know what? I think that across the three of us, we've been throwing some jabs at each other all week, and it's kind of fun playing and having fun like that. The banter is always welcome, just like at the base itself. I do want to ask you, though, if you were in that base right now, how well do you think you could shoot in bowling?
I'm bad. I don't know why. I'm really bad. Like I'm one of those guys. Like I would never put him up because I'm trying to be like, you know, oh, I don't need what they call the guardrails. Like I don't need the guardrails. I'm good. But like I'm like, no, I'm bad. Like don't get me wrong, I can get strikes and stuff, but like it's also very much so got the chance of also being one of them where I just go for power basically, and I get quite a lot behind it. But that could lead to either it's straight down the middle or it is like risking going onto different lanes. So I'm not gonna put myself up too well. Yourself?
You know what? I'm not going to, boast myself on this one. I am not the greatest bowling player in general. But this is a perfect opportunity to say, hey, load screen, rally cry. You got a bowling alley right there. A whole bunch of teams already. Let's get some bowling chows going before. That would be some great content going into the tournaments. And, not only that, let's get some trash talk in the content as well. Let's get them the interviews, say like who's the best bowling team, who's the worst bowling team.
Get a production crew on there?
Sure. I mean, I know that is for some reason, Evan might be the best bowler there.
If he is,
I don't know why he would be, but I just have that feeling that he might be. And hey, we'll talk about, big
bowling.
Circular things that you throw. A grenade leads to a 4K, and Cannon are out the gates running.
Yeah, that's a strike if ever I've seen one. Crusade, well, he ain't slowing down, on for 3. And this becomes terrifying very quickly for Nellis because we've seen this spawn trap multiple times. Even in the Call of Duty League, it's a horrible place to be. Terrifying to get out of, but you do punch a hole at least. Archie's going to be here to try and close up one side of this rollout, but, well, Nellis, that was very scary for a second. What I will say is instantly down 5 lives, and against Cannon, that's just not where you need to be on the offense.
No, that's something that Brody brought up, is that when you see this team get hot on defense, they go 3, 4, 5 kills in a row. But hey, guys,
all right,
welcome back.
I'm calling this one out. There's nothing wrong here. Nellis just felt disappointed that Crusade just did this to them right at the start. All right, I'm calling it out. And to be fair, I'd be hitting the same thing. You guys getting any lag? Because, I'm getting lag too, We just got 4 people. You getting lag? Yeah. No, we got to get a reset.
Hey, man, my screen skipped a little bit. What was that?
Your mute button, brother.
I actually thought you were lagging for a second there. I won't lie. I was like, no, not you too. But you know what? For our sakes, and if production would let us, I would like to throw to a little bit of a break while these players get back into the lobby and return very shortly with this control ready to go.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
All right, let's try this one more time. My name's Peter Parker, and I'm the only Spider-Man. Just kidding. That is something else. Very good movie, though. And for now, for the Control, these two teams are getting out to a start where they're not getting off to a start just yet. Just kidding.
They're not getting off to a start. Alrighty, well, the COD gods have cursed us coming into our lower finals. Unfortunately, the issues persist. I'm sure that the staff and everybody else will be doing their very best to figure that out. I apologize, guys. I was in caster mode, so I'm starting to now rotate back towards desk mode. I need to figure out a better workflow for that, but I like to cast looking down because when you're on LAN, screens are typically down, so it feels more comfortable that way. But, yeah. Anyway.
Well, Andy, anything you'd like to say before we, get things on the road right now for this game going on? Anything you want to get off your chest?
A couple of things, but I mean, you told Brody off earlier, so I don't want to do that. No, I mean, I'm just hoping that Brody's doing well. He's been, I'm hoping he's not falling asleep on his couch. And the pasta was good.
Pasta's really good.
Yeah, because he was like, I gave him some grief about how long it's taking him to cook it. And he was like, I'm having meat with it too. And it's like, son, that is a heavy meal. We've got a grand finals after this. It's already 10 p.m. in the UK. And yeah, you're just carving the hell up. Like, that's going to be a heavy meal to get through. So
I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to have after this for my dinner right now. And yeah, I don't know. I can make sausages. That would be good.
Love a good sausage. I actually get don't do that. No, I mean, like, I order from I'm allowed to top brands. We've cleared that up. I order from HelloFresh, like, so I like, because I like to cook. And like, if you do HelloFresh, honestly, or maybe you've got some equivalent over there, you get, like, they do the best sausages I've actually ever tasted. It's bizarre. Like,
wow.
Yeah. So
okay,
if you're learning to cook, by the way, HelloFresh is an amazing thing.
It's an knowledge drop. That's how I learned to cook a couple years ago. Really helped.
Yeah, it does.
For now, when I just want to go pick things out from the grocery store. But you can tell that we're getting hungry. And
I'm not. I'm good.
That is, well, you can tell that I'm getting hungry because I brought up food. I never bring up food whatsoever. But
oh, bored of the glasses. I'm just
sometimes too, people don't know this. And this is a little knowledge drop for those who are wondering about casting. And if you have glasses, if you have a big light in front of you and the light reflects off of your glasses, couple hours in, that headache, make sure you get Advil because that headache is going to hit you like a truck. I always find that I have the craziest headache after looking at lights for too long.
Yeah, I mean, so typically, like, as you know, I wear contacts to try and help. It's just difficult sometimes with glasses. Also, I just feel a bit like, I don't know, like I feel a bit boxed in sometimes. I prefer to be able to just, like, freedom of my face right here, all this going on. So yeah, those of you who are like tuned in only for this week, you're gonna be like, who the hell's this guy? Where's the guy with the glasses gone? No, this is how I typically present myself. But yeah, you can tell that we are, trying to find things to talk about because this will be the 38th restart of this lobby as we figure a couple of things out. To be fair, I mean, like, obviously props to production and the players because it's just what it is. Tech problems happen. We got to figure them out and we got to get through it.
You got to deal with that kind of stuff sometimes. I feel like this is what it's like to be a professional cricket player sometimes. It's like, you pause it, you wait.
Professional career player?
Cricket player.
Oh, cricket. Oh, okay, my bad.
Cricket player. Because those go on for days at a time. But we were just stalling. When you guys were wondering why we're talking a whole bunch of nonsense, we're just stalling so that these players can get back in and give it another go at this control. And, Cannon has 4 down at times. Nellis has 3 down at times. And this time they're going to go again. Artie on the flank. He's going to try to activate. Unfortunately, though, Argo does drop. Yeah, it is Argo that does end up falling in that moment. And Nellis are doing good to get this A-zone done fast.
Yeah, they're doing very well to clear this through. And, well, that is super smooth from Nellis. And again, what you need, really, Cannon are the kind of squad that can very much so get on a heater and not look back. So this start, you want to suppress your opponents, make them feel pressure. And 2 kills there will clear the B point. But that's 4 ticks already. So you've got 2 minutes, 10 seconds, 3 life advantage. A great position for Nellis to build from for the rest of this one.
Oh, here we go for Cannon to see if they can start things back into their favor. Smoke's gonna cut a dash across. Already kills him, but not fast enough. And you can see those spawns are so deep. Smack's gonna cut right through the B zone. You can see that the pressure on Art should catch Artie in the back, and it will. Smack is going to take that position away. A couple kills now for Nellis to get over towards B. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Smack's still behind enemy lines. He gets RKO'd, and that second take never comes.
Crusade, by the way, starting 0-4. Needs to pick things up here. Was so good in the hard point. A huge part of your victory there. Smack going to push up. And that's exactly how Crusade does things. As he gets 2 on the board, Codcaster Killfeed will be lying to you, ladies and gentlemen. It was not hate. He's actually stood over here on the point.
Smoke's on the hunt. He's just trying to slow things down, find some kills, open up the lanes to go, but Hate is still finding kills. As you go 1-1 in the trades, Hate's going to pull back away from B, see if he can clear out your spawn, and his kills just continue to go back and forth. Smack's on the late rotation all the way around. Argo's going to get shot in the back. Trade should happen, and look at that feed light up. It's Cannon again, stabilizing here in the control. Artie for the last one. Smoke gets 2, but it's all for nothing, and now the life lead has swapped.
Still have plenty of time. Actually, the time has dwindled down quite quickly here if you notice, because you've not actually managed to step on the point at all. So 42 seconds. So maybe 2 big swings if you miss. And already going to try and contest. Finds 1, finds 2. Can you slip in for more? And well, you will eventually be traded out, but that'll set your teammate up to clean up. And to be fair, that all comes from Crusade. He's in the water door here, and he manages to turn the attention his way, which opens up that front side for his teammate to back him up. 7v6, 30 seconds. You've still got time to go here. 4-6 isn't bad, but you'd love to make it 6.
Crusade is looking to flow. Argo, second one. 2 kills in, make it 3. Already on the full flank, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team gets the kills. 20 seconds left, 2 lives, and Artie should clean it up. Cannon coming out the gates, swinging for the defensive side. Yes, the A zone gets captured, Andy, but when it comes to B, that is the harder one for the reason.
It is indeed. I think Crusade coming online made that ever more difficult for Nellis. Starts off 0-3, I think it was 0-4. Having a really tough time of things, maybe even 0-5 to be honest. But it was, as soon as he started to find his flow around that middle portion of the map, so impactful. And again, that moment where he's in the water doorway, you've got 2 bodies stacked on the point if you're Nellis, and you both have to turn and look. And as such, you just see Cannon punch through the front door, afforded that opportunity because the great work from Crusade, and you wipe the point clean again. So how then do Nellis stand? Where do they draw that line?
Well, line is drawn at least for Nellis over towards A.
Oh,
defensive stand was thinking to be good. Hate or Crusade finds himself a turn on, and he's lighting it up in terms of delaying any sort of defensive pressure towards the spawn, and opens up an avenue over towards this B zone. Double stack flank. It's Smoke. He gets the clear off the zone. The rest of them are hunting. Crusade drops nice shots with the pistol. Smoke goes down, but he is doing a lot right now to keep the pressure off the zones.
Yeah, Artie does really well here to shift that defense around. But Nellis' answer is satisfactory. Hate with 2 health points, literally, will back up. Try and control square. That's a shutdown. Argo finds Kukuzo. Unfortunately, his teammate as well, so 2v2. Scramble over the point. Smack will make that a bit more manageable, and, well, there you go. The duo combines yet again. Just the 2 ticks. This has most certainly not been as clean for Cannon on the offense as for Nellis. And if you put me in a vault control beforehand and said who was going to be better on offense, it certainly wasn't playing out this way.
No, I thought that Cannon would be a lot better in these situations, but Nellis are just handling it a lot better and a lot more composed than what we saw from Peterson in the map prior. A couple issues here for Cannon that has to be addressed. This has to be a round for them, at least close in consideration. Since it was 4 segments that Nellis got, that's what you're aiming for here and now on the crossfire. Artie can help take out the players with the double doors. 3rd segment's in, and they clear out the A zone at another minute to clock.
Important for Kuzo to find that kill there, by the way. Stops that instant transition happening. Smack's got a big job now because there's a couple of Cannon players arriving. It's Argo, it's Arte. They back you down, but importantly, you keep your life and teammates can reinforce.
13-9 from Crusade. 16-9 from Smoke. Players having big games when you really need it to, and that's a couple of kills that's going to open up a avenue to B. Clock stopped at 1:10. Still fights working the way of Cannon, and on the inside, Artie's going to win a big one. Trophies down, so nades are going to have little to no effect. You need the guns to go big, and it's Smack to help you out there. Big kills coming through, but the second segment's still getting locked in.
You gotta dive. Tones, I get why you're wanting to control Art, but you had to get off the point. Why are we still stood up there? Help out. Get underneath the truck, and no, you just land for hate. And it is far too simple. You will get that contest for a moment. It's Smack.
Oh,
and
man.
well, he is slapped back down. And Cannon, it was nowhere near as clean as Nellis to start things off. But that quick hit over through B, I gotta say, I feel like we gotta contest that quicker. We've got to find a way to pause, reinforce the point, and doesn't happen. And now I start to become a little bit concerned for my prediction, because Cannon Air Force Base look to be cruising with this control. Maybe they are the team that is to be beaten on this map. We've been seeing a couple of mistakes from other teams and saying that that's potentially the cause. Right now, I think Cannon are making a claim of actually, it's just because we're so damn good here.
Yeah, and I think that to the point of the last vault that we saw from Cannon, hey, that last round says a lot. As soon as you were able to get that defensive control going and have your subs start to roam for those flanks, that's when Cannon actually looked really good on their defense, and that's what the round one did give us. So if you're Nellis, it has to be out the gates perfection to get these zones captured, and they're putting their sights over towards B with a triple stack or double stack right now.
Yeah, you actually get Smoke pushing through to control Art as well, so he can help support, and that is when he activates. The problem he's going to have is he's got a Jackal, but if he wins this fight against Argo, well, I guess it's still only going to be a Jackal. He's hoping for someone to land an AR in his lap. Got to watch RT on the flank. It's a great read from Smack. Crusade, though, is going to be in the water doorway, so the pinch comes through. Lovely retake from Cannon. The composure to just set this up from multiple different angles and then collapse. We'll see them through. Kuzo's 6 and 17. This is a player I've spoken so much of and so highly of for good reason. He's got to be finding those routes. I've got to see him start to, like, get involved in the back line here. Find flanks through P4. So many of the things he's done a great job of through CONUS up to this point. You're against even better opposition. Those plays are going to be even more impactful.
Smoke's having a standout game, 21 and 14, so Kuzo has time to improve. Tones as well. Over towards B again, working on this last segment. Argo flanking. He's going to catch that. Tones trades it over towards this A zone, and at some point you have to work on A if you are Nellis. Unfortunately, though, it's 3 down yet again. Argo's going to get involved. Damage on the Smack, but thought he had the kill. Smack wins it. 50 HP. He's traded out. 33 seconds.
You're down by 4 lives as well if you're Nellis, so it's kind of stemming the bleeding in that sense as well. Argo's going to hop up through the mid, and well, sometimes you can... Okay, I was about... The kill feed said Argo got 2 kills. I was like, how the hell? But it turns out it was RT through the back line.
Yep. And,
well, Tones will be here by himself for a moment. Stun goes out, connects. Out goes the nade. Great work from Tones, actually, to flush this kill out.
That's 3
and
dead.
then the teammates get there in time to back it up. So you've only got RT to deal with on the top rope, and the ticks are moving. A is going.
You already have 2 takes over towards B, so a cap at A could lead to an easy succession for this offensive round. Shots from Hade, good damage, but no kills. Smoke falls, but is it too late? Argo gonna have to go big at the finish line. Slides on in with aims in hand, jumps right towards Tones. Trade coming through from Artie, but 5 versus 8. Lives are what you have to worry about right now if you're Nellis.
Yeah, there's got to be some smart plays coming through. Smack takes a look around, finds one. What does Argo decide to do here? I'm curious. It looks like he's going to go for the... Oh, actually, I don't mind this. He's just going to try and reinforce the point. And yeah, because you can spot under the van from this little jump up, so you can still be very impactful on the point. Hate against Smack in this backline. 2v5.
Smack's gonna go down. This is everything that you could ask for from Cannon and more. We talked about the question marks for their vault control. It looked bad versus Peterson, but strength of schedule be damned. Peterson may have just had their number. Nellis on the other side. It just seems like you could never figure out the map, and Cannon do it. 2-1 up in the series. They take the control in a 3-0 sweep. They lead us heading into the back half.
Yeah, the offensive rounds aren't bad here if you're Nellis. You get 4 ticks and 5 ticks. I mean, 11 across 2 rounds is pretty good going. I think that it's going to be that defensive round that breaks them down. They started it so well if you're Nellis. Canon were very much so under pressure. They couldn't really get out. And then all of a sudden, Canon just break you down very simply. Walkthroughs if you're not there. Take that B point. And yeah, I mean, it's tough because this is the fine margins we talk about at the very top end. You can play great, but it has to be basically perfection for you to find your way through a squad like Canon, who, again, ladies and gentlemen, are making a run from round 1 lower. Like, this could be a situation where you punch on through into grand finals and set yourself up for what is a dream run, quite frankly. So, yeah, looking great if you're Canon. I become very nervous because I thought that Nellis would take away this control. That's why I set up the series the way I did. I don't know if we're going to hit that game 5, and especially with how much Canon are bringing that momentum train on through.
Yeah, hey, Canon, this is going to be big for themselves, for a chance to now make it into the grand finals from a lower bracket run. You win the control in a 3-0 sweep, and that's going to set you up for going into these respawns very, very, very confident against Nellis, especially in the hard points from what we saw today. So, Vault, it's in the past. We look forward now, Andy, and with a hard point coming around the corner, these teams, they are ready to put in overtime to see who is going to the finals. It's going to have to be a big one from Nellis to push to a Game 5. If you want your predictions right, Andy, that's what we're going to be looking for. But at this moment in time, we're going to head to a break. Let them get ready for the hard point. We'll be back soon with more COD.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, after a short break, after numerous breaks to get through this one. This is the series that just never ends. Are you a fan of the Never-Ending Story? You like that movie?
I don't know the movie.
You've never heard of the Never-Ending Story? Okay, well, I thought I was the young one here, but that makes me feel a little bit old in the sense of, I don't know how I know that one and you don't, but I digress.
Who's in it? Do I know him? Is it a big name?
It's just like an old movie about like it's a huge movie. In
Thanks,
fact, like it's like I can't believe you don't know what the Never-Ending Story is. But
I mean, I've watched a lot of films, but I'm also not a big TV guy. Like I used to play a hell of a lot of video games, too much video games, even when I was younger. So like it's like that's never really stopped. If I get a spare minute, I want to play video games. That's
fair.
What I do.
It's fair. Let's move on. Let's go to the vetoes now for this series. I want to forget about that conversation because I was going to go somewhere, but it doesn't matter anymore. Skyline Hardpoint up next. Let's kind of break this one down because we've been seeing a lot more Skyline in the past couple of series. I think a lot of these top teams do enjoy playing it, and in particular for Nellis, this is the map that actually sent them down to the losers bracket by way of Langley.
Yeah, I feel like they've played it close every time we've seen them on it, but there is something about them just not clutching up in it, and I think that the thing that it is they're going to find out when we come to this matchup here, because I think this is where I'm now worried about my predictions, because Canon, this is a map where they should thrive. And while Nellis, I certainly see them playing it close, I just think that in those moments where you need a good 3 dead, 4 dead on Skyline to really push your opponents to somewhere that is not basically directly on top of you, because that's how Skyline works, those 3 and 4 deads are often going to come from those big pop-off moments from the firepower that you have on Canon. So... and looking at the chat, no, I still don't know what the hell this is.
Okay, I was trying that. Maybe that just like ignited some very young memories from
why is there a giant dog? What is that?
That's a dragon, my friend. It is a dragon flying through the sky, but you need to educate yourself at some point. In the meantime, let's jump into the Skyline with both of these teams getting ready to go. Cannon looking to see if they can punch their ticket early towards this grand finals. Nellis aiming for a Game 5 search and destroy, and you can see that the opening fight with Nellis now in the green, it is going to go their way.
He's going to try and find a way to break these lines, and getting up into P2, finding that first kill is going to be huge. And then where's the comms? We're not turning to face that? We're going to let Artie absolutely split us in two? Oh no, that can't be happening on main. I thought that Nellis had started this beautifully. It's what you needed to do, but that was far too simple.
Way too simple for Cannon, who have just been breaking this team non-stop in the hard points. So good time off P1. They flip those spawns. They even take care of Kuzo, who was late on the rotation over towards that P2 side of the map. And Cannon are feeling good right now.
Rotate in, but no one actually dives the hill for the first couple of seconds. You see a bit of a reshuffling. I think a lot of it was just to clear out this kitchen push, and you managed to achieve that convincingly, and that's 4 dead. So Cannon starting the way they mean to go on, and the way they so often look in these hard points, and that is dangerous. Already just prowling these top corridors, making sure that nothing's pushing through, giving out the information. Tones is on the way towards Piano. You should be able to see this from the window, and you cut it down. This is as close to perfect as you can really ask for at this point.
And is this where we see the end of the run already? Is it too late to, or too early to tell? Because Cannon are walking all through this one. Finally, a little bit of signs of life coming out from Nellis' side, but a pistol for Artie, and he is doing the damage. One last shot as he is going to swing on in. He's cut down. Scrap time for Nellis, but they need more.
Yeah, but it will give them a little bit of confidence to say that you at least did break this Cannon team for a couple of seconds. But, I mean, confidence will only get you so far. When you're seeing a couple more dead in the feed like that, and for Smoke, who doesn't even get to cross the bridge because Argo's waiting for you, it just becomes a flattening experience. And the team nade, well, that won't help either. So right now, Cannon are cruising through this. We're not even halfway through P3 and you're approaching 100.
This is crazy. This is clinical from Cannon. And scrap time is all that Nellis has been able to find so far. A late break into this third hill, 22 seconds that you'd love to get. But one more is that you need to get these kills as well. Already going to be shut down, and that is your first step. Now fly. Fly, Nellis, like your life depends on it. Over towards this new hill. Kuzo's going to get the timing. Slides out. Kuzo! What is that? Sliding into the P4 hill. Letting your team follow you up. That could be the bring back for Nellis.
Hopefully it does light a little bit of a fire because you're 50 points down already. And, well, you're going to get the worst timing in the world if you are smacked because you watch a player pass underneath you. Then again, Argo somehow didn't see you, so you get a kill at least. 2 will be returned, but I think you actually hold the numbers for now because of that bizarre set of circumstances. So there will be 3 more in the feed. Crusade's going to stick around coming in from Secret and just has to hold and hope that a couple of these passes come through. And, well, you're going to be disappointed because your teammates do nothing, but you do then get that kill in Hedges, and that's when you activate. Great work from Crusade.
Yeah, and that's 3 down. So this lead is going to stay in favor of Cannon. Nellis are going to throw themselves at this hill to see if they can take a little bit of this scrap time away, but Cannon's still winning all the fights in and around the hard point. And we're looking at about a 30-point lead going into the second set of rotations. With all things considered, that is not the worst thing for Nellis right now.
No, it definitely isn't, and I think it all comes back to that bedroom play. And honestly, it's tough to see them not walk away with all of it, really. It's just a great bit of work from Crusade. This gap could have been far closer, so now they're starting to build themselves into it at least. But remember, it was P1, P2 last time where, well, Cannon just had their way with them, so it's avoiding a repetition here. And Crusade, well, he's going to have a bit of a ring-a-rosy with his opponent, and then they both dive the point at the same time, basically land on each other, and well, Smoke will get the first, but instantly traded. Tone's at the top deck. Gonna try and help cover. He's 3-13 right now. Make that 3-14. He's got to find a way into this matchup if his team are gonna figure out this comeback.
Oh, Artie. Nice snap there. Good kills coming out from Nellis, but you can see that lead starting to grow once again, where it's just 30 points going into the second rotation. It is blown back open, and for the rotations, Kuzo. Now let's see if he can do the damage like he did back at the P4. Our Hate's gonna take him down a little earlier than intended. Trade still going back and forth between these two. But Nellis, who are in the hard point, surrounded, but they are in, now looking to survive with this setup. So Smoke in the back, he finds the first one, traded immediately by Argo. And that's going to kick things off for this retake coming in from Cannon Air Force Base. Kuzo drops, still inside. Tone's winning some fights. He gets a double kill. Smack for the re-wrap around on the flank, stunned up, and no! That is devastation for Smack, and Cannon get their way back.
Kuzo finds 2 at least. Kuzo finds 3. Do you find the 4th where you take bullets from him and, well, you do enough damage to help your teammate trade out? So Kuzo goes huge to give Nellis a sniff of the point at least. But, well, that'll be all it is. Cannon break straight back in. And you've also got Crusade on this rotation. And, yeah, this is just looking like a repeat of the first set of hills where Cannon know how to play this P1, P2, P3 set super smooth. That being said, 3 kills in the feed will give you the opportunity to set up for 3. You've also got Smoke at Jacuzzi, but for how much longer is he harassed?
You're looking at a 20 to 60 point spread into hills for Cannon. And then that's going to set themselves up for victory, at least on the skyline alone. So Nellis really need to dig deep now to shut this one down. Unfortunately, the kill's not going their way. They have the spawns over towards P4, so split one now for Kuzo to see if he can get involved with this as well. Smack winning a couple of fights, slides in with the pistol, loses them all. 3 down in 25 seconds. That could cross the 200-point marker for Cannon.
Let's just see how Nellis do this without Tone stepping up. And I hate to put it on him because he's been phenomenal. But your captain going 5-20 at this point of a skyline is tough. It means you're just having to step up for so many kills. Everybody else on your team's basically got to find a double. And against Cannon, well, I mean, you're lucky to walk away with 1 half the time. Argo will be found. That'll give Smoke an opportunity to collapse through the backside here, but his teammates have to do something at the front. Otherwise, he will be very quickly found. And, well, that's just how that goes. You do get smacking through the other side, but he can only stick around for a heartbeat while Cannon find their way in through bed and clear out. Huge fight for the back spawns, but Kuzo's doing the work at the front.
You gotta go fast here because you have that spawn out from Argo, sorry, from Artie. So he's going to look to get involved with the fight a little bit late towards this. Cannon still getting all the time in the hill with those back spawns. It's not done just yet, and they can win this one, Andy. So 20 seconds left. Smack on the slide. He wins it out. A team kill not going to be there, or does, from Cannon's side. Still walking away with the time, though. So you have to throw yourself at this one. You have to throw yourself if you're Nellis, or this might be you bowing out way too early.
Oh, and I think they'll just miss the tick here. Unless my math is bad. I don't think it's really going to matter anyway, because you would have won it straight after. Turns out my math's terrible. Cannon stroll through the series 3-1. And, I mean, at the end of that first set of rotations, we were talking about a 117 to 82. It finishes 250 to 110. I mean, that is a 133 points to about 38 in the second rotation. That's insanity.
I'd say on average, we go 3 rotations on Skyline. For it to end in 2 is very off par from what we are normally allowed for this map mode combo. For Nellis, I mean, I feel bad for these guys. That is definitely not a map that we are used to seeing them poorly perform on, and it just doesn't seem like things were going right for them.
No, definitely not. I mean, I'll focus on the good things that Cannon were doing, and that was straight away we get that hit from Artie, right? He makes an early statement. He plays in through the bottom side of the map, hits that flank, finds a 3-piece, and breaks that P2 hole wide open that no doubt, if you're Nellis, you were banking on a little bit. Like, we'll just contest P1 for now, set ourselves up for a great P2 instead. They don't even get the opportunity to do that. But I think as well, when we go into the second rotation, Cannon take 45 points-ish away from that P1. It's kind of unheard of that happens. They also only give up like 5. You don't really see that often on Skyline. There are several hills, that P1s, that when you rotate in for the second time, you can lock down a whole chunk of time. Skyline typically isn't one of them, and yet that's another one of those moments where it just shows what dynamically, when it starts to become a bit of like chaos and you've got to control that moment, I don't think there's many better that do control that than Cannon.
No, I agree. I think that Cannon have really stepped up in that factor too, because this is a team that has evolved a little bit from the first couple of days that we saw them here at CONUS. In the regionals, it was a very, very early exit, and they were struggling against teams like Nellis and Peterson. But today, it is a completely different script for this team. And from last year when they placed top 4 in CONUS, this year they get a top 2 finish. And that is the level up that we were kind of expecting this team going into this tournament. They look fantastic, Andy. And it is a lot of fun to cast over them. It is a great thing to see this team really bounce back. And not only that, for Brody, I'm sure he is absolutely chuffed to the brim with what we are getting for this one, because that means it is a full lower bracket run all the way into the grand finals. We got Hate ready for the interview. Let's bring him into here, Andy, and let's pick his brain on what just happened for us. Hate, buddy, welcome back. I mean, we just cannot get enough of your interviews. How you guys feeling? Congrats on that one. You got your revenge.
I'm feeling like I'm just feeling really good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. All day today, I've just been shooting, so yeah, I'll just be feeling good. I don't know. I'm just locked, I guess.
I mean, you definitely should be feeling good because you guys look insane. First things first, I gotta ask you a question that kind of settles something that we're trying to decide up here on the desk. Vault Control. You won a couple of those so far, and we were kind of like, well, we think that other teams are maybe making a couple of mistakes, but you come out here and absolutely blow another one wide open with a 3-0. Are you guys just insane at this map mode combo?
I guess with the amount of reps we've had on it throughout the tournament, because no one wants to play anything else but Vault Control against us apparently, and apparently they can't learn their lesson any other way. So I guess we just got really good at it. I guess we just had so many reps on it.
I mean, you have indeed got very good at it. And yeah, it's weird. Every time I cast over you, it has been Vault Control, which, I mean, if people aren't willing to learn that lesson, you may as well just keep reminding them at the end of the day, and, well, goddamn you are. I guess the second thing is, of course, that means you've now come in from lower round 1 and go into grand finals. Now, it doesn't matter what the competition is. It doesn't matter what the esport is. You don't see this happen very often. So, how does it feel after dropping into that round one and then making grand finals? Is the pressure on you, or do you just feel like you're riding the momentum train right now?
Currently, we're just playing the game, really, because at the same time, our main concern was qualing, which when we beat Buckley, we qualied, and so we're like, screw it. We just keep going as far as we can go, and now that we're going to grand finals, we want those surfboards, because I'm not gonna lie, they look really cool. I like the way they look. I'm just like, gotta win it. And they keep making fun of my mom. My team keep making fun of my mother because they keep calling her a trucker, and I'm like, I'm the trucker, not her. Like, I don't know. It's just been keeping our morale up, like mid-map. Like mid-map, they would just start slandering me for no reason.
So many questions.
Fun.
I'm not sure that I want them answered.
I don't know what to even think about that one, my friend. But hey, fun question for you, because it's been very serious for every single time we've been on the desk. What is the best trash talk you think you've received at the event so far?
The breadstick I dropped on Hasi that we won. I'm not gonna lie, that was like the main one that I thought was funny, because every single time people were like, "Oh my God, hey, COD's terrible. He dropped a breadstick on Hasi Search," and I'm just like, my teammate dropped 17 and we won. Like, at the same time, it doesn't matter. And then now I'm trying to drop a breadstick in the death bracket in Search, but it's not going very well so far. I dropped 2 deaths in the series prior to this one, so I was this close. Oh no, it was Eglin, but this close to an opposite breadstick, and I've been trying to strive for that so far. So
hey, that is a very good goal to aim from. But if you want to look on the bright side, then you can just say, hey, me and this guy together, we dropped 18 kills in a search and destroy.
I said that. I'm like, hey, we dropped 18 total, but he might have had 17, but we dropped 18 total. Like, I don't know.
Exactly. It's a good amount of kills.
Know that bit.
To get. Well, thanks for coming on, Hate. I mean, you guys got one more match to complete the lower bracket run. One more match ahead of you with Langley, so I want to let you prepare for that. Anybody you want to shout out on stream before you get ready for it?
Shout out my shop, 27 SOLRS, ground trans over back at Cannon. Really cool of them to let me come here again after getting 4th last year. You already know. They've been slandering me a little bit when we lost, I think yesterday or 2 days ago when we got sent to losers bracket. They were all in my signal chat just like, you suck. And I'm like, and then, you know, shout out my teammates. I have the greatest teammates known to man. Can't do anything without them. So I'm not like Waz or something like that where I can just carry an entire team. So gotta have my backup with me.
Was is crazy, but hey, you are proving them wrong. You've made it to the grand finals. You're doing the lower bracket. A very big pleasure with moving all the way from round 1 to the finals, showing your worth in gold, my friend. I'll let you go get set up for that grand final, and I hope to see you back on this desk very soon.
Hopefully. Love to see you both.
Well, Andy, I think he is cracked out of his mind right now. I don't even want to take him away from the video game right now. He just needs to stay logged, keep that energy, because it is balled up inside of him right now, and it's waiting to be unleashed.
You can see why this team bounced back from the struggles that they had, right? Like, they have a tough regionals, they have a tough day one that sends them straight into lower, and it's like, when you've got vibes like that in your team, once you get going, you're gonna be feeling good. Like, there's ways to lead sometimes inside a squad. There's these personalities, that locker room, that feeling that you kind of get sometimes, and there's people that will lead via actions or words. It can be instructions, it can be orders, or it can just be like, I'm gonna just relax everybody out and we're gonna feel great while we're playing. And clearly this squad doing that, and it makes them feel good, and when they feel good, they play good, and they have got that grand final spot.
Well, the R&R is not ready just yet, as they have one more match to go very, very soon. We're setting things up for the Langley versus Cannon match that this Langley team wanted so desperately, where they said they were going to 3-0 sweep them. Well, it's going to have to be a 4-0 sweep if they're going to want to do it in a best-of-7 format. We're going to get Brody back into the desk. We're going to get these players ready to go. We're going to crown a champion after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, for the final time this week. All of it has led up to this very moment, the CONUS Esports Championship matchup. With just 2 teams remaining in the competition, only one can walk away the victor. I'm Infinity, that's Enigma, and we're in for a banger of a matchup because, boy, we have a hell of a lot of storylines for you folks. Before we get into it, Enigma, we've casted 5 days of action. How excited are we?
Oh yeah, can't wait for this. I mean, it does all boil down to this. This is Destiny shaping up in front of you. It's in your hands now if you are both teams. This is also Last Chance Saloon. It's your final life. If you're Langley Eustace, you might feel a little bit harshly done there because at the end of the day, you ran through the winner's bracket. But, well, Canon, you have pulled off what has been an incredible fairy tale run. So, yeah, both teams here, lots of things to discuss with all 8 players involved and can't wait to do it alongside you, my friend.
All right, well, let's remind you guys how we got to this moment. We're going to show you guys the bracket for the last time as we get you a kind of a reminder as how do we get here, right? Well, how do we get here if you're Canon? How do we get here if you're a Langley? Starting that conversation with Langley. Obviously, they started the bracket in winners round 2. They come from that winner's side, but they haven't done so without some scrapes along the way.
No, they have not. I mean, it's been a battle, a gauntlet for sure. I think I look at that Nellis Air Force Base matchup where they smashed them 3-1 as like a real statement moment. But that Peterson Space Force Base 3-2, super close. They do indeed manage to push it on through and send Peterson a bit of a spiral down on the lower side of things. And I think there's been a couple moments here where Langley, they fall short in that Eastern bracket, but it has been a case of like improvement and growth and statement after statement that has put plenty of belief into this team.
Yeah, Langley have dominated the upper bracket, but as I said, they've had some scrapes along the way. They've dominated the upper bracket, but what about a team that's dominated the lower bracket here, Enigma? Canon, 5 matches straight to get to this point.
Yeah, it's insane, really, because at the end of the day, like you struggle so much in the regionals. You come in, you beat Dover, but you're expected to do that. You then get handed convincingly by Langley, and it's kind of like one of those where we were like, okay, these guys even making worlds at this point? They should, but like, are they? 3-0 Joint Base Charleston, 3-1 Buckley, 3-0 over Eglin, which was one of the first moments where we started to go, oh, all right, they're here to play. Then it's a 3-0 against the Western champions in Peterson, and then a 3-1 against Nellis as well. This has been one hell of a run. And again, it doesn't matter the esport, it doesn't matter if we're talking the Call of Duty League, Challengers, CONUS, it does not matter where we start to point towards here. This doesn't happen often for very good reason. Teams that fall into low round 1 very rarely see the deeper stages of a tournament, let alone grand finals.
All right, well, there are our teams then and their run through the bracket. Let's start talking about these teams a little bit more in depth. Our grand final is Langley Eustace going head-to-head with Canon. And they are 2 teams with very different storylines. We talk about Canon's incredible lower bracket run, how difficult it is to win 5 matches straight when your backs are against the wall. It's not something that is ever easy, no matter who is taking on that feat. And then this Langley Eustace roster. I mean, the story for me here looking at this squad is that they have got better every single time we've seen them, and everybody has stepped up every time as well. I do want to go in depth with Canon first and foremost though, because it blows my mind how good this roster is now. I think, you know, they kind of touched on it in the post-match interview, right, when you guys just talked to Hate, excuse me, and, you know, these guys, they're getting onto these maps that they're so confident on. They've played them so many times now, they know exactly what to do.
Yeah, if I get to the veto and I see a vault control, I'm losing my damn mind. Stop playing them on it. They look pretty good there. But also, yeah, just with this Canon team, I mean, the Vibe Squad, right? Like, we've spoken to a lot of different teams. They've sat down and said, we've VOD reviewed this. We're going to fix up these strategies. We're going to change our comms. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And that's worked for other squads. But for these guys, it's, yeah, we're just putting our feet up and having a great time down there at Patrick Space Force Base. And that is converted into their gameplay, where it feels like all 4 of them now are just roaming so freely. And when you get that kind of system coming on through, I feel like in a team, you can either have one guy that's roaming freely and the other 3 set up a system, or all 4 of you do it in sync. And that's what they've done here to be this team that no one can keep up with, especially in slaying power. And all 4 players becoming very difficult kills as well. It's the perfect combination. It's the cocktail that's got them here. But can they use that to get through what is a very good team on the other side?
Yeah, it is a very good team on the other side. Langley Eustace, we've not seen them in a while, but obviously you referenced the fact that they managed to beat Nellis in such convincing fashion. It was a 3-1 victory for them. The hard points was really the only moment in that series I ever felt like they maybe could lose maps to Nellis, and of course they did at the beginning of said best of 5. But the beautiful thing about this Langley Eustace roster is, again, the fact they've gotten better every single time we've seen them. A lot of the conversation had revolved around Wolf and Reaper living up to their names. But I gotta give a lot of love to Tantalize and Da Vinci because they have stepped up every single time we've seen them. I've really enjoyed this roster, Enigma.
No, 100%. My one big concern, of course, is in this modern era of Call of Duty, we don't do a bracket reset. We don't do a head start for the winning team. So I wonder about how long you've sat around, how cold you are. Has anyone set you up on a side station and decided to scrim you to at least get you into a place where you feel comfortable going into this first map? That's my first big concern. But it comes to a point with Langley Eustace where I think at the start of the tournament, we were like, okay, Wolf's going to pop off and everyone else will kind of fill in the slots. And we've seen a couple of other teams do that and be pushed to the wayside once we start talking the business end of the tournament because you can't expect one person to do it all. But Reaper, Tantalize, and Da Vinci have indeed got better every single step of the way. They've been a joy to watch. We will get to do it one last time. And I can't wait to see how they do here. Hoping they step up and go big. They deserve it after such a good winner's run.
Yeah, well, both teams, I think, are deserving of something great. But what will our maps look like? Now, a reminder, folks, this is a best of 7 for the grand final. So you're going to get an extra couple of maps if it does go the distance. And we both hope that it will. Now, I've already peeked at this best of 7 map set, so before we show everybody else, I'm going to tell you that you're going to be disappointed because there's one map in this best of 7 that's has filtered through, and I think it's particularly interesting because that vault control that is sandwiched more or less in the middle of this series, somewhat closer, obviously, to the beginning, was a proactive choice from Langley Eustace to keep it in. Now, they are confident, obviously, in this map mode combination. We saw them play it earlier on today versus Nellis. They won it 3-0, but still, they actively chose as the only veto in the series to get rid of protocol, so they let Vault be in. Canon will be happy with that.
Yeah, they will indeed. I mean, I'll be very interested if we get that interview with Joint Base Langley Eustace to find out why they put the Vault control in early. Don't get me wrong, we get 2 controls here, so obviously if it ends up being in towards the back end, I'm totally understanding of that. But if you're a Canon right now, I think you're licking your lips at this. Skyline, we've just watched them there. They were very, very convincing. Rewind S&D, I still have questions around Canon's S&D at times, so I'm not 100% sure. But then you get that Vault control into a Rewind hardpoint. For me, these first 4 maps in particular feel very good for Canon, especially with what we've watched with recent evidence. So for me, I mean, Joint Base Langley Eustace, they must have a reason for the picks. And I'm hoping that, again, they can come out swinging here. But I'm already getting alarm bells about my prediction.
Yeah, for sure. We'll talk about our predictions here in just a second. But yeah, I think this is an interesting one. I'm particularly enthused about that Skyline hardpoint because it's been a very solid map mode combination for both of our teams here in the grand finals, especially Canon, as you guys just saw in that last series. But you mentioned them. Let's talk about our predictions for one final time. We've been tracking all the way throughout the tournament who has the most predictions. I am currently on 5. You are on 4, Enigma, so you get this right and I don't. We tie, and that's how we're going to end our proceedings. You're going with Langley Eustace for this grand finals.
I am. I just think that you have been so smooth through this competition. You've managed to walk through everybody, all the other champions, also beating Canon through this competition. And I think there's also a bit of mental warfare there. And while Canon are a fantastic team without a doubt, and they're this vibe squad and whatnot, there's no doubt that you feel the extra pressure of stepping into a grand finals against a team that beat you. So it becomes a little bit personal as well. And I just think Langley Eustace then to take it. My only concern becomes the 4-2. Maybe we hit a game 7 here with the start of that map set.
It would be wonderful, wouldn't it? I also don't think we're going to go the distance, but I do think that Canon are taking this series. They've gone all the way through the lower bracket, and at this point, to be honest, I'm just manifesting. It would be a shame to not see Canon do the impossible, make the incredible run for the lower bracket. I don't care about those Langley Eustace fans in chat. I'm going for Canon in this one. I feel like it's time to see Canon make this incredible lower bracket run.
Oh, that is not even a straight. That's straight for the jugular for the Twitch chat. God damn. I mean, the thing is for me, I typed in chat when we were doing the predictions, messing around, Langley Eustace 4-0, because I've got a lot of confidence in this team. That map set does leave me incredibly nervous, and I can see your prediction actually being right, which would mean you win, and that would be devastating for all 4 corners of the earth here. But for Langley Eustace, Yeah, this has got to be straight out the blocks hot. We've just watched Cannon on the Skyline, and I mean, it was straightforward. In particular, the way that you get that instant break into P2, the way you controlled the second P1, there was nothing that could really slow them, but those points are highlights, and as such, Langley uses, especially if you spawn what is good side, you've got to have watched that last game and thought, okay, RT's probably going to try and make that play under the map happen again. If you read that, great, you suddenly have Cannon going, oh, that didn't work this time. If you don't, well, they're going to feel fantastic, and they're going to start up a bit of momentum.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm going to bring up actually the matchup these guys last had against one another. It was Langley versus Cannon, and I've been informed, and I do remember this to be fair, that it was a Langley 3-0 over Cannon. But it was this matchup, Enigma, that I was going to go ahead and say is the reason that I had a lot of love for Cannon, even in the first instance, because I go back to the scores and I have them written down here. It was a rewind hardpoint, and it was a 250 to 244 in Langley's favor. A 6-5 search and destroy on rewind to Langley, and then a 3-0, which I remember those rounds being very close on Hacienda Control. So it was a 3-0, but it was one of those really close 3-0s, and obviously that was also prior to Cannon's incredible run through the bracket. That was back in winners round 2. So maybe things are different this time around. I think Cannon are going to come diffy into this one.
I think so. Again, like, we just in this modern era of Call of Duty where the winning team can't even really get a run forward here. I don't know if you're just eyeing up some of the hate you're getting in Twitch chat or what.
I did just see that.
But yeah, it's a case of... I didn't even have Twitch chat open. I'm just guessing because of your absolute swing there for the fences. But it's a case of, like, Langley used to... again, so much of this riding into this map set is about your early momentum. We've seen Cannon grow in confidence. I think that the vibe thing becomes undone a little bit if you don't come out really good in this first map. But if you do, there's no reason for Cannon to believe that they should be able to do anything else than smile and wave their way through this series.
Yeah, well, one thing I have noticed over the last couple of hardpoints we've seen from Cannon is that for whatever reason, they seem to come out very strong. And that has never been more true than in their very last series where Cannon beat Nellis 250 to 211 here on 250 to 121, excuse me, here on Skyline Hardpoint. And that first couple of hills from Cannon were insatiable, right? I mean, to get like 80, 90 points through P1 and P2, not in the first rotation, but also on the second, was great for Cannon, and I think they can do that again, even against a roster as strong as Langley Eustace. But it's time, folks. No more waiting. The grand finals is upon us. Cannon, Langley Eustace, only one can be champion.
We get that instant meet up, and RD will find 2 to kick things off. Wolf looking over from the top is going to drop in on the point. I guess so much to assess here off of the opening blocks. How do Cannon look in terms of trying to flip out for P2? Reaper, well, it says Reaper's going to kill Hate, but that's going to be a lie because the kill feed's just all over the place. But we're doing our best, as always. And Wolf, I like the positioning here. He's tucked into a bit of a safer spot, which is going to flush a couple of Cannon players towards him. Finds one, pushes out for the second. You don't get that. But I was wondering if there was going to be that look over for the instant trade. And look who's already on the rotation. Cannon punch a hole straight through the hearts of Langley Eustace. And as such, it will now be on them to break.
Yeah, Cannon doing what Cannon do best right now. They're immediately flying towards said rotation. Reaper is here, though, and could well disrupt things. That's a big initial gunfight, and RT will actually lose it. So we'll now need a little bit of help towards the point, and it's a 2-piece coming through. I believe that's actually RT that wins those gunfights. The kill feed, once again, having their way with us, Enigma. But yeah, Cannon going to win these initial fight over by P2, and that's big because you can really hold this hill down.
Not many teams have done it better than Cannon over these last couple of times we've seen them on it. 1-to-1 in the kill feed. Crusade finds a kill, again traded, so 2v2 on the point. The problem is you get the close response for Cannon, so you got to be quick if you are Langley Eustace. And you do get in for a half tick, and well, you do just about clean it out. So the break comes in probably a little bit later than you would have liked, but it's going to get you a decent amount of time that if you can hold, would get you back into the lead. But you're stepping off the point, making little trades. It's all a mess, but finally locking it down, which will tie us up pretty perfectly, and that then sends us off to the kitchen.
Now, big break coming through from Langley Eustace there, and now they're on the hunt for more time. This is going to be a massive swing across the map to flip out those spawns. Tantalize the only one to stay over by P2 side, but a couple of players have already been taken out of the play. Wolf, the only one remaining in this situation, and you can feel Hate going on the hunt for that final kill. So Artie will actually be the player to take that one down. So now everything coming from P2 side once again, and it's a little bit weak on the hit there. Only a couple of players. They're immediately removed. This is a very long wrap continually being taken here by Langley Eustace.
Yeah, it is. I'm not sure what the game plan is from this point because, yeah, they finally do break in, but I wonder about whether or not they have a feeling that they can just break straight back in for this P4 setup. Da Vinci started 2-7. We definitely expect better from him considering how he's played through this tournament, but I mean, that's the collapse back in, and it's clean from Cannon. You find the kills. You also then back up for the rotation, so just managing to stay at an arm's length. And we've seen a couple of teams through this tournament where when it's close, as long as they can just stick like 20 or 30 points in front, always have the other team chasing, they never give that up. So for Langley Eustace, they need to find this quickly, and they do, because that is a very impressive break.
Nicely done for Langley Eustace. Now they can fight for this time, and they can fight to hold it as well. Cannon, this is a 4-man hit through grass. Da Vinci sees it. He's like, hey guys, I need a little bit of help here. Da Vinci will go down, but Tantalize has already acted, and Tantalize reacts very well there for a double kill. Hate looking for another couple around the backline, and he will find it. Artie towards a point, also cleans house, but the job far from over here. Still a couple of players about around the backline, and both of those players are very swiftly dealt with. Nice team play from Cannon as they're in.
Yeah, the instant break back, it's a tool that Cannon have that's been very useful for them. Defensive holds sometimes leave a lot to be desired, but it's that ability to just, well, if we're only going to take 30 points, we're only going to give you 20 type of thing. And it might get even better than that for them as Hate, well, he's bobbing up and down and should not get away with that one. Kills onto apparently Da Vinci and Tantalize. I'll try and confirm that back in VOD review later, but Reaper, now what can you do behind the half tub? Not enough, but you get your teammate into trade. So it's a 95-69 lead if you are Cannon off the first set of rotations. But it's this second P1 where they're so good and open up a massive gap last time.
Cannon starting strong here. Got control early on. They've got to be careful of the wrapping players. Oh, Artie gets some horrible timing here, so Da Vinci might well be behind him, and this should be a freebie for Da Vinci. It will be at the same time. Crusade finds himself taken out of the hard point, and that means the back 25 seconds here on this hard point, Langley Eustace can go for, and they can expend resources trying to flip them out, and they're definitely going to focus on the latter here, as now a couple of players have filtered through. Wolf and Tantalizer over here. There goes the latter. Not the former, though. Wolf wins a crucial 1v1, and that should lock down those spawns.
Yeah, and he does it by just one bullet as well. 9 health points at the end of that fight. Crusade's going to continue to threaten. Sorry, Argo on that backside. But it will be a bit of a push out here. That being said, the rotation's probably far too early. Cannon will claw together quite a lot of points off of this. Nearly 40, in fact, which will then hand them a healthy lead. And it's messes all over the place. The knife's coming out. There's Omni movement. And what the hell was that gunfight? But what it does mean, Langley Eustace aren't far away. They can hit this again. And a 2-piece from Tantalize will break you in. Make it 3. You smash straight through the front door. Cannon don't have control just yet.
Yeah, you still need to fight, though. Da Vinci will only find one. Good trade coming out from Artie. Not calm just yet, as Reaper's the next one up to bat for Langley Eustace. Again, even his job is not over because a couple of players come off spawn from Cannon, and they will remove him to the situation. Now Tantalize, next one towards the hard point. He takes down a couple of players. Still chaos as you fight for the scrap time. And with that, 25 seconds left. There's still a couple of players over here. Crusade fighting for the kill against Tantalize. Will not find it. Argo now going on the hunt for the scrap time. Finds one. Tantalize has removed himself from the hard point. Might actually go for a re-hit through the front door. And that will be the case. Argo just laying down. He'll wait for Tantalize to hit. And that hit actually won't come. Tantalize will reposition here towards the new hard point. But he is cut down. We look towards the new hill. And all of a sudden, Reaper's on his lonesome here in this situation. Big cut down coming through from Argo. If Cannon win this first of the gunfights, this will be massively detrimental to Langley Eustace. And that's why they're waiting. Tantalizer's waiting for the help from Da Vinci. That help never arrives. And now Cannon in a commanding lead in this game.
It's just that flow, that momentum that Cannon have over time and time again now. Off the back of this run, just built it on the foundation of momentum. And, I mean, right now, Langley Eustace have such few answers. Reaper's 8 and 18, Da Vinci 9 and 20. And we know how good these boys can be. We know how dangerous they are. But these SMGs are just not getting going right now. And it's handing so much control and presence over to Cannon. And in moments like that, the trades, well, they favor the team in green. They're up by nearly 100 as we look towards P4.
If you win these first with the gunfights, that bad. Oh, it's so unfortunate for Hate there. He reloads at the wrong time. Now we move back towards Wolf as he's the only player over here for a moment. Wants to turn the attention of the Cannon players inside the hard point, and he's done that, but he needs to actually find some value himself. That's not happening. Perhaps the teammates around the back line can. Crusade will find one. Dipping away, has help from Artie here on the slide, and Tantalize cannot challenge two players at once. Initial gunfight's good for Cannon here as they hold.
Hold being the valuable term there. Something that everyone has struggled for at CONUS. Argo, big 1v1, you lose it. Reaper gets in, finds the 2-piece, shoots out the trophy, lets his teammates run in through the spawn. You gotta swap this wave away. You gotta start to find some momentum of your own. And if Crusade finds this kill in the back, and importantly, you don't, Wolf steps up, but everyone dies at the front. Cannon back in. This 15 would put them damn close.
Cannon have really run away with this in the second set of hails. It's eerily similar to what happened in their last matchup versus Nellis. Cannon on a tear right now. They will be 30 seconds or so away from victory, and now the wraparound from Crusade. It's what Crusade does best. You've also got a little bit of help. I believe that was RT. You will find those 2 kills also, and you can see how panicked Langley Eustace are now. Kill coming through from Crusade as well. Cannon looking for the last wave of gunfights. Da Vinci trying to provide some kind of resistance here. Reposition from player number 7 inside the hardpoint. Crusade, it's not something they expect, and the team kill from Wolf is not something that Da Vinci will expect either. Last chance hurrah. Wolf will try and contest using the swimming spot, but I don't know if it's going to work. You need to get some kills, and that's what Tantalize does for 2. One last little push towards this hardpoint. Nobody touching here for a second. Reaper trying to cut these guys down on the cross. Will be able to do so. So Langley Eustace keeping Cannon out here for the moment, but one good push or even one good rotation, it'll be theirs.
It just feels like you're only delaying the inevitable, unfortunately. You will get a 2-piece, though, out of Wolf. He slipped onto that SMG to try and help support the 2 gents who just haven't had the game that they would have expected themselves to have in grand finals. But the rotation's in for Cannon. They need 5 seconds. You got to hit, and Tantalize will start it.
Oh, Tantalize finds 2. But it's big trade coming through. Just one player on the hill. Hate, all he needs to do is pre-fire that door like their tournament lives depend on it. And Cannon start strong into this grand finals. They don't just win hardpoint, they dominate it.
And this is where I started to get concerned when I saw that map pull. Very much so, a momentum map. If ever you've had one in Call of Duty, we've of course had many over the history. But this year's is certainly Skyline. And for Cannon, that meant once they got going, they never stopped. And I call us back again to the way they play P1 in the second rotation. It's in those moments where gaps like 26 points, as it was, suddenly become 56, 66 points, and it starts to become a panic situation for the other team. It forces them into a spot where they've got to find that P2 rotation. When it doesn't, because Cannon know that that overextension is coming, that stretch is coming to try and counter what they've just done, it then turns into a spiral, and we haven't seen anyone recover from it so far. Cannon play this masterfully. They mentioned before that some people have putting in Vault Control to map sets, and they got to keep teaching them a lesson. Skyline now adds to that list. No one should be playing them here.
Yeah, and I'll forgive Langley for putting this in the map set because they themselves have been very strong at Skyline Hardpoint. I think it's just kind of unfortunate that Cannon also happened to be very strong at Skyline Hardpoint. But yeah, we kind of go back to this Hardpoint, and for the most part, I think things are pretty close going through the first set, right? Langley Eustace, I think there was a big break towards P4 that managed to keep them in the conversation. As we got through that second set, though, I think it became pretty clear that Cannon were the ones in the driver's seat. They chained 4 heals back to back to back to back. And at that point, there's not really much that you can do if you're Langley Eustace. So 1-0 start now for Cannon. We asked if they were going to carry the momentum through to this grand final. That is exactly what they've done. And a reminder, going back to the post-match interview, in the upper bracket final, I believe it was with Wolf, he said that this would be a free grand finals had they played Cannon. I think he said 3-0. I don't think he was aware that it was a best of 7 at the time. I'm going to go ahead and see he meant 4-0. Not going to happen, it would seem. Cannon are putting up a fight.
Ooh. Yes. And again, I think that when he said it at the time, I was kind of like, oh, you've picked the weakest of the three teams that you could possibly have been facing down in the lower bracket. And actually, well, yeah, we've kind of learned a couple of lessons there. Teaching lessons to absolutely everybody, this Cannonair first base squad. Looking ahead, though, when it comes to the rest of this series, it is a case where Search and Destroy, I'm expecting my boys to bounce back in here, Brody, because this has not been kind to Cannon, even on that run that they've been on through the lower bracket.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, Search and Destroy is an interesting one for Canon. I think it's probably the game mode in which they've maybe felt the most unease at times. Maybe Control is another one where maybe I could say, hey, Canon have struggled at times, but they've gotten better at it over the last few series. I'm trying to see if they've played like a Rewind Search and Destroy recently. I'm looking through my notes to see when was the last time that Canon played a Rewind Search and Destroy, and it doesn't come to memory. We have seen this from Langley, and actually, I've just found it, and you'll never guess what series it appeared in. It was the last series between Langley and Cannon, and Langley took that in a round 11. Let's hope this one goes the same way, Enigma.
We love a bit of foreshadowing. That is beautiful stuff to set us up with. And, well, I take it because it'd build them back into the series. Rewind, though, a tough one if your SMGs aren't getting going, and that was the big struggle for Langley when it came to that map one. You need those SMGs to control that A-bomb site. You need to make sure that you're able to break into that bomb site. I don't have much of a worry about your ARs. I think that they were doing fine. Tantalize had himself a good game there. Wolf had himself a solid game there. And it's just a case of you got to find your boys getting online. The First Bloods is likely where you're going to find a lot of progress here if you are Langley Eustace. This is something that Cannon, even in games that they win in S&D, they tend to kind of be even on First Bloods. They're often looking to use that firepower to make up for the numbers disadvantage. So for Langley Eustace, get that advantage, keep a hold of it, get your SMGs on fire.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually looking at the veto process, and I'm actually surprised. We're going to go deeper into the vetoes here for a second, because we talk about the Search and Destroy that Cannon just lost to Nellis, right? And it was a Protocol Search and Destroy. I'm very surprised that Langley Eustace are the ones to actually ban Protocol. They were the one to get rid of it in this best of zone. I was like, oh, okay, maybe. I was just like presuming that Cannon were the ones to get rid of it, because apparently that was their kryptonite. Evidently not. So a bit of a peculiar ban there coming through from Langley Eustace. They probably would have wanted to play that instead of what they're about to play here for Rewind, Search and Destroy, because the last time, that these guys faced off against one another on Rewind, Search and Destroy, I don't think Cannon had evolved into the beast that they are now. Like, we were looking at a totally different Cannon. It was kind of like, you know, when you have like a puppy on Nintendogs and then, you know, eventually you get them to grow up and they become like an absolute beast or something like that. That's where Cannon are at right now. Or more an apt description, they're a super evolved, like, final form Pokemon. That's what we're looking at for Cannon. This is very, very different. And so I would not be surprised if this goes differently to last time as well.
Your version of Nintendo was very different to mine, my friend. If there was violence involved, at the very least. Anyway, no, you make some great points, because Cannon, yes, you played this last time. I wonder if Langley was hoping to strike that bit of mental warfare there. We beat you here before, we're going to beat you here again kind of thing. But yes, Cannon are a far stronger team at this point in the tournament. The ban on Protocol, I guess I understand in the sense of Cannon. That was a close game. It was 6-4. It was decided by one clutch up from Smoke, who managed to counter the First Blood situation because both teams took one offense. So you end up in this spot where, like, there were fine margins, really. It ends up a 6-4 loss. But I think sometimes that we have maps in our pool, and you're going to know this. You've played a lot of Call of Duty over the years. You just don't like playing the map. It's just not something that mixes with you, and maybe Langley just feel that way about Protocol S&D. And so Rewind, it's their home. It's where they want to play. They want to try and repeat history here. A round 11 would, of course, be incredibly uncomfortable for everybody involved. Wonderful for us up here on the stage, but for the players, Langley Eustace here must feel that they've got something up their sleeve to be bringing that back in, and hoping that Cannon haven't learnt their lessons.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We're looking at individual players to step up here for me. I know I've been given a lot of Tantalize and Da Vinci love over the last few matches, and for good reason, because those guys do feel underrated somewhat. But I go back to the Search and Destroy between Langley and Nellis in the upper bracket final, and it was Wolf and Reaper that had so many incredible moments, albeit it was a totally different map. That was a Hacienda Search and Destroy, which, if this does go the distance, we will be seeing that map in this best of 7. But I think those are the guys that have got to step up. You get Reaper and you get Wolf in a position, just let those guys fly. That's, I think, the way into this game. If you're a Langley Eustace, you just got to make sure those guys are in tip-top shape constantly, just firing on all cylinders. If that can happen, I think it's a realistic shot here that we go 1-1.
No, I agree. I think that there are 8 very talented players loading into this lobby, but you highlight 2 that could drag Langley Eustace over the line. It was a tough game 1 for Reaper, though. So if he is going to remind us just how damn good he is, then that starts now as Rewind S&D gets started, kicks us off. We are underway. The preset nades will be launched, and it will be Cannon on offense.
Yeah, and we've seen what those set nades can do over the top. We saw a car bomb. Oh, no! Wow. Oh, that's definitely not what you want set nades to do. Da Vinci even gets the second blood in the round. Oh, boy, that has blown up in Cannon's face, quite literally. Last couple of players alive here. Their reaction is trying to get aggressive here, trying to get fast, but I do not know how you recover this.
That is interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen that, where it blows you up at that door. Like, how much did you undercook or overcook that throw?
Dude, sometimes the animation just goes a little bit longer than you expect, right? I do it a lot. I told you this. With a thermite grenade, you throw a thermite and then the character's like, I'm going to throw this about half a second later than you anticipate and it's going to land right at your feet. Sometimes it happens, so I get it. But Crusade, 1 versus 4, not looking likely here. He's been peppered up. And I suppose the good news for Crusade is that Langley Eustace aren't on the hunt to take him down, but now they're moving.
Yeah, I mean, you got 23 seconds. Crusade's hoping for freebies, hoping for some intel. He's getting given absolutely nothing. Wolf will throw the shoulder, get the intel, reposition, cleans it up. Beautiful. Great work from Langley Eustace. They'll, of course, be counting their lucky stars that they get that team nade come through. It's actually going to be a self-nade as well to rub salt into the wound. What I will say, Cannon are, of course, the Vibe Squad, and I think that you're probably laughing that off, which you need to be doing, because Langley Eustace will be hoping that that's going to be something that spirals you a little bit. Very early in this S&D, an opportunity to answer back with your own defense. Interesting, though, that Cannon were going to send all 4 players into A. You never get there, so that play is technically still up your sleeve because Langley never saw it.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I suppose that's some good news. I like how you take a positive spin on that round. Anyway, I like that quite a lot. Yeah, it's good. I definitely wouldn't. That was a terrible nade. Never do it again. Langley Eustace, 1-0 up. They're also drawing first blood in this round. Made in mind, it's second blood as well. We wanted Reaper to go off. That's exactly what he does. But he is shut down after 3 straight kills. Couple of players left up here. Hate gets some shots in towards 1. Actually gets the kill, I believe, and does get away. But we do end up with some trades. Hate takes down Tantalize now for the 1v1.
I mean, players for Canada that do go into the site do very well there. They're actually outnumbered because you've got Wolf trying to play for the street. And I've actually just remembered the last time I cast this team on Rewind, not a single soul, could get past Wolf on the street. So I actually like Cannon's approach on the defense here to not even bother. To just stack the bodies in mid, play the trade game, and see where that leaves everything after the dust settles. Oh, Wolf.
No way! No way! No way! Whoa! Oh, that is the longest 1v1 you will ever see. I gotta see it from his POV. I gotta see it from the other side. What was Hate seeing? Oh, man. The way cameras work on this game, Hate could well have just walked straight past him and died in that situation. With that said, we are going to go to that's why you're seeing our faces. Don't worry, we're not the gameplay. Don't worry, we don't have Black Ops 6 on our faces. We're going to be remaking the lobby from 1-1. I assume that somebody has lagged out or something. I don't know. Either way, what on earth was that?
Yeah, that's 2 very interesting rounds to start us off, by the way, in Grand Finals S&D. We get the team nade, where Crusade just basically lands one straight in his own teeth. And then that weird passing in the night ships moment where, yeah, you're right in terms of, like, I want to see that from both POVs. Like, if we've got the footage, I'd love to, like, split screen the moments and just see what's going on as they pass. Because obviously we get the X-ray, so it seems very close. And I guess it is in reality, but, like, is it one of those where, like, if you just turned half your stick right, do you see each other? What the hell's going on there? That was definitely a bizarre moment. I will say there's some good strategies coming out despite all of the madness, because as I said, Wolf is so good at locking down Bergwijn Street. Like, not a soul has come near him so far. And I think I respect Cannon's approach of, well, to hell with him. Leave him out there. Let us deal with everything else that goes on at A. If we've got to quickly transition to B, we've got enough bodies here to do that. And if Wolf wants to get involved later, he can have a party by himself and we'll come and find him. But then that makes me question, Does Wolf recognize that at some point?
Right.
Make the adjustment.
Yeah.
Yet to be found out.
This is the thing. I think Wolf will adjust inevitably. So they can play around him, but only for so long. Wolf is the kind of guy that if people aren't feeding him kills, he will go hunt folks down. That is, of course, the nature of a wolf. So he's looking for more kills as we get into this search and destroy. All the stats will be reset, but we are starting from 1 to 1, folks. So more or less the same expectations. It's effectively just first to 5 now instead of first to 6. So we'll have like a round 10 finish, pretty much. Or round 9 finish, I should say. Off the start of this one, aggression coming out from Reaper. He finds one. RT will double up with the trade. And immediate reposition coming out from Cannon here. But Langley Eustace, they might meet them for it.
Yeah, I like this actually from Langley Eustace because they've decided to play in each other's pockets and control the backside of the map. And if Tantalize heard or saw that nade, great opportunity because Argo's looking the wrong way, but the discipline isn't there. Probably not recognizing that's the back of his head, not the front.
Well, these last 2 players are split up. Da Vinci is pretty far removed from this. Tantalize getting aggressive now. If there was ever a time for Da Vinci to activate, it would be now, but he takes some shots. So both last remaining players here have already revealed where they are. That's good information for Cannon to work with. I don't know what Crusader or Argo's doing. He's going for a very long wraparound here with 15 seconds left. Da Vinci and Tantalize, though, both stunned up. I don't think you really even need Argo in this situation. You just need to stop these guys from getting over towards the bomb. The jump over and even the kill will get it done. Cannon, they really do elongate that 3 versus 2, but they get it done.
Yeah, it made it interesting. It's weird sometimes when you get that plant down because suddenly you turn into the defensive team and it's like, okay, well, how do we play this out? Langley Eustace. Again, I just think that Tantalize is probably unlucky. You see that head of Argo pop up, and I think if you recognize it's hit the back of his head, you're like, oh, we've bamboozled them here. We've got an opportunity to close this gap, get some intel, and pick off some freebies. And, well, it's grand final, so pressure can sometimes force you into some silly mistakes. And, well, Tantalize, it's harsh to call that silly, really. He's a long way away.
Cannon. Here on the defense, playing this one slow. Reaper could be the playmaker once again. He started last round with the first kill. Now looking to start the round with not just the first, but also the second. Gonna have to settle for just the former now. Having to back away here in towards electrical, but Reaper's job is done. Reaction from Cannon is to get aggressive, but they've been spotted out here, and Hate goes down. Does Artie as well? Artie manages to trade not just for 1, but the second! Surely not number 3. That would have been insanity.
There's another fight here. Argo's going to be softened up. Wolf's in wait, and there you go. Joint base Langley Eustace, by the way, have all 4 first bloods. And yet we're sat at 2 apiece. So right now, just got to work on closing things out. I mentioned this, though, about Cannon before. They don't necessarily play for that first blood situation. They've won plenty of S&Ds through this tournament. I have question marks about their S&D because of some of the stuff they don't do. But so often, they're just comfortable with clutching up. RT with a 2-piece last round, yet another 2-piece this round. And it's moments like that that mean that they can go, well, to hell with the fundamental bit. We're just going to do what we do best. But Langley Eustace there, I'm interested to see that the 2 players go into electrical and then wait. I think that they were baiting a Cannon rush there that they kind of got.
If it was the case, I mean, yeah, you're right. It was successful. See will they do it again. Cannon, the start of this one. Also now looking for that aggression from Langley Eustace, and, well, they will receive it. Wolf getting right up into their faces here. This feels super individual from Cannon. Yeah, you had the bomb carrier going on a long flank. Probably wasn't the best idea to have Artie be that guy.
I agree. What do you do now? Reaper. Oh, Reaper. I thought you were about to get the worst timing in terms of firing off that weapon. You actually still get blessed. And actually, you get all the intel as well as to where Artie's at, so...
Oh,
I need to take this fight. You shimmy right, and beautiful work by Reaper to control that courtyard. And that's where his SMG becomes so difficult to shut down. That's where it's a case of Reaper at his best. This courtyard, into A, this is where he's going to be extremely effective. Glad to see he's playing around this part of the map. And yeah, had RT on skates, still looking for his hot dog, and delivers the final blow. I go back to the point I made last round. Langley Eustace, 5 first bloods now. Not a single one from Cannon. And while they can often rely on a good 2-piece, you're up against the other best team in the tournament right now. I don't know if you're going to get to do that consistently.
Yeah, there's only so many mistakes, I suppose. And I don't know if mistakes is the right word. weird plays, is what we'll say, that you can make at this point in the competition. Of course, this is grand finals after all. Shots over the top. That's a pretty consistent play coming out from Artie. He will draw first blood. Langley Eustace, their response is to try and get that rock down as quick as possible. And now they are making the error of having their tip of the spear being the bomb carrier. Tantalize goes down 2 versus 4, and these players are boxed in.
Technically, you have 2 players on the flank. Technically, this is a 2v2 for bomb control. So there's an opportunity for Langley Eustace technically to walk away with a draw situation. Do either of you turn to see Artie? No. He's on the other side of this dumpster. So, well, this is bizarre because, well, Langley Eustace, they basically go back to spawn. Artie will get that information, and you have bomb control. So, 35 seconds on the clock. Cannon have a hell of a lot of control. Langley Eustace, a lot to do. Double up, try and hit this, play for some trades.
You have to. Have to play this together. Whether or not they get timing past Hate is the question for me. Yep. All right. Hate didn't see him. Did they make noise through the glass? I think one just did. Yep. Turn and burn. No. Crusade actually doesn't move there in the situation. He goes down. There goes Artie as well. Last couple of players now sent panicking, but Hate will trade out. The trade also comes through, and it's going to be a win for Cannon.
I mean, the way that it all starts, of course, this just underpins Langley Eustace's big loss in the round. First of all, it's the first blood given up, but also it's just tough when you lose your first 2 players trying to do anything. You do a great job of finding the first 2 kills, but obviously those reinforcements arrive and you're never sure where they're coming from because you don't have the intel. A very interesting point. This is the first time we haven't seen Wolf go and play out by street. Cannon actually sent 2 players out there to go and get him. So they clearly want to contest that. The thing is, you never see it if you're Langley Eustace because they don't get into any gunfights. So Cannon might try that again next time. Pay attention to it when we get to defense.
Okay. Cannon. And aggressive at the start of this round once again. Crusade, though, getting cut down. And the aggression from Langley Eustace as well, right? Getting in towards this mid-building is very, very difficult to deal with. But we do go 3 for 2 now. Cannon still with the numbers in this situation. Reaper needs to go huge. And he needed to get away with one of those gunfights. Cleanly, that doesn't happen. Wolf now 1 versus 3. And that stun does actually just whiff past him. So Wolf, I don't necessarily think they know where he is.
Oh, look at the answer there. As RT watches Wolf cross. I think Wolf also saw a little bit of RT. Does. Wisely disengages. But, yeah, he's going to try and force that plan. What you're hoping for, I think, if you're Wolf, is that the team back off together. One tries to plant. Therefore, it turns into a bit of a 2v1 for a moment. And you get an isolated fight. And Wolf will weaken up RT. And he's trying to catch him before he slips away into the night. And he won't even be given that. And finally, you are. So 1v2 then. It's manageable. You can certainly do it.
These guys are isolated as well. Needs to get some timing. Does it against Crusade. Now just down for a 1 versus 1. Hate on the other side. Spots him out. Is on the hunt for this kill. Hate, you got to get your running boots on. Wolf checks the corner, but Hate has the better weapon for it. And he will prevent a 1 versus 3. And to be fair, I didn't know even if that kill goes through, if there's enough time to get the defuse. So Hate makes the right call either way. Oh, that's a big, big 1 versus 1 for Hate.
Yeah, huge moment there. Also a bit of a reminder of the fact that Wolf is not the kind of person to take those kind of clutch situations lightly against. But back then to defense. And a reminder of what I said last time. Cannon sent 2 players out to fight Wolf at Burger for that street control. They wanted it. They didn't have to take it. So they still have it technically available to them. And you are going to see it repeated. So will Wolf see it coming?
Okay. Wolf is watching over by the right side here. They are not getting aggressive this time around. Cannon holding back just ever so slightly. Of course, it is worth saying Cannon are not the ones that have to make the move in this situation. But they still might. Crusade could be involved in an early engagement with Tantalize. RT still, of course, keeping the left side. Now, Hate going to throw that RC car into the middle of the map. That's information. The problem is they don't actually have anybody there. Need to re-aggress in towards it. RT, I think, has just made the call. The Crusade. Somebody's crossed the way. Tantalize, looking for the open engagement. And finally, something goes Langley Eustace's way.
I wonder how that plays out if you keep the 2 players in that direction. But Wolf knows that location of the map better than anybody. And shooting underneath the vehicles, it's certainly become a more common thing during the lifespan of this title. RT Raps Electrical finds one. So 3v3. And Well, he also gets intel that that bomb's not going down yet, so you can burn out even more time here.
You're losing all the players, though. Tantalize needs to go huge now. 1 versus 1. Could still plant this bomb. There's no way. There's no way he wraps this, right? Oh, he's double thinking about it. Where does Hate go? Hate's going to go check B. Yeah, he thinks this is a wraparound, so Tantalize getting this bomb down. Hate. Now looking for the kill. Runs right into Tantalize, but Tantalize hits the jump. It's a huge 1 versus 2 for the man as they keep things even.
I'm glad we get to watch back this final kill, because how the hell you win this? And with an AR to boot there, by the way, pops up out of the slide and hits just enough. Must have been by 1 bullet, but also you see 2 headshots come through in that. And it would be enough for Tantalize to shut the door on what felt like a great cannon play up to that point. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we're at 4-4 because of the reset. So ever nearer to finding a decider here, but it is maintaining razor thin.
And we went to a round 11 last time between these two teams on Rewind, Search, and Destroy. So who knows, man? We could be in for it again. JB Langley Eustace now. Looking to make that wrap and play happen. You can see Tantalize on the mini-map here. If Cannon aren't fast enough with this, I was going to say they might be caught with their pants down. Tantalize, though! Oh, I think that constitutes a turn on. Crusade put the first shots in, but did not walk away with a frag. And now Cannon have to expend energy looking for the kill. Tantalize gets the RC car out, and that's the wrong time to do it.
Love the decision from Cannon to drop back and clear out their backside here. It will, however, burn through a lot of time. So 40 seconds to try and ingress. And, well, of course, Langley Eustace will be waiting for you. And, well, bomb's going to A. And what I will say, Langley Eustace, you've given that site up completely for free unless Wolf spotted that cross.
Well, now Langley Eustace will have to react to it. Reaper on the first. Players coming all different angles here, so I don't think that Cannon would expect this. And, yeah, they don't. There goes Hate. Crusade also down for the count. It's a perfect play from Langley Eustace, if not a little bit abnormal, but I do think that abnormality plays into their hands.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Tantalize here for that aggressive push through Burger. It hasn't really been something that they've done. When you have seen any sort of contest for the street on the defense, it's been from a deep position. So they changed that up, catch a couple players by surprise. Also interesting for Cannon that they don't send anyone out there at all to contest. It's more like this slow, passive 2-2 split that we haven't really seen. So a change up there. I like Cannon's counterplay. You clear out your own spawn. But Langley Eustace, Wolf's positioning there, just beautiful. Lets him collapse in through, find the kills. 1 round away from seeing this out. That nade was pretty good, though. That will have hurt.
Don't know who it tagged. Either way, initial fights through the middle of the map here. Hate. We'll draw it, and Cannon withdraw. Love it. Absolutely love it. You get that first kill, you get the hell out.
No, I agree. Okay, boys, let's play this life advantage. Force them to plant. We'll happily take a fight wherever they want. And when they tell us that, we'll use our numbers advantage. You can see that RT continues to throw a shoulder here. You've also got Crusade doing the same thing on the other side of the bookcase. And you also hear the door slamming electrical.
There's something comical about seeing RT do that. Regardless, not comical. Tantalize drawing blood over here by the B site. Good trade coming through from Hate. Wolf will trade right back. He'll actually find a couple of kills, and now you know where Hate is. Shots out. Reaper survives that engagement. And that might be the dagger. 1 versus 2 to try and salvage this search and destroy. Did Reaper just see Hate cross? I don't think he did. So Reaper's going to grab that bomb. Going to try and turn the situation back into their favor. Hate. Does he stop the bomb planner? Is he on the other side? Yeah, no, he's not. Good warning shots from Wolf. So Hate will have to reposition.
Does Hate play this? I don't know about playing it back through the courtyard, to be honest. I don't know what that was meant. Oh, he's shooting through, wall banging.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to get nothing. And I preferred this play, but now Wolf will have read it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The timing. Oh, he didn't see him. Despite the timing, he did not see him. He was not able to take advantage. And that's going to be that, folks. Langley Eustace back-to-back, trading back and forth the entirety of the S&D. but it was the final 3 rounds that split the difference as Langley Eustace walk away with a win.
I've got to say, it actually feels like we saw a better S&D out of Canon here. I saw plenty of variety in strats, depth to those, counter plays, adjustments, quite a few things that went well. There's one big underpinning factor here that continues to haunt them in the S&Ds. They lose 7-3 in First Blood. And it's just, time and time again, you're just stacking all those odds against you. It's asking you to do way too much over and over again. And against some of the quote-unquote lesser teams here at CONUS, you could get away with it, sure. But not against Langley Eustace. Not when they're more than capable of clutching up when they're down in numbers anyway. It's just tough. I think Canon, they are improving at everything. They have definitely improved their search through this tournament. But if we see more searches, well, when we see more searches through this grand finals, they're going to have to figure out those break-offs, those opening engagements. Otherwise, I don't see them taking a map away from what is a very good, arguably the best search team that we've seen so far.
I think I'm just of the opinion that Rewind Search and Destroy is not a strong map for Canon, and I think they just looked uncomfortable in a lot of different situations there. Like, you know, their offenses in towards the A site in particular, I never really felt convinced that they could actually even get into the A site to get the bomb down. I don't think they did it even once. I think a lot of the times the bomb went down, it was after the initial fights had gone down, right? If they were in a 3 versus 2, something like that. Just more often than not, they were struggling to actually make those offenses work. So, yeah. 1-1 now in the series. Both of our predictions still very much on track here, Enigma. Obviously, they still would be if Canon were 2-0 up. But, yeah, starting to feel like this could go the distance between these two teams. I was worried a little bit, like the momentum from Canon would send them all the way through the series, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Langley Eustace have found their footing. They're very happy with the Rewind Search and Destroy. Next up on the docket then will be that fated Vault Control. We heard them in the post-match interview. Why do people keep on playing Vault Control against Canon? We'll have the answer for you after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the CONUS Esports Championships 2025 Championship matchup. It's the grand finals here, and we are 2 maps deep into a best of 7. Yeah, reminder, folks, these guys, if they do go to the distance, it will be to 7 maps, and it's been a banger series thus far. Enigma, we just saw Search and Destroy go to Langley Eustace. They needed that map to find a footing in this series.
Yeah, when we took a look at the veto initially, it was kind of a case of, okay, well, a Skyline hardpoint, that very much so favored Canon, and we saw that because they looked bloody good there. But Langley Eustace are a really good S&D team, arguably the best that we've seen at CONUS, and while there was improvements to Canon's game, it wasn't enough to close the gap that exists, and Langley Eustace saw it off in stunning style, 6-4. So it's a little bit of, we kind of saw this coming, but also we could easily argue that it could be 2-0 to Canon, considering just how good they've looked, and we'd still be sitting here like, all right, yeah, that's kind of not against how the series has felt so far. So for Langley Eustace, for me, it's taking the momentum from map 2 into map 3. It's going to be imperative for you, because otherwise there's a lot of respawns coming up.
Yeah, there is. And this is an important map in this best of 7. Vault Control. We go back to the post-match interview with Canon when they beat Peterson. And Hate said, why do teams keep playing Vault Control? By the way, he specifically said, it's not like it was an intentionally like positive map for them, right? It's not like they were like coming into this tournament and being like, yeah, we're going to play Vault Control. We're going to dominate it. Teams keep on playing it against them, so they keep getting practice on it, and they keep getting better on it, and we've seen that bear out in the gameplay every single time. We've seen Canon and Vault Control. It's worth saying they're not unbeatable. Peterson proved that by forcing a round 5, and that round 5, if you remember, they definitely should have won. But still, yeah, Vault Control, Canon are very good at this, should we say.
Yeah, they're not bad. It is weird. It's a funny story that you mentioned there. It is what we find out from Hate, because we're like, oh, right, well, these guys are pretty good at Vault Control. They must have wanted to play it. No, it's just weird. Like, it's like when you get onto ranked and you suddenly play like 4 like vaults in a row, and you're like, oh, we're just gonna play vault over and over and over again. It's like, I know every square inch of this map at this point. I know my timings because I'm just hitting them over and over and over again. And that's kind of where they're at. When they feel something, they've got all of the past experience of this tournament to build upon and kind of play off the back of that. So it's been an interesting journey to watch, because, well, it's again just not one that they intended to undertake. But Langley Eustace, I think this has to be a reminder that it's not just the S&Ds where they're going to be a serious threat. Do I think that Langley Eustace can hang in the respawns? Absolutely. But I think that you don't want to be banking on those hard points, because that's where Canon have been strongest. So the controls must be where you kind of say to Canon, look, we're just going to diff you here, and we can contest you in the hard points in some of the other maps and go from there. Otherwise, if Canon take this, I start to become very concerned about the series, but also that your prediction might be spot on.
Oh, yeah, I mean, to be fair, let's be clear. In a best of 7, it's very hard to exactly get a prediction spot on. Like, it's difficult enough, right? With best of 5s, the fact we've got only, like, a maximum of 5 of them right over the course of, like, however many matches we've casted over the course of the last 5 days. Yeah, it's difficult, right? So I don't think I'm going to get this prediction dead on. I will say, though, you know, I'm starting to feel good about this Vault Control. I will say, if Langley Eustace do win this map, they take a 2-1 series lead. I don't think the lead is even going to be as much important as it is you took a Vault Control, because that is going to be a massive knock to a confidence boost that Canon would otherwise get off the back of this map mode combination. Langley Eustace, they probably know it. They were probably watching those series where Canon have been looking good in Vault Control. Had they unlocked the path to beating them is the question for me, because Canon on this map, they seem pretty damn unbeatable.
They do. But then where did Canon draw the line? Where did Langley Eustace try and send them packing? Well, initially the fights go to Langley Eustace, so that's a great way to begin things. That being said, of course, will be a constant reinforcement from both teams coming through. And you're outnumbered right now if you are Langley Eustace. You've only got Da Vinci on the point. He's actually going to fall very quickly, so Canon an opportunity to stack and get the first ticks through.
And this is what Canon does best, right? They stack. Langley Eustace, they know it. They can't afford to give them this point, so they're going to hit this all one last go here. Wolf, good for the first. Tantalize has already been tagged up, needs help, and he's going to find it from Da Vinci and Reaper here. All of a sudden, Hate the last one left alive, but Langley Eustace successful on the defensive A.
The answer from Canon is to simply send to B. All right, gentlemen, let us shift you away. Either you come and fight us, and we take that final ticket A for free, or we just stack every single body onto the point. And Brody, I know you're going to like this.
I am loving it. I don't know if they're watching their flank, though, and they do. Team shots are good on towards one. It's not going to stop the capture. Cannon, they are unstoppable on their offenses. 2 ticks already through on A, by the way, off the back of that. So this just feels so tentative now, right? You've got a whole minute 30, minute 40 so to survive here. If you're Langley Eustace, you need to be pretty much perfect. You cannot really even afford trades to go against you. And you certainly can't afford a TK from Wolf like that.
I don't even know why the hell he shoots. Like, what was that?
It's cracks
what's
out.
he doing? My guy, Uberlog. The problem is you get 2 kills if you're Cannon, so you can send this if you want. You can start to flood this. Great response by Wolf, who finds 2 and somehow stays alive, by the way. You will eventually fall, but the teammates can arrive to try and deflect this for a moment, and you gotta go. You do not want this A-tick to get any nearer than it is already halfway across.
And I'd quite like to see something different from Cannon here. Like, yeah, it's quite easy to just kind of butt heads and full, like, flood on towards the point. Send somebody on the flank. That's what Artie does best. Get Artie behind enemy lines, get Crusade behind enemy lines, and this round will be over before Langley Eustace know it. Right now, they are digging through the reinforcements that are coming off spawn. Oh, okay, that's wonky shots from Crusade. He'll finally take down one player. Hate gets a couple of kills now. That's 3 down. Just 1 more left inside the point. Reaper needs to go huge. Has gotten the first kill. There's the trade. And now we're going to see the stack come through. 3 players on the point. Nobody from Langley Eustace will stop it. And they do just butt heads straight through the front door. And there ain't no stopping them if you're Langley Eustace.
Yeah, I mean, your call was correct. You were starting to look at a point where it's like, all right, Cannon, you're quite a bit behind on lives here. Can you just find a different route in? The one thing is you find one player who's contesting you over by pool size. That gives you a number a little bit for free. And I think you're just rewarded for the good work that you've done earlier. The fact that you only need 1 tick comes from all that great play. And so you can get away with what was a very simple push. But for Langley Eustace, I mean, it's whiplash. You come off the back of a very good S&D win. You're feeling like you built yourself into the series, then immediately run over. 5 ticks come through in the flash. That is the opening of that round. And now you got to figure out your own offensive return.
Okay. Cannon starting very strong. We saw, though, versus Peterson, that teams can come back against Cannon here, and they can take an offense just as easily. It feels like that might be the case with the back hit. Langley Eustace winning the vast majority of the fight. RT, though, on an RT flank. Is any going to be going to anticipate it? Tantalize does, but he doesn't turn round in time. Now he's looking for more, but now it's time for the rest of the squad to step up where he left off. Crusade takes Reaper out of the play. Still a couple of players back towards the point. Neither of them good enough to the capture just yet, but Da Vinci will double up now. And this is starting to look scary. If you're Cannon on the defense, Hate has to get towards the point, but he can only damage 1. And even with these kills coming through, Langley Eustace are not stacking this point. They are allowing Cannon to continually hit this over and over again. It's not quite the uniform capture we wanted.
Well, the second tick hasn't actually come through. I thought for a second it had, and it made the situation look much better. There we go. We get confirmation. But yeah, it's only really from Hate making that flanking play that spares this full capture coming through for as long as it does. And there it falls. That'll be 3. But at least you find 2 kills on that transition moment. So often goes the other way. It allows that free roam from A to B. And instead you find them. So it gives you an opportunity to set up a bit of a defensive run. That being said, I still feel a little bit nervous with the fact that you're missing a player in Argo. Surely you're forced to move. This van won't be long for this world.
Oh,
Someone
mate,
clip that for me.
you literally, that is insane. Can you give me the lorry numbers, please?
Honestly, if I had them, it was £200 million the UK this week. I'd have taken it.
Well, Langley Eustace. Oh, you're not predicting that. Crusade comes through for 3. Argo, comes through for 3. And now Cannon will look to hold on here. They are currently just 2 lives down. Nobody pushed all the way up, though, outside of RT down low. So that is one route that Langley Eustace cannot currently feasibly take. They're trying to get players behind, but it's a good call from RT to make sure that player does not get behind enemy lines. Now back to business for him. He's going to try and get mid-map control. He will fail. Kills starting to come through now as Langley Eustace. They're feeling the stack.
The position of Reaper, by the way, is so good. It's just going to continue to put pressure on the backline from a different angle. It's going to pause Argo and trying to make this crossing. That's it comes through. But RT's managed to succeed. Crusade gets a kill via trophy system. The hell is going on there? Reaper stays alive for a moment, but I mean, it's a great bit of pressure. Honestly, that trophy system situation might well be the difference maker. I think if you have the extra body there, that tick starts to move very quickly. So, a bizarre series of events. That being said, Langley Eustace, you need just 1 tick. You got 45 seconds. You're also up by 3 lives. Make it 2 lives. So, it's still very possible here, but it's got to be a great next hit.
Yeah, they could do this by lives if they get somebody to stop the point. It's potential. Tantalize has to hit shots there, though. Crusade just going to back the hell off. Only one tick. It's worth saying. RT going in for a flank. He hits his shots. You're going to have Wolf now turn around on the point. And is he going to be ready for other fights around the front? No, he is not. He did turn around, but Argo still guns him. So that life advantage has effectively dissipated now. Langley Eustace have to be honest with this one. And Cannon are actually going to retreat. You see Argo on the minimap running all the way back towards the statue here, so you no longer have the pressure on the point. Now 5 versus 6 in terms of life. RT here with a flank, able to pick up 1. RT for 2. Now just one more player. They retreat towards a vault. RT will hit the reload. Somebody should be able to put down Reaper, and they will. 3 versus 3 now. 3.6 seconds on the clock. Somebody has to touch the point for a contest. That's the only thing you can do, and Da Vinci gets a dead jump. Not a dead slide, a dead jump. That prevents him getting on the point.
That's outrageous timing for that to happen. I mean, don't get me wrong, Da Vinci still had a hell of a lot of work to do, so there's no guarantee that you clutch it up. But that's going to be an absolute tilter. This is that 3-piece, by the way, from Crusade, who does indeed put Langley Eustace to the sword through the doorway. Langley Eustace, yeah, they're going to be disappointed not to have taken that one. It feels like they probably should have. And I go back to the trophy system. Somehow one of you dies to it. That's actually Crusade's trophy system. One of those moments where you wish you spent an extra half second clearing the point, because I think if you do there, you catch everything. So, very unfortunate. Cannon won't care. They'll roll into this with more respawn momentum, ready to seal the deal here and get the lead back in the series. Oh, no.
All right. Looking at the start of this round. No way. There's no way Cannon do this. There's no way, right? Somebody stops them. Tantalize, you're going to stop him, right? You're going to get the a point. Maybe Da Vinci will stop him. Somebody, please. Thank you. Yeah, Da Vinci go for the first. Here we go. Kills from behind. Reaper and Tantalize will clear house, and that is a B capture that only results in 1 tick of progression. So they will get rid of the sweat off their brow, and they will be able to go again here. Now just 65 seconds on the clock.
The patience from Langley Eustace in that retake was very impressive. You could sense that they wanted to hit it. They're a little bit nervous about being 2 down, but they wait for the numbers to arrive. And clear house. Wolf with that 2-piece will just continue to bully Cannon back. Hate does well not to give his life up there. Just not allow Langley Eustace to push up towards the spawn. And Cannon just going to full send it back to B. They really understand this new spawn system and how this works if you lose the first fight.
Nobody's stopping this. It's a stack through. Da Vinci, get on the point. Get on the point. Don't go for the kill. Get on the point. And it's too late. So that's it for the kills. And, well, you might well get them. Still 1 player left to deal with. Hate, by the way, actually finds a kill off the back of this. So Hate is playing his life extraordinarily well. He has made the great escape. And, well, it's an extended attempt from Tantalize to take Hate out. I don't actually think Hate knows that Tantalize is on the chase. So that would be a big kill for map control. But going back over towards A, there is already a triple stack happening. There's a couple of players preoccupied with Hate off the spawn. Only one actually dealing with the pressure from the middle of the map here. How on earth has this happened? Somebody get on the point right now. If not, you're going to lose it. 3 players down. They will survive. But my oh my, Cannon know how to make Langley Eustace sweat.
I mean, the fact that Hate is 10 and 10 is a wonderful example of something that we absolutely love in Call of Duty, which is impactful players, not necessarily just straight slayers. And Hate stays alive in that first set of fights that happen over by A, and that causes all the grief for Langley Eustace that happens at B. But then the trouble in the back line, we'll come back to it, break it down later. We've still got some stuff to settle here. RT, I love this flank, because as you rotate this side, you step on B, but you don't give away the notification. It's already been captured. Not that it comes to much effect in the end, but it will let you into the point.
Hate's going to get shut down.
Oh, Team
Cannon. No, that's it. That's it. There it is. The kills come through. The TKs as well. And that's going to be it. Cannon off the back of that. If there's any team in this entire tournament that recognizes they've got the kills, they've got the lives to jump on the point, it is Cannon. They have done it time and time again. It honestly feels like they've unlocked a cheat code, except that's just part of the game. And Cannon know how to play it.
I know exactly what you're getting at there, because that's just part of the game. That's something that we scream so often. Like, stack the point. It makes so many other things happen. It makes the dominoes fall. And even at the very top level, even in the Call of Duty League, we watch some teams not do that. And it blows our minds a little bit. But coming back to the series that we just got to witness then, I mean, Cannon's great work in round 1. You're going to sit there and be like, okay, they do so well. Clear out 5 ticks in record time. And then it was only a matter of time until they found that 6th one. With the second round, I think Langley Eustace is going to be disappointed. Again, just so unlucky with the way the trophy system kills them, clears them off the point. They make so much good progress. Again, 5-6 isn't bad. It feels like Canon, they're just so good on the offenses. Opposing teams don't do badly against them on their own offenses. It's just, they just never really get over that line to fully see it out. But in round 3, the difference maker for me is Hate. He sees his teammates die around the A point. Instead of giving up his life or fleeing off into the wind, he stays around, bit of pot shots, throws a shoulder, and continues to be a bit of a nuisance. And because of that, Langley just can't move forward as you like to do in control. You try and get your 4 players up to a certain line, often towards that spawn trap that you're trying to set up, and he doesn't give them that opportunity. That then also keeps attention, which lets his boys push B, and that then starts the spiral that Cannon sets off onto Langley Eustace. So, yeah, it's going to be quiet on the scoreboard, but he does great.
What you're telling me is Hate is an attention sponge. That's effectively what you're telling me, right? He just wants attention all the time. Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I'd love the attention, mate. If I'm winning games for them, I'm absolutely... give me it. Give me that title. Yeah, Hate is doing an incredible job. I think like there was the time he was doing it around Artright, where he's just effectively in a 1 versus 1. I will say, as much as I want to give him credit for that, because I think we should, there is also an element of maybe there's a reprioritization for Langley Eustace that needs to be had about what they're doing in control, because you can't be focusing on a 2v1 to get a player out that's totally not relevant to the play that's going on right now, and there's like 3 or 4 players, or 2 or 3 players, I should say. That's obviously not mathematically possible to have 5 players doing something. 2 or 3 players doing something over by a point, totally separated from that one play. So, yeah, I will say, though, Cannon, every single time we've seen it, it's just those guys on Vault Control are unstoppable. They showed it there. They win 3-0, and now a 2-1 up in this series. Next up, it's time for Rewind Hardpoint.
I mean, one of the things as well, just a final thing about that previous map, that really, like, we have Cannon down as this, like, straight slaying team, a squad that is able to put up serious numbers. They get massively outslayed in that one. You have Argo, who's up 2, Artie's down 2, so let's call it even. Hate's down 1, Crusade is down 8, so you're outslayed by 9. Only 1 player on Langley Eustace goes negative, that's tantalized by 2, and you still win as comfortably as you did. Cannon have indeed played Vault Control far too much and gotten very good at it, because now they don't even need to kill you to win. So, I'm terrified for the rest of this series now. I can see this 4-2 definitely happening, by the way. Well done, Brody. You've won the predictions.
Well, I mean, Cannon have their 2 maps right now, okay? So if JB Langley win the next 3, then you'd be right. You know, you never know.
That is true. But with the way these respawns are going right now, this Rewind Hardpoint feels like it's going one way. Of course, we've been wrong before, and Joint Base Langley Eustace have shown plenty of resilience through this tournament to get to this point and be as good as they have been. But the first hardpoint wasn't even close, and if there's a squad that's going to really outslay you, but you feel like you want to mix it up a little bit, then that's a good one for you. I'm struggling, man, to get my team, not my team, they're not my team.
Your
but
team?
The team I predicted.
Bias caster?
I'm always a bias caster. Don't you see the Gentlemates merch in the corner here over here?
Yeah, well, that explains a lot. Rewind Hardpoint, 250 to 235. That was the score that Cannon won this map over Eglin. If you remember this map, now this is an interesting one, actually, because I think it's kind of an argument for Cannon are very good at Rewind Hardpoint, and also an argument for, well, they're not really. Because that was the map that they actually only managed to win that by owing to the fact that Eglin were in such a lead against them and then messed it up. They basically lost the P3 rotation in towards P4. They had a Hellstorm missile, couldn't do anything with it, couldn't break P3, and then Argo, I think it was, got a 3-piece that broke P4, and from that moment onwards, that was the moment that Eglin lost that matchup versus Cannon. And the argument against it, of course, is that, were those things not to happen, were that Hellstorm mess up and then the Argo 3K not happen, it probably would have been an Eglin victory, and, well, not such a hot result for Cannon, who only won that map by 15 points. So Cannon have had success on Rewind Hardpoint, but only by the fact they were able to clutch up. So I don't know how this is going to go, honestly. I will say, even going back all the way to Winners Bracket semi-final, where Langley played Peterson, they lost Rewind Hardpoint to Peterson. So, I don't know, dude. This could be a 3-1 lead right now for Cannon.
Yeah, it's a weird one, because I hear what you're saying about Rewind Hardpoint, and it's kind of like, it's a story we've already been trying to tell in many ways, where are Cannon winning on this because other teams have made errors? And there's plenty of case for that, because I think Eglin are going to look back on that series to start the day and be like, we came out really cold here and we made errors that we really shouldn't have done, and in many situations we'll never do again. It's tough for our Eastern champions, but it's a case for Cannon where we tried to build that same story for Vault Control. And, well, look at us now. So, yeah, maybe these guys are just the respawn goats at the minute. And everyone needs to bow down to their incredible abilities. But for Joint Base Langley Eustace, I doubt they're going to do that. And this is a moment where you need to sit down as a 4, look at each other across the benches, and recognize that this could actually be the map that decides the series. Because if you're Langley Eustace, you need to draw that mental dagger, first of all, against Cannon, that you know how to take a respawn against them. The second one is you want to push it far enough to get enough S&Ds into the conversation that you feel very comfortable to win this whole thing, whether we do that in 6 or 7. So, yeah, Langley Eustace, a lot of questions to answer. Cannon to just continue to ride the vibes and the hype train they've been on since round 1.
All right, well, we'll see. This is going to be a big map in this series. Very big difference between being 3-1 down and being 2-2 even Stevens in a best of 7. So Langley Eustace really, really want this map. And off the start, Cannon, they seem to draw the first wave of gunfights. They do get first touch on the hill, but now Langley Eustace are fighting back through. Cannon, close spawns though. This hill, this map really, I think on the whole here, Enigma, can be so messy.
Yeah, it's just going to be a bloodbath. It's, again, as it's so often when it comes to our first P1s, this rotation over towards 2, which Langley Eustace are going to want to protect. And as you see 2 kills come through in the feed for Cannon, keep an eye on the fact that RT is making that big wrap round. Langley Eustace are over investing into P1. They'll find out now because Wolf spawned out, so watch those arrows turn and go on the hunt.
RT has to be dealt with. He's going to be around a pretty common position, I'll say that much, right, in terms of the rotation. You probably do check the dumpsters more often than not. Yep, shot's going down now. RT has a gunfight to take, and oh, slides out for the first. Has help from Argo around the back line, and Cannon will now win those fights. So you're effectively in a 4 versus 2 pinch here. One more player to deal with. There goes Wolf. What an initial break and hold coming through from Cannon.
Yeah, it's just perfect. It's absolutely spot on because RT takes his time to get in through Burger, which means that when he drops in for that flank and causes those spawns to flip out, Langley just don't have all the time in the world to get back over there. So Cannon then get themselves in. RT does very well to find 1 kill and allows Argo in, who also finds his second with one of the most satisfying kills ever, the final bullet before he's forced into a reload.
20 seconds left. I do wonder if Langley used to swing one more time at this hard point. It's not really worth it, especially given what the rotation towards P3 looks like, but they are going for it. Wolf and Reaper do open up with the first couple of kills. Hate should be isolated enough here that they take him down. Yep, there we go. So they do get 5 seconds, but again, I have to ask the question, is it really worth it?
No, it's not. It's an awful idea. I don't know what you're doing. I liked the idea of setting up kills in mid, cutting off rotations, but backing off for your own hold. And Da Vinci had a very important gunfight to win there to make sure you lock down then P4 control as well. You do at least get your teammates collapsing in through Burger, but, well, what does this look like in terms of a retake? And yes, you managed to clean it, but numbers will arrive in mass, and also Hate's now fighting for those P4 spawns, so Cannon refusing to go away.
That's so frustrating. One more player here. Crusade has to go big for his team. He's the only one here. Wolf is taking everybody down. Will not take Reaper down. Reaper coming through in. Wolf will actually find all 4 kills in that situation before falling. So yeah, Crusade, despite all of his efforts, despite his couple of kills coming through there, he will be shut down. And now we look towards the next hardpoint Enigma. It is going to be Langley Eustace here touching first. They are going to be very happy they got in for a contest there.
They're going to be a little bit nervy, though, because there's been endless flanks into your back spawns. Crusade's trying to make this happen again. Tantalize, thankfully, reads it, and finds the kill. Very important one there. But, yeah, for me, Langley Eustace just constantly having to sit a little bit nervously because of the aggression that's coming through Cannon, especially on these backsides. And Argo will find Wolf as well, that then turns players away from the front. The problem is, for Cannon, you just don't reinforce that push in time before you get the spawn in.
And now Cannon on the way. Looking for it. This would be a back 30 if they could grab it. It's all just down to 1 player, though, as RT falls. Crusade, he's going to find 1. He's not long for this world, though. Reaper puts some shots in, softens them up so that Wolf can come through and pick up that final frag. Wolf, by the way, having a hell of a game at 13 and 8. We need him to step up to the plate. Done exactly that. And for Langley Eustace on the whole here, they will be very happy with how this game has gone thus far. Trades, as they still fight for the scrap time. We know that P5 can be messy.
Langley Eustace have done very well here because I was very concerned about how much you protect your backside. But you send Cannon away, and it feels like in the slaying department for Langley Eustace, you're looking really hot. You were looking good in the control, as we said, and suddenly taking away one of Cannon's big strengths. But that being said, the impact of the kills Certainly something Canon are finding plenty of joy with. As you get a double. Wolf will answer on the outside by the RV. Then you're trying to set up some sort of pinch situation. The problem is there's reinforcing numbers then for Canon, who continue to hold.
Reaper will be the only player in for a contest. Remember, this hill is very mixy because the fact that you spawn relatively close to it, or at least player number 2 and Argo will do. Trade's going down, so Argo's now going to need to back up Crusade, who is inside the hard point. And if he's speaking, they do not have the numbers here. Here comes the approach coming through. Reaper for Crusade. Da Vinci will take RT down. Still a 2 versus 2 towards the hard point. Argo gets tagged up here. Hate will only be able to produce 2. It's Tantalize who comes through with a double of his own. It's 10 seconds worth fighting for, especially considering how close P1 is. The wraparound from RT. That might lock this last bit of time down, and it will. Effectively all even Stevens going into the second set.
That's absolutely insane. The fact that we literally end this first set of rotations tied. And we will, of course, see teams quickly transition to 1. It's a stone's throw from 5. And turns it back, likely back into that bloodbath we saw the first time round. And it's just pinstripe feed upon pinstripe feed. RT will split the difference by finding 2 and drive forward to give his teammates an opportunity. That's 3. Stun out. Argo's looking to control street side. You've got to be worried about getting hit from back elephant at least, but... Well, Wolf, he's trying to control this rotation just in case. We saw it happen last time. It was RT and Argo. So you're nervous if you're Langley Eustace. You want to continue to contest P1, but you've got to also make sure you don't fall for the same trap twice.
Cannon are actually getting a lot of time on the still. RT goes for 5 in a row. Tantalize, the closest player to take him off, said Spree. And his role at the moment is to try and cut the reinforcements off of P1. Did not see the player right past him, so he's running parallel right now with RT. He will get away with that kill on towards Reaper. Tantalize now trying to split the difference between all of these different players. Will get some good timing onto 1, but RT will be able to trade that one out. The problem for RT now is that he has so much more to do of all of these players, not just inside this hard point, but also fighting for the back area. RT lines one up, is good for the first. Pre-fire into the second, not good as he gets naded out. And the players around the front here, the reinforcements have not been successful at approaching this hard point, so Cannon going to have to regroup here.
RT does well enough, though, to let his teammates contest from the front, and they will bully in with 3 kills. And it goes back to RT, to be honest, just surviving for so long in the dumpsters. He can be real pain when he wants to be. It's a great thing. You good? What was... What
did I just spawn there?
I didn't see. I'll be completely honest with you.
I think RT just spawned dumpsters. I am so confused. I need to watch that back. Ignore me. I'm going to see that in a minute. I'm going to check it. I'm going to dedicate time to checking whether RT just spawned dumpsters, because he just took time away from Langley Eustace on that hard point. I don't know. Anyway, Cannon, they've got control of the next hill.
Okay. All right. We're good. We're rolling. Cannon, with 30 points in the lead here, have established it largely off the back of a great P1, to be honest. P2, you're probably splitting the difference a little bit. It's more a bit of a damage limitation than points gained if you are Cannon. But for Langley, I mean, now you're trying to weigh up another bit of a hit. This P3 into P4 was good for them last time, but it felt like they had a far stronger hold, and RT will tear it apart regardless. Big 3-piece. Now you're going to push out the back spawns, because for Langley, that's the only thing you've got a hold of right now.
Fighting for this time. 50 seconds now for a Cannon. Langley Eustace need every single second here, and you've also got to cross the way towards the next rotation. So just getting this time will not be good enough. Crusade will overreach here. I would be very careful about how much you invest in this, but as RT finds those 2 kills, as Hate gets the 3rd, Cannon will have this on lock.
Yeah, this is starting to become a little bit scary now, as Cannon look towards that 200-point marker. One of those moments where Langley Eustace is going to feel that pressure dial up. Everything becomes a little bit more critical. And you don't want trade moments either. You want to be able to push on through. And you try and set up a swarm here if you're Langley Eustace, but when you see your team crossing that 200-point mark in front of you, you don't really feel like you have the time to make them happen. Wolf, though, with 3, will let Da Vinci in through the back door. So a huge moment for him to pop off, because this next 30 is crucial to their comeback.
TK in this situation, but now you're looking for more. Hate comes through for 3. Big gunfights, and now Cannon in for this time. Hate's gonna get yet another kill. That is insane, and even that is not enough to get every single second.
35 seconds. Sorry, 45 seconds. Bad math. We'll be splitting the difference for P5. Last time this was just a bloodbath back and forward. And for Langley Eustace, you don't want that. You need to take control of this hill. How? I don't really know. I don't think many people have figured out P5. The one thing you can do is if you get a wave of kills, you push out mid, force deeper spawns. That's what Da Vinci's attempting to do here. Maybe just control connector for a moment because the next wave's right on top of you. An important two-piece. Langley Eustace do well with the first set.
They do, but they have to get the second. They have to hold on. Players once again on both sides of the hard point here. Now it's just down to one as RT falls. Can they hold on? No, they cannot. Tantalize now out of the kill. Now everybody from Langley Eustace approaching from one side of the hard point. This is a big 15 for fight for a wrapping player coming through from Reaper. Can Reaper do anything? I think he's been shot through his teammates, so he has to hit the regen. Not going to happen as Crusade finds 4, and that's Cannon holding on.
Problem becomes, of course, that this goes from one Mixie Hill to another Mixie Hill, which means Langley Eustace won't get the clean hold that they want, and they might not even get to contest.
Somebody's got to jump in. You can't wait for an age. You just have to go through, and there's no getting through that barrage. Cannon, 250, 195, just one map away from being CONUS champions.
So many things to break down from that. I think initially, there's a great statement made by Cannon. You end up with that RT flank. He then sets himself up over towards P2. Argo comes into support. That very early just tells you, if you are Langley Eustace, that you're not going to get to hold anything for free here. These rotations are going to be contested every single step of the way. But there's something that Cannon do that no one else has been able to match them out through this tournament. It is that second P1. Where they managed to, despite the fact that it's incredibly mixy hill, it is a stone's throw from P5 to P1. Langley Eustace are trying to hit this from all sorts of different angles. It's the same thing on Skyline. It's the same thing here. They take away a good 40, 50 point hill. And no matter how often, Langley Eustace at points took away 40 points from a hill that in the previous rotation, Canada had also taken 40 points. They find a way to pull it back there. But no one else can do what they do on that second P1. And it gives them a gap that no one can close.
Yeah, I mean, that is the key difference, I think, for Cannon, right? Is they only ever really need to lock in at one period of time. And to be fair, you know, there were a couple of other moments in that game, a few moments in that game where Cannon do just go off and probably get like 15 to 20 seconds they otherwise wouldn't normally get. But still, Cannon coming out on top there, massive victory for them. I'm also going to say as an aside, by the way, that spawn that I was talking about, Enigma, they did get, and they did actually get about 15 seconds off that spawn. So what happened was P2, and I actually have it clipped now as well, so I'll share it with you afterwards. P2 effectively, Langley Eustace were in control of P2. You had Cannon fighting from the front of the hard point to try and get control. And I can't remember which player it was. He spawned, I think it was RT, spawns inside dumpsters, like right behind the hill, like on top of the hill. He spawns inside dumpsters. How?
We love COD. All right, we do. As analysts, casters, we love Call of Duty. I mean, to be fair, like I missed it because obviously I'm not paying attention to the fact that anyone's going to spawn there because why would they? Why would I? Yeah, you're right. So no, I mean, it ends up not making that much of a difference, I guess. Maybe mentally, if you're Langley Eustace, you can be like, oh, that really offsets us in the moment. But I mean, you just got to deal with it sometimes, and Cannon will take that 15 points, turn it into many more, and end up closing things out by over 50 in the end. We move on to red card, S&D. Now, when I was talking earlier about the way this series sets up and why I think your 4-2 prediction looks very good, I actually expect Joint Base Langley Eustace to put aside the fact they just lost the last two maps and come on through here. Because if there's any map that really suits First Bloods, it's definitely red card.
Yeah, for sure, right? Because you get so much more space on this map, and I think that's especially true on defense, actually, right? You win those first bloods on defense. Especially, I think it's the B-bomb site on the outside, right? So many teams on defense, especially, like to get very aggressive here. You get one kill off the start of the round on defense, and the entire offensive push just falls apart. That's also true on the offense as well, towards the A site, right? Towards the right site inside the restaurant. If you get yourselves in towards the restaurant early on, you get first blood, it's very difficult to retake that site. So yeah, you're absolutely right. First bloods can make a world of difference here, and I think you pointed out, right, it was a 7, off memory, I don't know if this is right, I think it was like a 7-2, 7-3 first blood differential or something like that in the last Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I think it was 7-3. So very much so in favor of Langley Eustace. And it's weird as well. Red Card is fundamentally, it is our highest S&D plant win percentage map and our highest First Blood win percentage map in all of the Call of Duty League. So obviously that doesn't necessarily translate here, but you know, it's not a bad map.
It's a pretty good map. I think people have gotten warm to it over the last few months. Regardless here at First Blood, talk about it being important. Langley Eustace will obtain it. Now for the reaggress. This is what I was talking about for Cannon. This is so difficult to get back in towards this hard point now. Utility going out, and now you've lost Argo in the play as well. RT will at the very least trade on out. It's a bit of an egregious challenge from Reaper, but still, you have numbers, and now you're reinforcing them as well. Just 30 seconds left. Nade out. That's going to unsettle those players, and it's going to cover the reposition from Tantalize here. He's covering for a flank that's not coming through. They know where both of these last remaining players are. Tantalize now going to wrap back through, but Wolf has gone down. Now his players towards the point, coming down to a 1 versus 1. Tantalize trying to escape. All you have to do is play time. That is exactly what he's done. Hayes jumped on the bomb. Tantalize taking the long route. Is he going to stop this defuse?
Tell me you get
Is he going to stop this defuse? Yes, he is. Tantalize extra bullets in the body as well.
No,
But
he defused.
He didn't do it.
Oh my god.
I was convinced he did it. Oh my god. Hate just pulled that out of his rear end.
Oh, that's bad for Langley Eustace. How Cannon get away with that? I don't know. And you're right about something there, by the way. You knew where both players was. I don't know what the comm is. I don't know why Tantalize is constantly checking over that left side. Unless you're not saying, as a set of players fighting the front there. Yeah, both boys are here, by the way. We're fighting 2 players. Oh, that's a misplay.
Man, that is tough. Here's what I was talking about, by the way. Reaper does this quite often on defense, getting up very aggressive towards stairs. I will say, he does this a lot more cleanly usually. He's already revealed his position now, so he's actually kind of stuck here, pinned in. RT's already run by Argo? No, we're not. I guess we're not going to deal with Reaper. He's already taken shots in this round. He gets away with Crusade. There's no way he gets with Argo as well, right? Argo's now stuck. RT will finally come back and deal with it and restore order amongst all of this bloody chaos. Now down to a 2 versus 2.
I won't lie, I've seen Reaper do that position multiple times, and I hate it so much, because if he doesn't get a kill there, he's dead. Like, there's just no 2 ways about it, and once it starts to get red, that's a very easy pickup for a Cannon. Oh, grenade. No, doesn't catch. Okay, well, bomb planted 2v2. I want to see someone send off on a wrap here. I don't know about fighting this from the front.
Cannon to get aggressive here. Argo also getting aggressive. Oh, Da Vinci. Yeah, all right. It looks a little bit spicier because Argo was already weak from the fight, but Da Vinci with those nice little tracking shots for the last 2 kills. Really nice retake from Langley Eustace.
Yeah, it does really well there, does Da Vinci. I'm still, I was a little bit nervous about the way that you played out that with no wrap, with no pinch coming through, Cannon able to focus forward, and we know how much they love their gunfights, especially when they're put on a fair and plain setting. But, well, Da Vinci pops off 3 in a row now, by the way, 5-1 start. And honestly, he's probably going to be sitting here right now thinking, how the hell are we not 2-0 up? And don't worry, gentlemen, we're doing the exact same thing up here on the desk.
So many questions at so many points. There's been some wild things today. To be fair, Cannon have gotten away with their fair share of ridiculous rounds of search and destroy and ridiculous rounds of control. So, honestly, par for the course at this point. Anyway, talk about First Bloods being integral here. Langley Eustace are trying to get through the minefield that is Cannon, and Cannon are reliant on a flanking player. How many times do they do this? And Langley Eustace aren't quite ready for it. Crusade, please finish the gunfight, and he doesn't, and all of that is for naught.
You do at least push somebody into RT, but then it's instantly traded out. So yeah, Crusade's position is kind of given away here. I don't know if he's aware of Reaper above him. He's going to go quiet through the back steps, which might give him an opportunity, but yeah, Crusade's going to want that one back all day. He does still stick around, though. I mean, we've either got to make a decision to play for him or leave, unless you're thinking he's hit A. But yeah, this situation becomes very difficult to manage now for Langley Eustace.
Yeah, maybe they just thought Crusade had retreated. They had no reason not to, I guess, but still. This is difficult now. Tantalize and Reaper playing this very separately. Reaper's been found out. Tantalize, I think, is... Oh, no, never mind. He hasn't been seen. Oh, it doesn't matter. Tantalize spots out Crusade first, but Crusade's the one that takes that one to the bank. And now Reaper, 1v3. He's tagged up. Reaper is not long for this world. No time to do anything. I guess Reaper survives positives, but that is an unfortunate round. And I think Crusade, he misses his first attempt, his first swing at shutting them down, but he gets gifted a second.
I mean, it's the good, the bad, and the ugly right there, right? Like, it's a great flank. You also get that ridiculously nice kill in the bar. We're going to have to talk about the wind that came on through for those first shots. And then also the fact that for some reason, Langley Eustace never bothered dealing with him again, and he's allowed to do so much work in your backline. Interesting round of S&D, but we digress.
Canon have not got to deal with Reaper on the other side of the stairwell. They'll still check for it. You can see RT there through the X-ray. That's exactly what he did. RT has not taken a route that's particularly unique, by the way. He's done this multiple times before, and yet still, Tantalized is surprised by it. There's immediate trade coming out from Reaper, though, this time in a very different position. But if I'm Canon, I'm happy. I've got enough space to get that rock down.
Also, I win rounds so often without the first blood, and now I'm starting to find them. So these positions become even better to handle. There is a pinch setup here. Wolf does well to find hate. It's Crusade under the stage. That's the real potential problem to this pinch working. Oh, that's the worst timing.
Oh, I was going to say, you've got Crusade under the stage, so you need to take him down, otherwise this entire round doesn't work anyway. But they do, and as you said, RT, timing involved in that situation, he goes down as well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate right there for RT. Like, he steps out right in front of his opponent just to check the bomb, which I guess kind of goes back to the weakness of your post plant, right? Like, so often you'll put a player in a position where they don't have to overextend to check the bomb. You plant for that very reason. For example, you may have stood in arches. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. But Langley Eustace won't care. Tied up to a piece. We've had a bit of a back and forth at this point in all sorts of metrics and manners and strategies and ways for both the lovely and yet the bemusing. It's a change up for Langley Eustace here. It's very aggressive through the middle of the map.
I love this. It's a different look. Something we haven't seen from really either team whatsoever, and it's a perfect read. RT was the only one to deal with it. Did he start it? Yes, he did. Oh, you really need some better shots now. Argo could maybe capitalize. No, his shot's not good either. So a bit of a weirdness going on for both sides in the end now. 4 versus 3, but still players caught out in the middle of this blizzard. Crusade looking to ride the storm. Will only find one. Now trying to escape. The stun will connect, but he will get away. And after all of that absolute calamity, it is going to be a 2v1 for Langley Eustace.
It's going to be frustrating for Crusade as well. He's going to feel that he should have got both kills there. That transfer is just a little bit cleaner. But he's coming back for this fight. He's going to find all the doors closed. That's unfortunate because as that one swings open, players are going to turn. Stun goes out, gets nothing. How's your nade toss? Nah. I think you should have to do it the old-fashioned way, my friend. Through the front door with an SMG in hand.
That glass smash is unfortunate. They should hear that, and they haven't turned around as if they did. 15 seconds. Crusade could still do this if he gets some good timing. If he's fast with it, he's spending too much time on recon. That's not going to work, and he doesn't even find the kill. So, Langley Eustace, again, it's a bit of a weird one, but that play off the bat does work out.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the new look, right? Like we talk about it there. It almost gets split by Argo dropping in from the bottom, which... in from the window, which would have been unfortunate, really, because Langley used to show us that big 4 hit through the middle, so rare. I like someone always being in mid for that control, especially on transition situations, but I can't actually remember the last time 4 players decided to just hit mid and see how it turned out. And it's one of those moments where Canon going forward are going to be like, well, we have to commit someone to mid to just make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because generally speaking, you do have somebody watching mid like all the time on defense. That's just a pretty standard thing to do. It's the fact that Canon don't that makes things weird. Canon doing the same thing to them, more or less. Yep, straight for the middle of the map.
Yep.
Nade is going to unseat Tantalize. He's going to have to move here. RT ain't stopping for nobody. He's going on a roll right now. Wolf will be his next victim, and it's an easy peasy lemon squeezy gunfight for RT. Already a 4 versus 2 in this round.
Tantalize will find one, gets shot in the butt, and, well, just about manages to get out. 2v3. Holds for a second. Bomb will go down at A, and I like Hate's reposition. He's looking to cover from this backside, make sure there's no flanks coming through so his teammates can focus forward here. Argos is on the donut, so you want him to come online if you're Cannon. But this situation looks pretty good. Then again, I've been wrong before.
Well, I don't know if they know where this pressure is coming from. There could be some good timing here. And there is. Oh, that's unfortunate. Reaper doesn't finish the gunfight. He's going to get a second opportunity. And there we go. 15 seconds, though. Reaper has to keep this streak in mind as well. He's on 5 in a row. They could still make this clutch happen, though. On the other side, Reaper gets the gunfight. Now a 1 versus 1. And Hate has the positioning. Despite being on 6 in a row, Reaper goes for a pretty Hail Mary play. And it doesn't work.
Love the reposition from Hate when he made it happen. Just basically plays as that safety blanket. If you guys lose the fights up the front, I can clean it up. If you guys are being flanked, I will let you know. And just answers a lot of questions. Makes it so that a lot of the players here on that squad don't have to worry about those questions. Hate in control. And ties us back up. And the one thing here, again, Cannon are finding blood. So looking better in the S&D than they have through a lot of their recent games. What do Langley just have up the playbook this time? Well, it's aggressive again. This time it's B.
We'll see whether Cannon have the same kind of aggression to meet them. 2 players here. What do they have? Is it going to be a hit at the same time for Langley Eustace? Argo good for the first against Da Vinci. Again, traded out. Wasn't quite expecting that kind of aggression. Crusade will find 1, but Artie also removed. I mean, the reinforcements arrived for Cannon. They just not arrived fast enough. Good enough for Hate, though, as he picks up 1. And now Wolf here just backing away, going to grab that bomb. These guys still in the elongated 1 versus 1, though. Now going head-to-head with one another, and Hate comes out on top. That is a hell of a retake and a hell of a play from Hate.
That 1v2 is absolutely insane. The fact that you get that first fight completely for free, by the way, I mean, he's going to be counting as lucky stars, but this child here, it's that reposition into the second stage of that fight because you both see each other. You get that look of, okay, we're about to throw down, and he pops himself in behind the bar. If he stays out in the open or even slides off to the right, he's relatively exposed to where Wolf puts himself. But because it's off to the left, Wolf has nothing but headshots to hit. He certainly can hit them, but I think it just hands Hate enough of an advantage to close that out. And for a squad that has a lot of leniency on vibes, well, giving yourself just 2 rounds to go after a big clutch like that in grand finals to seal the deal, they're going to be feeling pretty good.
All right, Cannon. 2 more rounds and you've done it. Langley Eustace has to put a stop to it now. And I love that adaptation. RT pushes that route every single time. This time, his arrival is expected, but it's not welcome.
I'm with you. I love the change up because that is going to tell RT that he's not going to be able to get away with that going forward. What does he do? Oh, the nade does catch Crusade, so that'll give up his position for now. I feel like it's still possible to slip this net if Crusade gets his timing right, but he doesn't want to back up. And, well, Reaper's just keeping an eye on that long lane, making sure Da Vinci's protected. For me, Cannon probably just have to find a way to rotate out of this, but you're not going to be able to do that without giving up intel, so this becomes a very difficult spot for them to play from. Tantalize, do you see the toe, the foot?
No.
Oh, no.
Tantalize, come on. Oh, he's not a foot man. Didn't see it. He'll have to back away. Nope, we'll win the fight. I'll go down for the count. Crusade and Hate now playing this from stage. Is it a defensible position, though? Everybody being peppered up here. I don't think there's much that Hate and Crusade can do. They tried their damnedest, but it just wasn't to be. So Langley Eustace, they hang on.
Yeah, super clean. I love... We go back to that adaptation, right? We catch RT pushing through the middle of the map. That is your first checkbox. And Cannon have leaned on that so much. They've had so much success with it that they full send into the idea that RT's going to walk through. They're a little bit stunned once he doesn't. And then Langley Eustace do the right thing on defense and wait and force Cannon to make a move. And it goes very badly. I mean, the one thing you get, I guess, is the bomb plant, but that's only because Tantalize cannot see size 10 sticking out the back of a bomb site. So, 4-4. Neither team willing to die or go away at this point. And it stinks of going the distance.
Tantalize on 4 in a row, by the way, off the back of that round. So big plays, despite the fact that he is inevitably Matt Murdock with feet. Now Cannon. split defense here. Aggression from the middle of the map for Artie. We'll get the bomb carrier down. Of course, he won't know that that was the bomb carrier, but Argo will know that Reaper is now out of the round. 2v3. Langley Eustace, they've done the primary thing. They've got that bomb.
That's a huge kill from Argo. Because, well, just bottlenecks Langley Eustace. Interesting that Cannon... Yeah, I like this play, actually, from Cannon. They've got that numbers advantage, so what they want to do is hold B instead. They feel far more comfortable retaking A. All the angles that you've got on this site should be great, considering the numbers advantage that you currently possess. Da Vinci and Wolf as well, they have nothing in terms of intel. So if Wolf isn't quick on this plant, or actually... Oh, well, you hear all those stunts, you start to get the hell out of there.
I think they've seen this, though. I think they saw it. Yeah, they're going to go for the interception hit. Crusade, is he fast enough? Trying to be quiet with it. Cut down. Trade from Argo, good though. And now the last player here. 1 versus 2 for Da Vinci. He's sandwiched between these last players. There's not enough time to get both kills, and there isn't enough time to get the defuse. So this should easily be a cannon round. Hate will be the player to formalize it. Big 2 versus 1 there. And I think on the whole there, 3 versus 2. You called that perfectly.
I think one of the big things as well that Cannon do here, committing more players to the middle of the map than usual. And that counters Langley Eustace also sticking 2 bodies through mid. It might have been a blind hit, but it works out for them. It means that you don't get that push through. And suddenly Cannon find themselves 1 round away from winning an S&D. And if they take this, this is the greatest evolution I've seen in a team through one tournament.
It would be the ultimate storyline for CONUS, wouldn't it? It would be hard to top this. This is a team, of course, that did place 4th last year. I had them winning the entire thing just by virtue of the fact that the biggest roster returning, only 1 player switched out. RC car out early on in this round. It's Tantalize who's bringing it out to play, and he's effectively using it to corral Cannon away from the A site, and that's worked very well. Cannon have burned 30 seconds here.
Yeah, that is actually a genius play, I'll be honest. And it's slow to a crawl, and Cannon on these offensive rounds continues to be frustrated by how slow Langley Eustace are out of the blocks, but I mean, it's their prerogative. They can do this if they want. A Reaper, he's potentially got a big hit. Actually, no, the bomb's going to A. Cannon look very nervy here. They're unsure about what to do, and they will now drop bomb in the middle of the open. You got to get the trade, and Da Vinci gets out with his life.
Oh, that is everything. Cannon, once again, relying on what they've been reliant on in the past so many times. Artie thinks he's cracked the code. He thinks he's found the path. Has he? He's behind. It might well be 20 seconds on the clock, but RT could still do this. He could still buy enough space. You need your teammates to stay alive, and I think RT might have wasted just a little bit too much time here. A 1 versus 4, I feel, is too much to ask for, and it is. Langley Eustace, send us to a round 11 for all the beans.
RCXD does great work. So often they are useless, so often I hate them. But it's a great bit of play. Not only that, but you stick 2 out towards that B site, that A site, sorry, and 2 towards the middle, because you're using the RCXD knowing that if anybody pushing bar hears that thing, they're running the hell away. 2 close quarters to fight it. And then that gives Langley Eustace so much map presence. Cannon again just burnt down in time. Cannon will be on another offensive round. The last 2 offenses haven't worked because ART got caught pushing through the map, and you've had no time to do anything because Langley Eustace is slow here. So what's Cannon's response?
Here we go. Barreling towards A. Tantalize is watching it. The comm will be made. Those players that were over by B are now transitioning to help. Nade over the top will take Argo down. Not sure 2. Artie's getting this bomb down.
Okay, so 4v4. The old-fashioned, the classic retake, and Da Vinci gets caught in mid, and you can't get out from there. That nade might kill him.
By the hairs on his chinny chin chin, he will survive. RT and Crusade down for the count. Big 2-piece from Tantalize. Now a 2 versus 4 on the defense. Argo is going to cling to this stage like his life depends on it. Hey, also from afar, it's a play he needs to take down, but Argo's found the perfect route. He needs to pull off a 1 versus 3. It's not to be. Langley Eustace are hanging on. We will see another map.
And that kill from Wolf on Hate is the big difference maker. I mean, other than Tantalize's 2-piece to open things up, of course. Let's not take that away from him. But there is a very confident moment there for Canon where you can hold that. Argo finds that kill from top stage. Hate's then the gunfight with Wolf. And if Hate wins it, it's a 2v2. Still got to retake the bomb. And you're feeling very comfortable about where you are, considering Hate can see that bomb site. So even if Argo dies on the stage, you've got to flush Hate out somehow. And Wolf does not lose in the 1v1. What a series for grand finals. I know it's been a long day. Those of you in Patrick Space Force Base who've been with us for 5 days have been nothing short of phenomenal. But I'm hoping you're enjoying the treat, the spectacle that's being put on in front of you. 6-5 in First Bloods. Literally the exact of the scoreline. First Blood win comes through almost every single round except for 1 and 4. And the array of different strategies that we got to see, I think the big adjustment, the one huge crux that comes through is picking up on RT's route, because from there you lost every single offense if you're Canon, and that right there underpinned Langley Eustace's comeback.
Honestly, I'm going to give a lot of love to Tantalize in that Search and Destroy. I think it was the last like 3 or 4 rounds. Between 3 of those rounds, Tantalize got an ace, followed by that RC car play that we absolutely love to see, and then the 2-piece in the round 11. Big plays from Tantalize to keep Langley Eustace in it, mate. Man, I'm so happy this is going the distance. Obviously, it still could go to a game number 7, but that was a phenomenal game for us to watch.
I mean, you should be happy because, as I pointed out to you early on after Skyline fell, this is probably going to go exactly to your prediction, and me and Simo are going to have to hear about it for a hot minute. But nah, this is, yeah, I mean, Langley used to do very well to stay in the fight, considering you're down 5-4 as well. Again, it takes resilience. It takes the will to survive in these moments. How much do you really want to grind this out? And it turns out they're going to make Canon work for every single second of this. 3-2, though. It's weird to me because, like, I know that this likely ends in 6, but what I'd do for a game 7.
Oh, man. Well, we might have a double dosage of Hacienda to round off the entirety of CONUS Championships, or at least getting one, folks. We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side, then, it's Hacienda Hardpoint for all the beans.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
One more map. That's what we were saying just a moment ago, because that is all that CONUS need to win the CONUS Championships for 2025. We say one more map because, well, it could well be two. We could well go the distance to a game number 7. What we do know, no matter what, is that this is going to end on a Hacienda hard point. Or Hacienda, it's going to be on a hard point. Going to end on a Hacienda. Let's remind you guys how the series has gone so far then between CONUS and Langley Eustace. It's been a banger of a grand final. Where do we even start with this, Enigma?
I guess we just recap the journey, right? You come out if you can and absolutely smoke your opposition on that Skyline hard point. Joint base Langley Eustace grind out the 6-4 victory in the Surge. CONUS smashed the Vault Control. It's a 3-0. That's probably a bit kind, to be fair. It was relatively well contested for many parts. It could easily have gone to a 3-1 or 3-2, but CONUS deserved winners. And then the rewind hard point was glorious, all the way to 251.95. But joint base Langley Eustace refused to die. They're not going away without a good fight here, and they take the round 11 for the red card S&D. And as you said, that sets us up for Tuesdays. If we get there at the sunny Spanish Villa of Hacienda, starting off with a hard point, and well, hard points have been all 4. Is it control?
I miscalled it. It was a hard point. It's a control.
Ah, okay. All right. So we're off to control then. Well, I mean, there's an interesting thing here of like, CONUS have been the better control team, but that's because we've 95% of the time seen them on vault. So what did it look like here?
I think it's going to transfer. I'll be honest. I think that the thing is, right, even with CONUS, right, they play Vault Control very well. I think the fundamentals of get kills and stack on the point, something that no other team evidently does, will transfer. But I'll say it again, Enigma. One more map and CONUS get it done. They are your CONUS champions. Can they get it done off the rip in this one? We're about to find out. And it feels like Langley Eustace are coming in this one with a lot of momentum. They win the opening battles and they are keeping CONUS at bay.
I mean, you'd be feeling pretty good after clutching up in around 11 on main stage. And, well, first 5 kills have gone your way. So I'd say you're feeling really good. CONUS, of course, going to find a way to punch out of this, as they so often do. And our goal will find Wolf to give you at least some presence towards the top control. And the rest of the crew will follow. That being said, it's funny, really. Langley Eustace, almost if anything, decide not to take a couple of engagements. They slip away into the night and have CONUS searching shadows, and they only have 40 seconds left on the clock. They've got to start to touch a point.
Yeah, they're not really doing that much right now. Oh, nice kill from Argo to rip Tantalize a new one. Might give an opportunity here, potentially, for somebody from CONUS to make their way forward towards the point, and everything just feels so individual. Right now from CONUS, they will now finally get something a little bit more focused, a double stack to get something going. Team kill from Tantalize will weaken things up, but RT has already fallen in the same play. So Argo is still isolated. He's still on his lonesome, and he actually now has help with players coming off the spawn. What's the con made though? They saw Reaper up top. Yep, they'll deal with him. Second tick now about to be through on A. Somebody needs to get through all of the pressure coming from spawn side. Somebody's up on the point. Jump on the point. Da Vinci not able to do so. Wolf goes down, and somehow CONUS have pulled that.
This is what they do, right? They just go on these mad sprees where, and as you said, they stack the point. They don't mess around about it. They get themselves in. They move that tick really quickly, force their opponents to rush, and it will give them the 4th tick and the 5th tick. Wolf coming in through the back will help them for a moment, but you haven't, well, you have now finally cleared that B point. But my God, it went from nothing and a great start for Langley Eustace to 5 ticks given away in the blink of an eye.
I can't believe that happened. CONUS. That wasn't even a CONUS issue. I think that was, if anything, more a Langley Eustace thing. But CONUS will now have 60 seconds plus to hit towards B and get 1 tick. And if anybody will do it, it would probably be CONUS. Wolf looking to get over aggressive, and that's a nice play as Crusade is now out. I think for the most part, Langley Eustace have read this. Team shots will not help in this situation, but trades will. They're looking for the last player, and they will find him. So, a couple of players now filtered through, but they didn't fully clear house. Da Vinci is still here. Hate will have to trade, and they will. And that's a lot of space cleared now, because the path is clear over by the fences. Langley Eustace are backed all the way up here. Hate is doing such a good job at keeping these guys away from the zone. He finally goes down, but now the double stack through towards the point. Somebody from CONUS has to stop this one. Perhaps Tantalize in the fight. You can't lay down. You've got to get on towards a point, and it's not going to happen. And Hate wins that round for CONUS, but Langley Eustace, they let that happen.
Yeah, I'm going to try and focus on the great stuff that Hate does, because there are some mistakes that come through from Langley Eustace. feels like you're just starting to run out of gas a little bit. They kind of play at such a breakneck pace. It can be so hard to keep up. And I think that's what we're seeing as we get... That's the weirdest ragdoll I've ever seen. But, well, not ever. We've seen some bizarre ones already this week. But, yeah, you know, it's up there. You're right about Hate. He puts himself in that office, becomes a bit of a nuisance. As that office is about to get flooded out, he sees the stuns come up the stairs. He's like, all right, I'm going to head out the window. Keep coming to find me, boys. Don't worry. All the focus on me. That's going to let my guy stack the point. You're going to get there with too little time. Gives you yet another offensive round win. I think that's like 5 rounds in a row on offense, which is an insane stat.
It's huge, yeah. It's crazy, right? Because it's just like offenses are so difficult to win. So for them to do it so convincingly, I think is just a testament to how much they do step on the opportunities when they get past them. Cannon never, ever pass them over. Now we're looking towards this round of control. Langley uses some of the offense. It looked like a relatively promising start here, but that's going to be the clearance now as Cannon get rid of everybody from Langley Eustace. Now they need another wave of gunfights because they haven't got players towards Fence's side. So close spawns in effect. Now looking to move forward here. Stuns and utility over the top. One more player to deal with towards Fence's side, but Wolf has managed to come through the middle of the map. He's already picked up 2 kills. Surely not number 3. That tracking through the fence is insane. And now Wolf can do what Hate did in that last round.
Crusade, though, getting through will just allow him to activate. If Langley decide, oh, actually, we've got the opportunity to jump A, he can just pick up a kill. And, well, actually, he's wrapped all the way back into a position that would have been the front line anyway. So, I mean, it doesn't really utilize that spot, but potentially didn't need to either. Now he will start to come online. Crusade's on a 5. This is splintered, very splintered if you're Langley. It just feels like they get themselves into that advanced position, then there's no decision of A or B. They just kind of hover.
Oh, Langley Eustace do look a little bit directionless right now, but it's worth saying, so did Cannon up to a point in the last round, and then it all fell apart. Cannon also starting to waver a little bit here on the defense. Argo will trade things out. You'll take trades. If you're Langley Eustace, you need to force Cannon into an unfavorable position, not just kind of ego challenge them left, right, and center. Trophy system will stop that nade from connecting. The stun, though, from Langley Eustace will. Second tick. About to be through. RT not in a position to do anything about this. He's going to have to come in behind enemy lines, and now finally will do so. Reaper towards the point. He will be able to double up, but again, kills looking pretty good here for Cannon. Argo in part of the final fight. RT will be the one to get that kill, and now with 10 seconds left, Langley Eustace fighting from square one, from the spawn, 6.8 seconds. Somebody will be able to jump on. It's Tantalize, who wastes enough time now for the rest of Langley Eustace to make their way over here. Reaper, can he do anything? You've got a little bit of help from players coming through. Reaper for 2. The third player sent away because Hate's down to 50 HP. And you're not stopping this capture. We get the extra 60 seconds.
And it's actually winnable as well. You're only 1 life behind. Now make it 2 for sure. But you're in a spot here where you can apply pressure to this B zone. There's only Argo actually over there right now to contest if they do start to move forward. Tantalize 4 and 10. Got to see a little bit better out of him. He's been fantastic through the tournament. You don't want to end on a stat line like that. And another kill comes through. Langley Eustace making this very interesting.
I could still do this. It's all down to Reaper, and you've just lost him. That's your power player down. It's worth saying, though, nobody from Cannon towards fences just yet. Like, the best thing they have is RT towards U side, and maybe that's all they need. Hardy comes through for the first kill. Now they're doubling up, doubling down on that U positioning. Crusade is here for the fun as well. Just 4 lives remaining for Langley Eustace, and they cannot get past the fences. Reaper will find the first kill. Tantalize decides it's time to go. Da Vinci will go down. The contest will be good enough here for a moment, but eventually you have to chow. And there comes the fly out from RT and Crusade as well. Reaper, the last one left alive, and he's not alive for long. Cannon are just 1 round away.
They gave up tournament point twice in the last map. But it would take a very brave man to bet against them giving it up 3 times in the control. It's just a level of ruthlessness that come out of Cannon at times that so many teams have fallen by the wayside on this magical run. And yet again, just when Langley Eustace put themselves in a spot where it felt like they were ready to claim their own attack round against this squad, Cannon dial it up a little bit. RT on 17-11. Crusade 16-11 ends the round with a 3 spree. Those guys leading the line here on the biggest stage and into the final round.
Cannon want to have a good start here. It's worth saying they did have to fight from the back foot to get it done. So they could well, do the same thing again, but they will have to fight for it again in the same way. Langley Eustace looking to deal with the pressure early on here. A couple of players now making their way up towards speed. The clock will stop as that stack comes through. RT producing a couple of kills here. RT on 4 in a row now. RT on 5 in a row now. The man is starting to light up in this game. The tick's starting to come through on B. Somebody has to do something about this for Langley Eustace. Reaper jumps in, but it's for a futile effort. It's for a futile contest. Second tick already through. Third tick about to be, unless Wolf does something. It's all just down to Argo. He's waiting for his teammates to come back off the spawn. I don't know if they're going to get here in time. They won't. So Langley Eustace breathe for a moment, but it won't be long before Cannon are knocking at the door again.
Yeah, that contest for a moment. Crusader actually finds himself a 2-piece. Hate waiting for that activation from top plat. And gets it in time. So as he finds Da Vinci, RT kills Wolf. That will be the tick. So for Langley Eustace, you're looking for a couple of exit kills to make this feel a bit nicer in terms of the life gap, which it only stands at 1, but it would be nice for Langley Eustace to be in the driving seat of that for a change. Oh, and RT, he's going to get around the back of all 3. What's your timing like? No, Tantalize reads it.
Good read from Tantalize. A massive one as well. You take trades at the moment if you're Langley Eustace. Cannon are wasting lives, utilizing lives, I should say, to stop this, but they are going for a contest here. They're going for a slight capture. Crusade was just a sliver away from getting that capture through. Somebody else will pick up where he left off. Here it is. The double stack through of all the game modes. It would make sense that Control is the one that gets them the championship. Second tick was about to be through. Tantalizing Wolf. They find some lives. Hey, can't do anything. He's trying to do something from afar. He will find one, but the first attack is a swing and a miss.
Tantalize will find one trying to wrap your backside, but then gets traded out. So that's going to let players punch in through the arches, in through that U side. RT, if you get this kill, it's going to hand you so much of the top mid control. That being said, Da Vinci has managed to get in through the back, so this will give him an angle to swat down, but you've already got bodies on the point. You got to go. You got to go.
Tantalize gets one. Tantalize gets both kills. Big clearance coming up from Tantalize. He was the one to clutch up in Search and Destroy. He will clutch up again now. But with a 3 life disadvantage here, even that feels like it's not relevant because Cannon here are starting to lose all of their lives. They're starting to lose their map control.
You got time to set up a hit, though. So what does that look like? Crusade still hanging around in lobby. You've got bodies trying to shuffle in through the spawn. Maybe Wine for RT then. That'll be the first to open it up. And you really want to take advantage of that life that you've just gained in the fight. And, well, it'll be swatted away as 2 come on. But you got to rush the point. The thing is here, you just know that if Cannon get the opportunity, they're going to stack it. So you can't afford for any clean kills. 10v3, suddenly a lot more manageable. And Langley Eustace can breathe just a little.
Just a little. Not too much, maybe. Yeah, okay, maybe not this one. Yeah, Argo's just going to take himself out. Not going to give anything away for free. It's a bit of a unique play. I don't even know if he got that. I don't know if he got that nade off in time. Either way, the shots went away from another player, so that player will be attributed that kill. Big wave of gunfights towards the end from Cannon. I was really worried there for a second. I think Tantalize comes through with a massive 2-piece to keep Langley Eustace in the play. And then it's, what, like 6 or 7 uncontested kills. Langley Eustace, they will hold.
It's the first time we've seen a Cannon offensive round not come through in some time. That being said, I genuinely think that it is 5. I tried doing the math in the middle of the round. That being said, even fewer rounds are won by other teams on offense. So for Langley Eustace here, this would be them trying to achieve a first in order to push this to a decider. And right now, well, Cannon, you just need Argo to come online a little bit, and this should be relatively straightforward.
Well, you got to imagine that's the play for Cannon. Defense has to be strong here to stop a round number 5, and that's a good play to take off the board at the start of this one. Tantalize down for the count. Langley Eustace have chosen their site of attack. It's going to be A, but there are just a lot of players from Cannon around. RT and Hate will combine for 3, and that's going to be a very clean start to this round for Cannon.
RT finds Tantalize up top, which means that you get to push that line ever further up. Langley Eustace must find a way to break this hold. Otherwise, that timer is going to push them into a very uncomfortable position. And, well, Reaper's kill there. And I love that. Well, I was about to say, I love how direct you're being towards the point. It gets into a bit of a shimmy. And Argo has got the faster feet. RT with 2 elsewhere. It's only going to be Da Vinci, really, to be a bit of a nuisance. And what he could do is just playing his life for a second and trying to affect this reinforcement from Cannon.
30 seconds. You got to start touching the point now. I don't think this is going to happen. you're panicking, and you can really tell that you're panicking if you're Langley Eustace. You've not got a single touch on the point whatsoever, pretty much, this entire round. But they might have carved a path straight over towards B. The window in control for Argo, trying to help out here. Will be a player down row right in front. Wolf wants to take that player out of the play and does exactly that. Big double coming from Wolf. Reaper will find number 3. They just need to go off even once, but even with that, Reaper is still on his Larry for a second. Tantalize is watching out for absolutely nothing. He allows Hate to run straight through. And now you're panicking once again here. You're looking for some kind of contest.
You do get presence on A, and, well, B will get cleared, but there's more players arriving here in the form of Reaper, so it's a double hit trying to come through. It's certainly a panic, but it's, well, one that we've seen pull off before in the weirdest gunfight in the world. It says Reaper in the feed, but it's Wolf who's actually shifting his feet, and Wolf finds one in tin as well. So A will find a tick, B finds a tick. You've got to make this work because second you fall here, you are done. But it's actually coming through over towards B, so Canon, they've invested themselves into clearing this A point. They stop it just before that second tick, and that could be crucial.
They're still down 5 lives. They might well have extended by 60 seconds, but have they extended their misfortune? Well, Langley Eustace still have a couple of pieces very far up the board here. Da Vinci is one of them, and you can tell Crusader's on the hunt. He's like, hang on. Did anybody actually get past us here in this situation? It feels like that might be the case. And Crusade, well, if he can't find that player, I was going to say he's going to get another kill, but no, Wolf rips him off the heady. And it's worth saying that Da Vinci, I mean, while he might have gone down, now Reaper is trying to refill that role.
I think the one big threat here for Langley Eustace is that clock at the top of the screen. So you got to dive. You're already 5 lives down. This is going to get messy, and you don't have any way to really avoid it because you've got to pause this and start to turn it into a bit of a square off. It's just the start of the round for Cannon that's going to hand them the advantage, and here we go.
I didn't anticipate Hate down low. Hate gets one. Hate will find a second kill as well. 20 seconds on the board now. Reaper has to go big. Everybody coming from down low at the very least, but he doesn't get a single frag. It is panic mode, isn't it, for Langley Eustace? 15 seconds, they will stop the clock. Argo comes through for one. Argo for the double! And that might be the game-winning play. You've got a couple of players still on the other side of the point. 10 seconds left. The CONUS championships are within reach. Wolf comes through for the couple of kills. Langley Eustace down to the final set of lives. Can anybody touch the point in time? 4.3 seconds. Another player that goes for it. Artie, just one more kill and you've got the championship in your grasp, Wolf. One last contest comes through and Wolf is down. The championship is theirs. Cannon are your CONUS championships through the lower bracket run of Dreams.
And the run of dreams, indeed. The greatest run in CONUS history comes out of Cannon. From losers round 1 all the way to grand finals and now to lift the trophy. What a performance. The evolution this team has gone on from getting double rounded in the regionals and in devastating fashion to somehow not only figure out how to see off some of the sides early on in the tournament, not only to then square up and get yourself into Worlds, but to somehow turn into not only the best respawn team, but a pretty damn good S&D team, says just how far this Cannon squad have come in 5 days. A wonderful series to settle everything here in grand finals. Of course, commiserations over to Langley Eustace. They were every bit a part of this tournament. They will, however, walk home with second place. Cannon will stand atop the podium above all others to celebrate for the CONUS of 2025.
Man, I can't believe the run that they've just made. I absolutely can't believe it, and I'm sure they can't believe it either. I know we had the interview earlier on where Hate was telling us that, yeah, like, we're feeling ourselves now. What happened in the upper bracket wasn't us, and you know what? I believe him. I believe that this Cannon roster is just an incredible team, and it has been so incredible to watch the lower bracket run that they have achieved. But through this series, I think every single map that we saw from them was frankly superb. I know obviously they didn't win them all. They did get clutched out in, ironically enough, both Search and Destroyers, which you called perfectly. If there was a way into this series, it was probably going to be the Search and Destroyers for Langley Eustace, and well, that was the case, but still, the respawns for Cannon, phenomenal. And that control, I think, every single time we got to see him in control, it was just so, so beautiful. It turns out they were particularly proficient at Vault control, and not just generally speaking control, but still, I mean, the respawns for Cannon, just an epic watch every single time. Deservedly, CONUS champions.
deservedly very much so. It's wild as well because there's so many things that we will sit and talk about that teams should do to turn themselves into great sides. For Canon, they kind of rewrite the rule book a little bit there because they said, well, we don't VOD review. We don't really assess what went wrong. We just vibe out. So, I mean, it gets you through. And I guess when you're on LAN in particular, we talk so often about the nerves, about the pressure, about everything that is so different about LAN and sometimes forces even the best players in the world to crumble. But if you're feeling good, you're feeling comfortable amongst each other, amongst your brothers up there on main stage, apparently that is enough to carry you all the way through the trophy.
All right, well, we've rounded out every single match over the last 5 days with an interview. We have to do one more, and I'm so happy about it. Let's bring in a player from Canon to talk to. I believe Artie is the guy joining us. Artie, you have the honors of being here post your victory. First and foremost, you know I've got to say congratulations. Congratulations first and foremost on winning the championship, and secondly on making me and Enigma smile throughout that entire series because you guys were so awesome to watch. Talk to me about being a team that hasn't just won CONUS, but done it via the most insane losers bracket run you will ever see.
I mean, oh my goodness. We went to losers and we were like, when we come back from this is going to be the greatest losers run anyone has ever seen. And just taking our egos and saying, like, we got this, we're going to win this. And making it happen is crazy.
I mean, it certainly is. I called it the greatest run of all time. I may need to get a fact check on that, but you can certainly have it, I think, for now. I don't think I've seen... even in the history of esports and the history of everything when it comes to competitive gaming space, from losers round one, there's usually a reason teams are there. And you guys, to make that happen, to beat out regional champions and everything you did is insane. I've got to ask my first question, I guess maybe a bit of a curveball. Who was actually your toughest opponent on this run? Because I don't know how to decide that.
Our toughest opponent? It depends on the day. Today, no one, because we were slamming. But like previous days, Nellis had our number. But today, we got him back.
You most certainly did. You get to say no one for today. You guys were untouchable. But, of course, that means that not only do you go to Worlds, you go to Worlds as CONUS champions, which puts a big target on you guys because now you become this team that took out the Continental United States title. And, I mean, I got to ask, does that make you favorite for Worlds? Where do you put yourself amongst everyone that's running out there?
I love being the villain. Whenever we show up to places, I love being the villain. So if I got a target on my back, I already had one before.
Oh, I love that attitude, dude. That's so awesome. A little bit of fun then, actually. Post-match interview we had earlier on with Wolf. He said he wanted to play you guys because you were free. He called it a 3-0, obviously not knowing that it was a best of 7. Didn't turn out that way, did it? You guys must be happy now, especially hearing that.
So I don't think I really listened to the interviews. We are more of like, what are we going to ban? What are we going to ban? Because we just kept going so much into it. But, I mean, I'll probably troll them a little bit after this. Go say 3-0, huh? 3-0?
Yeah, it most certainly wasn't a 3-0. We've asked everybody, and I'm sure we've asked you as well, if you want to give a shout out to anybody back home. But for one final time, if you do want to give anybody a shout out, now's the time to do it.
Again, I'll say it. I'd like to shout out my family, my shop, my wife, my kid, and honestly, every single person in this venue and anyone outside of the venue who helped put this on, because the fact that we have this opportunity is amazing.
It's amazing to watch you play. I am so excited to see you guys at Worlds. Again, top 4 last year to champions this year. You guys are going to crush it. I can't wait to see more of you guys. Again, congratulations. Go enjoy the rest of your day, bud. You absolutely deserve it.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
All right, cheers, Artie. Well, that was Artie from Canon. I still can't believe what the hell we just saw. The lower bracket run to end all lower bracket runs. Runs like that are rare in esports. We watch a lot of esports. We've casted a lot of esports. Seeing anything like that is almost impossible. And just to visualize it for you, let's show you that bracket one final time. I want to see the bracket. I want to see that lower bracket round. We got the bracket here in just a second. It's coming up. We're going to give you guys the bracket to show you guys. But like, just even thinking about it, I think it's like 7 teams or something ridiculous like that.
I'm
like,
trying to visualize it.
Yeah, it's just like, it's crazy because it's just like, to do it at all is just wild. To do it 6 or 7 times is crazy. Because you got to think, every single match you go into, you're like, yeah, backs against the wall. If we're done, like, we go 1 or 2 maps down in this series, like, it could potentially be over. So they had some serious minds of steel through the entirety of the tournament.
Yeah, and again, I think that we play into one big strength of theirs, and that is that they kind of don't take any setback too seriously. Clearly, they have a set of egos, and they understand that, but also they're kind of the opinion of, it didn't go well day 1, it didn't go well day 2. Ah, well, whatever, we just get on with it. Don't worry too much about it. And I think that's helped them multiple times to not bow under the pressure that is main stage with none of your lives remaining. But to do it time and time again is just, yeah, truly a ridiculous feat. You called it there, the loser's run to end all losers' runs. We just got to witness it. What a pleasure.
All right, well, let's show it to you. We can actually show it to you now, folks. Here's a look at that lower bracket run all the way through to the grand final victory. So you guys can see there, it was starting in lower round 1 after, by the way, Canon lost to Langley Eustace in winners bracket round 2, 3-0. They ran through Charleston, Buckley, Eglin, Peterson, and Nellis before returning for their vengeance against Langley Eustace in the grand final. That is a phenomenal run. And a reminder, by the way, folks, that the top 6 teams in the competition, so anybody past losers round 2, so that's Eglin, Cannon, Peterson, Offit, Nellis, and Langley Eustace. I forgot the team in the grand final there for a second. All of those 6 teams will be going to AFG Worlds in August. So excited to see all of those teams. Honestly, I said it, like, there's just so many competitive matches, so many competitive teams inside that top 6 that we're sending to Worlds. I can't wait for that competition.
No, 100%. I mean, this is what happens when opportunities are presented, right? You just find the talent and then you start to add more people to it because they recognize this incredible opportunity that they have in front of them to come out and take part in these LAN events and prove who they are up there on the main stage. Because there's a couple of teams as well that came to this, remember, with subs that are going to be better when they start to step out onto world stage because they have their full force ready to go. That, you know, I start to look at a couple of squads that, you know, Hale's team, for example, if they get better, you know, then it's terrifying. Well, wait, did they make it in the end? Or did they fall just
Hale's
short?
Team? No,
Yeah,
I don't think they made it.
No. So who am I thinking of? It's
No, Buckley didn't make it.
I'm thinking of Revengeful coming in and 9mm coming in.
Revenge was in Buckley, I think. So I don't think Revenge was actually in the tournament.
Oh, no. I mean, there's definitely a couple of teams. It's been a long 5 days. I'm going to be straight with you. But there's definitely a couple of folks coming in here who will bolster their teams. And then where does that leave us setting up with the competition? And again, these teams over in CONUS haven't played the PACAF USAFE team. So it's like, when we start to mix, especially the champions of the regions into each other, then we start to watch some truly entertaining COD, some truly outrageous stuff.
All right, well, we have all 12 of our teams then coming out from CONUS, PACAF, and USAFE. Then the next stage of the competition is the big one. It's Worlds, and that's coming up in August. Again, congratulations to Canon. We will see them and all of the other qualified teams there. But until then, guys, thank you so much for tuning in here for the CONUS Esports Championships over the last 5 days. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's always a fun time here with Air Force Gaming. Shout out to all the production team and everybody at Air Force Gaming putting on this entire event. It's been a blast. And shout out to you. Yes, you, for watching and supporting this tournament. Again, thank you so much, guys, and enjoy your night. We'll see you